Chapter 431. Chu Qing's words stunned everyone present. After a moment's realization, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, one was a gambler hiding his true identity, the other the dignified owner of one Bailu. How exactly did this person persuade the owner of one Bailu to gamble against him with himself? Something seemed amiss. But before they could ponder this further, the masked man opposite him coldly said, "What's the point of reminiscing now? The important thing is that she agreed, and now she has lost. Anything else is just an excuse for you to renege on your debt. Is that so?" Chu Qing smiled and shook his head. "Come, please sit." The masked man opposite him hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Chu Qing said, "I'm not good at gambling, and I don't understand rules like Pai Gao. Let's play something simple. How about we compare sizes? Each person gets 3 dice, and the higher number wins. Best 2 out of 3. The rules were so simple even a street kid could easily understand them. The masked man opposite him, however, frowned and asked, "What? Rules?" Chu Qing explained again. Everyone sensed something strange about the situation, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. They just felt that Chu Qing's voice had a gentle, comforting quality, and just looking at his face inspired an inexplicable, natural trust, making them instinctively feel goodwill. The masked man asked 3 times in a row, and Chu Qing answered him carefully each time. Finally, the masked man agreed. Watching this scene, everyone felt something was amiss, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Chu Qing had 2 dice cups brought over, one for each person, each containing 3 dice. Glancing at the masked man opposite him, Chu Qing chuckled, "Let's begin." For ordinary people, the result of rolling these dice was entirely a matter of luck. However, none of those present were ordinary individuals. Their internal energy was profound and powerful. Shaking these dice meant they could truly control the numbers they wanted. Therefore, everyone speculated whether the two would use their superior martial arts to scramble the opponent's dice, making the opponent's number lower than their own, or would they shatter the dice with their internal energy, causing the 3 dice to display numbers completely outside the normal rules? The guesses essentially boiled down to these 2 possibilities. The next moment, the 2 began to gently shake the dice cups. A clattering sound filled the cups, and many listened intently, quickly discerning the exact pattern. Chu Qing's hand suddenly stopped, and the person opposite him also stopped moving. "Open!" The masked man's body trembled, and he subconsciously opened the dice cup, followed by a wild laugh. "How is it?" Everyone looked at the dice cup in his hand. The 3 dice were all 5s. A total of 15 points. They were all stunned, unable to help but look at Chu Qing, thinking that he had tampered with the dice, but there was no trace of it. Truly remarkable. Amidst the laughter, Chu Qing slowly lifted the dice cup. Inside were 3 6s, 18 points. The masked man lost the first round. He was struck dumb. How could this be? Clearly what? Chu Qing looked up at him, his eyes calm and composed, their light restrained. Nothing. The masked man shook his head vigorously, then slapped his forehead hard, feeling the groggy sensation in his mind vanish. His mind was clearer than ever before. He took a deep breath, again. "All right, best 2 out of 3. If I win one more round, you lose. Don't forget, if you lose, the title of one Bailu's owner that you just won will be mine." Hearing this, Miss Jiang couldn't help but glance at him. Her expression was cold, as if she were lost in thought. "Enough nonsense, you win first." The masked man snorted, confident in himself. Because he possessed abilities unimaginable to others, the reason he was able to defeat Miss Jiang was because of these abilities. Thinking of this, he slowly exhaled. He began to shake the dice cup. The clattering sound rang out again. This time everyone listened intently. The masked man noticed that Chu Qing's hand had stopped at some point. He looked up at Chu Qing. In an instant, the onlookers vanished, and even the owner of one Bailu beside him disappeared. Only he and Chu Qing remained at the gambling table. He spoke softly, "Open." Chu Qing didn't immediately open the dice cup. Instead, he carefully glanced at it before slowly opening it. This time, it was 3 5s. A mere trick. The masked man flicked his fingers slightly, and the previously still dice jumped instantly. The final 3 dice all turned into 3 6s. He glanced at them to make sure there was no problem, but then he heard Chu Qing's voice beside him, "Open." The masked man snapped out of his daze, instinctively reaching to lift the dice cup, but a deep-seated intuition suddenly surfaced. No, he couldn't open it. Something was wrong. Using illusion magic to extract his opponent's cards was his forte. But at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. He abruptly cried out, "Wait!" Chu Qing's hand, which had been lifting the lid, stopped. Do you have anything else to say? The man uttered a single word, then felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his mind, or as if a layer of oiled paper had been placed over it. No matter how he thought about it, something felt wrong. He just couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Chu Qing had already removed his hand. So it's 3 5s. The masked man burst into laughter, only realizing Chu Qing's urgent command to open when he abruptly removed the dice cup. His brows and eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Let's see how you win this time. Chu Qing shook his head. You already lost. As he spoke, he removed the lid from the dice cup, revealing 3 6s still neatly arranged in Chu Qing's bowl. The masked man shook his head violently. No, just now you clearly. How could it be 3 6s? You should have had 3 5s. Why weren't you? Even so, we only tied at best, how could? He glanced down as he spoke, his pupils suddenly contracting. His dice were quietly displaying 3 5s, silently appearing before everyone. Impossible, impossible. The masked man stared in disbelief at the dice on the table, recalling how Chu Qing had clearly laid out 3 5s in the illusion. How could it be 3 6s? Although it was an illusion, in reality, for experts of their level, the dice could display any number they desired. What they thought was the truth in their hands. But when he realized this, a huge confusion arose. If he could display any number he wanted, why did Chu Qing show 3 5s in the illusion instead of 3 6s? And how many times did he shout open? As this thought surfaced, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the world before him. It was as if a piece of ice had been punched hard. Extremely painful blood flowed out. Intense pain surged upwards instantly. The masked man clutched his head in agony, staggering, yet his mind grew clearer with each passing moment. That's it. That's how he lost the first round. He thought he had his opponent under control, so the 3 5s were just a taunt, but he hadn't expected the outcome to be completely different from what was in the illusion. Thinking back further, when did he agree to gamble with him? It was clearly an unequal bet, an unfair wager. Why did he agree? But he agreed, and lost 2 rounds in a row. He suddenly looked up at Chu Qing. You tricked me. These words, coming from his mouth, were completely abrupt to onlookers. The masked man's vision was largely obscured, but to others, they only saw Chu Qing and the masked man gamble twice. In the first round, the masked man won 3 5s, while Chu Qing won 3 6s, making it 15-18. The masked man lost. The second round, the result was exactly the same. The difference was that after the second round, the masked man suddenly showed a pained expression, then clutched his head and said that Chu Qing had tricked him. Tricked him on what? How did he trick him? Not everyone in the room was confused, some understood. However, they hadn't spoken before, and naturally, they wouldn't speak now. Chu Qing stood up. Best of 3 rounds, the outcome is now decided. Do you have anything else to say? This doesn't count. I never agreed to bet with you. If you didn't agree, why did you gamble with me twice? Chu Qing turned to look at Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang, isn't his going back on his word a violation of Wanbeilu's rules? Yes. Miss Jiang's voice was firm and resolute. The next moment, all the busy maids and servants in Wanbeilu turned to look in this direction. The powerful pressure made even the wind feel scorching. The masked man watched this scene, his expression gradually returning to calm. He slowly turned his gaze to Chu Qing, then suddenly smiled. Now I think your life might actually be a good gamble, enough to match the owner of Wanbeilu. May I ask your name? Planning revenge? Chu Qing said with a smile. I'm petty but have a good memory. I heard that conflicts are forbidden in Wanbeilu. Do you think I might try to get us both kicked out of Wanbeilu? Upon hearing this, no one else seemed to care. Wang Fuishiu suddenly slapped his forehead. There's another trick like that. Then he began looking around, searching for the monk. A conflict was forbidden. That was the rule of Wanbeilu. If a conflict occurred, Wanbeilu would surely expel them. Wouldn't that be exactly what they wanted? But by then, it was too late. The monk was no longer on the first floor. Where did the monk go? Wang Fuishiu asked hastily. If our esteemed guest wishes to buy information, please go to the second floor, a maidservant whispered. Jiang, after all these years of friendship, this is how you treat me? Wang Fuishiu roared in anger. Miss Jiang said calmly, rules are rules, friendship is friendship. Fine, you're just greedy, you crazy woman. Let's see if you ever get married. Wang Fuishiu huffed and puffed as he went upstairs. Miss Jiang glanced at Chu Qing silently. Actually, you have another way. That would be too much. Chu Qing shook his head. Why make things complicated when it's just a matter of convenience? But rules are rules, Miss Jiang said in a deep voice. The reason Wanbeilu is where it is today is because although its rules aren't harsh, they are ironclad, and no one can violate them. Good, good, good. The masked man clapped his hands in praise. Wanbeilu truly lives up to its name. Its ironclad rules are inviolable. I learned my lesson today. Aren't you leaving? Chu Qing turned to look at him. Why should I leave? The masked man had barely finished speaking when two whooshing sounds were heard. Two figures flew backwards into Wanbeilu. They crashed heavily into the wall. And after landing, they each flipped up again. Before they could even steady themselves, fine cracks appeared on their bodies. Two loud bangs rang out, and the two figures shattered. The two mechanical puppets guarding the entrance, Zhao Kai Jin Bao. Miss Zhang's eyes darkened, and she abruptly looked up. Who goes there? The words had barely left her lips, when two more figures appeared beside the masked man. These two moved with incredible speed, like fleeting shadows. Despite the many experts present, few could clearly see how they had arrived. These two experts simultaneously knelt on one knee before the masked man. Greetings, headmaster. The masked man ignored the two experts and instead said to Miss Jiang, I did not wish to act in this way, but it seems fate has other plans. Miss Jiang's eyes remained largely unmoved. However, every maid and servant within the Wanbao Tower began to emanate a chilling aura. Even the old man inside Yuanji Pavilion stood with his hands behind his back in front of the pavilion, peering over with his legs crossed. Then, Miss Jiang waved her hand, take him down. The instant these words fell, the maids and servants inside Wanbao Tower sprang into action. At the same moment, Chu Qing suddenly frowned, feeling a booming sound in his head, accompanied by strange murmurs. It was as if hundreds of voices were speaking simultaneously. What was this? Where did this strangeness come from? Chu Qing suddenly felt that this situation seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had experienced something similar long ago. However, this level of interference was unlikely to have any effect on him. With a quick internal energy shift, his mind cleared. The maids and servants who were about to act, as well as most of the guests in Wanbao Tower, all let out a muffled groan. Painful expressions appeared on their faces. Chu Qing glanced around and saw the masked man turn around, pointing at Chu Qing as he walked away, saying, Kill him. He left without looking back. The two black-clad men who had shattered the fortune and prosperity charm didn't utter a word, directly attacking Chu Qing. Chapter 432. Although the wealth and treasure puppets were just two objects, they were able to block Huang Fuixia's sword. While it was unknown how much power Huang Fuixia had used in that sword strike, it was still remarkable. The two experts before him, however, were able to shatter these two puppets into pieces in an instant, rendering them utterly powerless. Their own martial arts skills were naturally extraordinary. Chu Qing watched them attack, one used fists, the other palms. Their attacks were completely calm and even. The palm strikes were without wind, the fists seemed powerless, lacking the overwhelming power of the Master of War, whose attacks could almost change the very fabric of the world. Yet, even with these fists and palms, Chu Qing couldn't help but sense a hint of danger. He flicked his sleeve, instantly throwing Wu Qianhuan and Winru behind him, simultaneously unleashing the 18 subduing dragon palms and the heavenly frost fist. Palm to palm, fist to fist. The two men opposite were quite surprised that Chu Qing was still able to fight back. But when the dragon's roar rose and frost ascended, they seemed to realize something. They had attacked together, one with his left fist, the other with his right palm, and now, with their free hand, they simultaneously struck out with a palm strike. The moment their palms collided, the force instantly separated the two figures. Chu Qing's 18 subduing dragon palms and heavenly frost fist missed, but the ferocious dragon-shaped true energy struck the wall of Wanbeilu, creating a large hole. Miss Jiang winced in pain. Be gentle. This is gold. Chu Qing couldn't care less about her for the moment, as the one who had just separated the two figures was already attacking again. He swiftly struck down with his palm. Chu Qing neither dodged nor evaded, but was about to step forward when suddenly his back trembled violently, as a powerful force slammed into his body along with his fist. This was clearly a sneak attack. Two people were attacking together, one drawing attention from the front, while the other used all his strength to try and kill Chu Qing. But Chu Qing showed not a trace of panic on his face, while the one who threw the punch felt his fist lose connection to Chu Qing's body the instant it made contact. The next moment, without warning, a punch shot straight towards the one who had used his palm. At first, the man thought it was Chu Qing's heavenly frost fist, but when he realized where the force came from, his expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. That seemingly ordinary force suddenly exploded. A deafening roar erupted, the force of the attack like ferocious pythons sweeping in all directions, scattering the various treasures and rare artifacts on the first floor of the One Bailu Tower. Those already suffering from headaches from the sound were also blown around, rolling on the ground. Very few remained standing. A few were people Chu Qing had seen before, like the holy monk Jiasha of the Great Sumeru Zen Temple, and the Northern Sword Elder. It wasn't just the onlookers who were unlucky, their heads bleeding from the gale, rolling on the ground. The man in black facing Chu Qing was even more severely affected by the force, lifted directly to the ceiling, pushed and shoved by the howling wind, unable to get down for a moment. Excellent fist techniques, Chu Qing exclaimed in admiration. Neither of these two men's fist or palm techniques possessed the kind that displayed earth-shattering power when unleashed, but rather a subtle, stealthy force that exploded with a deafening roar. He used the Jade Illumination Divine strategy to absorb the power of the Fist Master, originally wanting to see just how good the fist technique was. Now, with one sword strike, it indeed matched his guess. Immediately afterward, Chu Qing lowered both palms downward, channeling his inner energy. The black-clad man, whose fist was still behind him, suddenly changed his expression, feeling a tremendous force sweeping over him from the fist. He was directly blasted backward. Before he landed, a flash of silver light appeared, and his head was already separated from his body. Wu Qianhuan sheathed her sword and stood, but her footing was unsteady. She felt as if hundreds of people were constantly talking to her in her mind, their words jumbled and incoherent. This was why, even though she was standing behind Chu Qing, she was still able to be punched by the Fist Master who had sneaked up on her. She was too busy protecting herself to do anything about it. Seeing Chu Qing fall victim to the attack, he bit his tongue, using the excruciating pain to temporarily calm the chaos in his mind. He then leaped forward, sword in hand, to strike. But to his surprise, before his sword could reach him, the man was sent flying by Chu Qing's internal force. Since the sword strike had already been launched, there was no going back. In a swift motion, he beheaded the man. At the same time, the man pinned to the ceiling regained his balance, and, taking advantage of the weakening force of the punch, tried to roll down. But just then, a massive palm shadow suddenly appeared. It grabbed him in its palm, and with a sudden burst of force, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The man was actually crushed into a mangled mess of flesh by this enormous palm shadow. Chu Qing looked over and saw that Miss Zhang's face was slightly pale. It seems that the owner of One Bailu really has no defenses against this kind of mind-altering method. Where did this sudden change come from? It feels like countless people are chattering in my head. It's so noisy. One Bailu, Master, what should we do now? The surrounding people discussed amongst themselves. Chu Qing turned and went to Wu Qianhuan, taking her hand. The heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique was activated, instantly suppressing the chaos in her mind. The hundreds of voices fell silent simultaneously. Chu Qing's gaze then searched for Wenru, only to find her lying motionless on the ground. He led Wu Qianhuan to Wenru's side. He took her pulse, examining her for a while, but found nothing strange. Her blood and energy were abundant, her spirit was strong. Why had she suddenly fainted? A thought flashed through Chu Qing's mind, a guess forming, but he dared not act rashly. It's the Weeping God Iron. Zhang's voice reached everyone's ears. Some were surprised, some suddenly understood. Chu Qing instantly recalled hearing a similar sound when he destroyed the chaotic god blade in Divine Blade City. However, while the sound was powerful then, it wasn't as terrifying as it was today. Most importantly, he had already destroyed the chaotic god blade, so how could the Weeping God Iron still be causing trouble? Just as he was about to ask, a voice spoke. The heavenly evil sect used the Divine Blade Hall to forge the chaotic god blade with Weeping God Iron. They are attempting to use the chaotic god blade to stir up a storm in the martial world. But that blade was destroyed by the assassin Night Emperor that very day. Its blade shattered into hundreds of fragments, and no longer exists. Now, how can it be recreated? Chu Qing looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a thin, disheveled Taoist priest. He stood amidst the crowd, his expression still relatively normal, though his face was slightly pale. So it's Taoist Yaij. Miss Jiang slowly exhaled. You're right, my One Bailu also knows about this. At the Divine Blade City gathering, that Night Emperor did indeed destroy the chaotic god blade. But he destroyed the chaotic god blade, not the Weeping God Iron. How so? Not only Taoist Yaij, but most of those still able to maintain their composure were somewhat confused. Chu Qing instantly thought of a possibility. The next moment, Miss Jiang said, the Weeping God Iron is no ordinary substance. If it could be so easily destroyed, how could it be considered one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth? The heavenly evil sect used evil methods, using human lives to nourish it, thus altering its form and forging the chaotic god blade. The Night Emperor only destroyed the form of the chaotic god blade, not completely annihilating the weeping god iron. Even in fragments, it is still weeping god iron. Moreover, this thing has the ability to reunite. Holding one fragment, she sensed the others. Its power doesn't weaken with breakage, on the contrary, it grows stronger. If you want to obtain a complete piece of the weeping god iron, simply throw it into the furnace. Nothing more is needed. In 3 days at most, the weeping god iron will be restored to its original state. As she said this, she slowly stood up. She went straight to a spot, and picked up a jade pendant from the ground, holding it in her palm. The next moment, some color returned to her pale face. Please wait here, everyone. I go take a look. After speaking, she went to the entrance of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, her gaze sweeping over the fragments of the wealth and prosperity phenomenon, her expression growing even more somber. She took a step forward, but unexpectedly, she remained motionless after that step. After a long while, she slowly withdrew her foot, and a crack appeared in the jade pendant in her hand. Master Jiang? How is it? What's the situation outside? Someone asked hurriedly, seeing her reaction. Miss Jiang's expression was indifferent, and she spoke in a deep voice. They used fragments of the Weeping God Iron to set up the Weeping Soul Chaos Array outside Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower is forged from gold, which can barely withstand a third of it, but once you step outside, in an instant, you will be bewitched and driven mad to death. Upon hearing this, a moment of silence fell over the entire Wanbeilu. At the same time, a voice came from the stairwell. You wicked woman, you make it sound so terrifying. What should we do now? The speaker was Huang Fuixiao. Several people followed behind him, some of whom appeared to have come down from the 3rd floor, their hoods and masks still on. Chu Qing glanced around but didn't see any sign of anyone who wasn't a monk. The Weeping Soul Chaos Formation, I haven't heard of it in a long time. A slightly aged female voice came from a man in black robes. Chu Qing instantly recognized him. This was the person who had been with him in the treasure exchange earlier. Miss Jiang looked up at her. Does the nun have a solution? If my senior sister were here, she could use the 7 treasures glazed heart to break into the enemy formation and completely break it. The man shook his head, but the 7 treasures glazed heart sutra is only passed down to one person per generation. I haven't received the transmission. My senior sister has been detached from worldly affairs for many years, and hasn't come this time either. As for the current successor, he was tricked by a rascal into becoming a mountain bandit, and he's so happy that he doesn't want to leave his homeland. This humble nun has come down the mountain specifically for them. Wanbeilu has indeed arrived at the right time. But now, their location is thousands of miles away, making it impossible for them to come here. Hearing her words, the glimmer of hope that had just ignited among the crowd was extinguished once more. Chu Qing heard Wan Chunhua beside him grit his teeth. Where did this brat come from? This is outrageous. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chu Qing staring coldly at him. Wan Chunhua was stunned, then heard Chu Qing say, the second time. Huh? Wan Chunhua was dumbfounded. How could it be the second time? I was talking about that brat, not you. Don't you have any sense of reason? Chu Qing naturally couldn't tell him that the brat he was referring to was himself. After all, he hadn't expected to encounter Nianxin and Nianan's elders at Wanbeilu. The people of Bodhi Nunnery were mysterious and unpredictable, some people you might never even meet once in your entire life. To meet them by chance like this was truly a matter of fate. Miss Jiang frowned, looking at the jade pendant in her hand, and said in a deep voice, in short, we still need to protect ourselves. Wanbeilu can't protect us for long. If we let them do as they please, we might be worn down to death at any time. I know of a formation called the 5 Paths Protective Heart Formation, which can calm the mind and ward off external evils. However, this formation requires 5 experts to work together to cast it. I wonder if any of you would like to give it a try. Immediately, someone nodded in agreement, but Chu Qing asked, may I ask, Miss Jiang, is this formation capable of defeating an enemy? No. The speaker wasn't Miss Jiang, but a large, fat man. This large, fat man was one of the 4 people in the first group, the one of varying heights and builds, the one who had kidnapped Manager Song that day. He scratched his head and said, the 5-line heart-protecting array is my first, closely guarded secret. How do you know about it, girl? Wanbeilu really is omnipresent. However, this array exists to protect the Tao, mainly to protect those who are breaking through, preventing them from being invaded by external evils and going mad. With this method, you can protect 1 person, 10 people, or even dozens if you put in the effort. But this is ultimately only for internal use, not external. Using it now is tantamount to drawing a circle around yourself. Once your internal energy weakens, the array will break, and you still be in a dead end. Miss Jiang nodded. Therefore, we should rotate our experts. Wait for the right opportunity. Wait for the right opportunity. Huang Fu smiled and said, You wicked woman. Are you trying to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out? They trapped us with the Weeping Soul Chaos Array, their purpose being nothing more than to use the unique properties of the Weeping Soul Iron to constantly wear us down. In just a few days, all of us present will be completely worn down, our reason gone, turning us into madmen. Then Wan Bailu would crumble without a fight. But if we use the 5 heart-protecting array, rotating the 5 people in each array, we can prevent the 5 who attack from becoming completely exhausted. Repeatedly, this will ensure our clarity of mind remains intact. After 3 to 5 days, they will surely think they have succeeded. Then, they will dispel the Weeping Soul Chaos Array themselves and rush in. In this way, the crisis will resolve itself. Upon hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. This explanation seemed quite plausible. Chu Qin glanced at the Miss Jiang, then turned his gaze to Huang Fuixiao, ultimately remaining silent. Chapter 433. Outside the Wanbao Tower, in the deep of night. A light drizzle fell, and figures dressed in black sat alternately in the rain. Each held a fragment in their hand. The fragments varied in size and shape, each emitting a strange sound under the influence of profound techniques. These sounds flowed, maddening the mind and driving people insane. The masked man, who had just emerged from the Wanbao Tower, stood behind this group of men in black. He sat inside the tent on a large chair, just like his mask. This chair was also very valuable. It was yellow and white, partly forged from gold and partly outlined in silver, inlaid with pearls and agates. The masked man rested his chin on one hand, his eyes closed, seemingly waiting quietly. Behind him stood another person. This person wore white, but the style of the clothing was somewhat strange. Everything else was fine, except for one thing. A huge collar was turned up, obscuring his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. His eyes were also different from normal people's. They seemed to have no pupils, their eyes filled with a deathly white. There was a vertical line between his brows, as black as ink, pointed at the top and wide at the bottom, resembling a leech. Now his gaze was fixed on Wan Bailu, and he slowly spoke. This seems different from what was said before. I encountered someone. The masked man's fingers tapped lightly on the back of the chair, as if dancing on his fingertips in response to a voice in his mind. Who? The pale-eyed man asked softly. A very troublesome young man. The masked man's lips curled slightly. Song Tong, do you know? He actually managed to deceive me with illusions. Song Tong's expression remained unchanged, only glancing in the direction of Wan Bailu. That's indeed remarkable. The dean's skill in this area is no less than the pavilion master's. If he can deceive you with illusions, doesn't that mean he can also deceive the pavilion master? What do you think? This man should be killed. It's hard to say. The masked man said softly, the 2 who went and didn't come out, I'm afraid their fate is grim. To die for the dean is their honor. Song Tong's tone remained indifferent. The masked man shook his head. Human life is paramount. Don't think that dying is glorious. I would rather each of you live well. To see the day when the world is at peace with me. Your subordinate will definitely strive to live up to the dean's expectations. After Song Tong silently answered, he turned and went to a table not far away, where he began to write furiously. The masked man didn't turn his head, not even opening his eyes. What are you doing? Writing a letter. To whom? To the pavilion master. Why? Asking him to send reinforcements. There's no need for that. Everything is under my control. You said the same thing last time, but it backfired. Not only did you have an unnecessary fight, but you even let them escape. If it weren't for the hard tribulation taking effect, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to stay here safely now. The masked man was speechless for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, the last time you mentioned was more than 10 years ago, wasn't it? You want to hear about the most recent events? Song Tong nodded. Before the formation was complete, I told the headmaster not to go in. No matter how confident you are, you should always consider the worst-case scenario. But, you said everything was under your control. In the end, you returned in a very sorry state. And you even launched the formation ahead of schedule. This happened just an hour ago. A vein silently bulged on the masked man's forehead. He took a deep breath and said, Song Tong. Yes, your majesty. Slap him. Yes. Song Tong lightly slapped his own mouth, as if to acknowledge the slap. You smooth-talking, deceitful fellow. I was fooled by your cold eyes back then, thinking you would be a cold puppet. You could execute my orders flawlessly. But all those swords and spears were aimed at my heart. Wouldn't this be considered devouring its master? A weapon that devours its master must be a divine weapon. I am but a stubborn rock, unworthy of such a crime. I can't argue with you. Your subordinate is terrified. He responded to every single one of his sentences, but none of them were pleasant to hear. The masked man, not intending to continue arguing, changed the subject. Who killed Tian Sha again? Third young master. That person is the current leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance. Leader? What a joke. However, although Tian Sha is a brute, his martial arts skills are indeed extraordinary. He was able to kill Tian Sha, so he must have some skill. Bring me the portrait. Yes. Song Tong rummaged around on the table for a moment, then returned with a scroll to the masked man. The masked man kept his eyes tightly shut. Song Tong, holding the open portrait, said, "Perhaps we should wait until you wake up?" "I haven't been sleeping." "Then you're resting with your eyes closed?" "Exactly, I am. I open my eyes now, and my mind feels like it's being pierced by 1,000 needles. The pain is unbearable." After hearing this, Song Tong, without another word, placed the scroll directly into the masked man's hands. The masked man was startled, then heard hurried footsteps fading away. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing now?" "Rewriting a letter." "Why?" "The enemy and our forces are unclear. I'm worried that the pavilion master hasn't sent enough men, so I asked him to send more." The masked man remained silent for a long time, then barely opened his right eye a crack, looking at the scroll in his hand in the daylight. The next moment, a smile appeared on his lips. "Martial Arts Alliance leader, it's been many years since I heard that phrase." "Interesting, quite interesting." He raised his eyes, wanting to look at the rain in the sky. But when he looked up, he saw a huge face floating in the sky, Chu Qing's face. This face covered half the sky, its eyes like the sun and moon, silently gazing at him. The masked man was startled, his body trembled, and the scroll fell. But when he looked again, the sky had returned to complete darkness. The rain continued to fall in a drizzle. There seemed to be a slightly painful muffled sound mixed in, but it was broken by the raindrops, and could not be heard clearly. Inside the Wanbao Pavilion, the 5 paths of heart protection array had already been taught by Miss Jiang. The people who had mastered the first path had no objections. Given the current situation, Miss Jiang's method might be the best solution. To stop them now would mean making enemies of everyone in Wanbeilu today. Therefore, even the first path's inheritance couldn't be ignored at this point. However, to prevent the problem from escalating further, they still reminded everyone they could use this method, but after leaving Wanbeilu, it should not be used again unless absolutely necessary, and certainly not taught to others. Otherwise, the first path would surely make things difficult for them from the ends of the earth. As fellow martial artists, everyone naturally understood why the first path was acting this way, and immediately nodded, indicating they would never reveal it. Whether what they said was true or false, only they themselves knew. Chu Qing didn't participate, but instead, carrying Wenru, found a quiet room in Wanbeilu. He wasn't concerned about the current situation. After all, with his abilities, even if he couldn't save the Great Xia from its impending collapse, he could at least protect Wu Qianhuan and Wenru from danger. But he couldn't ignore Wenru's condition. After examining her, Chu Qing still couldn't figure out why Wenru was unconscious. Her pulse was strong and steady, and she had no hidden injuries. Using the Jade Illumination Divine strategy to scan her entire body, he found the girl to be perfectly healthy. Then why is she unconscious? A doubt arose in Chu Qing's mind, and he hesitated whether to try using the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique to infiltrate Wenru's mental world. Ever since the Weeping Soul Chaos Array outside was activated, she had suddenly become like this. Perhaps it was this mind-disrupting method that had caused her to fall into this state. If he could infiltrate her mental world and sort out her mental state, perhaps he could wake her up. But Chu Qing hesitated. After all, it was just a guess, and whether it was right or wrong was still uncertain. Besides, he didn't want to pry into Wenru's heart so easily. What if she had some secret she didn't want anyone to know? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chu Qing frowned, opened the door, and saw Wan Chunhua standing outside, looking at him awkwardly. Then, pointing to Huang Fuixi beside him, he said, "This gentleman wants to see you, and I can't stop him." "Brother?" Huang Fuixi asked directly, "How is my sister-in-law?" "Huh?" Chu Qing was taken aback. "What did you say? What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Huang Fuixi glanced at Wu Qianhuan beside him. "This is my sister-in-law, And the one who's unconscious is my sister-in-law. Is there a problem? Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at him. Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here? Just checking in. There's a doctor in Wanbeilu, and his skills are extremely high. Should we ask him to come and take a look? Chu Qing's eyes lit up. Okay, consider it a favor. Please come quickly. I've been waiting. Wang Fuixia turned and left, returning a moment later with a small old man. Chu Qing was taken aback. It's you? This small old man was the one from UNG Pavilion. Alliance leader, we meet again. The old man smiled. How is that little girl? I felt a sense of familiarity with her, which is why I came uninvited. Please forgive me, Alliance leader. Is the familiarity due to her height? Chu Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself, then quickly said, So, Senior is also a master of medicine. I have been very rude. Please come in, Senior. Of course, of course. The old man nodded, carrying a medicine box into the house. He walked to Winter's side, extending 2 withered fingers to place them on her pulse. After a moment, the old man's eyelids twitched. Heavenly fragrance body? He then suddenly looked at Chu Qing. She's from the Wen family? Senior knows? Chu Qing's heart also skipped a beat. Wen Fuxing had been extremely careful to keep Winter's heavenly fragrance body a secret, but this old man had seen through it with just a touch of her wrist. What is a heavenly fragrance body? Wang Fuixia couldn't help but ask. The old man didn't answer, but seemed lost in thought. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and said to Chu Qing, If this old man is not mistaken, the Alliance leader should possess an extremely profound divine power that can directly penetrate the depths of the human heart. Indeed. Chu Qing did not hide anything. She really has a mental problem? The old man did not answer directly, but instead asked, Does the Alliance leader know that those with a heavenly fragrance body cannot live past 25? This junior knows. Chu Qing nodded. That's right. If you didn't know, you wouldn't have sought out the Earth Scroll. It is said that the Wen family's ancestor escaped death by relying on the unchanging heavenly book. Even in Wen Fuxing's eyes, this matter at Luochen Manor was a secret, yet this old man spoke of it casually, as if recounting a familiar story. Chu Qing looked at the old man with slight doubt. The old man smiled and said, It's normal for you to have concerns. Back then, Wanbeilu was indeed somewhat concerned about this rumored physique. However, that's all in the past. It's fate that we met now. So I chat with the Alliance leader for a bit. The reason why the heavenly fragrance body doesn't live past 25 can be summed up in one sentence: an imbalance of yin and yang. Chu Qing was stunned. How could that be? The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. It's not the yin-yang imbalance you think it is, but rather an internal and external disharmony. A tiger in the heart, frozen on the outside. Initially, it was manageable, but then it became like water trapped in a jar that couldn't be released. Normally, when water is full, it overflows. As her temperament matured, countless thoughts and ideas arose deep within her, but these could not be expressed. Only by constantly eroding herself within her spiritual sea of consciousness, over time, she inevitably became emaciated and died in despair. To cure this ailment is actually not difficult. The unchanging heavenly book has 3 volumes: heaven, earth, and man. With man as the foundation, one gradually merges with heaven and earth, mastering the 3 volumes of the heavenly book. This can achieve unparalleled merit. The human scroll and the earth scroll represent a process from the inside out. Placing it on the heavenly fragrance body is like opening a spout in a water tank, allowing it to flow out and achieve a state of inner and outer harmony. This crisis is now resolved. It can also teach her some methods of expression, such as how to smile, how to cry, how to be angry, how to be happy. Although it's difficult, she often only grasps the form, not the essence, but in theory, it should alleviate this ailment. The reason she's unconscious today is because she's troubled by inner suffering. The Weeping Soul Chaos Array has greatly affected her, but she doesn't know how to vent this pain, so she can only accept it all. How could she not be unconscious? Alliance leader, you can use your divine power to enter her heart and help her relieve this suffering, then she will wake up. The old man's words were profound yet simple, showing his deep understanding of the heavenly fragrance body. Chu Qing, after listening, suddenly understood and immediately bowed. Thank you, Senior. I was merely stating the truth. I don't deserve such a grand gesture from the Alliance leader. He picked up his medicine chest, turned to leave, but paused slightly, glancing back at Chu Qing. Alliance leader, please remember, this girl's constitution is extraordinary. Never reveal this to anyone, otherwise, there will be no peace. Yes. Chu Qing nodded in agreement. The old man then turned and left. Wang Fuishu was about to follow when Chu Qing called out to him. Wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Chapter 434. In the room, Wenru lay unconscious. Wu Qianhuan sat cross-legged in meditation. The effects of the Weeping Soul Chaos Array were still present, and judging by its momentum, it seemed even stronger than before. Without Chu Qing's help, Wu Qianhuan could only rely on herself. This was quite difficult for her. Chu Qing transmitted a mantra to her, instructing her to try and circulate her internal energy to resist. After all, he would need to find a way to wake Wenru later, and couldn't attend to her for the time being. He couldn't let her suffer like this indefinitely. Wang Fuixiao, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to the commotion outside. The Weeping Soul Chaos Array seems to have no effect on young Master Huang Fu. Chu Qing picked up a teacup and poured himself a cup of tea. Wang Fuishu said, It did leave a trace in my sword heart, but it has already been annihilated by my sword intent. Impressive. Chu Qing exclaimed in admiration. Sword Emperor Huang Fu Chong Kong was no ordinary person. It was only natural that his lineage possessed exceptional swordsmanship. Chu Qing picked up his teacup. What is Miss Zhang's background? Hearing Chu Qing's direct question, Wang Fuishu didn't mince words. As you can see, she is the owner of Wanbeilu. But it's not just that. After saying only a few sentences, Wang Fuishu paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Finally he said, Actually, the origins of Wanbeilu are very mysterious. Even I don't know much about it. This sentence made Chu Qing subconsciously look up at him. To others, this might seem insignificant. After all, everyone's perspective and knowledge are different. Some are well informed, while others are ignorant. For the latter, such words are naturally insignificant. But the man before him was, after all, the son of the Sword Emperor, Wang Fuishu. From the moment of his birth, he had stood at the pinnacle of the martial world. A man like him couldn't possibly be ignorant. Yet even he didn't know the origins of Wanbeilu. Chu Qing had initially thought that Wanbeilu was created by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, specifically to make money, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. The world has 4 regions and 1 state, and Wanbeilu isn't just one building. That Shrew was the owner of this particular Wanbeilu. No one knows who the true manager of Wanbeilu is. My father probably knows more than I do, but he didn't tell me. He only told me that Wanbeilu was no ordinary place, and I shouldn't offend it lightly. Furthermore, besides being the owner of this Wanbeilu, that Shrew also runs a Wanbao money exchange in the 5 Emperors city of Zhongzhou. She's the second manager. Have you ever met the head manager? Yes. Wang Fuishi said. He's a smiling middle-aged man, not very proper. But he's terrifying. He once visited my home, and my father treated him with the utmost respect. Chu Qing thought for a moment and asked, Have you met any of the other owners of Wanbeilu? I met a few. All of them run Wanbao money exchanges in the 5 Emperors city. They each manage a Wanbeilu. By the way, you probably don't know why Wanbeilu was able to open overnight, do you? Wang Fuishu said with a smile, I once inquired, and that Shrew told me that Wanbeilu is actually a mechanical building. It can be folded up. It's unfolded now. It can be folded up when not needed. Unpack and reassemble, transport it with the goods, and the carriage will take it away. Once a suitable place is found, the Wanbao tower will be unfolded and reassembled. In just an hour or 2, this mechanical tower will stand tall between heaven and earth. Truly a masterpiece. I see. Chu Qing nodded. What did you talk about when you went to the 3rd floor? Hearing this, Wang Fuishi raised his eyelids and glanced at Chu Qing. Brother, your question is a bit strange. Chu Qing remained silent. Wang Fuishi thought for a moment and said, Although I don't know why, we didn't talk about anything. She just asked me. His voice unconsciously lowered, and his tone became slightly suspicious. She asked me what I came for. When I was leaving. As if she wanted to send me away. But on the contrary, she pulled me aside and talked about many unrelated things. Several times I was anxious and wanted to go down and cause trouble for that non-monk, but she wouldn't let me. I thought she didn't want me. He caused trouble inside Wanbeilu. Could it be? But why? Chu Qing thought for a moment and then asked, What do you think of her martial arts? Very high. Her creation she capture hand combines softness and strength, is ever-changing, and coupled with her terrifying internal energy nurtured by rare and precious herbs, if it really came down to a life-or-death struggle with her, given my fear of blood, whether I could win is uncertain. He stood up, saying, Brother, I'm going down. Be careful, Chu Qing uttered softly. Wang Fuishi sighed with a smile. It seems that sometimes, one can't rely too much on martial arts. After saying this, he turned and left. Chu Qing sat there, speechless for a long time. Huang Fuixia possessed the ability to see through people's hearts, to judge whether a person's words were true or false. This was a very mysterious ability, an effect brought about by Huang Fuixia's martial arts. However, this effect had certain limitations. Words might be true, and actions might not necessarily be deceptive, but one could still guide a person's behavior in a desired direction. This method was beyond the reach of Huang Fuixia's martial arts. He closed the door. Wan Chunhua was no longer outside. He too had succumbed to the effects of the Weeping Soul Chaos Array, and gone down to join the others in setting up the 5 heart protection arrays. Chu Qing didn't pay much attention, turning to glance at Wu Qianhuan first. Seeing her calm expression, he knew she was in relatively good condition. Then he went to Winru's side. A finger extended and touched Winru's brow. The key techniques of the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique were activated, and in an instant, everything around them suddenly spun violently. The next moment, the quiet room vanished, and Winru was gone. Everything around them appeared bizarre and surreal, reduced to only black and white. Chu Qing walked through this space, feeling immense resistance. This resistance didn't seem to originate from Winru, but rather from the black and white world itself, which rejected all outsiders and severed the connection between the inside and outside. Chu Qing enhanced his inner vision with the seated divine illumination technique, then activated the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique again, taking in as much of the surrounding changes as possible. Yet, he couldn't discern the specifics of its mystery. He took a step forward, each step bringing immense pressure. Just as this pressure reached its peak, his feet suddenly gave way, and he plummeted. However, since he had probed with his spiritual sense, by the time he realized this, he was already floating in midair. Looking back, the gray world was gone. But Chu Qing knew that this colorless world was there, the gateway to the Gentle Heart Gate. Looking down again, the surrounding environment was utterly unfamiliar. It was a lush green mountain range Chu Qing had never seen before, and he could see buildings in the distance. Just as he was about to examine the buildings ahead, he heard a crying sound coming from below. Looking down, he saw a little girl crouching before a stone tablet. Chu Qing's mind stirred slightly, and he was already beside the stone tablet. He glanced up and saw 3 large characters inscribed on it, Tai Sect. It really is Tai Sect, he murmured to himself, startling the little girl beside him. Her crying stopped abruptly. She looked up at Chu Qing. Who are you? Chu Qing's gaze followed. She looked only 6 or 7 years old, her face still innocent and childlike, large tears streaming down her cheeks. Her eyes held a hint of fear. Although young, Chu Qing could still find similarities to Winru in her features. This was a young Winru? Heavens above, Chu Qing had never seen Winru like this before, her face had never displayed such richness of expression. He chuckled softly. I was just passing by when I heard someone crying, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. Little girl, why are you crying? Xiao Winru frowned, rubbed her nose, and then hastily wiped away her tears with her little hands. I wasn't crying. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know who I am? I'm the young lady of Luochen Manor. My father is Wen Fusheng, a very powerful man. Oh, and I also have a master. My master is Cui Bu Nu, the unyielding fist master. He's always angry, and when he's angry, he's terrifying. If you dare to do anything wrong, I have my master and my father beat you up together. Chu Qing almost burst out laughing again. The little girl, all bark and no bite, looked utterly adorable. He nodded and said, Don't worry, I'm not a bad person, and I won't do anything wrong. I really was just passing by. Besides, I know your father. The name of Wen Fusheng, the master of Luochen Manor. How could I not have heard of him? I certainly won't make a fool of myself. That's good. Xiao Winru breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis averted, but a trace of sadness returned to her face. Chu Qing then said, My name is Chu Qing. What's your name? Chu Qing? Xiao Winru thought for a moment. Never heard of him. He's definitely not some important figure. Fine, since you and I are both unknown, I tell you. My name is Winru, but let me tell you, although my name sounds gentle, I'm actually not gentle at all. If you dare to mess with me, I still beat you until your face is covered in bruises. A few days ago, my senior brother saw that I was small and tried to bully me, but I pinned him to the ground and beat him until he cried loudly. Your senior brother? Which senior brother? Chu Qing asked with a smile. Is it your eldest senior brother Mo Duxing, or your second senior brother Bian Cheng? Or perhaps your third senior brother Chu Fan? Xiao Winru was taken aback. Who is Mo Duxing? My eldest senior brother is clearly named Mo Yijian. He said. 10 years of honing his sword, this sword is unparalleled in the world. When his swordsmanship is perfected in the future, the entire Tai sect will rise to prominence. But I know he's lying. He doesn't know swordsmanship at all. I secretly watched him practice swordsmanship. He couldn't even hold it properly, and he almost cut off his own nose. He wouldn't admit it after I caught him. Shame on him. Moegn. Chu Qing silently mocked himself inwardly. Sure enough, Mo Duxing was a name he changed later. Then why are you crying when you're so strong? Even your senior brother can't beat you. Chu Qing simply sat down. After all, what child this age, especially someone as petite as Wenru, only when he sat down was Wenru at his level. Little Wenru seemed to sense Chu Qing's chillness and wasn't as resistant as before, but remembering her sad memories, she couldn't help but sob again. I miss home. She could manage to say the first two words normally, but when she got to the word home, she burst into tears. I miss Daddy. I miss Mommy. I miss the little doll Daddy made for me. I really liked it, but I just couldn't say it. Daddy thought I didn't like it, so he didn't bring it for me. I missed the new clothes Mommy sewed for me. Her hands were pricked, and I wanted to comfort her, but I still couldn't say anything. Mommy must think I'm a terrible daughter. That's why she and Daddy sent me to Tai Gate, to keep me from them. Like a floodgate opened, her sobs were unstoppable. She was young, but talkative, pouring out her heart sorrows in a rambling monologue. Chu Qing listened attentively, offering gentle comfort. After a while, seemingly content, she leaned against Chu Qing and fell into a deep sleep. The world around her instantly plunged into darkness as her eyes closed. But quickly, in a flash, the darkness vanished. In that instant, Chu Qing felt as if he had experienced countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. From verdant mountains to withered yellow, then to snow-covered landscapes, and then back to life. The cycle repeated itself in a single moment. At that instant, Chu Qing felt dizzy, his spirit utterly drained. When the season settled and everything calmed down, Chu Qing saw Wenru again. But this time, Wenru was no longer a 6 or 7-year-old child. She was probably 13 or 14. Her brows were furrowed, as if troubled by something. Chu Qing coughed softly, drawing her attention. She turned to look at Chu Qing, a smile immediately spreading across her still childish face. Big brother, you're finally awake. You know me? Chu Qing was taken aback. Wenru glanced at him strangely. We've known each other for years. Every time I have something on my mind, I come to you. How could you forget? We've known each other for years. Chu Qing chuckled, suddenly realizing. The so-called spirit soothing was simply helping Wenru relieve her inner turmoil. Those grievances that she couldn't confide in anyone, those pains that she could only bottle up inside, finally found a suitable outlet under Chu Qing's earth-shattering intervention. This seemingly ordinary act was, in fact, a form of spirit soothing. Thinking this, he nodded gently. I see. Maybe I was still half asleep. Come on, tell me, why are you so down? Chapter 435. Relieving inner turmoil and dispelling pent-up emotions. What Chu Qing needed to do sounded simple, but it wasn't actually that easy. Wenru possessed a heart as fierce as a tiger, outwardly as icy, never revealing her emotions. For a normal person, the process of growing up involves various emotions and problems, some of which are resolved in daily life, while others become nourishment for growth, ultimately shaping their current personality. But Wenru was different. Accumulated emotions solidified within her, making many problems that wouldn't be issues for ordinary people into enormous problems for her. When facing relatively normal problems, Chu Qing could handle them with ease. Whether it was worries about the future, fear of the heavenly fragrance body, or difficulties in martial arts, Chu Qing could help her find solutions from various angles. But as time went on, Wenru gradually matured into a young woman, both psychologically and physically, and after meeting Wu Qianhuan, she learned some knowledge that was quite taboo for her. The confusion and bewilderment within her were like a colossal barrier. And these were precisely the kinds of problems that Chu Qing, as a man, found difficult to discuss or research with her without any reservations. He couldn't even bear to listen, let alone offer advice or suggestions. But there was no other way. He was currently in Wenru's inner world, and these layers of barriers obscuring her core spirit were the obstacles he needed to overcome. Only by thoroughly examining her from the inside out could he awaken her. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and discuss things with Wenru. During the process, he heard many things he shouldn't have heard and saw many things he shouldn't have seen. Chu Qing gritted his teeth, not only having to act normally, but also remaining confident. Otherwise, Wenru, existing in his mental world, would also begin to doubt him. Once his mind wavered, everything would be for naught. This was a lesson he learned after several failures. Finally, The world before him plunged into darkness, and Winru, now identical to the present, gradually disappeared from Chu Qing's sight. But this time, the darkness didn't end with the return of light. A winding path seemed to appear beneath his feet, and Chu Qing subconsciously followed it slowly. Winru's voice occasionally reached his ears. It hurts so much. It's so painful. Will I die? I'm so scared. Who can save me? Who can hear me? These voices ranged from childish to mature, from anxious to indifferent. Sounds possess power, especially in the depths of one's inner world. These sounds were like fierce winds, shaking Chu Qing's spirit. The further he went, the more dangerous these sounds became. Scrap barbs began to appear on the ground, trying to wound anyone who dared to move forward. In the blink of an eye, Chu Qing found himself covered in blood. But in the next instant, his injuries were completely healed. Step by step, he easily crushed the barbs under his feet, only for them to grow back wildly. This was the true source of Winru's pain, the pain she had endured since childhood, pain she had never spoken of to anyone. She never showed her emotions outwardly, not because she lacked them, but because she couldn't express them. The unexpressed pain, exhaustion, fear, and worry all transformed into thorns, taking root deep within her heart. As Chu Qing moved forward, constantly dismantling these thorns, he finally saw Winru. A Winru riddled with holes, pierced by countless thorns, long since scarred, yet her face remained utterly expressionless. Looking at her, Chu Qing could sense a profound sorrow emanating from her. And her eyes, which once held Chu Qing's gaze, were no longer clear. Chu Qing could no longer easily see into her eyes, he could only see the despair within them. Don't be afraid, Chu Qing said softly, third brother is here. His voice seemed to awaken the despair in her eyes, a powerful ripple appearing within them. Without hesitation, Chu Qing stepped forward, unleashing the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique. The thorns piercing Winru crumbled under his attack. With a sweep of his hand, violent explosions resounded from all directions. The thorns that pierced the ground, embedded themselves in Winru's body, and spread throughout every corner of the world were all reduced to nothingness by this single strike. Winru's body slumped to the ground, but Chu Qing caught her in his arms. She looked at Chu Qing, her eyes filled with an unprecedented complexity. It's all right, Chu Qing comforted her softly. Winru then reached out and traced her finger down Chu Qing's brow. Chu Qing was startled, then heard Winru whisper, "What should I do?" Just as he was wondering what was happening, the world around him suddenly spun around him. Everything before him began to shatter, gradually disappearing without a trace. Chu Qing dazedly opened his eyes, and found himself still in the quiet room. Winru was lying there, and as Chu Qing looked over, Winru also opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Chu Qing saw countless emotions in Winru's eyes. Dependence, admiration, longing, and an indescribable bittersweetness. Chu Qing's heart trembled. But in the next instant, these emotions vanished without a trace. Her gaze remained clear, allowing one to see right through her. Anyone facing such clear eyes would find it hard to harbor any impure thoughts. Chu Qing wondered if he had perhaps misjudged for a moment. Third brother. Winru struggled to sit up. I hear so many sounds in my ears. Chu Qing nodded. Wan Bailu is in trouble. Someone has collected the Weeping God Iron, and used the fragments to set up the Weeping Soul Chaos Array, intending to attack Wan Bailu. What you're hearing now is the murmur of their activating the Weeping God Iron. I teach you the incantation. See if it helps you calm your mind. He then transmitted the incantation. Winru listened, sat cross-legged, and followed the instructions. Her complexion quickly improved. Chu Qing felt somewhat relieved. He said softly, "You two wait here. I'm going out for a bit." Although Wu Qianhuan and Winru were diligently practicing the incantation Chu Qing had taught them, they weren't completely oblivious to their surroundings. They could not only hear Chu Qing's words, but also respond with nods. Seeing this, Chu Qing finally left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. This quiet room was on the second floor. Descending the stairs, he saw a large area on the first floor already cleared, divided into 3 sections. Each section had 5 experts casting the 5 paths protective heart array to protect those within. Several other experts, unaffected by the Weeping Soul Chaos Array, stood by with their arms crossed, watching the scene with furrowed brows. Among these people was Huang Fuishio. Not far from him were a monk, a Taoist priest, a nun, and a layperson. The monk was the holy monk Jiasha of the Great Sumer Zen Temple, the Taoist priest was Yaij Daoran, one of the 3 immortals of the Southern Ridge, and the nun was a senior nun, whose face Chu Qing recognized but guessed was the one from the Bodhi Nunnery, an elder of Yanqin and Yan'an's lineage. As for the layperson, it was the large, fat Taoist priest. Since the first formation possesses a 5-element heart-protecting array, it naturally has a way to remain unaffected by the Weeping Soul Chaos array. Of course, the Wanbao Pavilion is teeming with talent and experts. There are others who are unaffected by the Weeping Soul Chaos array. But they are not here. For example, the old man in Yuanji Pavilion, this man is unfathomable, and Chu Qing estimates that he should also be unaffected by this array. As for Miss Jiang, sitting among these three groups, her brows are furrowed, and she looks quite distressed. Hearing Chu Qing's footsteps, everyone subconsciously looks up. Wang Fuixia is the first to speak. Brother, how is she? She's awake. Chu Qing nodded slightly. I have to thank the divine physician for guiding me. It's good that you're awake. Wang Fuixia nodded. The others' gazes also fell on Chu Qing. The nun asked, Young benefactor, your cultivation is so profound for your age. May I ask your name? Chu Qing was pondering how to answer when Wang Fuixia introduced him. Nun, you may not know, but my elder brother has recently stirred up a storm in the martial world. Not only is he the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Lingbei, but in the battle at Xianyun Mountain, he killed the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier Master on the spot, and led his fellow martial artists in Lingbei to wipe out the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier Master's evil cult. Upon hearing this, several people involuntarily turned to look at Chu Qing. Some were filled with respect, some were utterly shocked, and some were slightly scrutinizing, yet none dared to underestimate him. The old nun, however, paused for a moment. May I ask how you are addressed, young benefactor? My elder brother is known in the martial world as the third young master. Wang Fuixia said openly and generously. Chu Qing's face darkened. You're a bit secretive. It really is you. The nun chuckled. I didn't expect to see you here at Wanbeilu. The holy monk Jiasha spoke calmly. Does the nun know this benefactor? Didn't I say earlier? My two disciples from the Bodhi nunnery were tricked by a young man. Instead of traveling the world to slay demons and monsters, they ran off to the southern ridge to become mountain kings. This is why I came down the mountain this time. And that boy who tricked them is this very third young master. The nun looked at Chu Qing. Young benefactor, am I right? No. Chu Qing shook his head. The nun was taken aback. Could it be that I misunderstood? Not at all. Chu Qing shook his head again. The main thing is, I didn't deceive them. Nianqin and Nianen told me that they were kidnapped by bandits when they were young, and were later taken back to the mountain by the people of Bodhi nunnery for upbringing. They witnessed the power of the bandits, and having learned a great deal of skill themselves, they wanted to unify the entire bandit world. Later, they fought me and were defeated. That's why they willingly acknowledged me as their elder brother. To be honest, this is a difficult matter for me. After all, I have some influence in the martial arts world, and I'm inexplicably being treated as their elder brother by two young ladies, who even want to use me to unify the bandit world and then seize power. I don't know where to begin with this, but it wouldn't be right to refuse. In the end, I could only accept, but they are, after all, young women of 18 or 19, and I am still unmarried, so it's inconvenient to travel with them. That's why they were placed in the Blazing Fire Hall. To help them fulfill their wishes, he even specifically instructed the North Hall Master of the Blazing Fire Hall to cooperate fully. But who knows, all along this journey, how could he possibly be considered a fraud? Wang Fuixiao, after hearing the nun's explanation, had initially thought Chu Qing had indeed deceived the young ladies. Now, after hearing this, he suddenly realized and quickly said, yes, my elder brother didn't deceive them at all. He clearly treated them extremely well. The old nun thought for a moment and nodded earnestly. That makes sense. I was prejudiced. Please forgive me, young benefactor. Having said that, she clasped her hands together in a gesture of apology. This is actually quite difficult. A senior apologizing to a junior is usually just a matter of a few words. But in reality, many people were too embarrassed to admit it, feeling it was shameful. The old nun's approach was indeed discerning, and Chu Qing naturally didn't accept the bow, simply smiling and saying, Old nun, you flatter me. Nianqin and Nianen also come from the Bodhi nunnery. You are their elder, and I have a fairly good relationship with them, so I'm not exactly an outsider. This meeting can be considered fate. Amitabha. The old nun nodded and said, it is indeed fate. However, young benefactor, the martial arts they practice are the nemesis of all evil martial arts in the world. Staying in the Blazing Fire Hall indefinitely is not a long-term solution. It would be a waste of their talents. I urge you, young benefactor, to get them back on track as soon as possible. Besides, since they acknowledged you as their elder brother, they naturally listened to you. Why not use the pretext of unifying the martial arts world to get them to help you deal with the heavenly evil cult? This would surely save you a lot of trouble, young benefactor. Chu Qing blinked, but... Abbess, don't monks not lie? You? Aren't you asking me to deceive them? The abbess nodded. Monks don't lie, but you, young benefactor, are not monks. What I said to you, young benefactor, is not a lie, it comes from the heart, every word sincere. You, young benefactor, are not monks, so even if you deceive them later, it wouldn't be considered a breach of vows. I never said such things to them, so it's not a lie. Good heavens. Are you exploiting a bug? Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated, glancing at Jiasha to see how the reincarnated living Buddha of the great Sumera Zen monastery would perceive this bug-exploiting behavior. Jiasha thought for a moment, then exclaimed in admiration, the nun truly possesses great wisdom. Chu Qing grinned. Good, good, these two are birds of a feather, neither of them is any good. They can even twist deception into great wisdom. I wonder how many monks with such great wisdom there are in the great Sumera Zen monastery. Chapter 436. While the monk and nun were flattering each other, the fat man from the first path had already approached Chu Qing. He clasped his hands in a fist salute. Greetings, young master. I am Bai Sheng of the first path. Chu Qing glanced at him. It's an honor to have heard of you. Bai Sheng waved his hand. What honor? My first path has hardly any reputation in the 4 regions, and 1 state of the world. Even in the central state, very few people know us. Young master is the leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance. I'm afraid you don't have much of a background to have heard of my name. Chu Qing pointed at Huang Fuixiao. I just happened to hear it from him. Bai Sheng paused, then slapped his forehead. I forgot about him. So, young master, you really know me? Not only do you know me, but you also know what you wanted to ask me. I can answer you directly. Yes. Bai Sheng was stunned for a moment, but after understanding Chu Qing's words, his eyes immediately lit up. Really? Really? Chu Qing nodded. However, he himself doesn't seem to have such a wish. That's not important. The current him isn't the real him. His wishes mean nothing. Bai Sheng immediately said, Third young master, please come with me and save my first Dao. It wasn't surprising that he knew Chu Qing had such abilities. After all, too many people had witnessed Chu Qing's bet with the masked man. If the old man could discover that Chu Qing possessed the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique, then naturally others could as well. Bai Sheng had chatted with them, and inevitably heard about this. Given that there was no prior conflict between Chu Qing and him, his sudden appearance to seek out Chu Qing clearly indicates that he has something to ask of her. What more could he ask for? There was no need to think about it. Now that he had received a positive answer, he truly couldn't care less about anything else. Chu Qing waved her hand. That won't do. In your eyes, the him now is a facade, not the real him. That's because you decided that the him from back then is the real him. But for me, the him I first met is the him now. He has things he likes, things he dislikes, his own emotions, even his own family and responsibilities. What makes you think he's not the real him? Unless you can persuade him to agree, I won't interfere. This? Bai Sheng was immediately distressed. He's living a good life now with a wife and kids. How can I persuade him? Actually, it's not difficult. Chu Qing glanced at him, hesitating to speak. Bai Sheng was taken aback. Please enlighten me, young master. The night you visited, I happened to be staying at his house, Chu Qing said. So, I watched you take him away, and after waking him up, he fled in a sorry state. Upon hearing this, Bai Sheng was startled. The 4 of them thought they had done a discreet job, but they hadn't expected that Chu Qing had been following them the whole time, without them even noticing. As seasoned martial arts masters, they naturally knew how high Chu Qing's skill was to be able to do this. But Chu Qing's story didn't end there. What you don't know is that after he left, he didn't go straight home. He was suddenly assassinated halfway there. The assailant's movements were unpredictable. I only noticed his presence the moment he revealed himself. Fortunately, I was there the whole time, which prevented him from dying at the hands of this villain. Bai Sheng was taken aback, his brows furrowing suddenly. He's lived here for so many years, always safe and sound. We just took him away, and suddenly he was assassinated. Could it be? Your guess is probably right. Chu Qing nodded. That person didn't actually know where he was, nor was he lurking nearby. He was following you all along. If his target was that person, then going back a bit, can we confirm something? Back then, he wasn't lost. He was murdered? Bai Sheng suddenly looked up, glancing left and right, then clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, Please, young master, have a word with me. Chu Qing nodded, and the two went to a secluded corner. Jiasha and the others, knowing the gravity of the situation, didn't follow. Seeing that no one was around, Bai Sheng finally spoke. Young master, you saved our Dao master's life. The entire First Dao is deeply grateful. We investigated the events of the past, but found nothing. No matter how we investigate, all we know is that the Dao Lord left on his own, even erasing his own traces. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Now it seems that what we investigated is true. He was indeed the first Dao Lord to leave on his own, and his journey was secretive, not to be known to outsiders, so he erased his tracks. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred during the process, which is why he ended up here. Chu Qing said with a smile. Have you ever thought about why he ended up in the southern region after leaving the central continent? Bai Sheng shook his head with a wry smile. If it weren't for your reminder, young master, I wouldn't even understand what happened just now, let alone think of this. Young master, you are no ordinary man. Your martial arts and wisdom are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Please enlighten us, young master. What should we do to find the Dao master? I told you, it's not difficult, Chu Qing said. I gave him 2 days to consider whether to reclaim his former identity. But he didn't come to me. Clearly he's having trouble making a decision. This shows how crucial his current life is to him. However, if there truly is more to what happened back then there won't be just one person wanting to kill him. Your whereabouts are not a secret. News of the assassin's death at the river bend will surely spread. Given time, others will come to assassinate him. This will shatter any remaining illusions he may have. The more important his current life is to him, the less he dares to bear the consequences of losing it. The only way to prevent all of this from being destroyed is to regain his original memories. He has no other choice. Bai Sheng suddenly realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly. Exactly. When the time comes, young master, everything will be easily resolved. Actually, this matter isn't difficult to solve. The real difficulty lies in the fact that those who plotted against him back then have never given up even after more than 10 years. Chu Qing said, moreover, these people have extraordinary resources. They could assassinate the Dao Lord back then, and now the assassins they send out are so powerful that even the 4 of you can't easily detect them. Have you ever considered how the Dao Lord will face this formidable enemy he's never met before once he regains his memories? Bai Sheng, who had been excited because of his plan. Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, Bai Sheng immediately calmed down. He frowned. Although our first Dao has less experience in the martial world, anyone who wants to cause us trouble will have to think twice. The hatred for the Dao Lord is irreconcilable, their foundation is deep, and our first Dao is no pushover either. At worst, we turn their world upside down. Chu Qing smiled upon hearing this. Since you have such determination, that's good. If there's anything you can't resolve, you can come to me. Perhaps I can help. Come to. Bai Sheng was taken aback. Young master, is there another arrangement after the one Bailu gathering? Chu Qing nodded. That's right. I have other important matters to attend to, and I need to go to Tianfu Temple. Bai Sheng blinked. Where is that? Chu Qing shook his head and smiled. That has nothing to do with you. I reckon even if our opponents still want to assassinate your Dao Lord, it won't be a matter of just a day or 2. In early June, I will be attending the martial arts tournament at the Tianyi sect in Nanling. After that, my whereabouts shouldn't be a secret anymore. You can come looking for me anytime. Bai Sheng hesitated slightly. He worried that delaying for too long might lead to unforeseen circumstances. After thinking for a moment, he said, Young master, do you think that if we disguise ourselves as assassins, we can force the Dao master to make a decision? This method was actually excellent. Bai Sheng's hesitation when he said this showed that his temperament was much better than those 2 who were supposedly free from worldly desires. However, after glancing at Bai Sheng, Chu Qing still said, if we're going to use such a method, you have to think about it carefully. Fooling him now is a piece of cake. But after he regains his memories, will he be so easily fooled? That's hard to say. You're acting so arrogantly now, you probably get what's coming to you later. That's all right. Bai Sheng immediately said, at worst, let the Dao Lord give me a good beating. My main concern is that, as you said, our enemy has a powerful background and deep resources. We're not afraid, but the Dao Lord hasn't regained his memories yet. If he gets involved in anything, that would be terrible. My method isn't exactly gentlemanly, but it's simply bringing forward what was bound to happen and minimizing the danger. If the Dao Lord blames me for this, I won't complain. Chu Qing nodded, then asked, speaking of which, does your first Dao prohibit marriage? Of course not. We're not monks or Taoists. Even if we were, there are still the fire-dwelling Taoists, aren't there? Bai Sheng said with a smile. We in the first Dao allow marriage freely. If you're interested, young master, you can join us. This sounded absurd. I kindly offered you advice, and you're plotting to make me a disciple? Your intentions are despicable. He shook his head. Anyway, think it through carefully, and be able to bear the consequences. But there's one thing I agree with. Even if you do this, you're only bringing forward what's bound to happen. In that case, I humbly request that you stay in Ziahewen for a few more days, until the matter of the Dao Master is resolved. Bai Sheng looked at Chu Qing, his expression sincere. Chu Qing hesitated this time. His reasons for telling Bai Sheng this were twofold. First, he wanted to establish a good relationship with the First Path sect. In the martial world, having more friends meant more opportunities. The First Path, as a hidden sect in Zhongzhou, held an extraordinary position, and building a good relationship with them would naturally be beneficial. Secondly, Chu Qing hadn't told Bai Sheng that he suspected the culprit behind the Dao Lord's assassination was Martial Emperor Li Juechen. Judging from these clues, Martial Emperor Li Juechen could potentially become a target. The longer the time dragged on, the more confident he would be in dealing with this person. When they couldn't handle it themselves and came to him for help, he could then propose a deal. This was a way of laying the groundwork for future transactions. But now that the Dao Lord's memories had been prematurely unsealed, would this deal be affected? However, after thinking it over, he nodded in agreement. Not only Bai Sheng, but Chu Qing was also very interested in the matter of the Dao Lord's inexplicable disappearance over a decade ago. For over a decade, the First Path has never given up, nor has Martial Emperor Li Juechen. There must be some crucial, unknown elements involved. These things can be revealed to Chu Qing when the Dao Master's memories are awakened. This will allow Chu Qing to gain a deeper understanding of Li Juechen. Seeing Chu Qing agree, Bai Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young master. If you ever need anything from the First Path, please don't hesitate to give the order. The entire First Path will be eternally grateful. You flatter me. Chu Qing gently shook his head. After finishing their conversation, the two of them walked out from the corner. Looking up, they saw the group rotating the experts of the Five Paths Protective Heart Array, and Miss Jiang stood up from the crowd. As their eyes met, before Chu Qing could speak, Miss Jiang said, Alliance Leader, I have something to say to you. Chu Qing nodded. All right, what does Miss Jiang intend to say to me? Huang Fuishi narrowed his eyes at Miss Jiang, seemingly waiting for an answer. Miss Jiang didn't speak directly. She said to Chu Qing, Please come upstairs with me, Alliance Leader. We can discuss this in detail on the third floor. Can I come along? Huang Fuishi asked. No. Miss Jiang replied without hesitation. Why? Huang Fuishi pressed. Because what I need to discuss with the Alliance Leader concerns only ourselves and has nothing to do with others. Therefore, young Master Huang Fu, please wait here. Miss Jiang's face remained cold, her words devoid of any warmth. Huang Fuishi sneered. How strange. You Shrew and my elder brother have only just met today. What could you possibly have to say? The people around them exchanged glances, all feeling somewhat puzzled. Was Huang Fuishi jealous? They all looked at him with mocking eyes. Chu Qing was speechless. It was one thing for the others to egg him on, but why did these monks, Taoists, and nuns all seem so worldly wise? However, he didn't care, let them think what they wanted. His only curiosity was what excuse Miss Jiang would use to fob off Huang Fuishi. Just then, he saw Miss Jiang look at Huang Fuishi with a cold expression. What I want to discuss with the Alliance Leader is redemption. Huang Fuishi was taken aback. What? You forgot? I was defeated by that masked man and lost to the Alliance Leader. Now, I'm the Alliance Leader's person, so naturally I need to discuss with him how I should redeem myself. Miss Jiang said calmly, Could it be that after the crisis is resolved, I really want the Alliance Leader to take me away? Chapter 437. Third floor of Wanbeilu. The room was elegantly furnished. One more piece of furniture would be cumbersome, yet one less would feel incomplete. Now, it was perfectly balanced, neither too much nor too little, a touch breathtakingly beautiful. A small table, 2 cushions. Miss Jiang poured Chu Qing a cup of tea with a detached expression, then quietly sat opposite him. Chu Qing picked up the teacup, brought it to his nose, and smelled it. It was very fragrant. But the next moment, he put the teacup down and looked at Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang invited me here, clearly not for tea, nor to redeem myself. If you have something to say, please speak frankly. Miss Jiang shook her head. I invited the Alliance Leader here for both tea and to redeem myself. I have said before, the rules of Wanbeilu are ironclad. Once established, they must be followed. Whether it's the Lord of the Pavilion, or anyone else in this building. Regardless of the methods used to instigate that bet, I truly lost. And regardless of what methods the Alliance leader used, you truly won. And you won me from their hands. Therefore, I must pay the corresponding price to redeem my freedom. So, please name your price, Alliance leader. But I have no other desires now. Chu Qing said, I really can't think of anything to ask for. What should I do? Miss Jiang sighed, then I have no choice but to stay by the Alliance leader's side, serving tea and water, massaging his feet and back. To have the dignified lord of Wanbao Pavilion massage my feet and back, I fear it would shorten my lifespan. Chu Qing waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the room, landing on Miss Jiang's hand. What is the origin of that jade pendant? The pure heart jade. Miss Jiang glanced at the jade pendant in her hand, now bearing a slight crack, and said softly, in the Western Sea, there is a wondrous overseas spectacle called the Heavenly Waterfall Sea. The scenery here is bizarre and treacherous. Ships that approach too closely will be shattered by the storms. But if one can successfully overcome the outer blockade and venture deeper, one will arrive at an island that possesses all 4 seasons in one. We name it the 4 Seasons Island. The pure heart jade originates from the glacial cold jade veins of the 4 Seasons Island. It is cold but not solidified, capable of calming the mind and spirit. Using it for cultivation can greatly reduce the possibility of demonic possession. Is this what the Alliance leader wants? To be honest, given my status, this item is unworthy of me. Wanbao is known for its fair prices. Mrs. Words always make me suspect that you don't actually intend to redeem yourself. Chu Qing asked, why is this item cracked? This is due to the leakage of my internal energy. Miss Jiang replied indifferently. Because I cannot tell you the reason, I have almost no resistance to methods that bewitch the mind. Just now, relying on the Qingxi Lingyu, I tried to force my way through the formation, but I still underestimated the power of the Weeping God Iron. After being repelled, I was dizzy and couldn't control my internal energy, which is why I accidentally broke it. However, although this item is rare, it's nothing special to my Wanbao Pavilion. If the Alliance leader wants it, I give you a few pieces. Then 3 pieces will do, as ransom. Chu Qing said, if Miss Jiang feels it's not enough, then consider it a favor you owe me. If you ever have the chance to visit the 5 Emperors city of Zhongzhou and the Wanbao money shop in the future, please don't pretend you don't know me. A faint smile played on Jiang's lips. She remained silent, instead fetching the writing implements. After grinding the ink, she dipped it in and wrote. It was a promissory note, a debt of gratitude. It stated that no matter when or where Chu Qing came to her with this note, she would unconditionally do him one thing. The note was signed. Jiangli. She then affixed the seal of Wanbao. After drying the ink, she handed it to Chu Qing. Please keep this safe, Alliance leader. Chu Qing nodded, folded the paper neatly, and tucked it into his waistband. The matter between us has been fairly settled so far, Miss Jiang said. Now, I need your help, Alliance leader. Please speak frankly, miss. Human strength has its limits, and the 5-heart protecting array is not a long-term solution, Miss Jiang said slowly. What I said before was merely a delaying tactic. It's not delaying the enemy outside, but rather the morale of those within the building. The people who came to the Wanbao Tower gathering came from all corners of the country, and today they have all met with misfortune here. The other side has clearly come prepared. Such a large-scale operation cannot be solely for Jiangli. It's not just that Wanbao Tower has been targeted, the guests from all directions within Wanbao Tower cannot be overlooked either. The Weeping Soul Chaos Array is extraordinary. While the 5-heart protecting array can protect for a time, it cannot protect forever. If those people outside really drag this out for 10 days, or half a month, the situation will inevitably deteriorate to its worst. But I couldn't say that before. I needed to give them confidence. Otherwise, with so many martial arts masters in dire straits, and having lost their composure gathered together, who knows what crazy things they might do. Jiang Li's expression was cool and composed, her tone devoid of much emotion as she spoke of the matter. It seemed she had already grasped the situation, and was simply stating facts objectively. She paused, then looked at Chu Qing. Currently, there are 3 types of people within the Wanbao Pavilion. One type is those who truly have no resistance to the Weeping Soul Chaos Array. They are now in an extremely dangerous situation, only able to maintain their clarity temporarily through the 5-heart protection array. But if the 5 masters protecting them encounter problems, these people will be immediately bewitched by the Weeping Soul Iron, either going mad or suffering a chi deviation. The situation will spiral out of control. The second type is like the Alliance leader. Your martial arts are unparalleled, unaffected by the Weeping Soul Iron. Some remain here to observe the situation, while others probably find the situation amusing. I even saw a master pretending to be one of the first type, playing around with the world. Chu Qing chuckled. Then what kind of person is the third type of person Miss Jiang mentioned? Someone like me, Jiangli said. Someone who hopes everything will return to normal, but is powerless to change the current situation, and can only place their hopes on others. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. So, I would like to ask the Alliance leader, along with several other experts, to step in and break the Weeping Soul Chaos Formation. Jiangli said softly. The Weeping Soul Chaos Formation uses Weeping God Iron as its core, is activated by the internal energy of experts, and is further enhanced by the formation's power. Breaking this formation is not difficult. The difficulty lies in whether one can withstand the power of the Weeping God Iron. But this is no problem for you masters. In other words, the best way to break this deadlock is for you all to stop standing by. Chu Qing nodded. That makes sense, but saying it only to me seems pointless. Therefore, I will discuss this with you all in detail. Moreover, I will never ask you to act without any benefit. Jiangli clapped his hands lightly, and someone immediately entered. Chu Qing glanced back. It was an old acquaintance Hai. She carried a tray with several books on it. This is the reward I prepared for the Alliance leader. Jiangli pointed to the tray in Hai's hands. Hai placed the items on the table. Chu Qing glanced at them. They were all martial arts manuals about the 7 emotions and 6 desires that he had previously inquired about. There were 5 books in total. Looking at the manuals, Chu Qing knew that if the old man hadn't pointed out the key, she would have agreed without hesitation. But now that Chu Qing understood the biggest problem with the heavenly fragrance body, she knew, even if there were many martial arts techniques related to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and even if Chu Qing created a technique that could evoke gentle emotions, it would be useless to her. Because she wasn't inherently emotionless. It was just that the heavenly fragrance body isolated her from her inner self. Without internal and external communication, emotions were difficult to express. It was like a tiger within frozen ice, a disharmony between inner and outer, an imbalance of yin and yang. Therefore, these manuals not only wouldn't help Winter break the deadlock, but would instead make her already rich inner world even more turbulent. These unvetted emotions, accumulating, made these martial arts skills, the more they were practiced, like oil being poured on a raging fire, ultimately hastening Winter's death. However, after a slight hesitation, Chu Qing smiled and nodded. All right, you convince me. But whether the others are willing to help depends on Miss Jiang's abilities. Of course. Jiangli nodded. It's good that the Alliance leader agrees, at least it's the first step to success. Chu Qing stood up. In that case, I take my leave. Alliance leader, please. Jiangli also stood up to see him off, and then instructed Hai to invite the others up one by one. Hai then escorted Chu Qing to the door, packed up the manual, and gave it to Chu Qing to put away. The two walked side by side until they reached the changing room on the 2nd floor from the 3rd floor, when Chu Qing suddenly spoke. Miss Jiang told me that due to some special reasons, she is completely powerless against methods that bewitch the mind. Is this true or false? Hai was taken aback, then said, This servant dares not presume to comment on the affairs of the pavilion master. Chu Qing said calmly, Given the connections of Wanbao Pavilion, this information can be purchased. Wanbao Pavilion sells everything, except this information. Hai lowered her head in silence. Chu Qing was not offended, but said, thoughtfully, everything in the world, once it reaches Wanbao Pavilion, will have a price. And a seemingly insignificant piece of information can actually make Wanbao Pavilion break its own rules? Or rather, this isn't breaking the rules, but rather, there are ironclad rules above the rules? Ironclad rules that can supersede Wanbao Pavilion's rules must involve the very foundation of Wanbao Pavilion? Hai's face grew paler and paler, and finally, biting her lower lip, she said, Please, Alliance leader, don't pry any further. Chu Qing gave her a deep look. All right. He indeed said nothing more, and after going downstairs with Hai, he stood quietly to the side. Seeing him come down, Wang Fuixi quickly approached and asked what Jiangli had said. Chu Qing didn't answer, but simply crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Fuixi asked for a long time without a response, so he gave up trying to provoke him. Then, Hai invited Jiaxi upstairs. Chu Qing glanced at him thoughtfully. The holy monk Jia, she had come for the Vairocana Jade Buddha. This item was now in the Wanbao Pavilion. It shouldn't be difficult to persuade this monk. In fact, given Jiang Li's status, persuading any expert in the Wanbao Pavilion wouldn't be difficult. Anyone who comes to the Wanbao Pavilion must have something to ask for. If they have something to ask for, catering to their desires will always yield an opportunity. And indeed, Jiasha quickly came down. He glanced at Chu Qing. Little benefactor, have you agreed? Yes. Chu Qing nodded. In that case, we lend you our assistance later. Jiasha clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, then stood silently to the side. Wang Fuixia scratched his head. What are you all talking about? Chu Qing smiled. You find out soon enough. Yihai then came to Chu Qing's side, presenting a small box. Chu Qing took it, opened it, and saw 3 pieces of Qingqing cold jade inside. He took one out and held it in his hand. A chill flowed from the jade pendant into his heart, clearing his mind. The sound of the weeping soul chaos array seemed to have diminished considerably. He nodded, returned the jade pendant, and tucked the box into his pocket. Thank Miss Jiang for me. Yihai shook her head. The master said there's no need for thanks. Then she went to invite Bai Sheng upstairs. Bai Sheng came down even faster and immediately found Chu Qing. Young master, the master of Wanbao Tower asked us to help. I wasn't interested in her conditions at first. But hearing that you would also be helping, I agreed. Chu Qing nodded without speaking. Yihai went back and forth, inviting these experts upstairs. After they came down, the group huddled together and whispered amongst themselves. Soon, after the last nun from Bodhi Nunnery came down, no one else went upstairs. Chu Qing looked at the bewildered Huang Fuixiao. She didn't let you go upstairs? So what if she didn't want to? What's the big deal? Huang Fuixiao snorted. One day, I show that old hag how powerful I am. Is that so? I just wonder, just how powerful is young Master Huangfu? Jiang Li's voice came from the stairwell. Huang Fuixiao turned to look at her, unfazed. What kind of trick are you playing? Jiang Li remained silent, simply taking a scroll from her robes and tossing it to Huang Fuixiao. Huang Fuixiao opened it and glanced at it, lost in thought. You want us to help? No, you must have offered them benefits for inviting them up. Why not me? Then what kind of benefits do you think I should offer you to get your help? Huang Fuixiao sighed. Never mind, we talk about it later. What young master Huangfu holds is the array diagram. Jiang Li looked at the group and said softly, Then I leave this matter to you all. We look forward to your triumphant return. Chapter 438. This time, besides Huang Fuixiao, the holy monk Jiasha, the nun from Bodhi Nunnery, and the first Taoist Bai Sheng, 2 more people accompanied Chu Qing. One was Bai Jiantianwen. This old man was indeed feigning ignorance. Jiang Li, with his keen insight, had identified him and entrusted him with an important task. Besides this old man, there was also a woman. Judging from her appearance, she wore a human skin mask, and her lineage and background were completely unknown. However, being chosen by Jiang Li, she must have an extraordinary background. The group did not immediately leave Wanbeilu, but stood at the entrance, studying the array diagram for a long time. Having determined how to proceed once inside, they finally opened the doors of Wanbeilu. The moment they stepped out of Wanbeilu, the clamor of the weeping soul chaos array roared in like a tidal wave. 1,000 sounds crawled up from his ears, like insects that could penetrate any crevice, burrowing into his mind through his ear canals and eyes. Humph. Huang Fuixiao snorted coldly, a flash of sword intent in his eyes, which quickly returned to calm. The holy monk Jiasha clasped his hands together, a golden light flowing around him, his face now as still as a deep well. Everyone present displayed their skills, and indeed, they could all cope with the sounds of the weeping soul chaos array. Seeing that those around them were all right, the group proceeded along the path marked on the array diagram. At this moment, Chu Qing heard Huang Fuixiao's voice. Brother, I've been watching for a while, and that shrew seems fine. Aren't you overthinking it? Chu Qing glanced at him, and shook his head slightly. Huang Fuixiao was confused. What does shaking your head mean? Brother, can't you use telepathy? Chu Qing nodded. It wasn't that he didn't know how, but he didn't intend to use the heavenly sound transmission technique carelessly. Huang Fuixiao then said, Then I teach you a method. It's actually very simple. Gather your sound into a line, use that line as a sword, and thrust it directly into the opponent's ear. Brother, remember the incantation. His lips moved, and after a moment, Chu Qing had mastered the entire incantation for secret sound transmission. Chu Qing was highly skilled in martial arts. He learned these kinds of simple techniques instantly. He had already grasped it completely and immediately put it into practice. Jiang Li's situation is still unknown, so I plan to make 2 preparations. What 2 preparations? Listen to me. Chu Qing explained the secret sound transmission method taught by Huang Fuixiao. Huang Fuixiao carefully memorized it, and after a moment, he looked at Chu Qing with a somewhat complicated expression. Then, as you say. However, if it's really as you say, You shouldn't easily take her life. Chu Qing's gaze towards him suddenly became strange. You don't mean? You're in love with her? No, not at all. Wang Fuixia shook his head. She is quite pitiful. Sigh, it's a long story, I tell you later. Chu Qing glanced at him, then fell silent, instead raising her eyes to survey her surroundings. The Wanbao Tower is the core of the Weeping Soul Chaos Array. All its power is concentrated there. However, this array isn't just made of Weeping Soul iron. Encased within it is a maze array, otherwise, the key would be easily found at a glance. Wouldn't it collapse at the first touch? The core principle is to first disrupt movement, then disrupt the soul. The array diagram Jiangli provided was mainly to help them find the key to the array's core. Once the array's core is broken, the Weeping Soul Chaos Array power will be greatly reduced. This is different from ordinary arrays. With ordinary arrays, once the core is broken, the array is broken. However, this Weeping Soul Chaos Array is based on Weeping God Iron. Even if the core is destroyed, it won't easily break unless all the Weeping God Iron is annihilated. But the 9 treasures of heaven and earth are extraordinary. Even if they can be shattered, it's difficult to completely obliterate them. However, even if it reaches that point, the greatly weakened Weeping Soul Chaos Array probably won't be able to trap the experts inside the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Myriad Treasures Pavilion, 3rd floor. Inside a private room, Jiangli sat cross-legged on a futon. Qing Lingyu was casually tossed aside. Picking up the teapot, she poured fresh tea into the empty cup opposite her. On the 1st floor, the experts, divided into 3 areas, were still using the 5 heart-protecting arrays to resist the Weeping Soul Chaos Array. As Chu Qing and the others left, they clearly felt the demonic sound, which they had initially been able to easily resist, begin to grow stronger. Finally, someone succumbed to the pressure, spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling out of the 5 heart protection array. He instinctively opened his eyes, and the next moment, he felt a chill run through his body. The masked man, who had long since left, was now standing to the side, watching them. A series of figures dressed in black, each wielding an object, unleashed their inner force, bombarding their ears with chaotic demonic sound. It shattered their reason. The man's shock lasted less than a breath before he let out a blood-curdling scream. The next moment, he struck out with both palms, but not at the masked man or the black-clad figures around him. Instead, it launched a chaotic attack on everyone around it. The entire 1st floor erupted into chaos in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flashed out, the maids from Wanbeilu. The masked man didn't move, but his pupil-less, pale eyes raised their heads. With just one glance, several maids in front of him died on the spot before they could even react. The masked man frowned slightly. I already told you, although you were born with pale eyes, you can't use the netherworld rebirth technique too often. The ways of common men are not enough. One should subdue the enemy without fighting. Santong agreed. Shall we leave? No. The masked man said calmly, we come all this way, and this opportunity is rare. We must finish this quickly. Hopefully, there won't be any problems this time. Santong murmured. The masked man said confidently, of course, everything is under control. Song Tong nodded and instructed the people behind him. Did you all hear that? The dean said it's dangerous here. If there's any disturbance, it's best to leave immediately. Yes. The group of black-clad men wielding the Weeping God Iron nodded in agreement. The veins on the masked man's forehead were almost bursting off his mask. He took a deep breath. When we get back, I will definitely report to the sect leader and have you, you blind fool, thrown into the 10,000 demon pool. I won't rest until I skin you alive. Song Tong nodded. Thank you for sparing my life, Dean. These two were chatting casually, completely disregarding the people before them. In fact, they truly didn't need to be taken seriously. They were currently busy killing each other. The 5-layer heart-protecting array couldn't withstand the Weeping Soul-disrupting array so close at hand. The array shattered instantly, shattering their reason. Seeing terror everywhere, they naturally rose up to kill. However, in their eyes, the strange, malevolent demons and evil spirits were actually fellow wandering swordsmen seeking refuge here. They died at each other's hands, never knowing why. A soft sigh sounded at that moment. The masked man looked up and saw the little old man from UNG Pavilion, hands behind his back, walking out. He was short, hunched over, and so thin, he looked like a gust of wind could blow him over. But the masked man's gaze was not dismissive. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice. You shouldn't have come out. Yes, I shouldn't have. The old man nodded. Years ago, I sold myself to Wanbeilu, and since then I lived in UNG Pavilion, detached from worldly affairs. Alas, my body is now in its twilight years, yet my heart remains young. I cannot bear to see the demonic cultivators of the heavenly evil sect stirring up trouble here. So I wanted to test whether these old bones could still hold their own. Young man, what is your position within the heavenly evil cult? How should I address you? Under the cult leader, head of the 3 academies of Wenqin Pavilion. The masked man spoke calmly, Lu Qingwan. The old man frowned. What kind of place is Wenqin Pavilion? And what are the 3 academies for? You can think of it as the accountant. Lu Qingwan said calmly, within the cult, I am in charge of financial matters. In that case, our positions are about the same. The old man nodded and said, I guard the various items stored here in the UNG Pavilion of Wanbao Tower. You manage the money, I manage the goods, aren't we about the same? Lu Qingwan laughed. The 9-appearance divine dragon of yesteryear, how spirited and arrogant he was at his peak. A single fall from grace, and he's ended up like this, truly tragic. The old man paused, scratching his head, 9-appearance divine dragon. I haven't heard that name in a long time. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned, took a step forward, and the entire Wanbao trembled violently. A fierce wind swept through the confined space, causing chaos and upheaval. The black-clad men wielding the weeping god iron all took a step back, blood trickling from their mouths. And those martial artists, who had been fighting amongst themselves, for once, regained some clarity. All this noise is making this old man's ears ring. Quiet down for a moment. The old man's voice was like a sudden awakening, and everyone regained their senses. They looked around, and their expressions changed drastically. Immediately, they moved aside, sat cross-legged, and focused their minds. The man in black opposite them, however, ignored the old man's words. He raised the weeping god iron again, channeling his inner force. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. When you get old, your words lose their weight. How dare a mere junior be so insolent before me? With that, he turned, and a dragon's roar resounded. But at the same time, the old man vanished without a trace. 9 manifestations divine dragon. Nowadays, very few people in the martial world know this name. However, 50 years ago, his reputation was comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. His signature move is his name, 9 manifestations of the divine dragon. This technique focuses on movement. When hidden, it is impossible to trace, and when revealed, it is earth-shattering. Seeing the old man disappear, Lu Qingwan turned to leave. At the same time, Song Tong suddenly shifted to the side, followed by a palm strike. A deafening roar instantly echoed in all directions. The old man appeared perfectly in front of Song Tong. Lu Qingwan said softly, take it easy, break all his old bones. Don't kill those good-for-nothings, take them all, they be useful. Yes. Unusually, Song Tong didn't haggle with Lu Qingwan, but obediently agreed. This surprised Lu Qingwan slightly, then he shook his head and started walking upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he paused, not continuing down the stairs, but instead heading towards the nearby quiet room. After searching around, he finally stopped precisely at the room where Wu Qinhuan and Wenru were. He pushed open the door, but the room was empty. Hell, why struggle? Where else can they run to? He shook his head, turned, found the stairs to the 3rd floor, and climbed them as if he knew the way well, arriving directly at Jiang Li's door. He pushed open the door. Jiang Li was still sitting behind the table, motionless. The teacup in his hand emitted an enticing aroma. Lu Qingwan let out a soft sigh, adding another twist. He shook his head, went inside, and sat down opposite Jiang Li. He picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Good tea. What's so good about it? Jiang Li asked casually. Lu Qingwan gave Jiang Li a reproachful look. Don't be so pedantic. Asking me what's good about it means you're testing me. I never like being tested. Even the pavilion master wouldn't conduct a surprise inspection. Why should I be lectured by you for no reason? You said too much, Jiang Li said calmly. He made a move? No problem, Song Tong can handle it, Lu Qingwan said. In my opinion, that match at the gambling table shouldn't have happened. It was an unnecessary complication. I never expected anyone to create such a problem. Jiang Li poured him another cup of tea. With so many people attending the Wanbao gathering, we have to consider all possibilities. Better safe than sorry, Lu Qingwan said with a smile. But it's all good now. I kidnapped you and taken Wanbao away. It likely caused a bigger stir. But, are you really sure you want to come with me? If I refuse now, will you agree? Jiang Li looked at Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan laughed heartily, of course not. Jiang Li sighed, if I had a choice, I wouldn't go with you. But you have no choice, so you must come with me, and you must leave without any worries. Lu Qingwan stood up, however, before we leave, there are some things that need to be settled. As he finished speaking, he suddenly thrust out with one hand. With a whooshing sound, the screen was ripped apart by his palm, revealing Wu Qianhuan and Winter hidden behind it. So it really is you two, Lu Qinghuan said with a smile. That kid's confidence. I wonder if he'd be furious if I kidnapped them. You can't take them with you. Before Wu Qianhuan could speak, Jianli interrupted Lu Qinghuan. If I remember correctly, the follow-up plan you secretly sent me included their locations. But I searched everywhere and couldn't find them. What, you changed your mind? Lu Qinghuan looked at Jianli, a hint of danger in his eyes. Yes. I changed my mind. Jianli sighed. Those who have lived in darkness for so long cherish even the slightest glimmer of light. Therefore, you cannot take them away. Chapter 439. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru had already sensed something amiss when the disturbance began on the first floor of Wanbeilu. Although Chu Qing had only taught them a single incantation from the heaven and earth-shattering technique, allowing them to withstand the ear-piercing demonic sounds with their own internal energy, after so much time spent meditating and practicing, they could now move freely within Wanbeilu to a certain extent. After leaving the building, the two listened quietly to the commotion on the first floor and immediately understood what was happening. They also realized that Jiangli wasn't on the first floor. Otherwise, she would have been the first to be attacked. That's why they rushed to the third floor. On one hand, at this point, they didn't have a particularly good solution themselves and needed to consult with Jiangli. On the other hand, although their time together had been short, they had still met, and they couldn't simply flee on their own. This would violate the chivalrous principles they had been taught since childhood, and it wasn't the way of being a decent human being. However, when they found Jiangli, his behavior was quite strange. Their eyes held a complex, indescribable look. Lu Qinghuan's arrival was earlier than Wu Qianhuan and Winter had anticipated. This made Wu Qianhuan realize something was wrong. But it was too late. The two could only follow Jiangli's instructions and hide behind the screen. Through a conversation between Lu Qinghuan and Jiangli, Wu Qianhuan and Winter finally understood these two were in cahoots. The whole thing had been planned from the very beginning. Jiangli colluded with the heavenly evil sect, intending to seize Wanbeilu. Looking at Jiangli, who stood in their way, preventing Lu Qinghuan from taking them away, Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. She saw Lu Qinghuan raise an eyebrow slightly. A glimmer of light seen by someone who has long lived in darkness? That's something I truly disagree with. Have you forgotten who risked their life to help you break the heart-stealing seal? So that you could no longer live according to the wishes of others? And who helped you devise a plan so that you could leave Wanbeilu and live as you pleased? You say these two young girls are a glimmer of light that someone who has long lived in darkness has accidentally seen? Then what am I? These words contain too many elements, and Wu Qianhuan suddenly looked at Jiangli. What is the heart-stealing seal? Has Jiangli lived her entire life according to others' wishes? Is that why she says she's a person who dwells in darkness? What kind of plan did they devise to kidnap Jiangli? To seize Wanbeilu? Such a plan not only wouldn't allow Jiangli to do as she pleases, but would instead escalate the conflict to its maximum. The next moment, Wu Qianhuan seemed to realize something, and her expression changed slightly. Jiangli's voice rang out at this moment. Between you and me, it's naturally a matter of mutual exploitation. Lu Qinghuan, do you dare say that if I weren't the master of Wanbeilu, you would still help me break the heart-stealing seal? That plan, although it would allow me to do as I please in the future, doesn't it also suit the intentions of your heavenly evil sect? We are all the same kind of people. No one gets up early without profit. Don't try to measure value with me. I am the master of this art. Lu Qinghuan pointed at Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. But you should know who they are. That man was elected leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Lingbei. In the Battle of Xianyan Mountain, Tian Sha died at his hands. Along with him, thousands of my heavenly evil cult disciples perished tragically. Although I don't get along with those brutes, I still feel heartache for even one heavenly evil cult disciple who dies. Moreover, that battle buried so many of my heavenly evil cult's heroic souls. He is the greatest threat to my heavenly evil sect. If he were truly the greatest threat, he wouldn't be alive today. Jiangli said calmly, aren't the heavenly evil sect's greatest threats all in 5 Emperors City and 3 Emperors Valley? Lu Qinghuan's aura suddenly turned cold, and he said coldly, if I am determined to take them away today, what will you do? Fight me. This might be your only chance in over 20 years. Do you want to give up your obsession of over 20 years for two people who, in a few years, you won't even remember what they look like? Are you really sure? Jiang Li's expression froze, and a struggle appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Qinghuan narrowed his eyes, and his tone gradually softened. Jiang Li, you and I are actually the same kind of people. We have both struggled in the mud, living under the will of others, doing things against our will, just to see a new tomorrow. We all dream of one day living freely under this vast sky. I want to change my fate, and you? Don't you also want to break free of your cage? The master of one Bailu, though he sounds powerful, is nothing more than a puppet on someone else's strings. Even, if necessary, as long as someone can afford a sufficient price, you can be bought and sold like a commodity. Can you really continue to tolerate this kind of life? On the verge of reaching freedom, will you continue to struggle in the mud for the sake of two unrelated people? They won't understand you. They don't know what you've been through, nor what kind of suffering you endured. What's worse, they already know about our relationship. What will happen to you once this gets out? How utterly miserable will you be then? Can you really bear such consequences? Only I can make you live a happy life. So, don't be foolish anymore. Jiang Li's eyes flickered with struggle, yet she couldn't make up her mind. The crisp sound of a sword being drawn broke her struggle. She turned around in surprise to see Wu Qianhuan already holding a sword. I really heard enough. You think you're her savior, but aren't you actually forcing her to do things she doesn't want to do? Jiang Li, is that right? I truly don't know what you've been through, or what kind of suffering you endured. However, the shackles forged by suffering can be broken. For example, if you hadn't encountered this cowardly wretch first, but instead met him, he would likely have enough ability to break your so-called heart-stealing seal. And if he knew what you've been through, he might offer you a completely different solution, a completely different path. It's not too late to mend the fence now. The heavenly evil cult is ambitious, ruthless, and far from benevolent. Cooperating with them is tantamount to seeking help from a tiger. Once it's done, I don't know if you get that so-called free sky, but what ability do you have to guarantee that the heavenly evil sect won't imprint you with the heart-stealing seal again, like they did with others before? A frog in a well. Lu Qianguan sneered. The heart-stealing seal can only be used once on a person. Now that I've broken it, she will never be controlled by this evil technique again. The heavenly evil sect actually still has the words evil technique in their minds? Wu Qianhuan chuckled. But even so, with your heavenly evil sect's methods, even without the heart-stealing seal, don't you have the heart-dissolving seal, heart-severing seal, heart-eating seal? After all, your sect's methods are endless. Even I, through my own exposure, have seen a lot. You flatterer, you're courting death. Lu Qianhuan's eyes darkened, and Wu Qianhuan suddenly felt as if her mind had been covered by a layer of oiled paper, with no reference points in any direction. She was clearly standing here, yet felt that none of her surroundings mattered. Stop! Jiang Li suddenly extended his palm, and with a single grab, Wu Qianhuan was instantly brought back to the surface. Her heart sank, and without thinking, she flicked her wrist, her figure transforming into 8. This was precisely the 8 directions dividing tracks movement technique from Lonely River in the Cold Shadow. Controlling the sword with her body, she swiftly turned, converging the swords from all 8 directions into one. But then a buzzing sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, the sword's edge condensed between Lu Qianhuan's fingers. A mere trick, yet you dare to show off. With a flick of his wrist, a tremendous force emanated from the sword. Wu Qianhuan frowned slightly, the sword's edge suddenly pressing down, and with a flick of her wrist, she deflected the force, but her body involuntarily staggered back several steps. Lu Qianhuan let out a surprised eh. As the head of the Wenqing Pavilion of the Heavenly Evil Sect, he was confident that his internal energy cultivation was no weaker than those military leaders, who only knew how to use swords and spears. He had thought that even a casual flick of his finger would be difficult for this young girl to withstand. His aim was to shatter Wu Qianhuan's tiger's mouth, but unexpectedly, she had barely managed to withstand it. This seemingly effortless move contained a power far beyond what others could imagine. Wu Qianhuan's ability to withstand this finger strike demonstrated the depth of her internal energy, far surpassing that of ordinary people. He immediately sneered, I underestimated you. With that, he pointed his finger. With this single strike, Wu Qianhuan felt everything around her distort. The room, the floor, the ceiling, and all the furnishings within spun and merged into this single finger. Knowing this person was adept at bewitching minds, they had taken precautions. Seeing this strange move was difficult to defend against, they immediately memorized the incantation Chu Qing had taught them. In an instant, their minds cleared, but the finger strikes were already upon them. With sword held horizontally to their chest, they had to fight, regardless of whether they could withstand the attack. But at that moment, a powerful palm strike erupted from Jiang Li's hand. The two forces collided violently, causing the entire one Bailu to sway like a candle in the wind. Lu Qianhuan's figure only swayed slightly, while Jiang Li took a step back. She frowned. You should leave first. This person is beyond your ability to handle. Don't lose your lives in vain. No. Wu Qianhuan shook her head resolutely. You already turned against him for our sake. How can we abandon you? These words carried a sliver of sincerity, but the remaining 7 parts were hardly genuine. After all, she hadn't known Jiangli for very long, and their bond wasn't that deep, and the situation had already deteriorated to a critical point. Wu Qianhuan had to persuade Jiangli to stand on their side. If, as Jiangli had said, she were to turn away with gentle words now, then the last glimmer of hope in Jiangli's words would be extinguished. At that point, she could make any choice, the most likely being to be persuaded again by Lu Qingguan and completely side with the opposing camp. Once the situation changed to that point, Wu Qianhuan wasn't sure she could hold out until Chu Qing's return. Therefore, she had to keep Jiangli calm. While her intentions weren't pure, it was the most reasonable choice Wu Qianhuan could make now. Upon hearing this, Jiangli's expression changed again. She stared at Lu Qingguan. Let them go, and I go with you. Everything as before, otherwise. Otherwise, what do you intend to do? Lu Qingguan's voice was already filled with impatience. Otherwise, all of this is over, Jiangli said decisively. Utterly unreasonable. Lu Qingguan pointed at her, truly an ignorant woman, long hair and short brains, acting erratically and inexplicably. They used to say that women and petty men are difficult to deal with, and I didn't believe it. Now it seems it's true. If a man were here, he would never act like this. It's simply outrageous. It seems reasoning with you is useless, so I just make this a real show. I tie you up and take you back, and we can still proceed according to plan. As he finished speaking, he flicked his palm, his aura condensing, and an invisible gale followed his true energy. Suddenly, without any visible movement, his palm strike reached Jiangli. Jiangli spread her arms, and a massive handprint rose from behind her, followed by a deafening roar that echoed from the 3rd floor. Song Tong, who was fighting the old man on the 1st floor, suddenly looked up, his expression shifting. He thought to himself, sure enough, whenever the headmaster says everything is under control, it inevitably slips out of his grasp. Why did they suddenly start fighting? Although he had enough confidence in Lu Qingguan's martial arts, he couldn't forget the lessons of the past. Similar situations had occurred more than once, making him uneasy. The old man's palm strike brought him back to reality. After staggering back several steps, he saw the old man standing with his hands behind his back. I am old, but not yet at my end. Fighting me, and you dare to be so distracted. Are you courting death? Song Tong dared not think any further, regardless of the situation upstairs, or whether it was under the Academy Master's control. She couldn't care less now. Focusing on dealing with the person before her was the priority. Meanwhile, in the private room on the 3rd floor, this palm strike sent Jiangli flying, retreating more than 10 steps. The room was limited in size. This was the limit. Her face darkened, but then she heard the sound of a sword rang out suddenly. It was Wu Qianhuan, returning with a vengeance. Her expression immediately changed. No! Lu Qingguan frowned. Again and again, thrice. You truly have no regard for death. With a flick of his finger, a buzzing sound rang out, and Wu Qianhuan's Dawn Moon Lonely Cold Sword technique was instantly shattered, her body involuntarily flying backward. This time, without Jiangli's interference, Lu Qingguan didn't want to give Wu Qianhuan any more chances. He immediately took a step forward, leaping forward and unleashing a powerful palm strike. At this critical moment of life and death, Wu Qianhuan only heard a voice beside her ear. Fight him. Chapter 440. The sound came abruptly, but Wu Qianhuan didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing a palm strike. Lu Qingguan, pursuing them, didn't want to be hindered by Jiangli, so speed was of the essence. He wanted to defeat and capture Wu Qianhuan first, then deal with Jiangli and capture Wenru. Therefore, his attack was launched in an instant. A muffled thud was heard. Lu Qingguan's seemingly surefire palm strike sent him flying backward instantly. With another hum, he was slammed into the wall. Although the Wanbao Tower appeared to be made of gold, gold is soft, and to bear sufficient weight, it needed to be thick. However, this tower was also a trapdoor. If it were too thick, the internal mechanisms couldn't be hidden. Therefore, this seemingly jewel-encrusted Wanbao Tower was actually gold-clad iron. The outer layer was primarily made of gold, while the interior was made of iron, with excellent flexibility and hardness. This is why Lu Qingguan wasn't thrown away. Instead, he landed perfectly against the wall of Wanbeilu. Jiang Li's usually cold and aloof expression faltered at this moment, her eyes widening in disbelief. She couldn't help but look at Wu Qianhuan, thinking this girl was playing dumb, actually unfathomable. when she saw someone emerge from behind Wu Qianhuan, pulling her into an embrace and slowly descending from midair. It was Chu Qing. How is it you? Jian Li was utterly astonished. Chu Qing smiled slightly. Why couldn't it be me? That's right. According to Miss Zhang's wishes, I should actually be outside Wanbeilu right now, working with Huang Fuixia and the others to break the Weeping Soul Chaos Array. Jian Li remained silent. This diversionary tactic was indeed her doing. Actually, she now realized that Lu Qinghuan was right. Women are indeed strange. Even though the entire scheme was her own doing, at the last moment, she would abandon her original plan for some seemingly insignificant or inexplicable reason. Chu Qing put Wu Qianhuan down and turned to look for Wenru. She found Wenru sitting on a small stool, already in a state of leisurely spectator mode. Chu Qing's lips twitched. This stool was bought at Wanbeilu. She certainly knew how to make the most of things. In Chu Qing's mind, today's events were indeed too bizarre. The owner of Wanbeilu was inexplicably tricked away by some unknown expert using mind control techniques. This was illogical, but Wanbeilu was a place that valued rules. This made the illogical situation inexplicably reasonable. Chu Qing could have remained a bystander, but he intervened because of Huang Fuixia's attitude and Wu Qianhuan and Wenru's unwillingness to see this outcome. That's why he intervened. However, the more he thought about the whole thing, the more uneasy he felt. So, before waking Wenru, he had a long talk with Huang Fuixia. The main point was to warn him to be wary of Jian Li, as he felt Jian Li was suspicious. Then Jian Li, under the pretext of redeeming himself, summoned him to the third floor. First, he gave him the Qingxi Lingyu, a type of jade pendant, then 5 secret manuals related to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, asking him to break the Weeping Soul Chaos formation. With this preconceived notion, Chu Qing easily guessed that this might be a diversionary tactic. But he also wanted to play along. After all, although he didn't know the other side's background when he intervened, now that they were from the heavenly evil cult, he naturally wouldn't let them get away with it. So even though he no longer needed those secret manuals, he still agreed to the matter. His departure wasn't in vain. He had already used the heavenly sound transmission method to connect with Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, so he could return immediately if anything unusual happened at Wanbeilu. Because the heavenly sound transmission method still connected Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, he didn't respond with heavenly sound transmission when Huang Fuixia spoke to him using the secret transmission method. He didn't want to easily expose the key to this method to Huang Fuixia. Now, he already knew about Jian Li and Lu Qinghuan's previous conversation from Wu Qianhuan and Wenru's retelling. In fact, at this moment, there was no need for him to be so cold and harsh when speaking to Jian Li. It would be better to simply say, Miss Jiang, why ask such a pointless question? Wasn't this something we already discussed? Now that things have come to this, why put on an act? This would likely enrage Lu Qinghuan and completely cut off Jian Li's path. However, after much deliberation, Chu Qing decided against it. Jian Li's situation couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. She and Lu Qinghuan were no ordinary people either. His method might not only be ineffective, but could even backfire, further distorting the current situation. Looking at Jian Li's complex expression, Chu Qing couldn't help but sigh, Miss Jiang, there's always a way out. There are many methods in this world, and many paths to take. The heavenly evil cult is no benevolent force. Under no circumstances should we associate with them. However, I know you are no bandit, young lady. I wonder how you fall into such a state. Jian Li gave a bitter smile. You're right. There are many paths in this world, but the ones I can walk are few and far between. She looked up at Lu Qinghuan. Although he had been struck and embedded in the wall, his martial arts were superb. Killing him wouldn't be so easy. Now, embedded in the wall, he was probably questioning his existence. Why do things that seem certain always encounter setbacks? Thinking it over, she realized it was all Tsong Tong's fault for his jinx. If he hadn't spouted nonsense, the situation might not have turned out this way. Jian Li glanced at him, and then slowly exhaled. I was born a slave, and from childhood, I was branded with the heart-stealing seal. In truth, Lu Qinghuan was right. This martial art, even within the heavenly evil cult, deserved the title of evil. This method is extraordinary. The one who casts the seal can control the life and death of the one who holds it. The seal holders can also use this heart-stealing seal to plunder everything from each other. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. These simple words revealed a bloody and dangerous undercurrent. The one who casts the seal is like a venomous insect, teaching us martial arts, reading, and writing, yet also making us kill each other. With the heart-stealing seal, we can grow rapidly. Others think that my own talent and high comprehension coupled with the nourishment of the Wanbeilu's rare and precious materials, have enabled me to achieve my current cultivation level. Actually, that's not the case. Everything in Wanbeilu has a price. What right do we, these mayflies that live only a day, have to use those treasures that can be sold for exorbitant prices? What drives us to this point is human life. The despair of seeing our companions, who today still share a meal, dreaming of the future, fantasizing about achieving martial arts prowess, and repaying our Lord's kindness, die by our own hands the next day. Treading on their blood and bones, struggling forward, I have become who I am today. But even as the master of Wanbeilu, what good is it? In Wanbeilu, everything has a price. Becoming the master only increases my value. I've been stripped of everything that makes me human, waiting to be sold for a price. So which path should I take to find my own salvation? Chu Qing remained silent. Beneath Jiang Li's calm tone lay countless acts of despair. No one could, or rather, had the right to stand on the moral high ground and judge her. Many things are beyond our control, many situations are unavoidable. Even that seemingly dishonorable path was merely the only decent lifeline she could grasp in her dark world. If she were in his shoes, Chu Qing knew he would have resorted to any means necessary. Wu Qianhuan sighed. So, that's why the Wanbeilu scheme happened tonight. The key to this scheme wasn't actually me. Jianli glanced at Lu Qianhuan. Neither was he, it was Huang Fuishio. You all know he's the son of the Sword Emperor, a chosen one. His sword heart is clear, he can distinguish good from evil, truth from falsehood. That gamble was set up for him. If I were to be one against him in front of him, and Wanbeilu were to be looted, as the son of the Sword Emperor, witnessing this firsthand would surely send word back. They come forward to search then. Perhaps they don't care about me, but they absolutely cannot allow anyone to break the rules of Wanbeilu. In this way, the Tianxia sect, which is well prepared, can set up an ambush in advance. With good luck, they might even be able to recruit them. With bad luck, they can still gain immense wealth. The Tianxia sect aims for the whole world, and is very short of money. So it wasn't you who hid Not So Monk? Chu Qing's words were both abrupt and reasonable. Jianli nodded. Not only that, I'd been hiding Not So Monk's whereabouts until Wanbeilu was about to open, when I lured Huang Fuishia here. In front of Wanbeilu, when he angrily attacked, it was I who sent a telepathic message to Not So Monk to run in quickly. Otherwise, once he succeeded, he certainly wouldn't enter Wanbeilu again, and my plan would have failed. However, to compensate him, I actually investigated what he wanted to know. However, there's still a bit of secrecy surrounding this matter. I found the person he was looking for, but the events of that year haven't been fully revealed. The person he's looking for. Chu Qing glanced thoughtfully at Jiangli. Her sudden mention of this at this juncture must have a reason. Sure enough, Jiangli glanced at Wenru. The person he's looking for is Wenru's senior brother, Huang Fuijian. M.O. Duxing. So his name is Huang Fuijian. Speaking of which, Wenru had previously mentioned in her spiritual world that her senior brother's original name wasn't M.O. Duxing, but M.O. Ijian. Later, it was discovered that M.O. Ijian, traveling the martial world alone, couldn't rely solely on his sword skills, which is why Cui Bu changed his name to M.O. Duxing, M.O. Lone Wanderer. Chu Qing had previously felt that M.O. Duxing and Huang Fuishiu were remarkably similar. Although their appearances weren't identical, their innate auras were practically identical. One had mediocre swordsmanship but considered himself superior, while the other was genuinely skilled. And as a descendant of the Huangfu family, he should naturally learn swordsmanship. Perhaps M.O. Duxing's obsession with the sword stemmed from his bloodline? Chu Qing sensed something strange about this, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. For example, why wasn't it the monk who had the ability to steal Huangfu Changkong's son? Huangfu Changkong lost his son for so many years. Can it really be explained away simply by his own martial arts skills and a sense of fate? Who gave Huang Fuijian the name M.O. Ijian? Why choose Ijian, meaning one sword, as the name? Some things seem too coincidental. Furthermore, even Jianli, with the power of Wanbeilu, struggled to uncover the truth of what happened back then. Therefore, this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Chu Qing glanced at Wenru, whose expression remained calm. Having heard such a significant story, she remained as still as a still well, without any ripples. Those who didn't know better would only think she had excellent self-control. Now, thinking back, beneath the colorless sky, Wenru's heart was already filled with astonishment, but the sky blocked it from showing. Thinking of this, Chu Qing shook her head. Where is the monk now? He's already left Wanbeilu. He should be gone by now, Jianli said. That monk has many secrets. I should have paid more attention to him. However, I thought that after tonight, everything between me and Wanbeilu would just fade away, so I didn't want to cause any more trouble. But unexpectedly, the Alliance leader intervened. Perhaps it was fate, preventing me from truly colluding with the heavenly evil sect. That's enough. After reflecting on his mistakes for half a day, Lu Qianguan finally pulled himself off the wall. I'm not dead yet. How dare you insult my heavenly evil sect like this? Does the heavenly evil sect need to be insulted? Chu Qing looked at him in surprise. Speaking of which, how did the heavenly evil sect come to have someone like you? Who exactly are you? One of the 4 great military masters. Humph, those scoundrels dare to compare themselves to me? Lu Qianguan sneered. I am a scholar, the head of the 3rd Academy of the Wenqin Pavilion. Lu Qianguan. Wenqin Pavilion. What kind of place is that? Chu Qing asked. Your heavenly evil sect has 2 departments, one for literature and one for martial arts? Of course. Lu Qianguan said calmly. The Wenqin Pavilion is divided into 6 academies, and the head of any academy is no less skilled in martial arts than those so-called 4 great military masters. Chu Qing was speechless for a long time, then slowly sighed. The heavenly evil sect dares to point its sword at the world for a reason. For military leaders, in charge of killing, the 6 academies of the Literary Heart Pavilion, controlling finances, a large number of holy maidens, and 12 holy kings. Add to that a mysterious and unfathomable sect leader. To be honest, if I had known this setup from the beginning, I certainly wouldn't have rashly become your enemy. Under heaven, is there any sect that can contend with you on its own? I just don't know. Besides these 6 academies and 4 military leaders, what other settings are there? Why not tell me everything at once, lest I don't recognize you next time we meet and miss a chance to kill these villains. Chapter 441. Ignorant brat, how dare you be so arrogant? Lu Qianguan looked at Chu Qing with a cold face. That damn scoundrel, though reckless and useless, was still a member of my heavenly evil sect. You killed him, and I long intended to take your head. But I haven't had the opportunity. Now that you delivered yourself to my doorstep, then prepare to die. As he spoke, he spread his hands, ready to attack. Chu Qing waved his hand. Don't be hasty, let's talk. You're almost at the end of your life. There's no reason to be so eager to die. Even ants try to survive. Don't you want to fight for your own chance to live? Lu Qianguan was already filled with anger, and upon hearing this, he became even more furious. How dare you? He said no more. First a twisted feeling rose from behind him, then a heavenly emperor descended. The overwhelming pressure seemed to topple the heavens and earth. In a daze, the entire Wan Beilu appeared to be distorted and twisted by this immense pressure, emitting a teeth-grinding sound. Jiang Li's expression changed, his eyes revealing surprise. Even Wenra couldn't help but frown. Wu Qianhuan, held by Chu Qing's hand, was able to resist this force, but she was still horrified by the terrifying power of the person before her. Judging from his previous self-description, his martial arts were probably no less than those of the 4 warlords. During the battle at Xianyan Mountain, Wu Qianhuan had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of the 4 warlords. Now, experiencing it up close, she truly understood the difference. Lu Qianhuan took a step forward, his figure seemingly growing taller with him. But this was an illusion. What truly grew taller was not Lu Qianhuan's figure, but his aura. Like the emperor himself, his might shakes all directions. Don't think that killing one Tian Sha makes you insignificant to my heavenly evil sect. Within my heavenly evil sect, countless divine skills and supreme techniques abound, and masters from all walks of life emerge in endless succession, far beyond your imagination. Today, I will kill you to avenge Tian Sha. With that, he raised both palms, unleashing a devastating force, like a collapsing mountain and a tsunami, and slammed them down towards Chu Qing. On the first floor, Song Tong and the old man were locked in fierce combat. The old man's martial arts were extremely high, but Song Tong's martial arts were even more dangerous. He was born with Song Tong eyes, his gaze possessing an extraordinary quality. The previous heavenly evil sect leader had declared that he was the most suitable person to cultivate the netherworld rebirth technique. For many years, Song Tong had diligently cultivated his martial arts centered on the netherworld rebirth technique, far surpassing that of ordinary martial arts masters. Especially his eyes, whoever he glared at was doomed. But the old man was no ordinary person. His 9 manifestations of the divine dragon technique emphasized the elusive nature of a dragon appearing only briefly. His movement was incredibly skillful. The eyes could catch a glimpse of him for a moment, but by the time one wanted to unleash the netherworld rebirth technique, the old man had already vanished. At this point in the battle, it wasn't a contest of whose technique was superior. It was a contest of their inner strength, reaching the limits of their endurance. While the 9 manifestations of the Divine Dragon technique allowed for elusiveness, once inner strength was depleted, the movement technique would cease to be effective. The Netherworld Rebirth technique could determine life or death with a single glance, but the problem was that it wasn't without its costs. It couldn't be used indefinitely, otherwise, the opponent wouldn't die, but the user would be blinded. And by the time he saw his opponent and unleashed the technique, it was already too late. The old man moved erratically, flashing like a slideshow. Song Tong wanted to kill him, but couldn't catch his movements and could only watch helplessly. However, the old man was old after all, his body was hunched, and his physical strength and internal energy were far inferior to what they used to be. With a muffled thud, the two combatants were sent flying backward. The moment the old man revealed himself, he tried to use the 9 manifestations Divine Dragon to disappear, lest he give Song Tong an opportunity. But unexpectedly, even with a flash, he fell 3 steps away. He couldn't help but groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The old man sighed, in the end. It's not what it used to be. Song Tong, without a second thought, turned his gaze to the old man, about to unleash his power, when suddenly someone patted his shoulder, followed by Lu Qingwan's voice. Let's go. Song Tong was startled. Headmaster? What are you doing here? Why is there a fight upstairs? That brat Bei Ling is back. I tricked him. Let's hurry. Any later, and none of us will be able to leave, Lu Qingwan said urgently. Without a second thought, Song Tong immediately flew out of Wanbeilu with Lu Qingwan. The group of men in black behind them also filed out, each carrying a piece of the Weeping God iron. They fled in haste, like stray dogs, like fish that had escaped a net. Mainly, Lu Qingwan was genuinely afraid. Though he wouldn't admit it, the shadow Chu Qing cast on him at the gambling table was too great. If it weren't for the Wanbeilu scheme being so crucial to him. Furthermore, with Jiangli colluding with him from the inside. He should have run away after leaving the gambling table and Wanbeilu. Now, Jiangli has betrayed them on the spot, proving himself to be an incompetent fool. With Chu Qing descending like a divine warrior, what can he possibly use to stop him? Although he claims that the 6 academies of Wenxin Pavilion are no less powerful than the 4 military masters, in reality, there is a significant gap. Broadly speaking, their martial arts are on the same level as the 4 military masters. But in a true comparison, the individual strength of the 4 military masters is superior to theirs. Military masters wield power, and are adept at combat. This is a hurdle that the heads of the 6 academies cannot overcome. Therefore, when he saw Chu Qing return, he knew he had to leave today. His being embedded in the wall wasn't just a moment of self-reflection and existential crisis. It was also a way to secure his escape route. The martial arts inherited from the Wenxin Pavilion lineage primarily lean towards illusion, and Chu Qing is also a master in this art. In a direct confrontation, Lu Qingwan knew he had absolutely no chance of winning. So, taking advantage of the time, he unleashed a unique skill he had learned from Prince Ming, a technique called the Great Dream of Spring and Autumn. It was a method derived from the Great Dream scripture, one of the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects learned by Prince Ming himself. When activated, it was silent, invisible, and formless, rising in an instant and falling like a fleeting shadow. One would be startled to realize it was all a grand dream of spring and autumn. He used this to deceive Chu Qing, creating the illusion of a fight between them on the 3rd floor. He then seized the opportunity to escape the 3rd floor, returning to the 1st floor, and hurriedly fled with Song Tong. Of course, this method wasn't so easily executed. He also had to continuously influence Chu Qing's impression, making Chu Qing believe that his martial arts were no less than Tian Sha's, and that he was impulsive and easily angered, which was why he fought him to the death. This was also the main reason he argued with Chu Qing for a while. Now, he was running at breakneck speed with Song Tong, and he had no time to deal with the group left outside Wanbeilu. Although he felt that the death of any member of the Heavenly Evil sect would be a huge loss, and he would feel heartache, when it came time to abandon them, he would not hesitate in the slightest. He and Song Tong ran for dozens of miles in one breath, and when they looked back, all they saw was a dark wilderness. Wanbeilu was nowhere to be seen, and Chu Qing was no longer chasing them. Lu Qingwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I was clever, otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble today. Song Tong frowned. That martial arts alliance leader of Lingbei is indeed extraordinary, and should not be underestimated. Is the headmaster truly confident? Don't worry, everything is under control. Lu Qingwan was full of confidence. Song Tong nodded repeatedly. That's good. The moment those 3 words left his lips, Lu Qingwan felt his scalp tingle. He stared intently at Song Tong, who looked bewildered. What's wrong? Lu Qingwan remained silent, his gaze sweeping around. The sky was filled with starlight, the mountains and rivers were unharmed, yet everything around him was filled with an inexplicable strangeness. He seemed to have forgotten something. He tried to recall, and then he remembered. It was raining tonight, so where did the starlight come from? He could even hear the rain, yet there wasn't a drop of water? Wasn't that incredibly strange? And Song Tong. He looked at Song Tong. What, did you just say? Song Tong smiled. What did I say? You said, that's good. Lu Qingwan gritted his teeth. Song Tong, listen to me. Everything is under control. He would never say that's good. Very well. You toyed with me again. A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth had shattered, erupted as a gigantic face appeared in the sky, filling the entire firmament. It was Chu Qing, who looked down upon all living beings. Lu Qingwan, you are mistaken. Isn't this your great dream of spring and autumn? How can you say I'm toying with you? Great dream of spring and autumn. Lu Qingwan gritted his teeth, trying every possible way to escape this illusion. Although this place was originally his creation, great dream of spring and autumn, it was now dominated by Chu Qing's heaven-shattering, earth-shattering great technique. The framework of great dream of spring and autumn had been filled by Chu Qing, and now it was completely out of Lu Qingwan's control. How could he possibly escape? He looked up at Chu Qing with a ferocious expression. When did you realize it? Great dream of spring and autumn is indeed extraordinary. When you first used it, even I didn't notice. However, there were still some anomalies and flaws. Chu Qing said calmly, you introduced yourself as coming from the Wenxing Pavilion of the Heavenly Evil Sect. If we categorize by literary and martial arts, you are naturally different from the Lord of War. As a scholar, how could you possess such a reckless spirit? This difference is so obvious, how could I not sense something amiss? Since you have suspicions, you should investigate yourself. Thus, I discovered the clues. I thought you would see through my joke, but now it seems you ultimately cannot. You have truly disappointed me. This was a blatant slap in the face, and Lu Qingwan felt his face sting unbearably. But after taking a deep breath, he smiled again. You are indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Tomb King thinks so highly of you. Unfortunately, the higher your martial arts skills, the closer you are to death. In the past, although you thwarted many of my heavenly evil cult's plans, they were all minor. But the matter of Lingbei is of utmost importance. By becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, you have completely placed yourself on the opposite side of my heavenly evil cult. If you had let me escape today, perhaps my heavenly evil cult could have looked down on you and allowed you to live a few more days. But you refused to let me have my way. First kill Tian Sha, then kill me. This matter will surely reach the ears of the Heavenly Lord and be known to the cult leader. Then, not only will you die, but those around you, your family, your friends, will all die. Unfortunately, you will die before us. Chu Qing smiled calmly, unmoved. Lu Qingwan, however, refused to give up so easily, and said in a deep voice, you still have a way out. I can tell you which path to take. There's no need. Chu Qing said with a smile, I will choose my own path. I don't need a dying man to worry about it. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly froze, and then, the sky collapsed. A deafening roar erupted, and in an instant, Lu Qingwan was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The tilted sky, carrying an invincible and powerful aura, plummeted down. It seemed to want to completely shatter and annihilate this entire world. Lu Qingwan roared angrily, trying to escape and resist. He knew that although death in the spiritual world was not true death, once shattered, his external self would transform from the powerful and influential head of the 3 academies into a mentally unstable madman. Given Chu Qing's style, even if he were a madman, he could still kill him mercilessly. Therefore, even if it meant mutual destruction, he absolutely couldn't let himself die here. Perhaps his struggle had an effect. The previously tilted sky suddenly vanished piece by piece, and the earth instantly blurred and disappeared without a trace. He opened his eyes in a daze, feeling a jolt throughout his body. The transition from confusion to clarity occurred in an instant. He abruptly looked around. He was in the Wan Beilu, on the 1st floor. Song Tong was still beside him, and the little old man on the ground hadn't even gotten up. Why had he become clear-headed? Could it be that Chu Qing had a change of heart just now and stopped? Without considering other possibilities, he picked up Song Tong and ran. In an instant, he was already outside the Wan Beilu's gate, and in another flash, he was already 100 feet away. Just as he was about to take a step forward, running for 100 miles in one breath to completely escape Chu Qing, A danger that no one could ignore suddenly came from behind him. Lu Qingwan didn't want to turn around, but this terrifying intuition forced him to. The next moment, he saw a flash of light. A sword light. This sword light seemed to separate life and death, cleaving through the mortal world. It pierced the heart, shattered the soul, and destroyed the Tao. This was a sword strike that no one could dodge, and in that instant, only one thought filled Lu Qingwan's mind. How did Tian Sha manage to struggle so many times before dying in this person's hands? As this thought arose, the sword light suddenly twisted, and the next moment, Song Tong screamed, blood gushing from his eyes. Lu Qingwan snapped out of his daze, grabbing Song Tong and leaping away. But in the next moment, he too was pierced by the sword's edge. His body twisted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he was still alive. Instead, he used his lightness skill again, disappearing completely in a flash. On the third floor of Wanbao Tower, the window was open, and Chu Qing was standing before it. He held the wounded concealment sword, slowly sheathing it. He looked up coldly. He will still die. You can't save him. The void remained silent. Wu Qianhuan approached him. Should we chase after him? No need. A master has intervened. We can't catch him. However, he's been hit by half of my one sword separates worlds technique. I reckon it'd be difficult for him to survive. Chu Qing carefully chose his words. It wasn't that he couldn't catch him, but that he was beyond redemption. Otherwise, in terms of sheer lightness skill, there were few in the world he couldn't catch. Chapter 442. After running for nearly 100 miles, Lu Qingwan finally stopped. There was no village in sight, no shop in sight, and he had no idea where he was. He put Song Tong down from his carrying pole, seeing that Song Tong's eyes were closed, and blood, like tears, spread and flowed down his cheeks. His heart sank. You shouldn't have blocked that sword. The pavilion master had just made his move. Such a powerful sword, truly the most powerful I ever seen in my life. Song Tong's tone was calm. I heard that Sword Emperor Huangfu Chengkung's sword is astonishing. Even if you see all his moves clearly, you can't dodge his sword. I wonder if his swordsmanship is as amazing as this one's. Unfortunately, he had only heard of it before, never actually heard it. From now on, I'm afraid we never see each other again. Master, this sword has blinded me. Song Tong is gone, and I am no longer able to serve you. Please leave quickly, lest that person catch up with you. Lu Qingwan glanced at him, gave a bitter smile, and sat down directly beside Song Tong. He casually removed the small mask from his face, and played with it in his hand. Without the mask, Lu Qingwan looked much more ordinary. While playing with the mask, he looked up at the sky, letting the rain fall on him, and said softly, Song Tong, I have a few things to tell you. Song Tong was taken aback. Tell me what? At a time like this, the master should leave quickly. Why say so much? Who is the master, you or I? Lu Qingwan said helplessly. Since you are my subordinate, you should listen to me, not contradict me at every turn. The first thing I'm instructing you on is this. I know you're straightforward, speak without thinking, and like to use your rear end to solve problems. Song Tong pondered. Even if he was useless, there was no reason for him to be insulted like this. Lu Qingwan didn't give him a chance to refute or speak. Therefore, remember in the future, never be so reckless. I am magnanimous, with a heart that can hold a boat. Others probably don't have such magnanimity. Headmaster. Song Tong's face immediately turned ugly. He reached out, wanting to touch Lu Qingwan, but Lu Qingwan casually slapped his hand away. We're all grown men, stop touching me like that. I don't have homosexual tendencies. The second thing, don't tell Xiaohua that I won against a woman tonight, and don't tell her that I lost later. So she won't laugh at me for no reason. When she asks about me, just say I don't want her anymore. She couldn't tolerate this. She'd definitely be furious and never look for me again. She wouldn't know. Cough cough. He finished speaking with a sudden, violent cough, followed by a gushing of blood. Headmaster, what's wrong with you? Song Tong followed the sound, and finally found Lu Qingwan's body. But having just lost his sight, his hands weren't as dexterous as a normal blind person's, and after groping around for a while, he couldn't find anything unusual. He only noticed that Lu Qingwan's body was wet. He brought his hand to his nose. A faint smell of blood mixed with the scent of rain rushed into his nostrils. Song Tong stood up in alarm. Headmaster, let's go. Let's go back to Wenxin Pavilion. The pavilion master will definitely have a way to save you. It's useless. Under the rainy night, Lu Qingwan's body was already covered in blood. Chu Qing's sword across worlds had been modified many times, and was completely different from the original. Lu Qingwan had been hit by half a blow, but to be precise, less than half. When the sword arrived, Song Tong first used his life's cultivation to unleash the netherworld rebirth technique, blocking his innate Song Tong, thus distorting the sword's edge. This weakened the sword's power. Then, the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion intervened from midair, interfering with the sword's momentum, and Lu Qingwan's location with unpredictable methods, just as the sword was about to completely engulf him. This method deflected another portion of the sword's momentum. In the end, less than half of the sword's momentum reached Lu Qingwan, but even this less than half of the sword's momentum severed all of Lu Qingwan's meridians. Now only his heart meridian remained, held together by his internal energy. Once this breath dissipated, Lu Qingwan would surely die. He clung to his last breath, managing to escape the perilous situation with Song Tong. He knew it was only thanks to the Wenxin Pavilion Master's intervention that they survived, otherwise, they would have perished under that sword strike. Unfortunately, this only delayed their deaths. It didn't truly save them. What was destined to happen would eventually happen. Lu Qingwan grabbed Song Tong's wrist, reached out, and said in a deep voice, "Song Tong, bear with it." "Headmaster, what are you doing all?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qingwan suddenly plunged his hand into Song Tong's eye, gouging out his left eye. He opened his palm, the blood on the eyeball was quickly washed away by the rain, revealing a pale eye with an almost glassy sheen, but now it was covered with countless sword marks. "This eye is completely ruined." Lu Qingwan took a deep breath, his apprehension towards Chu Qing growing even stronger. But Song Tong retreated repeatedly. "No! Headmaster, you can't do this. I'm about to die. Do you also want to be a cripple for life?" Lu Qingwan shouted. "Song Tong, what do we seek? Do you still remember? Compared to this, what do personal life, death, honor, and disgrace matter? You still have internal strength, and apart from this eye, you have no other injuries. Do you really intend to be blind for life? Come here." Song Tong froze, gritted his teeth, and came to Lu Qingwan, groping as he knelt down. Lu Qingwan nodded. "You should remember. In the Blood King's Azura Sea, there is a technique called turning blood into plum blossoms, which can reconnect bones and heal injuries." Song Tong immediately nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right, Headmaster, you can use it." "It's no use." Lu Qingwan interrupted him. "This man's sword intent is profound. His sword energy lingers within his body, extremely domineering. Unless I possess the martial arts that the Blood Prince has cultivated for a lifetime, I simply cannot eliminate his sword energy. I'm telling you this, you must remember it well. If there were a third person here, I could use this person's eyes to restore your sight. Alas, there is no one around, so I have to do it myself. This method requires 2 steps. First, I will remove your eyeballs. I will give you my left eye and help you perform blood turning into plum blossom to reconnect your eyeballs and allow you to see the light again. The second step, however, requires you to perform it. At that time, I will lose my sight and cannot accurately locate your eye sockets. You will then need to take the eye from my hand, put it in, and perform blood turning into plum blossom yourself. In this way, your eyes can report back completely. Did you understand?" This subordinate understood. Song Tong nodded through gritted teeth. "That's good." With that, he carefully collected Song Tong's eyes, then without hesitation, gouged out his own. He said, with one eye open and the other closed, "I have absolutely no confidence in this method. I can only try it as a last resort. If there are any problems, I can't help you." Song Tong's voice was filled with sorrow. The headmaster said, "No confidence means it's a sure thing. Everything is under control." "You bastard." Lu Qingwan laughed and cursed, pinching the eye with 3 fingers and inserting it into Song Tong's eye socket. Song Tong groaned, and the next moment, Lu Qingwan pointed a finger at his brow. A sliver of blood bloomed from his brow, and after a moment, his tightly closed left eyelid trembled and suddenly opened. "Can you see it?" Lu Qingwan asked. "Yes." Song Tong nodded, his eyes filled with an indescribable sorrow. "It actually works. I am indeed exceptionally talented." Lu Qingwan laughed immediately, then without thinking, gouged out Song Tong's right eye. This time, Song Tong didn't utter a sound. As usual, he carefully put the eye away. Now with only one eye left, Lu Qingwan gouged out his own. His eyes were bloodshot, and he held the eyeball in his hand, offering it forward. "Song Tong. Be quick." Song Tong gritted his teeth, grabbed the eyeball, and inserted it into his own eye. He immediately closed his eyes, and began to use blood to plum blossom. As the head of the 3 academies, Lu Qingwan's knowledge was quite diverse, and his internal strength far surpassed Song Tong's. He used this method with ease, but Song Tong did not grasp it so easily. Suddenly, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder, followed by an involuntary turn of his body. The next moment, 2 palms landed on his back. Song Tong was startled. "Headmaster, you don't speak. I'm about to die. Are you saving this internal energy for your coffin?" "Song Tong, all my life, I only hope to see the day when the world is at peace. Now, I won't see it. I hope you can help me see it." Lu Qiangwan's voice reached his ears. Song Tong felt immense grief, but he also knew that Lu Qiangwan's choice was right at this moment. And all he could do was grit his teeth and accept it. His internal energy surged forth. Song Tong used all his strength to circulate it. If he couldn't gather this internal energy into his dantian as soon as possible, it would dissipate and be wasted. But no matter how hard he tried, nearly half of his internal energy dissipated. Lu Qiangwan's hand slowly fell to his sides. Song Tong turned sharply, and saw him lying in a pool of blood. He hadn't aged from the transfer of power, but his face was withered. Song Tong scrambled to his side, calling out repeatedly, but received no response. Overwhelmed with grief, he roared to the sky. "Does shouting bring someone back to life?" A voice suddenly entered Song Tong's ears. He quickly looked around. "Sect Master, is it the Sect Master who has arrived? It seems that besides your naturally gifted eyes, your hearing is also quite good." The voice slowly said, "However, I haven't truly descended, but arrived here via 1,000-mile transmission Dharma image. You? This is utterly absurd, ridiculous. Song Tong, I ask you, who is that young man?" "He is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Lingbei, known in the martial arts world as the Mad Saber Prince." Speaking of Chu Qing, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The Pavilion Master of Wenxing Pavilion pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Your letter came a step too late. That young man is even more terrifying than you think. I used the Imperial Divine Court scripture to break his great dream of spring and autumn, which he had launched by taking advantage of the situation, but in the end, I couldn't protect Lu Qingwan's life from that sword strike. What a pity, it's such a pity. Sect Master, you possess unparalleled supernatural powers. Surely you have a way to save the headmaster, right?" Song Tong knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. "Please, Sect Master, have mercy and save the headmaster." The Pavilion Master of Wenxing Pavilion remained silent, which, in turn, gave Song Tong a glimmer of hope. If there truly was no hope, why not just say so? His silence now, didn't it mean there was still hope? He immediately said, "Please, Sect Master, have mercy. Whatever the cost, I am willing to bear it all, just to save the headmaster's life." "Humph, that sounds nice." The Pavilion Master of Wenxing Pavilion sneered. "What if it were me taking your life? My life for the first half of my life was given to me by the Heavenly Evil Sect, and my current life is given to me by the headmaster. This life can belong to the Heavenly Evil Sect or to the Dean, but it doesn't belong to me, Song Tong. If my life can be exchanged for the Dean's life." Song Tong raised his eyes, and said loudly, "Song Tong is willing." Simply outrageous. The Pavilion Master of Wenxing Pavilion said with a hint of anger in his voice, "One or two of you, talking nonsense. Fine, you're willing. Since you're willing, then bring him back. There's still a chance." "Yes." Song Tong was overjoyed. He quickly picked up Lu Qiangwan's battered body, leaped into the air, and ran off in a chosen direction. Only the voice of the Wenxing Pavilion Master echoed silently in the rainy night, calculating heaven, earth, and even ghosts and gods, being able to make people completely devoted. That's quite an achievement. What a reversal of fortune. Qiangwan, you know what it means to be put in a desperate situation and then rise again. Time rewinds, inside the Wanbao Pavilion. Chu Qing, having sheathed his wounded concealment sword, frowned slightly as he looked at the darkness under the rainy night. A cold snort still lingered in his mind, the voice of the person who had saved Lu Qiangwan. This person was probably no ordinary individual. To be able to invade his mental world from an unknown distance, to launch a diversionary attack, and to conceal his senses, hiding Lu Qiangwan's true whereabouts, making him impossible to track, that was truly formidable. However, judging from the current situation, he was probably too far away to intervene in what was happening here. Who exactly is this person? Chu Qing thought for a moment, feeling that the most likely. That was the Pavilion Master of Wenxing Pavilion. But at this moment, there was no need to dwell on that. Looking back at Jiangli, whose expression seemed somewhat dazed, Chu Qing thought for a moment and then said, "Miss Jiang, are you wondering what to do next?" Jiangli nodded but didn't speak. Chu Qing thought for a moment and took something out of his robes. This object was as thin as a cicada's wing, resembling a piece of human skin. Painted skin? Jiangli was taken aback. Chu Qing said, since Miss Jiang doesn't know how to choose, perhaps I could point her in the right direction? What does Miss Jiang think? Chapter 443. Jiangli looked at the painted skin in Chu Qing's hand, lost in thought. Does the alliance leader want me to fake my death and escape? Chu Qing shook his head. You said that Wan Beilu wouldn't care about a dead lord. At least, they wouldn't provoke the Tianxia sect just to avenge a dead lord. But once they have some free time, they might come to investigate whether you're really dead or just faking it. So I can't fake my death. I can tell everyone that you were kidnapped by the Wenqing Pavilion Master, and I couldn't stop it. But the Wenqing Pavilion Master didn't show up. He did? Chu Qing said, judging from the skill of the person who attacked tonight, he's either the Wenqing Pavilion Master or the Tianxia sect master himself. It's just that none of you noticed. So, when I say he came and kidnapped you, that's the truth. Jiangli understood Chu Qing's meaning. But won't this cause you trouble? I always had my share of trouble, and some troubles. Even if they don't come looking for me, I go looking for them. Chu Qing said softly, Miss Jiang, you should know that. What will happen after I say that? Jiangli thought for a moment and said, given Wan Beilu's style, if I were truly kidnapped by the heavenly evil sect, they wouldn't come to my rescue. Since you didn't save me, they won't hold it against you. After that, as long as I act carefully and don't attract Wan Beilu's attention, I should be able to hide for a while. But how long that period will be is hard to say. The truth will out. There are no eternal secrets in this world. As long as someone clings to my value, I will never truly be safe. Your attempt to shift the blame to the heavenly evil sect won't be very effective. But at least it won't make them think you're dead, thus preventing them from investigating the truth of your fate. They only need to investigate whether you were truly taken away by the heavenly evil sect, and they dare not touch the heavenly evil sect. As for me, they won't investigate openly either. Chu Qing said, furthermore, there's Huang Fuixia as corroborating evidence. Huang Fuixia. Jiangli subconsciously frowned. The son of the Sword Emperor, while possessing a clear sword heart, how much truth can he truly possess? However, if the alliance leader is willing to believe him, Jiangli is willing to take the gamble. But as Miss Jiang said, Chu Qing looked at Jiangli. Even if you win the gamble, it will only buy you a little time. As long as someone persists, you won't truly be safe. So, if you want a permanent solution, I have another plan. Cut off the source. Jiangli tentatively asked, Alliance leader, your current state makes me think that a piece of information I received earlier might be true. What information? The Night Emperor and the third young master are the same person. Jiangli didn't look at Chu Qing when she said this. People like them have a terrifying ability to read people. A single, unintentional glance can reveal truth or falsehood. Jiangli wasn't asking for any further information, so she didn't look at Chu Qing's expression or eyes. Chu Qing's tone was also calm. Where did this information come from? It's a deduction made by Wan Beilu's informants based on existing intelligence, Jiangli said. And if Wan Beilu can make such a deduction, others could too. Chu Qing silently turned her head, looking at the rainy night outside, and said softly, I understand. Shall we continue our previous topic? Yes. Jiangli immediately looked up. Chu Qing smiled and said, I might be able to help you cut off the source, but I have many things to deal with right now, so you have to wait. Coincidentally, I have a fairly safe period of time that allows me to wait patiently. Jiangli is indeed a clever person. As for why such a clever person would suddenly destroy their own plan at the last moment, Chu Qing pondered for a moment and felt there might be two possibilities. On the one hand, women are often more emotional than rational. Even if they rationally understand which choice is better, their emotional side makes them ignore rational demands. On the other hand, perhaps Jiangli had been hesitant about cooperating with the heavenly evil sect from the very beginning. However, her situation was too dark. Therefore, even knowing that this lifeline might be poisonous, she couldn't refuse and could only tremblingly grasp it. Chu Qing sighed. That alone seems insufficient. Miss Jiang, I have another option. If you agree, I would like to ask you to do something for me. Please speak, Alliance leader. Jiang Li's attitude was respectful. Chu Qing said softly, the first down master we need to find, if we are not mistaken, should be in Xia Hewen. I plan to have the first path protect you for a period of time. During this time, someone might try to assassinate the Tao Lord, who still remembers his past. The Alliance leader wants me to protect him? Jiangli asked. Chu Qing shook his head. I want you to observe those people, and think about whether you have any information about them. Also, as the one being protected, you must remember not to make a move. After all, I'm not sure if there are any spies from your Wanbalo within the first path. You must be extremely cautious. However, similarly, if you can gain the first path's trust during this process, you might be able to add another layer of protection. Of course, you could also choose to refuse. The initiative is yours. Jiangli smiled. No need to think about it. I do as the alliance leader says. Good. Chu Qing once again took out the painted skin. Time is of the essence. They be back soon. Though they naturally referred to Huang Fuixiao and the others. Chu Qing made this judgment because the weeping soul chaos array, which had been incessantly clamoring in her ears, had quieted down. This meant they had succeeded. Jiangli didn't hesitate this time, immediately taking the disguise and beginning to disguise herself. As the owner of Wanbalo, she was naturally multi-talented, and disguise was no exception. However, while changing her appearance, she said, Alliance leader is willing to help me kill, but I wonder what price I should pay. Silver, I say. Chu Qing stood up. Just give me whatever you think is appropriate. Leaving Wanbalo, I will be penniless. Jiangli turned to look at Chu Qing. Chu Qing blinked. You don't expect me to pay you out of my own pocket, do you? No way. Jiangli shook his head. How about I let the alliance leader do as he pleases for 3 years? Chu Qing's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. If you're willing, it's settled. Jiangli was stunned. I thought even if the alliance leader agreed, he would hesitate. Talent is rare, why hesitate? Chu Qing said, I have many things to do, and I need someone to help me. All right. Jiangli didn't say anything more, and turned back to continue working on the bronze mirror. Meanwhile, the Wanbao Tower was bustling with activity. Chu Qing took Wu Qianhuan and Winter downstairs. They were greeted by the old man, who was walking upstairs. He had been injured in his fight with Song Tong. Ultimately, he was old. It was already good that his internal strength hadn't declined. An old man shouldn't rely on his physical strength. Facing the Netherworld rebirth technique, he had only suffered minor injuries. Seeing Chu Qing and the other two, he stopped in his tracks. Where is the pavilion master? I'm ashamed to say, the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion intervened just now, and your pavilion master was kidnapped. I couldn't stop her. Chu Qing gave the explanation he had prepared beforehand. The old man was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. I must thank you for your help today, young friend. Otherwise, I'm afraid Wanbao Pavilion would have been destroyed. The pavilion master. The pavilion master being kidnapped might not necessarily be a bad thing. I only hope that the people of the heavenly evil sect won't harm her. Hearing this, Chu Qing glanced at the old man again and slowly nodded. Big brother. A boisterous voice came from downstairs, and Chu Qing and the old man went downstairs together. Huang Fuixiao and the holy monk Jiasha and the others had already returned. Looking at the scene inside the building, the holy monk Jiasha clasped his hands together. What happened here? The martial artists present didn't hide anything and recounted the events. However, their accounts became somewhat vague towards the end. After all, the final battle had mostly taken place in the spiritual realm. Although their martial arts were quite good, they couldn't see through the mysteries within. Huang Fuixiao's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but glance at Chu Qing. Chu Qing said, this matter was orchestrated by the heavenly evil sect. They besieged Wanbao Tower, and now the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion has personally intervened, even kidnapping Miss Jiang. Although I barely managed to repel Lu Qingguan, I couldn't protect Miss Jiang. I am truly ashamed. The crowd exchanged glances, and someone immediately said, young hero, you flatter us. May we ask your esteemed name? You possess such great skill. The Weeping Soul Chaos formation has caused us immense suffering. With those thieves appearing, we not only couldn't help them, but we were also causing trouble everywhere. If it weren't for the help of the seniors of Wanbalo and you, young hero, we would likely be in dire straits tonight. Please tell us your name, young hero, so we may know who our benefactor is. How can your vision be so limited? To tell you the truth, this gentleman before us is the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Lingbei Jianghu, the third young master of the Mad Saber. It wasn't that no one recognized Chu Qing. Someone immediately mentioned his name. However, even after hearing this, some were still confused, while others were bewildered. They came from all over the country, and not everyone knew Chu Qing. Some had never even heard of him. Where is Lingbei? Is it the northern region? It's the southern region. The southern region has 2 locations, Nanling and Lingbei. Lingbei seems to have 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 factions that control the martial world. When did they get a new alliance leader? So it was him. No wonder. How powerful are the 4 great warriors of the heavenly evil sect? The one wielding the heavenly slaughter sword died at the hands of this alliance leader. In the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain, their earth-shattering power nearly shattered the mountain. A mountain was nearly shattered. What? They shattered a mountain? Ah? They caused mountains to collapse, and the heavens and earth to tilt? No wonder, they're that powerful. Chu Qing stood there, watching helplessly as the story grew increasingly outrageous. He couldn't explain, so he could only smile bitterly. The old man stepped forward and clapped his hands lightly. Seeing him step forward, the murmurs immediately subsided. If it weren't for the old man's intervention, they would have been dead long ago. They wouldn't be alive today. The old man said, "Distinguished guests, a major incident has occurred at Wanbeilu, and it's truly inconvenient to entertain guests now. Therefore, I hereby announce that tonight's Wanbeilu grand event is now over. However, before you leave, each of you can receive a 1C for wealth token. We will certainly notify you of the next opening of Wanbeilu." Everyone nodded in agreement. With such a major event tonight, Wanbeilu's enormous store was indeed struggling to sell. They had lost their appetite. At least they could receive a 1C for wealth token before leaving, so it wasn't a wasted trip. They immediately bowed and took their leave. However, some stayed, those whom Jianli had previously promised. Chu Qing received the secret manual directly, but the others didn't receive the same treatment. The holy monk Jiasha came for the Vairocana Jade Buddha. Jianli promised him definite information, but only after breaking the Weeping Soul Chaos Array. The others received similar treatment. Now that their business was done, they naturally came to Wanbeilu for a result. Chu Qing wasn't in a hurry to leave. Wang Fuixia stopped him, wanting to say something. After all, he didn't quite understand. Chu Qing had previously hinted to him that this might be a diversionary tactic, so Chu Qing wanted to play along. But the problem was, now that Chu Qing's explanation seemed entirely accurate, then, why was Jianli still allowed to be kidnapped? Chu Qing told him that Jianli had pulled back from the brink, ultimately refusing to cooperate with the heavenly evil sect. That's why the conflict arose, and he was ultimately kidnapped by the pavilion master of Wenxin Pavilion. After hearing this, Wang Fuixia's expression was complex, seemingly relieved but then filled with anxiety. What should we do? That shrew angered them, and was taken away. How can she expect to get away with this? No, I have to go save her. You alone? That's like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Chu Qing quickly grabbed him. If you want to save her, you better send this message back as soon as possible. Yes, right, that's right. Wang Fuixia nodded repeatedly, but stopped abruptly as he turned to leave. But that's not a monk. The matter of him not being a monk can't be resolved in a day or two. I keep an eye on it for you, so you can go without worry. Thank you, brother. Wang Fuixia immediately breathed a sigh of relief before leaving. Watching him leave, Chu Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. This young man has a keen swordsmanship, able to distinguish truth from falsehood, good from evil. For Chu Qing to lie to him, he would need to rely on the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique to avoid being seen through. The whole process is quite exhausting. At this point, only the first hurdle remains. Chu Qing was on his way to find Bai Sheng when he suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking. A figure landed in front of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, carrying two people. A woman and a child. The person steadied himself and immediately looked at Bai Sheng. Come with me quickly, the Tao Lord is in trouble. Chapter 444. Bai Sheng stayed here to wait for Chu Qing. Whether Chu Qing offered him advice, or had a way to unlock the Tao Lord's memories, it was all worth Bai Sheng's wait. Unexpectedly, before Chu Qing's matter was resolved, a new situation arose. A thin man arrived. His physique was gaunt, and the way he carried two people made one wonder if his arm might break. However, his arm remained perfectly still, clearly not as weak as he appeared. His words caused Bai Sheng's eyes to widen instantly. What did you say? Chu Qing was also somewhat taken aback. The two people the thin man was carrying were Manager Song's wife and his child. Chu Qing had been staying at their house for the past few days, and naturally recognized them. Now he had brought these two people, yet claimed that Manager Song was in trouble? He glanced at Bai Sheng, who happened to be looking at him as well. Then he strode up to the skinny man. What happened? Speak quickly. Chu Qing didn't go forward to listen, because the old man happened to walk over at that moment. He was carrying a black cloth bag. Just as he approached, Chu Qing felt a commotion in his mind and immediately knew what it was. The old man spoke. Alliance leader, after much thought, I still think this should be entrusted to you for safekeeping. This isn't all of them, at most, only about half. The rest of the men in black scattered and fled. There were too many to hold back, so those gathered are all here. I just don't know what the Alliance leader thinks. Chu Qing looked at the bag, his brows furrowing slightly. Although the Weeping God Iron is one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, most of the 9 treasures are considered malevolent. Moreover, carrying this thing around would be a huge hassle. He thought for a moment and asked, Senior, you are very knowledgeable. Do you know of anything that can block the demonic sound of this thing? Put it in a golden box. Although it won't block it completely, it can block most of it. This thing is available in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I take the liberty of giving one to the Alliance leader. As he spoke, he beckoned, and a maidservant immediately came forward. The old man gave her an order, and the maidservant turned and went back. She returned a moment later, with a golden box. The old man opened the box, and Chu Qing poured the fragments into it, then closed the lid. Sure enough, the sound immediately decreased significantly. Interesting. Why can gold block the sound emitted by this thing? Chu Qing asked curiously. The old man shook his head. In this world, some people who have even a smattering of knowledge are considered to have mastered everything. Such people are extremely rare. How could this mediocre old man possibly know so much? Chu Qing smiled. Knowing what it is, why must one know why? I've been too talkative. But since things have come to this, let me ask one more question. Is there a way to completely destroy this Weeping God Iron? Completely destroy. The old man thought for a moment and said, if the Alliance leader goes to the northern region someday, perhaps he can find the Sword Inquiry Pavilion. I heard that within the Sword Inquiry Pavilion lies a heaven and earth furnace, which, although not among the 9 treasures, is no less remarkable. It is the foundation of the Sword Inquiry Pavilion. Its mysteries are truly profound. Someone once mentioned that tempering it with the fire of the earth in the furnace of heaven and earth might destroy the Weeping God Iron. But that's just a possibility. There are too many troubles in this world. This old man gives the Alliance leader a piece of advice. Don't strive for perfection in everything. Water overflows when it's full, the moon wanes when it's full. Just do things to a minimum. Thank you, Senior. I learned my lesson. Chu Qing said softly, since Wan Bailu offers storage, I like to store this item in UNG Pavilion. Alright, I add a mark to the Alliance leader's 1 sight, 1 fortune token. Next time Wan Bailu holds a gathering, I definitely send someone to deliver a gold invitation to the Alliance leader. Thank you. The old man waved his hand, said no more, and turned to return to Wan Bailu. Wu Qianhuan watched his retreating figure, feeling something was off, and whispered, is he? Before she could finish, Chu Qing shook his head, and turned to look at a girl walking towards them. The girl had a nice figure, but her appearance was average. Her eyes showed little emotion. She quietly approached Chu Qing, and gave a slight bow. Greetings, young master. Chu Qing glanced at her and nodded. Let's go. Not leaving, but going to find Bai Sheng. The two seemed to have just finished speaking when they turned around, and saw Chu Qing and his group approaching. The skinny man's heart tightened, while Bai Sheng quickly cupped his hands. Young master, the Dao Lord has been captured. Upon hearing this, the skinny man's face darkened. He had been planning to hide them, and they had let it slip. What are the details? Let's talk as we go. As he finished speaking, turning back, he saw a man not far away holding a knife, looking pitifully in their direction. Chu Qing thought for a moment, and beckoned to him. Wan Chunhua quickly came over. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Chu Qing smiled. How could I? That wasn't true. There had been so many things happening, one after another, that he almost forgotten about this person. But he couldn't say that, so he said, since you're here, let's go together. The skinny man felt like he'd been completely ignored. How could they go together? Just as he was about to object, Bai Sheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 whatever you command, young master. The skinny man glared at the fat man, who remained silent, only blinking repeatedly. The skinny man was confused, but seeing the fat man's constant winks, he had no choice but to agree. On the way back, the skinny man briefly recounted what had happened. The whole process was actually quite simple. For tonight's gathering at Wan Bailu, the 4 men chose Fatty to come, while the remaining 3 dispersed around the Taoist master's residence. This arrangement wasn't because they knew someone wanted to kill Manager Song. It was because the 4 of them knew their movements weren't secret. What the first Taoist had been striving for all these years was being observed by those with ulterior motives. Now, if someone could control Manager Song, they could use that to control the first Taoist master. Naturally, they couldn't let that happen. They had to keep an eye on things to prevent any mishaps. However, tonight's opening of Wan Bailu was a major event. None of them had expected that someone would actually abandon Wan Bailu to come knocking on their door. They were caught off guard, allowing someone to take advantage of the situation, and by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The group was large, and their martial arts were unpredictable and bizarre. The tall, short, and thin men struggled to rescue the proprietress and child, but Manager Song was taken away. The tall and short men were now pursuing the trail, but the rescued proprietress and child couldn't be left unattended, so the thin man went to find Bai Sheng. No matter how the two of them divided the tasks, having more people meant more strength. After explaining the situation, Chu Qing glanced at the thin man. You said their martial arts were unpredictable? How so? A lot of people came. How many? The thin man didn't hide anything. 5 people came in total. Some moved erratically, unpredictable, some could melt into wood. I don't know if it was some kind of illusion. And there's another one who bursts into flames at the slightest provocation. I don't know what's wrong with him. But they're only strong because they outnumber us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be afraid of them at all. Chu Qing paused for a moment, then glanced at Bai Sheng. Isn't this the opportunity? Bai Sheng was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. How could it come so quickly? Right now, we can't worry about opportunities. We have to rescue him first. Chu Qing nodded, glancing at Wenru. Wenru nodded silently. Chu Qing then said, Give me a token, the kind that can gain your trust as the #1 expert. The skinny man was stunned. What do you want to do? Bai Sheng didn't say a word, but directly took out a jade token from his robes. The skinny man's face changed instantly upon seeing it. Are you crazy? This is your identity token. What will you do if he takes it and doesn't return it? I believe in you, young master. Bai Sheng looked at the skinny man. This young master has extraordinary abilities. He must have a way to bring the Tao Lord back. Were you cursed at Wanbeilu? The skinny man was speechless. Chu Qing ignored him, taking the jade pendant and examining it closely. The pendant was exquisitely crafted. The front bore the character command, nothing more to say. The back depicted a ferocious, neither lion nor tiger. He put the pendant away, and the skinny man exclaimed, You actually dared to take it. At this, Chu Qing glanced at him. In that instant, the skinny man felt as if his skull had been ripped open, and an eye peered through the opening, surveying his entire body. The chilling, terrifying feeling prevented him from uttering a single word. It seems I won't hold it against you this time, out of respect for Bai Sheng and Manager Song. But I'm petty. If there's a next time. Chu Qing stopped there, turning to Wan Chunhua and the plain-looking girl, saying, You two stay with them. The proprietress is a woman, please take care of her. We be right back. With that, she grabbed Wu Qianhuan's hand and Wenru's with hers, and in a leap, she was already in midair. A gust of wind blew by, and the 3 figures vanished without a trace. Jiangli silently watched the direction Chu Qing and the others had gone, a thoughtful look in her eyes. As the owner of Wanbeilu, regardless of her own value within the establishment, she was a well-informed person. But she couldn't recall the origin of the lightness skill Chu Qing had used. Wan Chunhua swallowed hard, too capricious. How could he just fly away like that? Only now did the skinny man feel the mountain pressing down on him disappear. He took several deep breaths and couldn't help but glance at Bai Sheng. Who exactly is this person? This pressure, even compared to the Tao Lord, is probably not much different. This person is the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Lingbei, who controls half of the southern region, Bai Sheng said. He's young, but incredibly powerful. Not only did he kill Tian Sha, one of the 4 great warriors of the Heavenly Evil sect, but those from Wanbeilu tonight, who are probably no less powerful than the 4 great warriors, were also completely helpless against him. Most importantly, he's confident he can help the Tao Lord recover his memories. Seeing the skinny man's increasingly grim face, Bai Sheng said with a dark expression, I told you not to talk nonsense. Why can't you control your mouth? Even if you can't befriend someone like this, you shouldn't befriend them either. Besides, the young master is kind and easy to get along with. You. I really don't know what to say to you. You didn't explain yourself clearly, how can you blame me? The skinny man retorted, his tone fierce, but his voice weak, then said helplessly, Then? What should I do? Have I offended him? What if he refuses to treat the Tao Master because of this? Bai Sheng shook his head. Young master is magnanimous, he probably won't hold it against you. At worst, I break your legs later to vent his anger. The skinny man almost laughed in anger. You really are my good friend. No need for thanks, it's all what I should do. Bai Sheng didn't care about his sarcastic tone, and accepted it all. Meanwhile, the unconscious proprietress twitched her eyelids, and slowly opened her eyes, her face immediately changing drastically. You? Where is this? Chu Qing was indeed not a good-tempered person. He managed to hold back his temper mainly because he didn't want to ruin the deal. After all, Both Jiangli and Manager Song were future clients. At least potential clients. Of course, it wouldn't matter if they were ordinary clients, but the problem was that these two were extraordinary clients who could provide important targets. Therefore, it was best not to kill someone in anger over a few careless words. Chu Qing and his group stayed at Manager Song's house for 2 days, and Winru naturally recognized Manager Song's scent. Following the scent, Chu Qing led them through the air, and in no time, they had traveled an unknown distance. They were at least tens, or even hundreds of miles away from the small river bend. Winru suddenly pointed to the ground. Down there. Chu Qing turned and silently landed on a large tree. His gaze swept around, finally settling on a cave entrance. Gentle, sniffing the air, said, "The smell is coming from here. Manager Song should be inside." Chu Qing's ears twitched, then he said, "Let's go." "Aren't we waiting for those two from the first path?" Wu Qianhuan asked softly. Chu Qing shook his head. "No need to wait, they're inside." Inside. Wu Qianhuan was stunned. After following Chu Qing into the cave, they heard a voice cursing loudly. "If you got the guts, release your grandpa. We fight 300 rounds, and whoever loses is a son of a bitch. You dare or not." The cave was deep, with a complex network of passages. The three followed the sound and quickly found the two men, one tall and one short, who had been acupunctured and thrown into a corner of the cave. The one cursing was the short man. He wasn't tall, but his voice was powerful. Even tied up and acupunctured, he didn't stop, writhing and struggling on the ground while yelling and cursing. Chapter 445. The man on the ground continued to curse into the cave, while the other leaned against the rock wall, eyes closed in rest. Seemingly sensing something, he opened his eyes, and saw Chu Qing and the other two. His pupils contracted slightly, and his eyes narrowed, but he didn't ask any questions. Chu Qing took out the token Bai Sheng had given him from his pocket. The tall man looked at it, and said, "Old Wu, curse louder." "Nonsense, do you need to tell me?" The short man continued to curse, showing no mercy to the tall man. The tall man wasn't offended, but while the short man was cursing, he asked Chu Qing and the others, "Who are you?" The short man had heard him too. He was lying on the ground, focused on cursing into the cave, and hadn't noticed anyone approaching. At this moment, he subconsciously looked up and was startled. The tall man reminded him, "Keep cursing." The short man suddenly understood and cursed even more fiercely. Chu Qing smiled upon seeing this, and with a wave of his hand, the ropes binding the two men snapped due to his internal energy. He then extended 2 fingers, releasing the pressure points on their bodies. "Our identities are insignificant. We were entrusted by your 2 other friends to rescue them." The short man rolled over and sat up, but after a moment's thought, he lay back down, continuing his cursing. The tall man nodded. "They're all inside. The Dao Lord should be safe for now. They haven't gone all out, so we don't know what they're planning. I go with you. Old Wu, keep cursing. Don't stop, lest you give yourself away and let them notice something amiss." The short man didn't respond to his words, but answered with his actions. Chu Qing and his companions didn't linger there. The group went straight into the cave. The cave's interior wasn't complex, just 2 steps forward, and a person stood with their back to the narrow passageway. They seemed to be observing something. At the same time, Manager Song's voice echoed from within the cave. However, the voice sounded rather mournful. Chu Qing paused, seeing the tall man raise his index and middle fingers, about to attack. He gently patted the man's shoulder, shaking his head in acknowledgement. Chu Qing's voice came from beside him. "Are you confident you won't be detected by others?" This time, Chu Qing used telepathy. The tall man shook his head, replying, "But at least we can catch them off guard." "Then I do it." Chu Qing uttered these 3 words, his figure vanishing from the tall man's sight. The tall man's heart skipped a beat. He looked up abruptly, only to see Chu Qing already at the end of the passageway, standing behind the person with their back to the passageway. He tapped the man's back 7 times silently. Then he beckoned to the tall man, Wu Qianhuan and Winru. The group cautiously approached and, through the back of the man whose pressure points had been acupunctured, saw the situation inside the cave. They saw 3 people sitting cross-legged around Manager Song. The 2 on either side each held one of Manager Song's hands, seemingly channeling internal energy into his body through his Laogong acupoints. Behind him, another person had placed their hand on the top of his head. Manager Song screamed repeatedly, white mist rising from his hair. The group struggled to circulate their energy, exerting all their strength, but they couldn't understand what they were doing. The third person was nowhere to be seen. But Chu Qing remembered the man who had tried to assassinate Manager Song earlier. When he disappeared, Even Chu Qing hadn't noticed him immediately. The skinny man said there were 5, so this person must also be hiding nearby. The tall man's face darkened, and he was about to make a move. Chu Qing stopped him again. The tall man looked at Chu Qing with a puzzled expression, while Chu Qing frowned slightly. They won't die. Judging from their posture, they're not here to kill. Let's wait, and see what they want to do. The tall man felt that if he waited any longer, his down master might die. But Chu Qing was there to save people, and he had Bai Sheng's jade token. He couldn't very well refuse Chu Qing's request. He felt a torment in his heart, like oil being poured on a hot fire. At the same time, he made up his mind that if he sensed anything amiss, he would act immediately. Even if it meant turning against Chu Qing, it didn't matter. Alright, stop for a moment. Suddenly, someone spoke from inside the cave. Chu Qing's gaze instantly caught the person's figure. They were on the cave ceiling. Looking up, the person's body was almost one with the cave. Their body wasn't hanging upside down, rather, it was completely glued to the cave ceiling. Their breath and pulse, when they remained silent, were indistinguishable from the rock. Only when they spoke did their bodily functions activate, allowing Chu Qing to detect them. The remaining 3 indeed released their grip. Manager Song curled up on the ground, and one of them asked, "Have you remembered anything?" Manager Song shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with fear. What are you trying to do? It's still not working. The group ignored Manager Song, instead saying with furrowed brows, "It should be like this. Use internal energy to protect his heart meridian, then open his Bai Wei, GD20, and Tianling, EXH in 5 points. In this way, we can slowly wear down the Master's 3 Yang soul locking token." But why is there no progress at all? Still calling him Master? Another person spoke coldly. If that scoundrel finds out what we done today, we all die without a burial place, or worse, face a life or death situation. If we hadn't held on to hope for the Down Master who found them first, and thus secretly followed Su Ling all this time, we wouldn't have rushed ahead of that scoundrel to snatch the Down Master away. But secrets can't stay hidden forever. Gentlemen, you all know perfectly well what will happen to us if we fail. Aren't you really afraid? Afraid? The person on the cave ceiling exhaled. But it's precisely because of fear that we have no choice but to do this? Who are we? Just a bunch of lowly insects, who can't see the light of day. The martial arts we cultivate are at the mercy of that scoundrel's hands. If we can't obtain the Heavenly Corpse token from the Down Master to unlock the shackles in our techniques, sooner or later, we will all die. Cold Corpse Record. Wooden Corpse Technique. Fire Corpse Chapter. Mutilated Corpse Seal. Ghost Corpse Path. 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse Order. I thought that being chosen by him would bring me success, but now I become a monster. Not only do I endure the pain brought by the technique day and night, but I also have to obey his orders without question. The slightest disobedience, with just a thought, will turn us into a cloud of poisonous mist, leaving not even a complete corpse. This ending. I'm not reconciled. I'm really not reconciled. If you're not reconciled, then continue. The first person to speak looked at Manager Song. Don't blame us for being ruthless. This is the result of your own actions. Your current predicament is entirely your own fault. We just want to live well. No. Manager Song shook his head repeatedly, trying to dodge. But he didn't know martial arts. How could he possibly dodge? Wait. The person at the top of the cave suddenly spoke. I'm worried that if we continue like this, not only will the results be minimal, but we might also cause him some damage. If there's any flaw in the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, we're afraid we have worked for nothing. Then what do you suggest? The first person to speak looked up. The person at the top of the cave smiled and said, It works on the spirit. Ordinary external forces can hardly stimulate it. But what if we use someone he cares about? His wife and children? That woman and child are in the hands of the first Taoist master. He and Bai Sheng have probably already met them. Zhang Mo and Wu Ding fell into our trap, which is why they were easily captured. If we relied on force, it wouldn't be easy to snatch them away when they already become aware of our intentions. It's all about human effort. With Zhang Mo and Wu Ding's lives, plus their Taoist master's life, we might be able to capture them easily. That makes sense. It's feasible. Let's give it a try. Hearing their discussion, Manager Song's face immediately turned extremely ugly. What are you going to do to them? What are we going to do? What else could we do? We just capture them, and do things to them in front of you that you can't bear. The more you fear something, the more unacceptable it is, the more we do it. Only in this way can you cooperate with us to break through the 3 Yang soul locking order. I say it again, don't blame us, this is all your own doing. But I know nothing. Shopkeeper Song pleaded desperately. Please, don't attack them. You can do whatever you want to me. They are innocent. You are all chivalrous heroes of the martial world. You can't bully ordinary people like us just because you have martial arts skills. Use whatever moves you have against me, please don't hurt them, okay? It's not that we want to hurt you, we just want to save ourselves. It's precisely because you don't know that we need to let you know. The Taoist master who recalls those memories must be an invincible Taoist master. So before that, we must find a way to cripple his martial arts. Break his dantian, burn his meridians, sever his collarbone, cut his spine. He will definitely become a cripple whom we can only manipulate. Let's split up. The man at the top of the cave spoke. I go with the third brother. You guys keep trying. Before we leave, cut out that dwarf's tongue. We had enough of his cursing. If all else fails, we can kill him. He's just bait anyway. The man at the top agreed, and in a flash, he was at the entrance of the tunnel. He reached out and shoved the man. Why haven't you said anything? Are you asleep? Did you hear what I just said? We're going to. Before he could finish, the man at the entrance suddenly raised his arm and shoved him in the chest. The man opposite, oblivious to the anomaly, assumed it was a joke and didn't dodge. Unexpectedly, the palm struck his chest, a brutal force surging forth. His eyes narrowed. You. Before he could finish, he was sent flying backward. Finally, he crashed into the rock wall with a thud. The remaining three were startled. They had placed Wu Ding and Zhang Yimou at the entrance, acting as an alarm bell. If someone approached, the cursing would surely stop, alerting them. It was precisely because the cursing had continued unabated, growing increasingly vigorous, that they hadn't noticed the uninvited guests. But even the most oblivious among them now realized something was amiss. They immediately rose to their feet, some even reaching out to grab Manager Song. But it was too late. A surging force, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Faced with this force, the group felt as if they were boats caught in a storm at sea, completely unable to control themselves. Bang! 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 They could only watch helplessly as they were thrown back by the force, powerless to stop themselves. Just as Manager Song was about to be sent flying, he was pulled back by another force. When he came to his senses, he saw Chu Qing. Manager Song almost burst into tears. White-faced young hero, you finally arrived. Chu Qing felt conflicted about these words. It felt like a compliment, yet also like nothing at all. The tall Zhang Yimou, however, stared at Chu Qing with a look of horror. He had clearly seen Chu Qing's attack just now. He hadn't used any particularly powerful techniques. It was nothing more than a brute force thrust forward. And the terrifying momentum it created was already astounding. Just who is he, so young? The same question arose with the people opposite them. 5 figures stood there. One was embedded in the wall, the one the third brother had knocked away. The third brother's body lay sprawled to the side, his pressure points had been sealed, and the seals were still in effect. The remaining 3, those sent flying, weren't truly injured. They had already gotten up from the ground, but dared not make a move. The instant Chu Qing attacked, they had even thought the newcomer was the one they feared most. But even if he wasn't, looking at the young man standing opposite them, they dared not attack rashly. A man with a full head of red hair gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" Could it be? Also a master of the first path? The first path? Chu Qing stepped inside. To be honest, I don't know much about you. Nor am I very familiar with you. Zhang Yimou could attest to this. Before today, he and Chu Qing were complete strangers. Chu Qing looked at the red-haired man and continued, however, I had the pleasure of experiencing Fire Corp's chapter skills. Your cultivation isn't particularly impressive, but that red ghost is barely passable. It seems not everyone in your group is on the same level. There are high and low. Red ghost. The mirror of karma? The red-haired man's pupils contracted slightly. You're the leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance. It seems you already know about the Mirror of Karma's southern headquarters. Chu Qing pondered. The news travels quite fast. Shopkeeper Song and Zhang Yimou looked at Chu Qing in surprise. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? Especially Shopkeeper Song, the title of leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. He never heard of it before, but he heard it mentioned in storytelling. So this pretty boy actually had such a powerful background? Chu Qing didn't wait for an answer, simply waving his hand. All right, none of that matters. Tell me, what is the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token? Chapter 446. Only 3 people on the opposite side were still able to move freely. The one who had been driven into the mountainside couldn't climb out for the time being. The one lying on the ground couldn't stand up either. The 3 exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. The good news was that it wasn't the person they thought had come. The bad news was that they seemed to have no way out. A sigh rang out, and one of them suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. At this point, there's nothing more to say. If we fail today, we die either at your hands or his. If we don't tell you, we won't survive. If we tell you, at least it annoy him a bit. Second brother. The red-haired man couldn't help but glance at him upon hearing this, but could only sigh in the end. The Five Ghosts Corpse Order is a martial art. It was created jointly by the martial emperor Li Juechen, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the first Down Master. Its power is earth-shattering. Once mastered, one is impervious to blades and spears, cannot be buried in earth, cannot be extinguished by water, and cannot be harmed by fire. It almost possesses the power to penetrate heaven and earth. Chu Qing frowned. Zhang Yimou glanced at Manager Song, unable to resist. Manager Song met his gaze with a blank look. Zhang Yimou, listening to Wu Ding's cursing, suddenly felt it was getting a bit noisy. Should he tell him to stop cursing, or his voice would get hoarse? But he couldn't resist listening to what the other side was saying. This matter actually involved Martial Emperor Li Juechen. Just then, Chu Qing's gaze fell on him. Martial Emperor Li Juechen, has he ever visited your first path? No. Zhang Yimou didn't even think about it, at least he had never heard of such a thing. Chu Qing didn't offer any opinion, only telling the 3 men, continue. The red-haired man thought for a moment and said, we never seen the real 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, only heard about it. What we cultivate is derived from the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, Cold Corpse Record, Wooden Corpse Technique, Fire Corpse Chapter, Mutilated Corpse Seal, and Ghost Corpse Path. These 5 martial arts are extremely cruel, turning the practitioner into something neither human nor ghost. And the deeper one's cultivation, the more one is controlled by the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token. Li Juechen can use the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token to annihilate us in an instant. Therefore, no one dares to resist. As he said this, a different light appeared in his eyes, and he spoke with some difficulty, the 5 of us. Some are just ordinary people, children of hunters. Some are disciples of prestigious sects, whose future should have been bright. But ordinary people can't protect themselves, they're taken away just like that, and no one can resist. Even a prestigious sect like ours can't possibly control the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Once the martial emperor's decree was issued, no one could refute it. Who could have imagined that the so-called descending the mountain to eliminate demons would actually be targeting the martial emperor himself? Faced with such an opponent, what can even the most outstanding disciple do? Some of us were deceived. He said the martial arts he taught were his secret techniques, never to be revealed to outsiders, requiring diligent practice. No one doubted it. Others were captured and tied up. We watched helplessly as others, who were also captured, had their arms severed and were roasted in the fire. Some were disemboweled, supposedly to see how their internal energy circulated within their meridians when they practiced their internal energy. To be honest, we are all incredibly lucky to have survived this long. Their words reminded Chu Qing of the man in the Wanbao Pavilion who traded a Vairocana Jade Buddha for a martial arts manual, hiring someone to kill a martial emperor. Some of their words matched. The red-haired man fell silent at this point. Chu Qing looked up at him. Anything else? No, that's all we know about these martial arts. The red-haired man shook his head. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, that's not right. You said the 5 Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token was created by Li Juechen and a Down Master. But the first Down Master disappeared more than 10 years ago. From what you said earlier, the Down Master's disappearance was likely caused by Li Juechen, who also implanted some 3 Yang soul-locking token in his mind. But based on your descriptions, and the clues I gathered, the martial art you're practicing is not yet perfected. If Li Juechen and the Down Master had created this martial art over a decade ago, why would they need to capture people and conduct all these experiments? That doesn't make sense. Where did you get this information? How many people know about it? The red-haired man said, this matter has been circulating cautiously within our organization, many people know about it. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, you most likely been deceived. Li Juechen is the current martial emperor, clearly, he's no ordinary person. As you yourself said, you're nothing but insects under his control. How could this news spread like this without Li Juechen knowing? Do you think that's plausible? In my opinion, this might be at his behest. The first of the 3 to give up resistance couldn't help but speak up. How could that be? Why would he do this? Chu Qing looked at the man with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Zhang Yimou silently spoke, because there are benefits, and many benefits. It can give hope to those on the verge of death, preventing them from easily taking their own lives. It can make you more diligent in searching for our Tao Lord. It can let him see just how many hearts have turned against us. Even after we find the Tao Lord, countless of you will fight over him. Once the pool becomes murky, it will be easy for him to do whatever he wants. Zhang Mo's words seemed to plunge them even more into despair. The three people opposite, even those lying on the ground and embedded in the stone wall, all fell silent. Chu Qing remained silent, lost in thought. These people weren't lying, Chu Qing could tell. So, what happened back then was indeed Li Jueqin's doing. But to say that the two of them jointly created the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token was pure nonsense. Even without the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, Li Jueqin must have obtained something from the Tao Lord. But what exactly that was remained unknown. However, the answer to this question should lie in Manager Song's mind. Chu Qing glanced at him, and Manager Song noticed his expression becoming somewhat complicated. He wasn't stupid, so he knew very well that he would likely never have peace again. These two crises had been mitigated by Chu Qing's help, but what about the future? This time, he had been captured, and he was lucky that the people who captured him only wanted the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token. But what if they captured him not for the Five Ghosts Heavenly Corpse token, but like that person from that night, wanted to kill him? What should he do then? Regain his memories. He was afraid of losing everything he had now. But if he didn't regain his memories, it seemed he couldn't keep everything he had. Chu Qing knew his inner struggle, and knew that he actually had no way out, so he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he looked at the three people opposite him and continued to ask, "Tell me more about the Mirror of Karma." The red-haired man seemed to have anticipated Chu Qing's question, and without hesitation he said, "We don't know everything about the Mirror of Karma. Starting about 7 or 8 years ago, some of us were assigned to work at the Mirror of Karma. Sometimes it's helping to assassinate targets, sometimes it's helping to hunt down traitorous assassins, and sometimes it's about holding down a position, even helping to transport massive amounts of gold and silver. It seems the Mirror of Retribution has belonged to Li Jueqin since 7 or 8 years ago. So, the Mirror of Retribution wasn't originally Li Jueqin's property?" Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you know where the headquarters of the Mirror of Retribution is located?" "No." The red-haired man shook his head, "But we know that every year on the 5th day of the 10th month, the Mirror of Retribution holds a gathering. At that time, the demon-slaying list, the judge's pen of the Book of Life and Death, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform, and the current head of the Mirror of Karma platform will all be present." Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. The demon-slaying list consists of assassins, a total of 72, known as the 72 demon-slaying list, a well-worn term. Chu Qing has lost count of how many have been killed. None are on the list, yet the list continues. The judge's pen of the Book of Life and Death primarily refers to contact persons. When the judge wields the pen, death is imminent. They assign targets, and assassins execute them, a complete system. As for the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform, these are the experts ranked on the demon-slaying list. There are only 6 of them. If each expert on the demon-slaying list can dominate a region and stand alone, then each of the 6 experts on the 6 Paths of Reincarnation platform can be a powerful figure, establishing a century-long legacy. They are the true foundation of the Mirror of Karma platform. As for the head of the Mirror of Karma, that is, the leader of the Mirror of Karma platform, this person is extremely mysterious. Their martial arts skills, temperament, and even gender are unknown. Based on what is currently known, this person is either Li Jueqin, or has already submitted to Li Jueqin. October 5th. Chu Qing let out a soft breath. "Do you know where they will gather?" The red-haired man shook his head with a wry smile. "The gathering location changes every year. Perhaps it's a desolate mountain, perhaps an abandoned town. The news is usually released to the attendees 3 months in advance. Until the time arrives, no one knows exactly where it will be. Besides, we don't need the attendees. We only hear about it afterward. So that means we can find out about this in July?" Chu Qing looked at the 5 people opposite him and smiled slightly. "One last question. Do you want to live or die?" The red-haired man gave a bitter laugh. "Even if we want to live, we probably won't. You said it yourself. What we're doing might not be a secret. If he finds out, we all die. Then let's take a gamble." Chu Qing said, "Tonight, we will all keep our mouths shut. No one will reveal a single word. Those who need to leave, leave. Those who need to go back, go back. Let's pretend nothing happened. If you're lucky enough to survive, how about we make a deal? You want to know the location of the Mirror of Karma gathering?" The red-haired man looked at Chu Qing. "But what can we get in return?" "A chance to survive." Chu Qing said softly, "The 5 Ghosts Corpse token." Upon hearing this, The expressions of the 5 people opposite him, including the one who couldn't move, changed slightly. The red-haired man decisively said, "All right, if we don't die, we help you find out this information at the right time." Chu Qing chuckled, "Then it's a deal." Upon hearing this, the 5 people opposite him suddenly stiffened slightly. Zhang Mo was startled and subconsciously looked behind him, but found nothing. Why did their expressions change? The entire scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Except for Wu Ding's incessant cursing, no other sound rang out. Suddenly Chu Qing turned around. "Let's go." Zhang Mo subconsciously looked into Chu Qing's eyes, and at that moment he felt dizzy, as if he were trapped in endless fog. His entire being seemed to vanish into his eyes. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he stammered, "You." "Sure." Chu Qing held up a finger. "I dissuaded them from continuing their obsession with the 5 ghosts' corpse decree and concealed their memories of tonight. Don't disturb them now. I estimate they regain their senses in about an incense stick's time. Now let's leave." His words weren't difficult to understand, yet a fine layer of sweat broke out on Zhang Mo's forehead. He could now understand why Bai Sheng had entrusted the jade tablet to this person. He should have a way to help the Tao Lord unlock the 3 Yang soul locking decree. The group then left the cave, taking with them the still cursing Wu Ding. Wu Ding, seeing them, felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He was practically hoarse from yelling, and when he saw the group, tears welled up in his eyes. "You're finally back. Is the Tao Lord all right?" Zhang Mo didn't answer, only giving him a look. Stepping out of the cave, Manager Song suddenly stopped, looked at the 2 behind him, and then said to Chu Qing, "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead." "If, after regaining my memories, I'm a cold-blooded, ruthless, and human bastard, then can you kill me?" "The Tao Lord." "No." Wu Ding was still worried about Manager Song's decision, but Zhang Mo was truly anxious. Although Chu Qing hadn't displayed much skill in front of him, he knew this man was absolutely unfathomable. He truly had the ability to kill the Tao Lord. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. "Seriously?" "Never mind. I don't really want to die." Manager Song shook his head, then asked Zhang Mo and Wu Ding, "Do you have any money?" "Yes." The 2 answered in unison. "I want 1,000 taels of silver. If I'm a scoundrel after I regain my memories, this 1,000 taels will be enough for my widow and her children to live on." He then turned to Chu Qing. "But if I still remember this 1,000 taels, or even try to get it back, then please kill me." Chu Qing looked at him seriously for a moment, then finally nodded. "Fine." Chapter 447. As the old man from One Bailu said, nothing in this world is ever perfect. Manager Song knew very well what choice he should make. He had made up his mind. But before doing so, he wanted to see his wife and children again. When Chu Qing and his group returned, Bai Sheng and Qian Cheng had already brought the proprietress and child back to Manager Song's residence. The place still bore the marks of their earlier encounter. The proprietress was still unsettled, having been attacked inexplicably, and then waking up to 2 complete strangers. Although they were kind and even escorted her home, it wasn't enough to calm her. Only after seeing Manager Song did she breathe a sigh of relief. The couple poured out their hearts to each other, and Chu Qing and the others naturally didn't want to disturb them. While waiting outside, Chu Qing temporarily entrusted Miss Jiang to Bai Sheng and the others. Miss Jiang wore a disguise, and Bai Sheng and the others didn't know her true identity. However, they didn't refuse Chu Qing's request. They promised to protect her. By the time Manager Song emerged from the room, dawn was breaking. He found Chu Qing. "Young hero, please help me." Chu Qing nodded. "Come with me." The 2 entered the room, where Wu Qianhuan, Wen Rou, Bai Sheng, Wan Chunhua, and the others were waiting outside. Inside the room, Manager Song had obeyed Chu Qing's instructions, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. Although he possessed internal energy, he didn't know a single incantation, nor any meditation techniques. Having been up all night without sleep, he was now feeling drowsy as he sat cross-legged. He felt a cool sensation on his brow and instinctively looked up. It was Chu Qing's finger touching his forehead. Suddenly, he remembered what those demons and monsters had done to him earlier, and a lingering fear gripped him. He wanted to ask if it hurt, but instead felt a dizzying sensation, as if he were lost in a thick fog. Everything was hazy and indistinct. His feet felt weightless, and the discomfort was indescribable. But somehow, a force was pulling him back, preventing him from completely succumbing to the fog. He didn't know how much time had passed when scenes pierced through the layers of mist and appeared before his eyes. They were his experiences. Only, these experiences were playing in reverse. Tonight's events were being traced back, being rescued by Chu Qing, being captured, being assassinated, the pretty boy bringing 2 girls to ask for lodging. He kept tracing back, starting slowly, then accelerating faster and faster. He saw the child grow smaller and smaller, from the current teenager back to the time when he was learning to walk. He saw his wife's face grow younger with each passing year, her smile always warm. Then he saw a river. He seemed to be in the river, swimming upstream. The scenes that followed were fragmented, incomplete. Many were incomplete. He saw himself as a beggar, pleading on the streets, being bullied by other beggars, chased all over the place. He saw himself being hung up and beaten for stealing. He saw chivalrous heroes, killing to save lives, then leaving triumphantly. Then he saw himself locked in a cage, with many other people. He traveled from station to station, enduring hardship. It seemed he had a long period of being in a daze, unable to remember many things, the only thing he could recall being a persistent, dull ache in his head. The scene suddenly froze. It seemed something was blocking his way, preventing him from tracing back further. A golden light drew him in. Looking up, he saw chains. These golden chains bound the entire world. The 3 Yang soul locking token. This phrase suddenly flashed into his mind. Had he heard it from those demons and monsters? It seemed there was more to it than that, as if he had known it long ago. He wanted to break these chains, but he didn't know how. A sense of anticipation arose within him. He couldn't wait to untie the chains and find the truth behind them. This anticipation gradually turned into anxiety, into restlessness. He could do nothing but watch. He was powerless to change anything. Suddenly, he saw a finger. The finger was enormous, like Mount Bujo, capable of supporting the heavens and earth, piercing through with immense pressure. A finger touched the massive chain, and the entire world, the entire sky, trembled beneath it. The chain emitted a violent clang and cracked numerous times. But it did not shatter. Manager Song suddenly realized that something had appeared in his mind. He subconsciously shouted towards the sky, 3 Yangs. 3 Yangs form the foundation. Bai Hui GV20 is the gate. Turn away from Yang and embrace Yin. Forcefully seal the divine gate. His finger, which was about to strike again, paused, as if in deep thought. Then, without moving his finger, the chain began to rattle intricately. Following this, one by one, they snapped. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the chain had shattered. Then, that finger struck again. At this moment, the chains that filled the sky turned to dust, and memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Scenes appeared before Manager Song. He saw himself in a daze, unaware of reason, being fed and watered, and then locked in a cage. He saw himself using his lightness skill to run through the mountains and forests, as if some terrifying creature was pursuing him. The scene shifted again, and he saw a person. He and this person were fighting fiercely, their battle causing mountains to crumble, and the earth to split. Ultimately, he was defeated, but he forced the other person back with a secret technique, and as he escaped, the other person struck him on the back of the head with a finger. All the memories were converging, and Manager Song's previously panicked mind gradually calmed down. With a surge of internal energy, he naturally gathered all of this together. The next moment, the scene appeared inside a room. Shopkeeper Song, his face calm, sat quietly opposite a figure clad in a black robe, concealed in the darkness. Shopkeeper Song's voice was steady. You risked the safety of all living beings to deceive me into giving you the first path primordial opening scripture, yet you haven't used it for good. The first path will not let this matter rest. What if I were willing to return the primordial opening scripture to you? The person opposite, hidden in the darkness, spoke with a metallic edge. Are you toying with a 3-year-old? Shopkeeper Song slowly stood up. Li Juechen, you said there's a terrifying organization that aspires to overthrow the world, and is gathering power. I believed you. You said they received the legacy of the great Qian dynasty, and their martial arts far surpass ordinary ones. I believed it too. You even said that only the primordial path opening scripture could inspire the future, preventing stagnation and allowing ordinary people to rise like dragons and control their own destiny. I still believed it. I trusted you completely, even risking public condemnation to give you the sect's secret techniques. But what have you actually done? You tricked me out of the first primordial path opening scripture, killed and murdered, using extremely cruel methods to create a new martial art. Grand words, for the sake of the common people? You are only doing this for your own selfish gain. Li Juechen, who had been silent for so long, suddenly interrupted, without sacrifice, where would the future come from? The unique skills we cultivate now, weren't they also created by our predecessors who sacrificed their lives? Through the years of refinement, how many people have gone astray? How many have died from chi deviation? Without the experience of our predecessors. Where would we be today? Those who break new ground always shed blood. But their sacrifices and lives are by no means meaningless. I didn't lie to you, that group really will appear. I already seen the signs. They are unstoppable. With our current strength, we can hardly contend with them. Song Chengdao. Trust me. I was wrong to trust you. That's why so many people have been harmed. Song Chengdao slowly exhaled. You are the current martial emperor, revered by all, regarded as a godlike figure by countless martial artists. Alas, your virtue does not match your position. I will make this public. I will relinquish the position of Dao Master, even if it means committing suicide within the Dao Mausoleum. I will do so willingly. But Li Juechen, you will also pay the price for everything you have done. You taken the wrong path. Even if everything is as you say, you chosen a path you should never have taken. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will not tolerate you, nor will the martial world. In the scene, after saying this, Song Chengdao turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Juechen attacked. Both were peerless masters, but Li Juechen's sneak attack caught Song Chengdao off guard. Although he was prepared, he was still overwhelmed. One wrong step led to another, and Song Chengdao was ultimately defeated and forced to flee. Before leaving, he was struck by Li Juechen's 3-yang soul-locking token. However, as a Dao master, Song Chengdao naturally had his own methods. Unfortunately, Li Juechen's internal energy was extremely domineering, and the 3-yang soul-locking token was exceptionally unpredictable. Although Song Chengdao bought some time, his memories were ultimately sealed. In a daze, he was deceived by the slave-hunting team and enslaved, with the intention of selling him. However, during that time, Song Chengdao seemed to have gone mad. He remembered nothing, knew nothing, and forgot everything that happened today by tomorrow. Each day seemed like a new beginning. Those who bought slaves did so either for labor, for lust, or perhaps for other reasons. But whatever the reason, no one wanted such a delirious madman. After all, money doesn't grow on trees. This caused Song Chengdao immense suffering. Whenever the slave owners were in a bad mood, they would seize him and beat him severely. Fortunately, although he had forgotten his past, he was still a top-tier expert capable of fighting against the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even if he was beaten black and blue, he would recover in just 2 or 3 days. The slave owner, seeing this, saw it as a rare commodity and couldn't bear to discard it. He actually carried it all the way from the Central Plains to the southern region, until it was finally rescued by a chivalrous person. Unfortunately, the chivalrous person was probably only concerned with his own enjoyment. He only rescued half the slaves, leaving the fate of the released slaves unattended. Afterwards, just as initially described, he lived as a beggar for a time. Finally, during a territorial dispute, he accidentally fell off a cliff and was swept downstream to a small river bend, where he was rescued by the landlady. This is how Manager Song came to be. Removing his fingers from between his brows, Chu Qing slowly opened his eyes. Song Chengdao's eyes also opened naturally. While his features remained unchanged, his overall demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. His gaze was deep and melancholic, filled with an unyielding sorrow. He looked up at Chu Qing. "You've seen it all. I committed a grave error, beyond redemption. From what I've seen tonight, the number of victims is countless. I deserve to die." Chu Qing paused, then asked, "What kind of martial art is the primordial path opening scripture?" "I am the first path master." "Do you know where the words first path come from?" "I heard Huang Fuixia mention it." "It's the first path since the creation of heaven and earth?" Chu Qing wasn't sure. Song Chengdao chuckled. "That's an exaggeration, but it does have that connotation. The so-called primordial path opening scripture is the very first path of my first path, the foundation upon which my first path stands. All the martial arts of the first path originate from the primordial path opening scripture. However, everyone cultivates a different primordial path opening scripture, ultimately giving rise to all sorts of martial arts. Within the first path, it is called the root of all techniques. Therefore, some also name it the root source scripture, describing it as the origin of all martial arts under heaven. Does it seem exaggerated?" "Yes." Chu Qing nodded. "The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. No matter how powerful the original Tao scripture is, it cannot be the root of all martial arts." "Then where do you think all martial arts come from? Where did the first person to learn martial arts learn their skills?" Song Chengdao asked Chu Qing. Chu Qing thought for a moment. "From fighting?" Song Chengdao smiled. "That makes sense, but look at those street ruffians, fighting and causing trouble all day long. Have they learned anything from those fights? If martial arts could be learned without a teacher, then everyone in the world would be a master." Chu Qing thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, nowadays, the path of martial arts is flourishing, and masters of the martial world are emerging in large numbers. Naturally, those street ruffians seem useless. But before the concept of martial arts existed, when everyone in the world was an ordinary person, there were bound to be high and low levels in the struggles. If someone were to study this and gradually evolve its principles, wouldn't that give birth to martial arts? Even today's street thugs have varying levels of power, right? Otherwise, why would one be the leader and the other the follower? Song Chung now glanced at Chu Qing, then suddenly laughed. As expected of the leader of the martial arts alliance, what you say makes sense. However, when you ask me what kind of martial art the primordial opening scripture is, I'm merely answering you. It's a martial art. Completely different in the eyes of different people. In other words, it can be any martial art. The martial arts those people mentioned tonight all stem from the primordial opening scripture, but these martial arts are still limited by Li Jueqin's own understanding. Chapter 448. Seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing water as water, seeing a mountain not as a mountain, seeing water not as water. This is a Buddhist saying, aimed at different levels of spiritual attainment. We take the most basic approach, limited only by what we see. What we see is what we gain. You see green mountains, I see flowing water, therefore, you gain green mountains, I gain water. This is the primordial path to enlightenment. Song Qingdao's voice was steady, as he slowly explained to Chu Qing, and the primordial path to enlightenment that I have learned is not the true primordial path to enlightenment. The various martial arts that Li Jueqin comprehended are also not the primordial path to enlightenment. If one day you are able to see the secret manual of the primordial path to enlightenment, you will surely gain your own insights. Chu Qing said, thoughtfully. So the secret manual of the primordial path to enlightenment is inherently extraordinary. Our predecessor wrote this with all his life's learning, so it is naturally extraordinary. It's a pity that we, the unfilial descendants, were misled by treacherous people, causing this unique skill to be disgraced. As Song Qingdao said this, he turned his head and glanced towards the door, his gaze seemingly lingering slightly in the direction of the proprietress. What I considered earlier was actually somewhat unfounded. My life so far is only a little over 40 years. Song Qingdao and manager Song each occupy half of it. And the experiences of these past 10 years, or so, are not a blank. It's just a pity, young hero, I cannot take her away. Before Chu Qing could ask, Song Qingdao murmured, I am a sinner of the first path, unworthy to become the Dao Master. After the matter of Li Jueqin is settled, I will commit suicide within the Dao Mausoleum. They won't fare well following me either. So, young hero, could you do me one more favor? No. Chu Qing shook her head resolutely. I'm not a good person. How can I share everyone's burdens? Song Qingdao was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. Fine, this matter really shouldn't have troubled you. But, after I return to the first path, this matter will inevitably be made public. Li Jueqin's actions must be proclaimed to the world. In this way, my crimes will also be exposed. I'm destined to die. Why should I cause her further sorrow? Your life or death is not decided by you alone. Chu Qing said slowly. I don't understand your first path, but regarding this matter, the fault doesn't lie with you. Even that martial emperor Li Jueqin, in his initial intentions, wasn't entirely evil. At least, many of what he said has come true. Song Qingdao was taken aback. What has come true? These past years, you lived in seclusion in Xia Hewen, so you didn't know that the organization Li Jueqin spoke of back then wasn't a fabrication. Its name is the Heavenly Evil Cult. With profound foundations and countless experts, the current turmoil in the 4 regions and 1 state is almost entirely the work of this group. Is this really true? Song Qingdao's expression changed slightly. Chu Qing, seeing his expression, felt a sense of unease. Nianxin and Nianan of the Bodhi Temple had a deep understanding of the Heavenly Evil Cult. The Tomb King of the Heavenly Evil Cult had come to see him using a body from within a tomb, and upon seeing Nianxin and Nianan, he even jumped off a cliff rather than fight them. The First Dao sect, one of the 5 great hidden sects in the world, knew nothing about the Heavenly Evil Cult. It seemed that the Bodhi Temple must have some intricate connection with the Heavenly Evil Cult. As he pondered, he slowly nodded to Song Qingdao and recounted the actions of the Heavenly Evil sect since its emergence in the martial world. The Heavenly Evil sect had done many things, making the story quite lengthy. Both Chu Qing and Song Qingdao possessed ample patience. Only after Chu Qing finished speaking did Song Qingdao slowly exhale. In that case, this matter may be somewhat difficult. He lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with contemplation. Chu Qing glanced at him. What were your initial plans? If there were no external enemies, given Li Juechen's actions, he deserved to die. Song Chengdao slowly said, but now, the heavenly evil sect is wreaking havoc on the martial world, and even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors cannot afford to be harmed. Without Li Juechen, no one can guarantee that the heavenly evil sect won't have an opportunity to exploit the situation. Originally, I only needed to speak out about this matter, and I would have certainly gained the support of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But now, with an added layer of consideration, things have become more uncertain. Then do you think Li Juechen deserves to die? Yes. Song Chengdao said without hesitation, he deserves to die. I said it before. Even if everything he said is true, he's gone down the wrong path. He shouldn't have done this in this way. He's implicated too many innocent people. But the others among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not think so. Then there's no need to consider what they might think. Chu Qing said indifferently, just do your own thing. But without the support of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, I'm no match for Li Juechen. Song Chengdao gave a bitter smile. A dozen years ago, I could still put up a fight against him. But that fighting power doesn't mean I can win. Now, I wasted over 10 years. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. I'm far from being his match. Without the support of others, not only will I fail to kill Li Juechen, but I also be courting disaster. Chu Qing opened the system interface, glanced at it, and then looked at Song Chengdao again. Then let's wait. Wait. Song Chengdao looked at Chu Qing. Wait for what? Wait until I personally meet Li Juechen. Chu Qing said, I heard too much, but never witnessed it firsthand. Once I witness it with my own eyes, and this man deserves to die, I will take action. Song Chengdao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. You're so young, yet you already become the leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance. Your martial arts and intellect must be top-notch. I don't doubt your abilities, but you are definitely not as skilled as Li Juechen. Perhaps, in a few years, you have that opportunity. But by then, who knows how many more will fall into Li Juechen's hands, unable to live or die, leading to countless tragedies. Not a few years, Chu Qing said. Give me a year, maybe not even that. He thought of the 5th day of the 10th month, and the deal he made with that group. If his guess was correct, perhaps that day would be the end of everything. Song Chengdao looked at Chu Qing with a strange expression. Less than a year? That's right. Hearing Chu Qing's decisive answer, Song Chengdao slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. Good. During this time, I will bide my time and wait for you to come. However, the original plan needs to be changed. You must not tell anyone about my regained memories, except Bai Wuqian and the other 4. That's your own business. Chu Qing stood up. It's dawn. That's enough for today. If I really kill Li Juechen, I will go to Zhongzhou to find you. You don't need my help? Song Chengdao was taken aback. I will find you when I need you, but I probably won't need your help. Chu Qing had already reached the door. Your martial arts may be superb, but when it comes to killing, you're an amateur. Don't make things worse, he said, pushing open the door and leaving. Sunlight streamed through the doorway, causing Song Chengdao's pupils to contract slightly. Chu Qing had already walked out the door. Bai Wuqian and the other 4 stepped forward, wanting to investigate. Chu Qing pointed inside, then walked past them, coming to Wu Qianhuan and Winder's side, and then glanced at Wan Chunhua. He was sitting in the corner, dozing against the wall. He was still holding the shark-slaying blade. Chu Qing flicked his finger, deflecting the blade that was supporting his body. Wan Chunhua jolted awake, looking up at Chu Qing. We should go? Chu Qing's voice came, and Wan Chunhua snapped out of his daze, patting his chest. Go! To the northern region? To Tianfu Temple. Chu Qing said with a smile, of course, you can stay here and wait for me to return. No, I want to go with you. A conflict flickered across Wan Chunhua's face as he said this. But this conflict only lasted a short time before he recovered. To him, Tianfu Temple was not a safe place, and if possible, he didn't want to go a second time. But now, no one knows when the powerful figure they offended will find them. If they're found before then, he doesn't want to resist, but he can't very well die prematurely. Even in death, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Therefore, he must stay with Chu Qing to ensure everything goes smoothly. Let's leave after breakfast. There's no reason to travel on an empty stomach, so Chu Qing and the others stayed and had a meal with Song Chengdao and the others. Bai Wuqian and the other 4 knew that Song Chengdao had regained his memories, but the landlady and his child didn't. The meal was eaten with some apprehension, and when Chu Qing left, He first returned by Sheng's jade token and then learned from Song Chundao how to contact the first Dao. Then everyone parted ways. Morning. Light streamed into the room, and Meng Hui opened his eyes, uttering Amitabha. Then he stood up and tidied the bedding. He scrubbed his face vigorously, his rough hands turning his cheeks red from the effort. He looked at his hands, lost in thought. His hands had become like this because of carving Buddha statues. That's good. The villagers all said that carving Buddha statues was a great act of merit. If one could accumulate 999 Buddha statues, there might even be a chance to attain arhatship. So Meng Hui had always worked very hard. For the sake of entering Tianfu Temple, for eternal peace. All of this was insignificant. But for some reason, these past few days, he felt that something was amiss. Whenever he looked at his hands, he felt that these hands were not just for carving Buddha statues. They must have served other purposes. But he couldn't remember. Is it karmic burden? A sense of fear rose in Meng Hui's heart. The villagers had said that when carving Buddha statues, many strange thoughts would arise, even countless visions. But those thoughts and visions were not real. They were the karma carried over from countless reincarnations. Nothing can be taken away except karma. These are the hurdles to accumulating great merit, ultimately achieving enlightenment, and entering the Wanfo Temple. Only with a steadfast mind can one overcome them. However, some people, burdened by too much karma, eventually succumb to despair, their minds consumed by karmic fire, ultimately turning to ashes. He had seen people consumed by karmic fire. Their deaths were gruesome, their bodies twisted into various shapes, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. The villager said that people like them could not escape karma. They could only wait for the next cycle of reincarnation. But without the opportunity to enter this heavenly Buddha village, without the Buddha's careful guidance, no matter how many lifetimes they were given, they could not rid themselves of their karma. They could only endlessly reincarnate in this defiled world, experiencing boundless suffering, never finding peace. This was a terrifying consequence. If they had never received that opportunity, perhaps they wouldn't feel anything so terrible. But now that they had the chance for eternal peace, who would willingly wallow in the sea of suffering? Meng Hui didn't want to, so he shook his head vigorously. He needed to shake off his karma and make his devotion to Buddha even stronger. Fool! A voice entered his ears. It was a woman's voice. Meng Hui's entire body tensed. He abruptly turned his head to look around, trying to find the source of the voice. But there was nothing. He wanted to ask who was speaking, but he didn't dare. He didn't dare let anyone know that he was burdened by karma. Although he had heard that the monks of Tianfu Temple could help people purify their karma, he didn't know why, despite his deep longing for Tianfu Temple and his dream of stepping into it, he didn't want the monks of Tianfu Temple to help him purify his karma. He searched several times, but the room was empty. This made Meng Hui give up the search. He even lost his appetite. He hurriedly left the room and followed the path he had walked countless times, arriving at Wanfo Forest. Here was a world of Buddha statues. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the boundless expanse. Buddha statues of various shapes and forms were displayed here. Some had hands clasped in prayer, their faces showing compassion, others had fierce expressions, their countenances majestic. Meng Hui had once asked how many Buddha statues were here. But there was no answer. Beyond these boundless Buddha statues lay vast expanses of mist. The villager said that beyond that mist lay the defiled world of the five turbidities. There lived countless beings drowning in suffering. Sometimes, those with a karmic connection to Buddhism would cross the mist and the sea of suffering to reach this place. If you encounter them, you must keep them here, no matter the method. Because this is a good deed for the salvation of all beings, a great act of merit. Unfortunately, Meng Hui had never seen one. He obediently approached a nearly completed Buddha statue and climbed the ladder onto the scaffolding. The tools were all there. He checked them briefly and was about to pick up a hammer when he suddenly noticed something extra next to the familiar tools. It was a plaque. It was decorated with cloud patterns around the edges, and in the center was the character Su. He looked at the token, and for some reason, even though he remembered nothing, a feeling of indescribable bitterness and sadness welled up in his heart. Chapter 449. Whose is this? Meng Hui murmured to himself, but involuntarily picked up the plaque. Its touch was icy cold, as if it had pierced his heart from his fingertips. Something seemed to flash before his eyes. But before he could grasp it, he heard the voice of Amitabha Buddha. You really came. You didn't wait for us today? Meng Hui jolted, instinctively putting the plaque into his pocket. Turning around, he saw two men and a woman slowly approaching. He clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha Buddha, as a return greeting. They were his friends from the village. The two men were brothers, though they looked nothing alike. The elder brother was called Zhang Damao, and the younger brother was called Zhang Ermao. The girl was called Suehua. She looked at him with a face full of pity. Meng Hui, you come so early. The pity on Suehua's face seemed not only directed at him, but at all living beings she saw. Meng Hui nodded. I have a heart devoted to Buddhism, and it's difficult for me to sit at home. Good, Meng Hui is right. His devotion to Buddhism is very firm. He is a role model for us all. Zhang Dama climbed onto another scaffold, hammer in one hand and chisel in the other, preparing to begin carving. This was what they did every day, day after day, year after year. Zhang Ermao also climbed onto the scaffold next to the Buddha statue he was carving, selecting tools as he spoke. They say the Buddhist path is vast, but it only guides those with affinity. That's truly true. Without affinity, even if one enters a mountain of treasures, one will leave empty-handed. Some time ago, someone came from this defiled world, who should have been transformed by the Buddha's teachings. But this person's demonic nature is so deep that it's impossible to convert him. Taking advantage of the knight's inattention, he ran back to that defiled world. Truly laughable. You've broken the precept against anger. Everyone has their own choices, why be so attached? As the saying goes, good advice is useless to a damned ghost. He has no affinity with Buddhism. Even with the greatest compassion, I'm powerless. The group chatted casually as they carved the Buddha statue. If it were any other day, Meng Hui would certainly have discussed Buddhist principles with them, but today, for some reason, his mind seemed to be sometimes clear and sometimes confused. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When speaking to others, he was always a beat behind. Seeing his strange expression, Suehua couldn't help but ask, Meng Hui, are you alright? Meng Hui was dazed for a moment, then shook his head. I'm fine. The remaining people exchanged glances, all seeing the unease in each other's eyes. Suehua hesitated before speaking. It's good that you're alright. Later, the great Dharma scripture of Tianfu Temple will be transmitted to help us dispel our karma. Hearing this, Meng Hui glanced around. In the time they had been chatting casually, many villagers had already arrived, talking and laughing freely, their mouths filled with Buddhist teachings and principles. But the more he listened, the more uneasy Meng Hui felt. An indescribable discomfort arose, as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. It made it hard for him to breathe, and his ears were ringing. He struggled to stay upright on the scaffolding, but the more he tried not to move, the more unsteady his feet became. He swayed, instinctively reaching for something nearby to steady himself. The closest thing to him was this Buddha statue. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it, but what he saw was a Buddha statue he had personally carved. A statue he had seen countless times before that always appeared benevolent and kind. Now, however, it radiated a terrifying and malevolent aura. It was backlit, its face entirely in shadow. It appeared exceptionally somber. Only a pair of mocking, cruel eyes stared silently at him, like a vengeful ghost ready to devour him. Ah! Meng Hui instinctively cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Meng Hui! The shouts of Suehua and the Zhang brothers beside him made Meng Hui turn around hastily. The Buddha statue, the Buddha statue. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Suehua. Suehua was one of the few beautiful girls in the village, with delicate features, a small face, and large eyes that often held compassion. Seeing her instilled a strange sense of peace and shame in anyone who looked upon her. But at this moment, the face that met Meng Hui's eyes had become a Buddha's face carved from stone. A Buddha's face is benevolent and kind, but on a human face, it appears grotesque and terrifying. Meng Hui's pupils contracted sharply, and intense fear made his hands and feet tremble uncontrollably. Suehua's face. How could this be? He instinctively looked for Zhang Damao, but when he turned around, he found that Zhang Damao's face had also turned into a Buddha's face. However, his fierce gaze lacked majesty, only appearing grotesque. Meng Hui instinctively shrank back, looking around, only to find that every gaze was fixed on him. Every person, every face, was a Buddha's face. They looked at him with indifference, pity, anger, and all sorts of other expressions. You are burdened by karma. You are deluded by your inner demons. You must sever your own karma. Otherwise, how can you attain enlightenment? A chorus of voices rushed into his ears, seemingly threatening to turn his mind upside down. No, no, that's not right, you're not you. Meng Hui pointed at them, his emotions surging within him. But the words he wanted to utter were interrupted by the sound of a bell. The bell's origin was unknown, but it was the bell of Tianfu Temple. They all knew that Tianfu Temple was here, but none of them had ever truly seen it. Those qualified to enter Tianfu Temple didn't need to be sought out. The monks of Tianfu Temple would come and take them away at the appropriate time. The sound of chanting also came at this moment. Like a calming breeze, it blew into people's hearts. It extinguished all distracting thoughts and delusions. In Meng Hui's home, a young woman in the kitchen, eating noodles from a bowl, frowned. "It's starting again," she muttered. "I wonder how things are going today. Will he even see this?" she thought. "If this keeps up, I'm afraid it's truly hopeless. I can't stay here day after day. If those monks find out, it'd be a real problem." As she spoke, her chopsticks flew across the table, and she finished the bowl of noodles completely. Afterward, she casually tossed the bowl into a basin of water without washing it, then found a meditation cushion and began meditating. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, as if she too was desperately resisting something. Meng Hui shuddered, realizing he had forgotten something. But looking at the Buddha statue he had carved, a nameless joy filled his heart. "One day, I will attain enlightenment and live in eternal peace," Meng Hui murmured softly. Just then, Tsuehua said, "Meng Hui, it's getting late, let's go together." "Okay." He packed up his tools, patted his clothes lightly, and stone dust flew everywhere. On the way back, he met many people. The villagers were all kind, chanting Buddhist prayers when they met. Meng Hui thought that most of the time, everything was normal, ordinary. Tianfu village was such a place, like a paradise, peaceful and serene. People ate vegetarian food, chanted Buddhist prayers, and diligently carved Buddha statues. Everything was normal. Yes, very normal. Meng Hui's steps slowed down, because he suddenly felt something on his body. Although he didn't know what it was, the moment he touched it, a very bad feeling suddenly welled up inside him. He absolutely couldn't let anyone see this. This thought arose out of nowhere, and it seeped into his very bones. His heart suddenly tightened. Why did this thought suddenly appear out of nowhere? Was karma acting up again? He dared not mention karma, nor did he dare take out the thing in his arms to look at it. He was still chatting with Tsuehua, De Mao, and Air Mao. But for some reason, what he thought was a normal conversation suddenly seemed abnormal. Tsuehua said, "Tomorrow I will continue to carve Buddha statues as diligently as I do today, hoping to enter Tianfu Temple as soon as possible." Zhang De Mao said, "There is a true Buddha in Tianfu Temple. By severing karma, one can attain eternal peace under the Buddha's light. I will attain arhatship and receive great fortune." The last sentence was spoken by Zhang Ermao. It should have been Meng Hui's turn to speak at this point. He carefully thought about what he had just said. Right, he had said, severing worldly ties, shedding 3,000 afflictions, accumulating merit in Tianfu village, enjoying peace in Tianfu Temple. This was their exchange. Following this, Tsuehua spoke again. "Tomorrow I will continue to carve Buddha statues as diligently as today, hoping to enter Tianfu Temple as soon as possible." Zhang Damao continued, "There is a true Buddha in Tianfu Temple." Meng Hui felt every hair on his body stand on end. They kept repeating the same things. Including himself, he was repeating the same words. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart in an instant. But at the same time, his reason told him, he had to act like them. He absolutely couldn't let anyone know that he sensed something was wrong. So, when it was his turn, he still said the same words as before. The conversation moved to a new round. Though the rounds differed, the content was exactly the same. It wasn't just them. Meng Hui observed that every group around him was engaged in the same dialogue. It was as if they wanted to implant this into their memories, never to be forgotten for eternity. Things Meng Hui had never paid attention to before began to surface, one by one. He noticed that the kind villagers all wore the same expression. There was no emotional fluctuation. Even Tsuehua's face lacked any semblance of compassion. Everyone's expression was blank, as if nothing they did came from the heart. He also discovered that this was clearly a village. There were families in the village, but he couldn't recall ever seeing any children. There were no children in the village. And no elderly either. The husband and wife never showed any intimacy, which made sense. Although they weren't monks, they seemed to consider themselves so. They abstained from alcohol, meat, and sex. But if that was the case, why form families? Things he never considered before suddenly appeared in his mind. He felt trapped in a huge vortex, unsure how to escape. Especially, a voice inside him kept telling him, he couldn't let anyone discover that he sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, his fate would be extremely tragic. Meng Hui didn't know what kind of torment he endured before returning home. After saying goodbye to the expressionless Tsuehua, Zhang Damao, and Zhang Ermao, he eagerly returned to his courtyard, opened the door, strode inside, and then slammed the door shut behind him. This door seemed to be his only lifeline, only now did he dare to breathe heavily. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he reached into his robes and pulled out a plaque. Carved with cloud patterns, it bore the character Sue. "Oh, you actually brought it back?" A voice suddenly came from beside him, a woman's voice, melodious as a nightingale's song. Meng Hui looked up, following the sound, but saw nothing but emptiness. "Who?" This was a huge shock. She nearly collapsed to the ground. "Still can't see?" The woman's voice held a hint of disappointment. Meng Hui was momentarily dazed, then suddenly slapped his face hard. No, everything's wrong. Karma, it must be karma. These strange things, maybe it's not them, but me. The strange person, it must be me. He curled up, as if this would give him some sense of security. The woman's voice didn't come. The night deepened, and all around fell into silence. Meng Hui slowly raised his head, his eyes searching cautiously at everything around him, as if observing if there was anything else amiss. "What are you looking for?" The woman's voice came again. Meng Hui jumped in fright, abruptly standing up and instinctively throwing whatever he was holding towards the source of the voice. With a thud, the object broke through the window and landed outside. The woman's voice held a hint of surprise. "You actually threw it away?" "Threw it away? What was it?" Meng Hui's heart tightened. "Oh no, it's that sign." He hurriedly turned around, wanting to open the door to look for it. But just then, the woman's voice came again. "Someone's coming." Meng Hui paused. He couldn't see the source of the voice, he didn't know who it was, but she said someone had come? Had they seen the token he'd thrown out? Or had someone discovered he was burdened by karma? And so they summoned the monks from Tianhua Temple? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded. Meng Hui didn't want to open the door, but he couldn't refuse. He tried his best to keep a calm expression and slowly pushed open the door. What he saw made him freeze. There were 4 people standing outside. 2 men and 2 women. The 2 women were both very beautiful. One was tall and carried a sword. The other was petite and expressionless. Beside them was a burly man carrying a knife, with a rather ferocious scar over his eye. Finally, standing at the very front was a handsome young man. He carried a large black wooden box on his back, and what he held in his hand almost made Meng Hui's soul leave his body. It was the token engraved with a sign with words on it. "Is this yours?" The young man slowly raised his head, his voice carrying an indescribable calmness that brought a sense of peace to those who heard it. Chapter 450. Upon seeing the plaque in the young man's hand, Meng Hui had already made his decision. He wouldn't admit it. He would never admit it. No matter what, this plaque was definitely problematic, very problematic. If he admitted it, he would likely confirm his karmic burden. Therefore, his strategy was to say he didn't know when questioned, and not admit it under any pressure. But when the young man's gentle yet steady voice reached his ears, he subconsciously uttered yes. Upon hearing this, Meng Hui fell into deep confusion. Logically speaking, this plaque was his. But he couldn't say it truly was his, because he had only just received this plaque today. It had inexplicably appeared in his possession. Yet, that yes just now seemed like a heartfelt acceptance. It was as if, from his very core, he felt that this plaque was his. He was momentarily dazed, feeling as if he had forgotten something, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall a single clue. The young man, however, smiled thoughtfully upon hearing this, and was about to speak when a woman's voice called out, "What are you doing here?" Meng Hui suddenly shuddered. That's right, there was still a female ghost in his house. Wait, these 4 people who came don't seem to be from the village either. That's right. They're from this defiled world, people who have toiled in the mortal realm, tainted with karma. Are these people considered destined? I heard that if one can guide a destined person to enlightenment, one can gain great merit. Could he use this to sever his own karma? A glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in Meng Hui's heart. He forced himself to stay alert, and tried to invite the group inside. As for the female ghost's question, since she was a ghost, how could anyone else hear her? But just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the young man in front of him suddenly peering inside. The young man's expression subtly changed. He spoke in a bewildered tone. "What are you doing here?" The 2 men asked the exact same question. The woman replied, "I've been here for many days, chasing after someone." Hearing the ghost's words, Meng Hui trembled uncontrollably. Truly worthy of being from this corrupt world, able to converse with a female ghost. He instinctively took 2 steps back. The young man, probably taking it as an invitation, led the 3 people behind him inside. By the time Meng Hui tried to stop him, it was too late. The man with a scar over his eye and carrying a knife looked into the house, and his expression changed drastically. "It's you." Immediately afterward, Meng Hui heard the female ghost's furious voice. Well, well, I searched high and low, and here you are. I chased you all the way to this Tianfu temple, searching everywhere without success, but I never expected to find you here. Meng Hui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. So, everyone in this defiled world has the ability to see ghosts, huh? And, judging from this, it seems the people of this defiled world have a grudge against this female ghost? Are they starting to cross the boundaries between the Yin and Yang realms to form feuds now? A jumble of thoughts raced through his mind as the handsome young man stepped forward. Miss, please calm down for now. Would you do me the honor of not starting a conflict? Meng Hui grinned, thinking to himself that he must be burdened by karma. The karmic fire was probably already burning his brain. Otherwise, how could he hear so much nonsense? Then he heard something even more outrageous. Although the female ghost's voice still carried anger, she actually gave him face. Fine, I give you face, and not kill him now. But he owes me a life, and I definitely get it back. Meng Hui suddenly realized the female ghost was demanding a life. At the same time, he secretly gave her a thumbs up. Getting face from a female ghost and succeeding? Brother, you got some nerve. The man with the knife looked at the young man in astonishment. You two know each other? Hearing this, Meng Hui couldn't help but ask, you can see the ghost? A ghost? The young man was stunned, looking towards a corner of the room. How did you become a ghost? He's in a daze, can't see me, so he thinks I'm a ghost. Besides, even if I told him today, he'd forget it tomorrow. I told him in the morning, and he'd forget when he gets back tonight. Every time I speak to him, I scare him half to death. It's so funny. Meng Hui listened to the girl's slightly carefree voice, looking surprised. Was it really that funny? What was so funny about it? Besides, his memory had always been excellent. How could he be so forgetful as this female ghost described? He couldn't help but retort, you're spreading rumors. If you had known me all along, how could I have forgotten? Never mind, you wouldn't remember even if I told you. The girl's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Meng Hui was still unconvinced when the tall girl behind the young man stepped forward and asked, do you know this girl? The young man nodded. Her surname is Mu, the shepherd girl. She is the daughter of Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the present world. She is also one of those who hunted Wan Chunhua. The group that had arrived was none other than Chu Qing and his companions. With Wan Chunhua leading the way, Tianfu Temple wasn't difficult to find. However, the thick fog was indeed quite annoying. After walking for a long time through the fog, they finally entered Tianfu village. They had intended to go directly to Tianfu Temple, but as they passed by, a token flew out and was caught by Chu Qing. At first, he thought the villager had discovered outsiders and was planning to cause trouble. But upon closer inspection in the darkness, he realized it was actually a token from the Su Hui sect. This forced Chu Qing to pause slightly. During a casual conversation with Chu Yunfei that day, he entrusted Chu Qing with 3 tasks. First, to send Wenru back to Luochen Manor. Second, to deliver a message to Tianjin Prefecture. Finally, he gave Chu Qing a token from the Shu Hui sect. This was the sect to which Chu's ancestors belonged. The Ruoxu scripture and Qingshu palm that Chu Qing had cultivated since childhood both originated from the Shu Hui sect. However, the Shu Hui sect had been destroyed many years ago, its disciples scattered throughout the martial world, pursuing different livelihoods, and even founding their own sects. But those who still cherished the old friendship still kept a Shu Hui sect token. In the future, if they encountered each other while traveling the martial world, they could help each other out of ancestral ties. This was also because Chu Yunfei was truly worried about Chu Qing venturing into the martial world alone, and wanted to pass on as much as he could to Chu Qing what he considered useful. Protecting Wenru at Luochen Manor was to gain Wen Fuxing's favor. Delivering the message to Tianjin Mansion was naturally to obtain their support or protection. The token's purpose was stated directly. A mother worries when her son travels far, but a father also worries, though they rarely say it openly. This made Chu Qing keep the Shu Hui sect token in mind. After all, he was, in essence, a descendant of the Shu Hui sect. That's why he traced the token's origin. Unexpectedly, he saw Mudonga. Wan Chunhua killed Mudonger's maid, so it was only natural that she would pursue Wan Chunhua. But Chu Qing didn't expect her to step into Tianfu Temple. Now that Mu Tonger's background had been explained to Wu Qianhuan, Mu Tonger seemed a little embarrassed. How did you know my identity? I didn't know at first, but then I met your master. Ah? Mu Tonger was taken aback. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Where is he now? In the Yinyang forest of the southern ridge, I suppose. Chu Qing wasn't entirely sure either. He wasn't discreet enough before, and was discovered by the heavenly evil sect, and both his legs were broken. He hesitated for a moment. After all, he was her minor. He couldn't imagine how heartbroken she would be to hear that Yuzong's legs were broken. But after some hesitation, he said it anyway. At worst, he could just say a few words of comfort. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Mutonger's eyes suddenly gleamed. I told you, with all his errands, he was bound to get his legs broken sooner or later. If not my father, then someone else. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It actually happened to the Heavenly Evil Sect. But the Heavenly Evil Sect members are quite good-natured. They only broke his leg, not killed him. The Heavenly Evil Sect isn't so easy to talk to. Yuzong ran away. He ran away even with a broken leg? What kind of martial art is that? The shepherd boy indignantly asked. Why didn't he teach me? The daughter of the Xian Emperor, instead of learning the 9 profound divine art, actually became Yuzong's disciple? Chu Qing felt he couldn't quite understand Shang Qiuyu's thoughts. The shepherd boy, however, pursed his lips. The 9 profound divine art is obscure and difficult to understand. Just hearing about it makes me drowsy. I really can't learn it. The shepherd girl's face was filled with an infuriating expression of someone who didn't appreciate their good fortune. Even Chu Qing was speechless. Thinking of Dong Xingji and Dong Yubai, one had trained himself to the point of being neither human nor ghost for the sake of the 9 profound divine art. The other had even died. As a result, the shepherd girl, who could actually learn it, simply didn't want to. And her suffering was beyond the comprehension of others, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. Some things, if you can't learn them, you really can't. The shepherd girl's attempt to learn the 9 profound divine art was like her attempt to learn formations, both things that could induce drowsiness. How could she learn something that made her want to sleep? Chu Qing briefly introduced the shepherd girl to the Yu sect's history. The girl seemed indifferent at first, but she was actually worried. Only after hearing that there was a Yin-Yang hermit in the Yin-Yang forest, a master healer with the ability to almost revive the dead and heal the wounded, did she feel relieved. Afterwards, Chu Qing introduced her to Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. He stated directly that Wu Qianhuan was his fiancée. The shepherd boy paused for a moment, then laughed. So this is Miss Wu. I heard so much about you. Wu Qianhuan was taken aback, you know me? Chu Qing also looked at the shepherd boy thoughtfully. The shepherd boy felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied by those bastards from the Divine Blade Hall. Regarding you, I naturally had to investigate thoroughly. And this investigation uncovered many incredible things. Moreover, besides me, others were also investigating your situation, guessing that you changed your name and didn't show your true face. There must be a reason. So I quickly asked people to help cover it up. So what exactly did you find out? Chu Qing asked with a smile. I think we investigated everything we could. But can I say this? She glanced at Wan Chunhua as she said this. Wan Chunhua had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time. So Chu Qing's confident assertion wasn't without reason. He actually had a past with Mutonga? And it was a life-saving favor. No wonder he had such influence in front of the Xian Emperor's daughter. Chu Qing waved his hand. Never mind, I won't say. With that, Chu Qing had Wenru close the door. Then he turned his gaze to Meng Hui. What about him? Him? His situation starts from this Tianfu temple. Mutonger said softly, I chased that thieving bird. Hearing this, Wan Chunhua scratched her face and sighed. The shepherd boy glanced at him and continued, I stumbled into this Tianfu temple by accident. I tracked his movements and knew he was taking this road, so I guessed he must be inside. So I stayed. But the people in Tianfu temple are very strange. They're obsessed with the scriptures, have lost their normal human nature, and have become puppets of Tianfu temple. Every time they see me, they try to get me to convert to Buddhism. I'm a beautiful young woman, still unmarried. How can I become a nun for no reason? The shepherd boy snorted, but even after I refused, they wouldn't give up. They came 3 times a day, at the same time every day. I couldn't take it anymore, so I used some tricks. I made these mentally challenged people see through me like a leaf, even though I'm right here. So I infiltrated Tianfu village, trying to find the thieving bird. But after searching high and low, I couldn't find him. But I unexpectedly discovered this kid. He seemed to have a certain obsession. Unlike those who were completely lost, he constantly oscillated between torment and submission. The key lies in that token. That's the token of the Su Hui sect. I investigated you and know your background, so the person who possesses this token is somewhat related to you. I paid more attention to him. Later, I discovered that he, like everyone else, was completely lost. Ultimately, it's because he threw away this token during a period of submission. I thought about it, and felt that this person might have the potential to awaken, so I tried to awaken him little by little. It seems to be quite effective now, but judging from the fact that he still can't see me, it will take some time to completely awaken him. Chu Qing pondered. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. You have a way? Mutong asked. Chu Qing then stepped in front of Meng Hui, who was currently standing with his eyes closed, muttering incantations. Karma, disperse. Karma, disperse. Karma, disperse. Chu Qing, Chapter 451. From Meng Hui's perspective, it was all truly terrifying. He suspected he was burdened by karma, causing everything around him to become abnormal. His companions, with whom he spent every day, had become puppets, only able to repeat the same phrases. He finally returned home, only to find a female ghost living there. Before he could recover from the shock, several people from the five-turbid world appeared. Even more terrifying, these people from the five-turbid world knew the female ghost. What kind of absurdity was this? He thought and thought, feeling that he was probably still trapped by karma. Everything he saw was an illusion, all of it was false. Otherwise, his experiences couldn't be explained at all. A tremendous fear came from all directions, causing Meng Hui to tremble and cry out helplessly, "Karma, disperse." But he had no confidence at all whether he could disperse this karma. Looking up, he saw the young man already standing in front of him. He instinctively shrank back, stammering, "You. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, you are nothing but the manifestation of my karma. I have accumulated great merit by carving this Buddha statue. I am not afraid of you." Chu Qing was truly speechless, but he knew this fellow was deluded and couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He simply pointed a finger at Meng Hui's forehead. The shepherd girl, arms crossed, watched coldly, and upon seeing this, she was stunned. Although her martial arts skills weren't high, she was, after all, Shang Qiuyu's daughter, and was knowledgeable and experienced. She naturally knew that the method Chu Qing used was a unique art that worked on the mind. This kind of technique was extremely rare in the martial arts world. Even among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, not everyone possessed it. The method she used to avoid their gaze was a mental technique sparsely traversed in this field, called a leaf obscuring the view. It was something Shang Qiuyu had accidentally acquired during his early years wandering the martial world. Considering it ingenious, he passed it on to her. This method had no effect on ordinary people, but those who had lost their minds would be blind to it. It was ineffective under normal circumstances, but when facing a master of manipulation among the evil sects, this a leaf obscuring the view could turn the impossible into possible. Even so, Mutonger had no way to pull someone who was deluded out of their trance. She only kept trying because she saw his particular obsession with the token. She tried to strengthen the impression as much as possible, hoping to bring him from illusion to reality. This method worked from the outside in, and the progress depended entirely on Meng Hui himself. Chu Qing's method, however, worked from the inside out, directly targeting the root cause, and the effect would definitely be immediate. And indeed, that was the case. In just a few breaths, Chu Qing had already withdrawn his finger. Meng Hui, like a drowning man suddenly given a chance to breathe, gasped for air. His mind felt hazy, filled with countless thoughts. But then, in a moment, it settled. He looked up at the people before him. Chu Qing and his group of 4, with a stunningly beautiful girl leaning against the wall not far away. He shook his head vigorously, subconsciously uttering "Amitabha." The shepherd girl raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chu Qing. "Failed? No. Probably just inertia," Chu Qing said. After saying this, Meng Hui was indeed stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "I actually thought of myself as a monk. Truly absurd." As he spoke, he stood up and bowed to Chu Qing, saying, "Thank you for saving me, brother. I am Meng Hui of the Su Hui sect. May I ask your name?" Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Su Hui sect. Meng Hui? Does the Su Hui sect still exist in the martial world? Brother, you know of the Su Hui sect?" Meng Hui was also taken aback. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then took the bundle from Wu Qianhuan and searched for a while before finally finding the Su Hui sect's token. He had no choice. He had collected quite a few tokens along the way. Not to mention the distant ones, there was the Liaoyuan Jade token from Liaoyuan Prefecture, and the Yi Jian Shengkai token from Wanbeilu. Those were 2 different things. These things were usually not very thin or light. 3 or 5 of them were heavy to carry and easy to lose, so he simply kept them in his bundle. The only problem was that when he needed them, he had to take them out and look for them, which was quite troublesome. He showed his token to Meng Hui. Meng Hui was immediately startled, then overjoyed. "Great! I turned misfortune into blessing. I never expected to find you all here. To be honest, we came to the southern region specifically for you. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged as she softly said, Senior Brother Meng, let's sit down and talk. Meng Hui nodded repeatedly, pulling Chu Qing's wrist and leading her to sit down. He glanced at the others and quickly said, This place isn't actually mine, but it's temporarily my residence. Please, everyone, don't be so polite and sit down. Wu Qianhuan and the others didn't refuse and found places to sit. Meng Hui then told Chu Qing about his situation. Many years ago, the Su Huai sect wasn't a small sect, with numerous disciples. After a great calamity, the sect was shattered, and its members scattered and wandered the martial world. Some chose to start anew, like Chu Yunfei's lineage. They treated the martial arts of the Su Huai sect as their family's secret art, ensuring its continued transmission. But others were determined to rebuild the Su Huai sect. Meng Hui was one of these people. From a young age, he knew he carried the greatest responsibility, to revitalize the sect. This was their lineage's unwavering commitment, and this commitment only deepened in Meng Hui. And now, it had yielded considerable results. They found a contemporary master who had inherited the Su Huai sect's martial arts, and was willing to serve as their sect leader. Using him as the core, they searched far and wide for Su Huai sect disciples scattered throughout the martial world. Bringing them together was the first step in revitalizing the Su Huai sect. However, this process was not easy. After countless hardships and twists and turns, the Su Huai sect disciples they found were either already settled in their local areas and unwilling to cause their families to be disturbed, or they did not accept the current Su Huai sect and refused to join. Some, though they had learned the martial arts of the Su Huai sect, had extremely limited understanding of the sect. They not only harbored hostility towards Meng Hui and his companions, but also found their arrival inexplicable. In any case, their journey was fraught with difficulties and setbacks. Later, Meng Hui heard that there were still Su Huai sect disciples in the southern region, so he and several of his fellow disciples decided to come and search for them. However, before they even officially set foot on the southern region's territory, they ended up within the grounds of the Tianfu temple. They were directly converted and became villagers of Tianfu village, carving Buddha statues here every day. It was only that single-minded devotion to reviving his sect that caused him to feel a surge of emotion whenever he saw the Su Huai sect's token. This caught the shepherd boy's attention. Ultimately, by a twist of fate, Chu Qing was also drawn here. Meng Hui, looking out at the night sky with a sigh, said, I don't know how long I stayed here. Moreover, I remember seeing my fellow disciples earlier, but they haven't been seen for a long time now. I wonder if they're alright. Chu Qing shook his head slightly. I'm afraid they're mostly dead. Meng Hui's hands clenched tightly. This, Junior brother, do you know what this place is? Why is it so strange? You know, this is Tianfu Temple, but the master of Tianfu Temple is Buddha King, one of the 12 holy kings of the Tianxia sect. Tianxia sect? Buddha King? That's... what? Meng Hui's face was full of confusion. Chu Qing pondered that this man must have stayed here for at least a year. He knew nothing about the Tianxia sect. He then briefly recounted the matter of the heavenly evil sect. Meng Hui immediately stood up. What should we do? Our Su Huai sect is already dwindling in talent. We finally have a few fellow disciples. How can they just disappear without a trace? These people are probably inside the heavenly Buddha temple. I go and rescue them right away. Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. You know how to get to the heavenly Buddha temple? Although they were currently in heavenly Buddha village, they couldn't even see a trace of the temple. If Meng Hui knew the route, it would save them a lot of trouble. Meng Hui hesitated for a moment, then sat down again helplessly. I don't know. The people in this village keep talking about the heavenly Buddha temple, but none of them have actually ever seen it. But occasionally, monks would appear, preaching Buddhism in the village. No! Meng Hui's face suddenly contorted with rage as he said this. They didn't come to preach Buddhism at all. These lecherous monks. They came to. He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence, especially since there were 3 young women present. Judging from his clenched teeth, it was clear those monks had done something nefarious. Yet, they saw it all but didn't find it strange, assuming it was to preach Buddhism. Truly deceived. Chu Qing sighed. Brother Meng, don't be angry. Calm down. We're currently in Tianfu village. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find Tianfu temple. But before that, Brother Meng, let me ask you, have you seen any outsiders here? Outsiders, well, they call outsiders people from the 5 turbid worlds. Meng Hui said in a deep voice. They said that if one could be converted, there would be great merit. Now that I think about it, I've become someone else's merit. He chuckled. a hint of anger in his voice, and finally exhaled, however, after living here for so long, this is the first time I've seen outsiders, you guys. Chu Qing nodded, not asking further. Meng Hui spoke up, Junior brother, your martial arts are superb. The evil methods of Tianfu village are useless against you. Although, with such abilities, I imagine you look down on our current Shuhui sect, but I still have to shamelessly ask. Are you willing to return to the sect? Chu Qing smiled wryly, knowing that Meng Hui had indeed encountered many setbacks in this matter. This is understandable, given that the Shuhui sect is a relic from many years ago. The fact that the Chu family considers the Shuhui sect's martial arts their family's secret art speaks volumes about its long history. How could they expect the sect to easily agree to their request so rashly? Before Chu Qing could speak, Wan Chunhua suddenly interjected, Brother, I advise you to save your breath. You don't even know who your so-called junior brother is. He's the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Lingbei. He occupies half of the southern region, holds a high position of power and influence, and is renowned throughout the region. With a stomp of his foot, the entire southern region trembles. How could he possibly follow you to return to some sect you never even heard of? Meng Hui was stunned, and couldn't help but look at Chu Qing again. He was handsome, with fair skin and red lips, sitting there speaking to him gently, his every move exuding an indescribable yet comforting aura. It was utterly unbelievable that such a person could control half of the southern region. He had reason to suspect Wan Chunhua was talking nonsense, but seeing the calm expressions of the others, he felt it might not be a lie. A sigh escaped his lips. Although he still couldn't imagine how such a gentle young man could become the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, he knew that such a person was even less likely to return to the Shuhui sect. Chu Qing then spoke up, Senior Brother Meng, I cannot give you an answer to this matter now. After June, I will report this matter to my father and ask him to make a decision. But I wonder, where is the Shuhui sect located now? And who is the sect leader? As he finished speaking, a faint, almost imperceptible bell sound suddenly rang out. The shepherd boy's expression changed. I forgot about that. This bell sound is strange. It comes from the same source as the scriptures. It can cause people to lose their memory and become disoriented. We need to use our internal energy to resist it. Sure enough, as she finished speaking, a series of chanting sounds emanated. Meng Hui's once clear eyes instantly became hazy and confused. Wu Qianhuan and the other two were unharmed, though somewhat puzzled. How could it be so powerful? You possess the pure heart-cold jade, so you haven't realized its power. Chu Qing stood up, placing one palm on Meng Hui's shoulder, and the other on the shepherd boy's back. The shepherd boy gasped, that was close. I almost got converted by these scriptures. You saved my life again, how can I ever repay you? It was nothing to mention. Chu Qing waved his hand, glanced at Meng Hui, and seeing his eyes clear again, said, wait here a moment, I'll be right back. What are you going to do? The shepherd boy asked hastily. Chu Qing glanced outside and said, I'm going to meet the people chanting the scriptures. Perhaps they can guide me to Tianfu Temple. I go with you. The shepherd boy rubbed his hands together eagerly. I've been bullied by these scriptures for so long. I was worried I couldn't beat them, so I held back. Now that you're here, I can finally vent my anger on you. She spoke frankly, leaving Chu Qing somewhat amused and exasperated. The others, seeing this, naturally couldn't sit still, and all wanted to follow Chu Qing to see for themselves. Chu Qing, indifferent, surprisingly agreed to all of them. He led them directly out of the house, his gaze sweeping across the scene, already locking onto a direction. A moment later, a Buddha statue, carved at some unknown time, appeared before them. On the Buddha statue's shoulder, an old monk sat cross-legged. Chapter 452. The old monk sat upright, his countenance solemn and dignified, like a Buddha statue atop another Buddha statue. The sound of chanting sutras continuously emanated from his mouth, amplified by his inner energy, spreading in all directions. But Chu Qing searched around and couldn't find the bell. Junior brother, be careful, Meng Hui whispered a warning. But turning his head, he found Chu Qing had vanished. His heart skipped a beat. Looking again, he saw that Chu Qing had somehow appeared atop the Buddha statue, standing beside the old monk, quietly watching him. The old monk was truly in deep meditation, completely oblivious to everything around him. Chu Qing was right next to him, yet he hadn't noticed. It wasn't until Chu Qing gently patted his shoulder, stop chanting, take a break. Only then did the old monk awaken as if from a dream, abruptly ceasing the bewitching chanting. The old monk opened his cloudy eyes, staring at Chu Qing in utter astonishment. Amitabha. Who are you? As he spoke, his palm shifted, and his withered hand struck towards Chu Qing's chest. The palm was enveloped in golden light, its aura overwhelming. Even before it was fully unleashed, Meng Hui and the others could feel a suffocating force emanating from it. Meng Hui's expression changed drastically. Although Wan Chunhua had already stated that Chu Qing was the martial arts leader of Lingbei Jianghu, he had never actually seen him. But the old monk's martial arts were truly terrifying. He knew he couldn't withstand this blow. Therefore, he couldn't help but shout, "Junior brother, be careful! This bald thief is trying to ambush us." With a sharp crack, the old monk's hand stopped in midair, the powerful force vanishing without a trace. "Master, you're too despicable. You asked who I was while launching a sneak attack. Such powerful palm strikes could kill." Chu Qing's voice was full of mockery. The old monk's face changed drastically, but his eyes darted around before he said, "Oh dear, you all frightened me. I acted rashly, please forgive me." No problem, no problem." Chu Qing laughed heartily, helping the old monk to his feet. "Don't even mention you, master. Even I, if suddenly startled, would inevitably act without restraint. Come, come, master, please rise. I have something to say to you." The monk nodded repeatedly, but just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly struck down with his left hand. "If you have something to say, go say it before the Buddha in the Western Paradise." His palm landed solidly on Chu Qing's shoulder. Meng Hui, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, erupted in fury again. "You bald thief, how dare you!" Before he could finish his sentence, the old monk on the Buddha statue was sent flying backward, like a kite with a broken string. He crashed directly into another statue not far away. His old bones were embedded in the Buddha statue, and huge cracks spread out. The once beautiful statue was about to crumble into pieces. Meng Hui's next words became, "Oh dear, this is the Buddha statue carved by Air Mao. He'd be heartbroken to see it tomorrow." The old monk didn't hear Meng Hui's words. His body had already fallen from the Buddha statue's chest along with the rubble. With a single turn, he was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands were clasped together, and he chanted incantations. Golden light emanated from his body, and in the hazy light, a huge phantom of an Arhat rose up behind him. The Arhat's image, with its fierce, wrathful gaze and overwhelming aura, appeared instantly and, without a word, unleashed a palm strike directly at Chu Qing. A deafening roar followed, and the Buddha statue where Chu Qing stood was shattered to pieces by the Arhat's massive palm print. The old monk sat cross-legged, enveloped in golden light. Without raising a hand or leg, the Arhat's image had already unleashed a powerful punch, causing the surrounding earth to shake and rocks to scatter in all directions. "Master, why bother?" A voice suddenly came from beside the monk. He turned his head and, sure enough, after the Arhat image had been fighting for so long, Chu Qing was not far away, smiling as she spoke. "I just wanted to chat with you, master. Why have you made such a big fuss? Why don't we calm down a bit?" With that, she spread her fingers again, raised her palm, and pushed it outwards. A strong wind swept through, its force boundless. The old monk cried out in surprise. The image above his head was the first to be hit, instantly dispersed by the palm wind, followed by golden light surrounding him. This was clearly a powerful protective technique, however, vanished completely in an instant. The old monk was blown away by the palm strike, remaining in a cross-legged position even as the wind raged. His body stumbled and swayed, smashing through over a dozen Buddha statues before finally collapsing to the side, like a tattered sack, barely breathing. Since Chu Qing appeared, he had attacked relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks, yet Chu Qing had only used one palm strike to leave him in a life-or-death predicament. Now, lying on the ground, his eyes grew increasingly cloudy, as if questioning the meaning of life. Meng Hui was also questioning the meaning of life. It wasn't because Chu Qing's martial arts were too high. After all, Wan Chunhua had previously revealed Chu Qing's identity as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Even a casual observer would know that Chu Qing's martial arts were extraordinary. It was because of the palm technique Chu Qing had just used. It was clearly the Qingqi palm. But, could the Qingqi palm really be so powerful? He had practiced it almost his entire life, his hands calloused from years of practice, and he had never seen such power in the Qingqi palm. Chu Qing, unaware of Meng Hui's thoughts, took a step forward and was already beside the old monk. Hearing footsteps, the old monk looked up at him and weakly asked, "Who are you?" "A person from this turbid world," Chu Qing said with a half-smile. "I come here to ask the master to take us to the Tianfu temple, so that I may find eternal peace." The old monk's face twitched violently, and he simply closed his eyes, muttering incantations once more. Chu Qing was speechless. These people's martial arts, if you call them Buddhist martial arts, seemed to be true, but some aspects were completely different. He had never seen Buddhist martial arts require chanting incantations before execution. He didn't intend to wait for the old monk to demonstrate his techniques, so he simply struck with his finger. His finger strike was the one-yang finger, and with a flick of his finger, a hissing sound rang out. It was as if something inflated with air had been punctured by his finger, and air began to hiss and leak out. The old monk's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but glare at Chu Qing. "You." Chu Qing was stunned, suddenly noticing that the old monk's body began to shrink rapidly. His already shriveled body became even more withered, as if some enormous force was drawing blood, flesh, and marrow from within. The man was actually developing into a ball of flesh. A thought flashed through his mind, and he kicked him away. The ball of flesh flew quite a distance before making a loud thud, shattering several Buddha statues. What happened? Wu Qianhuan and the others were dumbfounded. The scene just now was truly bizarre. Chu Qing pondered for a moment and said he probably wanted to use a technique to kill himself and others, but I disrupted it, causing his meridians to flow in reverse. What should have been a natural flow was instead reversed, resulting in this? He wasn't entirely sure. The old monk's death was too sudden for him to understand so clearly. The shepherd girl couldn't help but chuckle. "You're so mean. The old monk was just sitting there chanting sutras, not saying a word, and you just killed him. I wonder who was the one who said they wanted to vent their anger earlier." Chu Qing didn't tolerate her. "Now that we vented our anger, what do we do next?" The shepherd girl shrugged. "The old monk's dead? How are we going to find Tianfu Temple?" "Wait for them to send someone else," Wu Qianhuan said casually. "This scripture covers the entire Tianfu village. Tianfu Temple, with such a scheme, will definitely be keeping a close eye on it. Now that the scripture reading has stopped, they definitely send someone to investigate. Just wait for them. Besides, we're already within Tianfu Temple's territory. How could we not find the temple? Sister is so clever." The shepherd girl's eyes lit up. Wu Qianhuan felt a strange unease, and couldn't help but glance at the shepherd girl. Seeing that her expression didn't seem feigned, she then glanced at Chu Qing, her eyes slightly puzzled. Chu Qing said, "Let's go back." "Are we going to wait?" Mu Tonger couldn't help but ask. Chu Qing said, "We wait, but there's no need to wait here. Once their people come out and find the old monk dead, they know outsiders have arrived in the village. They come looking for us in the village." Everyone agreed, and they returned to Meng Hui's residence together. The waiting time always felt long, so they started chatting casually. Meng Hui explained the question Chu Qing had asked earlier, letting Chu Qing know that the Su Hui sect was currently in the eastern region, slowly but surely developing. Mu Tong then recounted what happened after Chu Qing rescued her. As Shang Qiuyu's daughter, even if her experiences were ordinary, they became extraordinary when she was involved with someone like Shang Qiuyu. However, the actual events weren't particularly remarkable. Shang Qiuyu went to the abandoned God Valley because of the Ghost Emperor, and Yuzong was traveling throughout the southern region for the sake of the Heavenly Evil sect. She was confined to her home, forbidden to leave, but eventually, she couldn't resist the urge to go out. As a result, her own maid, having kindly helped Wan Chunhua, was killed by Wan Chunhua. The shepherd boy was furious and chased after Wan Chunhua, eventually getting trapped here. Chu Qing listened silently, glancing at Wan Chunhua again. Wan Chunhua sighed, "Miss Shang, I know I made a terrible mistake, one that can't be undone. But could you wait a while before taking this life? Wait until the young master helps me kill someone, then I personally present the head." The shepherd boy glanced at Chu Qing upon hearing this. Chu Qing then softly recounted Wan Chunhua's experiences. Finally, the shepherd boy sighed, "My martial arts are actually inferior to yours. If I still had my guards, killing you would be a piece of cake. But this time is different. I was traveling, and they weren't with me. The fact that they were able to chase you this far is because you showed mercy multiple times. All right, I believe you will keep your word. You're a true man. I will wait for the day you fulfill your promise." Wan Chunhua breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, knowing that the smooth progress was thanks to the friendship between Chu Qing and the shepherd boy. Chu Qing ignored their agreement, silently watching the night outside and listening for any sounds. But the night was even more peaceful than expected. No one came to search the village, and there were no other unusual occurrences. Dawn arrived uneventfully. Meng Hui went out to fetch some water, but as he stepped out in the morning light, he suddenly froze at the doorway, softly calling out, "Junior, junior brother, junior brother." Chu Qing. The address was unfamiliar, and it took him a moment to realize he was being addressed. He immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Tian, Tianfu Temple." Meng Hui pointed to the sky, his voice filled with astonishment and shock. Chu Qing came to the door, glanced at the sky, and immediately narrowed his eyes. It really is Tianfu Temple. By this time, everyone had come out of the room and saw a huge temple floating in midair, its golden light shimmering in the morning glow, appearing solemn and majestic. However, this Tianfu Temple did not appear steadily, but rather upside down. Wan Chunhua gasped, This Tianfu Temple is actually in the sky. Could those monks have truly become Buddhas and patriarchs? But why is it upside down? With a thud, as soon as Wan Chunhua finished speaking, Meng Hui suddenly knelt down. The shepherd boy's knees buckled, and he was about to kneel as well. But Wu Qianhuan grabbed him. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't control myself. The shepherd boy gritted his teeth and said, This temple is strange. Seeing it makes me want to worship. Chu Qing flew out 2 fingers, landing on Meng Hui and the shepherd boy. The two took another deep breath. The shepherd boy finally regained his footing, and Meng Hui scrambled to his feet with a start. Eerie, too eerie. I've been here so long, and this is the first time I've seen Tianfu Temple. It's really in the sky? How is that possible? Did you hear anything? What sound? Wu Qianhuan asked. Aside from Chu Qing, the others were startled. Listening carefully, they indeed heard it. Though the voice was faint and somewhat ethereal, it was continuous and grew louder. It spoke of, May Buddha have mercy and save all sentient beings. At that moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps rang out, and with a creak, the gate to Meng Hui's courtyard was pushed open. First to enter were Meng Hui's friends, Suehua, De Mao, and Air Mao. Their faces were full of piety as they chanted, May Buddha have mercy and save all sentient beings. May Buddha have mercy and save all sentient beings. May Buddha have mercy. The crowd filed in, quickly filling the small courtyard. They pushed towards Chu Qing and the others, still shouting, May Buddha have mercy and save all sentient beings. What should we do? Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but glance at Chu Qing. Wan Chunhua drew his shark-slaying blade. What else can we do? These guys are all bewitched. They can't care about anything else. Just kill them. Chu Qing reached out and placed his hand on his wrist, gently shaking his head. It's just a petty trick. No need to kill. With that, he looked up at the Tianfu Temple suspended in midair and slowly said, Playing tricks, aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Chapter 453. Chu Qing's words were no empty boast. 11 words in total, spoken softly, yet like heavy hammer blows, struck the heads of every villager in Tianfu village. The irritating May Buddha have mercy and save all sentient beings turned into muffled groans. Figures fell to the ground, and the surroundings instantly became eerily quiet. In that instant, the entire Tianfu village was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Meng Hui, watching the sudden turn of events, subconsciously swallowed. Just one sentence, how could it cause such a commotion? Even Wan Chunhua, knowing Chu Qing's power, had never imagined such a scene. Little did she know, Chu Qing had integrated the heaven-shattering earth-striking great technique into the Vajrazin lion's roar, causing a complete transformation of this seemingly ordinary sonic skill. In the past, the saying words become law was somewhat deliberate. When Chu Qing ordered someone to kneel, they knelt because he secretly channeled his internal energy, causing injury that forced them to kneel involuntarily. But now, when Chu Qing ordered someone to kneel, it would cause a mental uproar, penetrating to the very core of their being, causing them to kneel unconsciously. The effects were similar, but the actual change was worlds apart. Currently, everyone in Tianfu village was under the control of Tianfu Temple. Ordinary martial arts might have stopped these villagers from fighting, rendered them unconscious, and incapacitated them. But the damage would have been considerable. However, with his current method, once the main problem with Tianfu Temple was resolved, they would not only be unharmed, but might even regain their sanity. Chu Qing, however, did not intend to explain the intricacies of this situation. He looked up at the heavenly Buddha temple, gleaming brightly in the morning light, shook his head slightly, and released a wisp of palm wind. The palm force seemed to have form, instantly soaring into the sky. Yet, in a flash, it passed through the heavenly Buddha temple without causing the slightest damage. Even the shepherd boy couldn't help but scratch his head. What's going on? Is the heavenly Buddha temple truly impervious to all magic? Junior brother. What should we do? Meng Hui was worried. We can only see it, but we can't get in. How can we save people? Besides, the temple is upside down. Even if we get up there, we'd probably fall down. He still held on to hope of saving people, but Chu Qing knew that most people who entered the heavenly Buddha temple were already gone. Even if they were still alive, they might not be from the past. Just as he was about to speak, Wan Chunhua suddenly said, Could this be a mirage? Chu Qing glanced at him. You know about it. I heard of it before. It's said there's a celestial palace in the heavens, which sometimes manifests itself, attracting all people to worship. But some say it's actually the work of a divine beast called a mirage, resembling a giant snake with horns like a dragon. Its breath forms a mirage, called a mirage tower. Foolish men and women, unaware of the wonders of creation, mistake it for a divine miracle. After recounting this with a shake of his head, Wan Chunhua scratched his head. Actually, I didn't understand most of it, but I figured it's just that there's this giant serpent that can create a seemingly real yet illusory shadow, placing it in the heavens to deceive people. Could it be that the Tianfu Temple is actually raising a giant serpent divine beast? Meng Hui felt even more terrified. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, however, had been with Chu Qing for too long and didn't feel that was the case. However, due to limited knowledge, he didn't offer any opinion. I understand. It's a mirage. The shepherd boy suddenly clapped his hands. My master told me about a wondrous phenomenon that can project an image from one place to another. It's like a bronze mirror reflecting the sky, but with the sky as the mirror, and after countless twists and turns, what appears close at hand is actually thousands of miles away. This mythical story told by the man surnamed Wan was incorporated into this description, hence the name Mirage. My master said that such a spectacle is rarely seen in a lifetime. Wan Chunhua's eyes widened. Ah? Could it be that Tianfu Temple isn't actually here, but thousands of miles away? Chu Qing hadn't expected that mirages existed in this world. This saved him a lot of talking. He spoke softly. This is indeed a mirage. Its imperviousness to all magic isn't solely due to the presence of a true Buddha within the Tianfu Temple. It could also be a mere illusion. Last night, they killed a high-ranking monk, and this morning, they created a mirage. These monks didn't personally intervene, but instead used this to deceive the villagers, luring them to their door. Judging by their actions, they intended to capture us alive. Unfortunately, their plan was premature. I see. Wu Qianhuan slowly exhaled. I never imagined such a phenomenon as a mirage existed. The wonders of creation are truly extraordinary. She paused, glancing at Chu Qing, but there's one thing I don't understand. How could the people of Tianfu Temple create such a spectacle so easily? What happened last night and this morning must be connected. Just as you said, the death of the great monk caused today's mirage. Tianfu Temple wants to use this method to capture us alive. Then how exactly did he create this illusion? And the fact that he could create this illusion must mean that the real Tianfu Temple is right beside them. Otherwise, why isn't it Xianyan Mountain? Why isn't it Tianyin Mansion? Why is it Tianfu Temple specifically? Chu Qing was about to nod in agreement with Wu Qianhuan's words, when he saw the shepherd boy suddenly raise his hand high, his face full of excitement. This excitement subconsciously reminded Chu Qing of a cat that had caught a mouse, or a mouse that had spotted grain. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Just say what you want to say. Raising your hand makes it sound like you're making an oath. I know. The shepherd boy, ignoring Chu Qing's words, excitedly exclaimed, It's the Mirage Pearl. The Mirage Pearl? Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. Could it be? That's right. The real Tianfu Temple should be here. They used the Mirage Pearl to transmit the image into the air. The reason my master told me the story of the Mirage was because he introduced me to this Mirage Pearl. This item is the most prized treasure in the record of rare treasures. Legend has it that 300 years ago, no, it should be even earlier, during the height of the Great Qian dynasty, a small border country came to present a treasure, and that treasure was this Mirage Pearl. At that time, the Great Qian Emperor asked him what was so special about this Mirage Pearl. The envoy from the small country then placed the Mirage Pearl on his head, and as a result, through the light, another envoy was reflected, but that envoy was upside down, which was very strange. But the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty dismissed it, considering it mere frivolous skill, not worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, the envoy claimed he could add another city to the emperor's possession. The emperor allowed him to proceed, warning him that any deception would be punishable by death. The envoy from the small kingdom spent several months constructing a mirage platform. On a star-studded day, he placed the Mirage Pearl upon it. At that moment, the entire city-state was ablaze with light. The concentrated light, shining through the Mirage Pearl, revealed the Great Qian capital city suspended in the sky, appearing before everyone's eyes. The people cheered with joy, declaring it an auspicious omen, a blessing from heaven upon the Great Qian. All the civil and military officials congratulated the emperor on his long reign. Even the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty was overjoyed, richly rewarding the envoy and carefully storing the Mirage Pearl away. However, After the Great Qian dynasty collapsed, the Mirage Pearl disappeared without a trace. Master spoke with deep regret, never expecting it to be here. Chu Qing listened quietly to the shepherd boy's slightly excited narration, his eyes narrowing slightly. In other words, Tianfu Temple isn't within any formation, nor in some strange, remote corner, nor is it thousands of miles away. It's... At this point, Chu Qing looked up at Wu Qianhuan and the shepherd boy. The three spoke simultaneously, underground. Meng Hui clapped his hands. That's it. If it's really as this Miss Mu says, that the Mirage Pearl can project its image upwards, then the main body is me. I see, indeed, Miss Mu is worthy of her knowledge and experience, far beyond our reach. Wan Chunhua couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The shepherd boy glanced at him. Don't think I spare your life just because you say a few nice words. Ah. Wan Chunhua waved his hands repeatedly. I had no such intention. Now that you know where these cowards are hiding, everyone, would you be interested in joining me? Chu Qing glanced at the group. Everyone nodded. Neither the shepherd boy nor Meng Hui were fools. This situation had already alerted Tianfu Temple. They must have other methods. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, staying with Chu Qing was the safest option. Immediately, the group set off to search for the entrance to Tianfu Temple. This wasn't easy, but with a direction, they could find clues. Many things indicated that Tianfu Temple was actually very close to Tianfu Village. Otherwise, the temple bell wouldn't have been so clear. If they were underground, there would definitely be a sound transmission channel. The high monk from last night couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. The entrance might be somewhere around the so-called 10,000 Buddha Forest. The group headed straight for the 10,000 Buddha Forest. On the way, Chu Qing recalled the rumors he gathered about the Heavenly Buddha Temple. He remembered someone saying it was in the heavens. Now it seemed that wasn't untrue. Wan Chunhua had mentioned that during his 2 days in Heavenly Buddha Village, he felt like a Buddha was chanting sutras in his mind every night, almost making him gain wisdom. He guessed it was the one he killed last night. All the rumors seemed to have come true. Finally, they had found the correct answer. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the 10,000 Buddha Forest. As far as the eye could see, countless Buddha statues appeared before them, and this was probably the most peaceful daytime scene in the 10,000 Buddha Forest in a long time. Extreme silence can be unsettling, and the sheer number and endless rows of towering Buddha statues can also instill fear. With both combined, being in such a space for so long would inevitably cause one's heart to waver and crumble. Yet, Chu Qing always felt that there was something else strange about this 10,000 Buddha Forest. At least, he didn't understand why the Buddha King had so many Buddha statues carved. What was their purpose? Did he really believe that carving Buddha statues could accumulate merit? Thinking this to himself, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could anyone believe such nonsense, especially someone like the Buddha King? This place is dangerous. It's best if everyone doesn't split up to search, Meng Hui said softly. It's safer to stay together. Chu Qing nodded. The Buddha statues obstructed the view. If they got separated, it would indeed be easy for problems to arise. Just as everyone was about to begin their search, Chu Qing suddenly looked up. It seems we don't need to trouble ourselves to search. Before they could understand, they heard a series of footsteps approaching from all directions of Wanfo Forest. In no time, a group of yellow-robed monks surrounded the group. A rough estimate suggested there were over 100 of them. These monks were thin and wielded weapons that looked rather unusual. They were long weapons similar to double-headed spears, but with differences. The spearheads had become double-edged blades, some curved, some straight, seemingly stained with blood and bearing considerable rust, giving them a gruesome appearance. Not only that, their weapons were also engraved with strange, flamboyant characters. Staring at them would cause dizziness. What kind of tetanus-inducing dizziness blade is this? And despite being bald monks, they lacked any of the expected monkly demeanor, instead exuding an inexplicable sinister aura. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant came from above, and atop a Buddha statue stood an old monk with a sallow complexion. He clasped one hand together in front of his chest, while the other held a string of prayer beads. He chuckled sinisterly. Who goes there? Last night, did my Zen master Jinkong die at your hands? Chu Qing looked at the surrounding scene and let out a soft breath. Being surrounded by monks, while not the first time, still doesn't feel pleasant. Old monk, what are you doing standing so high? Haven't you heard that the higher you stand, the harder you fall? Irrelevant answer. Dismember your body and offer it as a sacrifice to Buddha. The old monk waved his hand, not even glancing at them, only ordering the surrounding monks to act. A murderous aura instantly spread in all directions, accompanied by faint chanting of sutras. The monks moved accordingly, but they didn't immediately attack Chu Qing and his group. Instead, they shifted and changed positions, their figures shifting and changing, clearly forming an extremely large and complex formation. If it were any other day, Chu Qing might have been interested in playing around with them. After all, this formation looked quite powerful, but today Chu Qing didn't have that kind of leisure. He had already searched for Tianfu Temple for too long. It had been a long time. Now that it was right at his doorstep, how could he forget his homeland? He immediately took a step forward, and yin and yang transformed, wind and cloud surging. The extremes of ice and fire swept across all directions with a deafening roar. With the aid of wind and clouds, the sky churned with towering clouds, and countless fierce winds roared like thunder. Screams of agony echoed continuously. A person's eyes and brain can be deceived by formations, but true qi cannot. Chu Qing's inner energy was all-pervasive, and the violent winds it created blotted out the sky. Wherever it passed, the monks were either frozen into ice, burned to charcoal, or directly pulverized by the wind and clouds. These hundreds of people hadn't even had a chance to use their abilities before they were all dead, not a single one remaining. Chu Qing looked up at the old monk standing on the Buddha statue, and suddenly reached out. Come! Chapter 454. 5 fingers like hooks, power flowing at his command. The old monk, his face ashen, roared, "May Buddha have mercy." He clasped his hands together, and golden light surged forth, revealing the image of Buddha behind him. But before he could do anything, he was twisted by a tremendous suction force, and the image shattered in an instant. What? The old monk was shocked, then felt an irresistible force binding him, pulling him involuntarily towards Chu Qing's hand. Chu Qing grabbed his bald head. With a shove, he pressed the old monk to the ground, and with a thud, the old monk knelt before Chu Qing. He was still unwilling to give up, his inner energy surging, trying to stand up. But beneath Chu Qing's 5 fingers, even a dragon would have to coil obediently, let alone a mere old monk. Seeing no hope of escape, the old monk, without a second thought, began chanting incantations. But the moment he uttered a sound, a tremendous force surged through his meridians. This force was like the coldest ice of the underworld, freezing his meridians inch by inch. He was utterly powerless to resist. The old monk was horrified. You crippled my martial arts." Chu Qing nodded. "Crippled, so what? I fight you to the death." He reached out to grab Chu Qing's wrist, but the moment he touched it, he was blasted away by Chu Qing's inner energy. All 10 of his fingers snapped, and he screamed in agony. Chu Qing looked down into his eyes, and said, "Lead the way." The old monk looked confused for a moment, then nodded and said yes. Chu Qing released his hand, and the old monk stood up and led Chu Qing and the others in one direction. Wu Qianhuan and Winra followed quietly behind him. The remaining few exchanged glances, and hurriedly followed. Along the way, they saw corpses that had just died from Chu Qing's single move, some shattered, some incomplete. Such a consequence caused in the blink of an eye. Truly terrifying. Meng Hui finally understood why he could be the leader of the martial arts alliance. With such methods, if he didn't become the leader, who would dare? Soon, the group stopped before a mountain wall. But he didn't touch the wall, instead, he tapped the ground. A moment later, the seemingly ordinary ground suddenly cracked open, and a monk emerged, saying, "Amitabha." Before he could utter the word Buddha, he saw the uninvited guests. His eyes widened immediately. "You?" Chu Qing didn't say much, raising his hand and pressing it directly into his chest and abdomen. The monk groaned, his body slammed back into the passageway like a shrimp, his head lolling to the side, dead on the spot. The old monk remained indifferent, not even sparing a glance at his fellow disciple's death. He simply descended the steps, saying as he went, "The passageway is riddled with traps. The inscriptions on the walls, remember, don't look at them." The group followed him down the passageway. However, they couldn't help but feel curious about the things on the walls. Fortunately, they weren't new to the world, especially in a place like Tianfu Temple, where dangers often arise silently. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. Therefore, even the most playful shepherd boy resisted the urge to look at the walls. The passageway was narrow and cramped, making it difficult to avoid looking even if one didn't want to. Every glimpse of something would feel like vortexes on the surrounding walls, drawing one's spirit towards them. Fortunately, these fleeting glances weren't too dangerous. After a brief struggle, one would return to normal. Chu Qing wasn't bothered by this. He looked at the so-called secret text on the wall, but couldn't help frowning. The characters were extremely abstract, somewhat like Tadpole's script, but he didn't know much about Tadpole's script himself, so he couldn't distinguish between the two. However, these characters could induce a hazy hallucination. He asked the old monk, "Where did this secret text come from?" The old monk answered without hesitation, in a slightly stiff tone. The secret text was bestowed by Buddha. It is said that this text was obtained by a great master from the Weeping Divine Iron in the past. Weeping Divine Iron? Chu Qing was somewhat enlightened. Those who had just experienced the upheaval at Wanbeilu exchanged bewildered glances. The fact that Lu Qinghuan, the head of the Third Academy of Wenqing Pavilion, used fragments of the Weeping God Iron to set up the Weeping Soul Chaos Array was truly impressive. Unexpectedly, there were even secret inscriptions obtained from the Weeping God Iron on the walls of the Tianfu Temple's passageway. The Weeping God Iron itself could shake a person's mind, so it wasn't surprising that the inscriptions in the passageway had such an effect. Meng Hui was somewhat surprised. The Weeping God Iron, could it be one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth? This thing has appeared? More than just appeared. The shepherd boy glanced at Chu Qing's back, and it was supposed to be destroyed. Actually, it wasn't destroyed. Chu Qing rubbed his nose, and casually recounted the events at Wanbeilu, leaving Mouton amazed. So that's how it is. Even if a weapon made of Weeping God Iron breaks, it's not considered destroyed. I really didn't know that, maybe even my master didn't know. Mouton pouted, but the people at Wanbeilu are really impressive, even knowing something like this. Wu Qianhuan then asked, we all heard the sound of Weeping God Iron. It's a chaotic, indescribable jumble of words. Is it really possible for someone to extract text from it? The old monk, diligently deciphering the mechanisms within the passageway, replied, not just text. It said that the 9 treasures of heaven and earth are rare and precious artifacts that have existed since the beginning of time. The sounds emanating from these objects have been studied by many predecessors. Some have gleaned martial arts from them, capable of confusing and bewitching the mind. That's how such methods came about in the martial world. Evil people use methods to bewitch hearts. Buddha uses these methods to guide people. They really know how to flatter themselves. Wang Chunhua rolled her eyes. A bunch of wicked monks, they don't even have a shred of self-awareness. The old monk ignored her insults, completely unconcerned. As they continued through the passageway, Chu Qing gradually noticed something strange. The passageway wasn't a straight line, it had elevation changes and occasional protrusions. In some of the more complex sections, there were almost always deadly traps. Fortunately, the old monk was very familiar with this path, so they made their way through almost without delay. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before them. They seemed to have reached the end of the passageway. Flames flickered on either side, thanks to 2 braziers placed on either side. Below lay a bottomless abyss, its depth immeasurable. The path within was narrow, barely wide enough for 3 people to pass side by side. However, the path was long, winding its way forward until it finally led to a magnificent and imposing temple. Chu Qing had guessed the temple was underground, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. The entire temple was built on a massive platform, below which plunged into the abyss, its depth unknown. The paths leading to the temple were all as narrow as the ones Chu Qing and his companions were currently on. A single misstep could send them tumbling down. The shepherd boy peered down from the edge, gasping repeatedly, if you fell in, you wouldn't even be left with a speck of dust. Just how deep is it? Meng Hui and Wan Chunhua were also amazed, especially Wan Chunhua, who dared not come to the edge, shrinking back and finally retreating into the passageway behind the 2 braziers. He said to Chu Qing, young master, why don't you go ahead? I wait for you here. Chu Qing glanced back at him, seeing his pale face. Bai was taken aback, afraid of heights? Huh? Wan Chunhua asked blankly, what do you mean? It means you're afraid of heights. Chu Qing said with a smile, then aren't you afraid when you use your lightness skill? When I use my lightness skill, I can move at will. Everything is under my control. But now, just looking down makes my legs cramp, as if there are invisible hands grabbing my ankles and pulling me down. Wan Chunhua spoke, her voice trembling. The shepherd boy was also stunned, gritting his teeth as he said, don't say any more. I wasn't scared at first, but your description makes it terrifying. The fact that Tianfu Temple was built in such a place is truly. Meng Hui looked at Tianfu Temple ahead, feeling a surge of emotions. Their Shuhui sect, after countless selections, had only found an ordinary mountain. Yet Tianfu Temple managed to find such a place. He wanted to describe how impressive it was, but for a moment, he couldn't find the right words. Then he heard Chu Qing say, it's utterly foolish. If I hadn't come here today mainly to find something, this heavenly Buddha temple could be destroyed with a flick of the finger. Wu Qianhuan and Winter nodded repeatedly, and even the shepherd boy nodded, saying, that's right, it's really strange. That Buddha king isn't an idiot. How could he build his temple in such a place? If a master came, One palm strike would shatter the foundation of the heavenly Buddha temple, and the entire temple would fall into an abyss. Shatter? Meng Hui felt that this girl was dreaming. The heavenly Buddha temple was not small, with many buildings occupying a vast area. How could such a large platform be broken so easily? Yes, the shepherd boy said, my father could easily overturn the heavenly Buddha temple with a single palm strike. Wu Qianhuan then looked at Chu Qing. You can too, right? Chu Qing nodded. Indeed. Meng Hui's lips twitched. The shepherd boy's father was the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu, and Chu Qing was the leader of the Northern Ridge Martial Arts Alliance. People like them would likely need at least 100 different methods to destroy the heavenly Buddha temple. Pushing Tianfu temple into an abyss was just one possible tactic. Suddenly, Chu Qing took out a tinderbox from his robes and handed it to the old monk. The old monk accepted it with a blank expression. Chu Qing said, "Set yourself on fire." Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to look at the old monk. Without a word, the old monk blew on the tinderbox and lit it against the wide sleeves of his robe. In a matter of moments, his clothes were ablaze. The aroma of roasting flesh filled the air. Chu Qing then said to the old monk, "Jump down." The old monk turned and jumped without hesitation. Meng Hui instinctively let out a cry of surprise. Only after the old monk disappeared into the endless abyss amidst billowing flames did he slap his thigh. "Junior brother, what are you doing? He's already captured, his martial arts crippled. His life and death are in your hands. Why did you have to kill him like this?" Chu Qing glanced at Meng Hui and said with a smile, "Senior brother Meng has a chivalrous heart." Meng Hui sighed. "After all, we are born as human beings. In the midst of battle, risking our lives is only natural. But why create unnecessary bloodshed now? You can't take anything with you. Except your karma. There's some truth to that." Chu Qing nodded. "Then perhaps I should retire from the martial world and live in seclusion in the mountains. This martial world is rife with bloodshed and violence. If you want to avoid even the slightest karmic taint, why bother venturing into it? Senior brother has a chivalrous heart, unable to bear the loss of others. But do you know, if I weren't here today, when would you finally awaken to the truth? Or must you wait until you achieved your goal, been sent to the heavenly Buddha temple, and had your skin peeled off and bones torn apart, before you discover they're nothing but a bunch of beasts in human skin? This. Meng Hui was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to insist on his own opinion. "Junior brother, what you say makes sense, but you can't just kill indiscriminately like this. Indiscriminate killing, and the last two words have to include innocent." Chu Qing said with a smile, "What you saw was simply that I made him jump down. But I didn't expect that he would rather die than let us perish together. The one last night, and this one now, are all the same. Senior brother, I also want to advise you, don't be so naive. Indiscriminate killing, such a crime cannot be arbitrarily pinned on someone. And to eradicate evil completely, one must never fulfill one's own benevolence only to harm innocent people because of it." As he said this, his ears twitched, and he sighed softly. "After all this talk, we finally reached the bottom. There should be flowing water below, but it's too high. If you really fall in, it'd be no different from hitting the rocks. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's go check out Tianfu Temple." With that, he flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind suddenly swept through, enveloping everyone around him, including Wan Chunhua, who was hiding in the passageway, too afraid to emerge. The next moment, they were all airborne, flying directly towards Tianfu Temple. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru were already used to this, but Wan Chunhua was so frightened that she closed her eyes and let out a strange scream, clearly terrified. Meng Hui was still engrossed in his conversation with Chu Qing, oblivious to his surroundings. The shepherd boy clapped his hands repeatedly, looking very happy. Just as the group was about to burst into Tianfu Temple, a hail of arrows, like a tidal wave, crashed down on Chu Qing. The shepherd boy cried out in surprise, only to see a golden light reappear around them. The approaching arrows, upon touching this light, flew back in the same direction. However, Chu Qing's speed was no slower than the arrows. The next moment, the group enveloped in the golden light crashed onto the steps in front of the Tianfu Temple gate. Chapter 455. Dust billowed, pebbles filled the air. Once the dust settled, a group of people appeared brightly on the steps in front of the temple. Looking up, the three ancient characters Tianfu Temple on the tall temple gate came into view. "Who dares to trespass into Tianfu Temple? To offend the Buddha's presence is a crime deserving of the 18th level of hell. Kill! Kill! Dismember them to offer as a sacrifice to the Buddha." Voices came from all directions, followed by figures emerging from the gate. The group that had fired the arrows earlier were also on the wall, knocking their bows again, preparing for a second volley. Chu Qing smiled slightly. This humble student has come to Tianfu Temple to pay respects to the Buddha King, and humbly requests an audience. He spoke politely. If he hadn't suddenly raised his palm while speaking, the people of Tianfu Temple would probably have believed him. A thunderous roar erupted, and the monks who had just rushed out were struck by the dragon-shaped energy, coughing up blood and plummeting to either side. Before even hitting the ground, they were practically dead. But Chu Qing's palm strike didn't stop there. It slammed heavily into the gate of Tianfu Temple, shattering the gate and even the entire gatehouse into pieces. Figures screamed as they fell to the ground, some buried under the rubble, a truly gruesome sight. When the dust settled, the gate was nowhere to be seen, only a huge palm print remained on the tall gatehouse. Even the three large characters Tianfu Temple were completely erased by this palm strike. Meng Hui was dumbfounded, realizing that this junior brother was truly extraordinary. He remained polite while unleashing a powerful punch. Of course, the people from Tianfu Temple weren't exactly saints either. Killing them was one thing. Aside from the one who had lost the ability to resist, and was ordered by Chu Qing to jump off the cliff, Meng Hui didn't find anything wrong with the others. Of course, Chu Qing didn't care what Meng Hui thought. He never felt that he needed everyone's approval for anything he did. People are all different, so how could one expect everyone's approval for everything? Meng Hui's idea wasn't wrong, but in Chu Qing's eyes, it was too naive. Climbing the steps, they thought that with such a grand display, the Buddha King would probably show up. But unexpectedly, the Buddha King remained silent. Only when Chu Qing and his group stepped through the gate and officially entered Tianfu Temple did a large group of monks appear before them. The weapons they carried were exactly the same as those of the monks who had died at Chu Qing's hands outside. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, but they didn't attack immediately. It seemed they were waiting for someone. Suddenly, a slight tremor arose in the ground, and the group of monks immediately parted to make way. In the distance, a tall monk, carrying a massive, long-handled iron hammer, approached. This monk was at least 10 feet tall, easily 3 meters. He was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his strong body bulging with muscles that had a bronze hue. Although he was bald, his head was covered with numerous bumps. His head was large, his face full of fleshy, reddish-brown features, giving him a menacing appearance. However, what caught Chu Qing's attention most was that 2 women were sitting on his shoulders, one on each side. They were completely naked, their bodies trembling slightly with the monk's steps, their eyes vacant, devoid of any normal human emotion. Chu Qing was momentarily at a loss, unsure of this monk's origins. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard Meng Hui murmur, "Junior sister." "What?" Chu Qing was startled, turning to look at Meng Hui. She saw Meng Hui staring intently at the girl on the monk's left shoulder, his eyes filled with disbelief, shock, and fear. The next moment, Meng Hui suddenly erupted in fury. "What have you done to my junior sister?" With that, he moved with lightning speed, his feet moving like a swift wind, his palms meeting in a whoosh, a powerful gust of wind crashing down. Azure Void Palm. Chu Qing glanced at it, sensing that Meng Hui's Azure Void Palm seemed somewhat different from what she had learned. The technique had likely been improved, its power significantly enhanced. Moreover, judging from Meng Hui's skill level, he should be above Chu Tian. But that's all. Therefore, although the palm strike was fierce, it felt like a gentle spring breeze on the monk's face, completely unnoticed. He simply pressed forward, about to strike Meng Hui's head. A monk a foot tall, coupled with a long-handled hammer in his hand, it was clear that this monk was no easy opponent. This slap was casual, as if he intended to crush Meng Hui like an insect, simply pressing him to the ground. Meng Hui was no fool. Even in his rage, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He rolled away, dodging the finger strike, and leaped into the air, heading straight for the woman on the monk's left shoulder. But at that moment, for some reason, his body suddenly froze. Like a bird with broken wings, he plummeted vertically from midair. The high monk seemed to have anticipated this. One hand was already waiting, ready to seize the man the moment he fell and crush him into a bloody mess. But just as he was about to succeed, Meng Hui vanished from his grasp with a whoosh. The high monk looked around blankly and saw Meng Hui, who should have been crushed into a bloody mess, now squatting beside Chu Qing, panting heavily. His eyes were fixed on the girl on the high monk's left shoulder. His teeth were clenched, and he said in a voice filled with grief and despair, "What have you done to my junior sister?" "She's your junior sister?" The high monk could actually speak, and then he smiled and said, "Your junior sister is quite nice, I like her very much. She's just too prone to crying and making a fuss." So, this humble monk pulled out her tongue. He said, reaching out to pry open the mouth of the girl on his left shoulder. Sure enough, there was nothing inside. That's right, that's right. Seeing this, the monk chuckled and said, because she wouldn't listen to me, I felt her ears were useless, so I cut them off. What a pity, she can still run. She has no idea how much this humble monk loves her. If she knew, she shouldn't have run away. But I was wrong again. Without her tongue, without her ears, but still with her legs, I broke those too. Look how good she is now. Sitting here, not talking or moving, obediently, no matter how I touch her, she won't make a sound. Every word the monk uttered was like a sharp sword piercing Meng Hui's heart. Finally, he could no longer bear it and roared, "Ah! You are not human. You are all beasts, beasts." Chu Qing patted him on the shoulder. Meng Hui turned to look at Chu Qing, his eyes bloodshot. The moment he saw Chu Qing, his pupils trembled violently. Junior brother, junior sister Jiang. She's only 16 years old. Her life has just begun. It's all my fault, all my fault. I shouldn't have brought her out, letting her fall into such a dangerous place. Senior brother Meng. Chu Qing walked past Meng Hui, slowly stepping forward. The Suhui sect has been in a very bad situation these past few years. You should have long since experienced the coldness of human relationships. How can you still be so naive? In a dangerous place like Tianfu Temple, once you lose contact, the best outcome is death. Yet you still think they can live and wait for you to rescue them. Crying is useless, cursing is useless. The only thing we can do is avenge them. Eliminating Tianfu Temple would be like removing a malignant tumor from the martial world. Lord Buddha, I don't know if you're here, but it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time today. I can play with you slowly. If you don't come out, I kill your disciples and their descendants. I slaughter your Tianfu Temple. Not a single living being will dare to utter a sound. I want to see whether you can still be a coward at that time. Where did this wretched creature come from, daring to disrespect the Buddha? The burly, tall monk, his previous gloom replaced by rage, roared, I smash you into mincemeat, and all these girls you brought. At this point, his eyes widened in shock. He saw Chu Qing, who had been 2 or 3 zhang away, suddenly appear right in front of him. A casual punch landed, smashing directly into his own mouth. With a shower of yellow teeth erupted. Ugh! The monk nearly vomited from the punch, his lips turning icy cold, almost freezing them. Chu Qing glanced at his junior sister Jiang, and saw a flicker of emotion appear in her otherwise emotionless eyes. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over Chu Qing, followed by the monk's maniacal laughter. You really think they're human? He swung his massive hammer, bringing it crashing down on Chu Qing, shouting as he did so, none who falls into my hands will leave with a complete corpse. Anyone even remotely intact has already become my pleasure corpse. Look into her eyes, and your mind will be frozen. You slap my mouth, making me spit out my teeth all over the ground. Today I will beat you to death, turn you into mincemeat, and make you into meatballs. Then I feed them, one by one, to those 3 women you brought. He was enraged, the massive hammer in his hand, weighing an unknown weight, swung with afterimages, shattering the ground in the blink of an eye. After striking dozens, even hundreds of times, he finally put away the hammer, panting heavily. He turned and shouted someone. Shovel up the mincemeat. After saying that, he wanted to admire his handiwork, but the next moment, his body froze on the spot. Then, he slowly turned his head, and saw that the group of monks, who had been standing around him were now lying in pools of blood. Some were torn to pieces, some were decapitated, some were cut in half. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. The head monk was somewhat bewildered, looking around as if searching for the source of the problem. He had only beaten one person into a pulp. How could everyone around him be dead? Who? When he finally realized what had happened, the head monk was enraged. He roared, his inner energy surging and forming waves of sound that spread in all directions. Stop shouting. A slightly casual voice came from his side. He looked down sharply and saw Chu Qing standing quietly in front of him. You're done? How could this be? You clearly already. He couldn't help but look at the spot where he had just been smashing things. It was riddled with holes, and a crater had appeared where it had been. But there wasn't a single drop of blood in the crater. The next moment, the monk suddenly swung his hand, sending the heavy iron hammer crashing down on Chu Qing. A muffled thud followed, and the hammer came to an abrupt halt, resting between Chu Qing's fingers. The corpse of delight, bewitching the mind. That's why he stumbled halfway down. Chu Qing shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, using it against me is somewhat disrespectful. Not to mention I already knew, even if I hadn't. With your paltry tricks, you dare to be so presumptuous before me. As he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. The massive, Heavy iron hammer had shattered right between Chu Qing's fingers. The monk, his weapon gone, staggered backward, glancing down at his empty hands. The next moment, he lunged forward, his fist descending from the sky, intending to smash Chu Qing to the ground. Whoosh! Blood splattered as half an arm flew off, along with his clenched fist, crashing to the side. Sizzle! Because the force of the blow was so strong, the blood flowed extremely rapidly, gushing out like a torrent. Chu Qing looked up. Your arm is very disobedient. If you want to hit me, then don't. Your legs are very disobedient too. What's the point of being so tall? Looking up at you is giving me cervical spondylosis. Upon hearing this, the head monk realized something was wrong. The tone and manner of Chu Qing's voice sounded familiar, and he had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment his body involuntarily fell, both legs severed by Chu Qing, each going in opposite directions. Even so, this fellow was still taller than an ordinary person. Chu Qing searched the ground and found a relatively large fragment of a hammer. He circulated his inner energy in his hand, and the fragment instantly became smaller. He grabbed a handful and approached the head monk. Open your mouth. The head monk gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled and asked Meng Hui, how is it? He's now powerless, unable to harm anyone. Are you planning to let go of your hatred and release him? Or are you planning to gouge out his eyes for me? Because I feel his eyes are very disobedient, daring to glare at me. Meng Hui suddenly realized what was happening. He had just watched Chu Qing make his move, flashing past the large monk before unleashing a terrifyingly brutal killing spree. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding group of monks was completely wiped out. Now that the large monk was in the same predicament, hearing Chu Qing's words felt incredibly ironic. He immediately gritted his teeth and stepped forward, gouging out both of the large monk's eyes amidst his screams. While the monk was screaming, Chu Qing stuffed a handful of shards into his mouth. Senior brother Ming, help me whip him. How much you whip him is up to you. But remember, eliminate evil completely, leave no survivors. Chapter 456. Tianfu Temple, in front of the main hall. The bodies of two girls lay on the ground, covered with their clothes. The joyful corpses, they were already dead. They were simply placed on the head monk's body like ornaments, and the Tianfu Temple's evil techniques prevented their bodies from decaying. When fighting, the joyful corpse's eyes could be used to freeze the opponent's mind, creating openings. Meng Hui couldn't imagine what his junior brothers and sisters had encountered within this Tianfu Temple. The hatred in his heart surged like a raging fire. Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk slaps rained down on the head monk's face like they were free. The head monk had lost an arm and both legs. Initially, blood flowed profusely, but now the bleeding had temporarily stopped. However, his face was deathly pale. All his martial arts skills had been rendered useless. His mouth was filled with metal shards. Each slap churned them inside, their sharp edges cutting his tongue and tearing his oral cavity. But he was powerless to resist. The more he tried to open his mouth and spit out the contents, the faster the slaps fell. Any slight change would only intensify his injuries. Meng Hui had gouged out his eyes. The darkness, the excruciating pain, and his current predicament caused a flicker of fear to rise within this giant-like, burly monk. And it grew stronger, little by little. He wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to die quickly. But he couldn't open his mouth, and he had no eyes left to express himself. The darkness, the despair, made the fear increasingly uncontrollable. 2 streams of bloody tears rolled down his face from his unexpressed terror. Did they beat this monk until he cried? Wan Chunhua, who had been watching the monk's fate, couldn't help but grimace at the sight. No one responded to his comment. Chu Qing glanced at the monk again, then waved his hand. Let senior brother Ming handle it himself. Let's continue in. The Buddha King, acting like a coward, hadn't made a move. Chu Qing didn't care. Killing people was only one aspect of his purpose here. His primary goal was to find the Earth Scroll of the unchanging heavenly book. As for whether to search for the item first or kill people first, the order didn't matter. He would kill people when he saw them, and take what he found, that was all. They continued deeper into the heavenly Buddha temple together. Perhaps because they had killed many monks in front of the main hall, Chu Qing and the others hadn't encountered anyone yet. They searched very carefully, thoroughly examining every path and courtyard. And during this process, the shepherd boy played a significant role. The heavenly Buddha temple was riddled with traps and mechanisms, containing numerous hidden doors and secret chambers, as well as extremely small and well-hidden mechanisms. Yet, none of these could escape the notice of the world's #1 thief, a disciple of the thief Saint Yuzong. Having explored nearly half of the temple, The group had already gathered a considerable amount of items. Rare manuals, exotic treasures, elixirs. While not everything could be said to be available, there was certainly a substantial quantity. Especially the luminous pearls. Being underground, the Heavenly Buddha Temple primarily relied on luminous pearls for illumination. At first, the shepherd boy would steal anything he saw, but later he became reluctant to take anything. He simply threw away the smaller ones, picking out only the larger ones. The shepherd boy, true to his Yuzong disciple nature, never left empty-handed. He somehow acquired a bag, telling Chu Qing it was called the Rui Qianquan bag, and by now, it was already half full of valuable items. Chu Qing had initially been quite curious about her Rui Qianquan bag, imagining it to be some rare treasure capable of containing a tiny amount of information. It turned out to be just an ordinary bag, but made of extraordinary material. Not only was it extremely tough, but it also had excellent elasticity. The bag could expand as it was filled without tearing. The knot at the bag's opening was a secret technique passed down through the Yu sect. Chu Qing tried to open it, but unless she forcibly tore it open with her internal energy, she couldn't open it without knowing the proper method. The bag's material was unusual, and the rope was no ordinary object. Therefore, few people in the world could open it by force using internal energy alone. It truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure of the Yu sect. After walking a while further, and crossing an archway, she came to a high platform. This was probably the highest point in the entire Tianfu temple. Even higher than the main hall, at the deepest part of the temple. The shepherd boy had already seen it, and said it might be the place where the mirage pearl was hidden. After all, to present Tianfu temple as a mirage in the sky, a sufficiently high platform is necessary, otherwise, it's impossible to include Tianfu temple within the illusion. Now, seeing it, she was immediately excited. I go up and take a look. She was about to dart out when Chu Qing grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. Wait. What's wrong? Mu Tonga turned to look at Chu Qing, somewhat puzzled, then explained, I don't intend to possess this. I just want to broaden my horizons. I didn't say you couldn't take it. Chu Qing smiled. However, before taking anything, you always need the master's permission. Upon hearing this, the shepherd girl understood Chu Qing's meaning and immediately took a step back, standing behind Chu Qing along with Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out, and a gaunt monk sat up abruptly on the high platform, looking down with his hands clasped together. Gentlemen, you are far too greedy. You have killed my heavenly Buddha temple disciples, and taken my treasures along the way. Now you even dare to covet my heavenly Buddha temple's most precious treasure, the Mirage Pearl. Do you think my heavenly Buddha temple has no one to rely on? Chu Qing chuckled. Your heavenly Buddha temple certainly has no one to rely on. Otherwise, why haven't any experts appeared to stop you yet? The Buddha King is renowned, one of the 12 holy kings. How come he's become a coward? The gaunt monk gently shook his head. You are mistaken, benefactor. The Buddha has long since transcended the 3 realms, and is no longer bound by the 5 elements. His realm is profound, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, much less something a mere child like you can understand. The Buddhist path is vast, it spares no killing, only salvation. This humble monk advises you, benefactor, to lay down your butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. Lay down your butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. Lay down your butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. The last sentence, with its lingering resonance, layered upon layered, ethereal and profound. And with this sound, voices from all directions seemed to resonate, and scriptures, seemingly from nowhere, mingled with the phrase lay down your butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha, stormed into his mind, reaching straight to his heart. With 2 thuds, the shepherd boy and Wan Chunhua knelt down, one after the other. Their faces flushed with remorse and compassion, and with their hands clasped together, they too began to chant, lay down your butcher's knife and instantly become a Buddha. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, however, managed to hold on, though their foreheads were soaked in cold sweat. Actually, the reason Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Wan Chunhua were able to follow Chu Qing into Tianfu temple unaffected, while the monks chanted sutras, was mainly due to the 3 Qingxinlingyu pendants Chu Qing obtained from Jianli and Wan Beilu. These pendants were incredibly effective. Jianli said they were found in a place called Tianpahai, for Seasons Island, and could ward off inner demons, suppress distracting thoughts, and prevent external evils from invading. In fact, they were indeed effective, but this monk was clearly different from the previous ones. So much so that the Qingxinlingyu pendants were ineffective at this moment. Wan Chunhua was thus affected. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru were able to hold on because Chu Qing had previously taught them some techniques from the transformation of heaven and earth technique. Now, They subconsciously circulated the mantra, preventing them from kneeling. Although Chuqing didn't turn around, he was still aware of what had happened behind his back. With a wave of his hand, the 4 people behind him instantly returned to the archway at the edge of the courtyard. The next moment, he took a step forward. His aura surged instantly, tearing the strange atmosphere around him to shreds in an instant. As he stepped forward, his inner force spread in all directions, causing a deafening boom. He looked up at the monks sitting on the high platform. "You fake monks, all of you so high and mighty, what are you pretending for? Get down here." With that, he flipped his palm, and countless palm shadows rushed towards the monk. The monk, his face full of compassion, softly cried out, "May Buddha have mercy." His body and legs remained still, but in the next moment, 2 Arhat statues suddenly appeared on either side of Chuqing. They crossed their arms, gripping them like hammers, and brought them down with a powerful downward strike. A cold smile played on Chuqing's lips. He spread his arms, his inner energy surging forth, instantly shattering the 2 Dharma images. Then, he simultaneously formed hooks with both hands, making a grasping motion. With 2 whooshing sounds, the 2 monks hidden on either side were involuntarily thrown towards Chuqing. Before their eyes widened in horror, Chuqing grabbed their necks. "Childish tricks, yet you dare to show off before me. I sent you to see Buddha?" 2 snapping sounds rang out, and the 2 monks didn't even utter a sound before their necks were broken. But the next moment, Chuqing's brows furrowed slightly as he looked up at the gaunt monk sitting cross-legged on the platform. "You're quite skilled." His strike hadn't been particularly forceful, but the monk's unharmed state demonstrated his extraordinary ability. Chuqing didn't wait for his reply, but instead looked around. "Come out, all of you. Don't hide, and make a fool of yourselves." Whoosh! Several figures immediately flew out, landing before the high platform. A group of monks with ferocious, ashen faces, roughly estimated to be a dozen or so. They were of varying heights and builds, and of all ages. Including the one on the platform, there were exactly 18 people. But this wasn't all. The moment Chuqing entered the courtyard, he had already noticed their ambush around them. Besides these monks, there was a large group of monks hiding in the shadows. Clearly, the first half of the monks had mostly died near the gate. The second half of the monks were all hiding here. Chuqing took in the entire group, then looked up. "Buddha King, why don't you show yourself? Do you really want me to kill them all before you emerge to fight alone? That would be utterly unwise." His voice boomed, carrying far and wide, enveloping the entire Tianfu temple. They had assumed the Buddha King would remain hidden like a turtle, unwilling to reveal himself. But unexpectedly, just a few breaths after Chuqing finished speaking, a golden light flashed, followed by a gigantic face appearing in midair. That face was filled with compassion and mercy. His gaze upon Chuqing was filled with boundless pity, and he spoke softly, yet his words resonated throughout the realm. "You are trapped in this corrupt world without realizing it, burdened with immense karmic debt without recognizing it. Now that you entered my heavenly Buddha temple, I, the Venerable One, will use the 18 Garuda Protector Array to cleanse you of all your karma, allowing you to achieve perfect merit." 18 Garuda Protector Array? Chuqing's gaze fell upon the 18 monks before him, a helpless smile playing on his lips. "This is the first time I heard someone describe sending someone to their death in such a refined and elegant way. It seems your highness sees yourself as the final boss, making me fight my way through each level before finally killing you. Fine, then so be it. Let me see what's so special about this 18 Garuda Protector Array." Stubborn to the end. After uttering these 4 words, the illusory figure in midair vanished. A look of astonishment flashed in Chuqing's eyes, followed by a slight shake of his head. The next moment, the monk on the high platform suddenly descended. 18 figures instantly surrounded Chuqing, chanting incantations, golden light emanating from their bodies, and then, one after another, Dharma images appeared behind them. These were not the Arhats he had seen before, but rather, they were guardian deities with ferocious faces, 6 arms, and 3 eyes. Their skin was azure, they wore tiger skins, rosaries adorned with human skulls, and crowns with 5 skulls. They looked extremely menacing. Compared to ordinary Dharma forms, these guardian deities held more in their hands. Some held tridents, some prayer beads, some vajras. With a thought, a guardian deity wielding a trident slammed down towards Chuqing. Chuqing spun around, his body rising into the air. A whistling sound reached his ears, and a vajra came hurtling towards him. He spun in midair, barely dodging the vajra, when a thunderous boom resounded, shaking his spirit. One after another, Dharma forms attacked, each move faster than the last, each technique faster than the last, relentless and endless. The surrounding world was shattered, Buildings collapsed. Meanwhile, Wan Chanhua, watching the battle from beneath the archway, suddenly felt the shark-slaying blade in his hand tremble violently. Slightly startled, he heard a hissing sound, and the blade instantly plunged into the battle. Immediately afterward, a flash of blade light burst forth from among the dozen or so Dharma images. One of the Dharma images that had reached Chu Qing vanished instantly. Gazes focused on Chu Qing, who stood in the void, hands behind his back, holding the shark-slaying blade. The previous storm of attacks hadn't even torn a single sleeve of his robe. His gaze fell on the 18 monks, and he merely shook his head slightly. Monkey show. Then he looked at the shark-slaying blade in his hand, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Indeed, a fine blade. The next moment, the blade shot forth. Heaven and earth, gods and demons, all surrender. Chapter 457. Heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all submit is an extension of Chu Qing's 16 styles of the evil surprising blade. Since his swordsmanship has combined orthodox and unorthodox techniques, the 16 styles of the evil surprising blade has laid its foundation. After incorporating the blade light of the 6 secrets of Aehan, this move, heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all submit, was born. This swordsmanship combines the grand and righteous path with the unorthodox and cunning path of warfare. One moment it is straightforward and direct, the next it is suddenly treacherous and unpredictable. As far as the swordsmanship itself is concerned, it is truly a superior swordsmanship. And after incorporating the blade light and power of the 6 secrets of Aehan, this swordsmanship is now effective in both ranged and close combat, one-on-one fights and group battles. The blades emerge in succession, suddenly to the left, then to the right, an endless stream of blades of energy. The speed, the power, the ferocity, the scope, truly, even heaven and earth, gods and demons, were helpless. I reign supreme over all under heaven. In a single exchange, all 18 Gara Dharma images shattered into phantoms. 18 monks of varying heights and builds simultaneously coughed up blood, their bodies flying backward and rolling on the ground. Amidst the dust, Chu Qing descended from the air, the tip of his shark-slaying blade pointing diagonally at the ground, and slowly walked towards the group of monks. These monks had withstood the heaven and earth, gods and demons, helpless attack with their Dharma images. Although the blade hadn't actually harmed them, the blade's energy lingered in their meridians, causing them unbearable pain. One monk struggled to his feet, and when he looked up again, Chu Qing was already before him. A flash of the blade, and a bald head rolled away. He stepped forward, casually swinging his blade, each strike decapitating without mercy. Amitabha Buddha, benefactor. Laid down the butcher's knife, and instantly become a Buddha. A monk opened his mouth, and a blade was already piercing it. A flash of light, and half his head was severed. You committed a massacre. Heaven will not tolerate this. Buddha will avenge us. One by one, the monks rose and shouted, their eyes showing no fear. They seemed to truly believe that their Buddha would stand up for them, and perhaps they truly believed that the so-called paradise could accommodate people like them. Chu Qing ignored their cries and despair. Only that one phrase remained, Buddha will avenge us. This prompted him to retort, a rare occurrence for him, your Buddha is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, barely able to save himself. Otherwise, of the 18 monks, I already killed 12. Why hasn't he come to your rescue yet? He raised his blade, pointing at the next monk and laughing, come, ask your Buddha why he hasn't saved you yet. Blood trickled from the monk's mouth, the blade's energy was cutting his meridians, causing him unbearable pain. Yet, he could still endure it, clasping his hands together and gritting his teeth. The Buddha's refusal to act has its reasons. Chu Qing cleaved the monk's head in two with a single stroke. Reasons? Reasons are. It's a life or death struggle. I wonder if, on the road to the underworld, you meet your Buddha, will you ask him if his reasoning is simply to wait until the very end and reincarnate with you? The blade flashed again, and before the next monk could speak, he was already cleaved in two. Then he looked at the next one. Do you truly believe that someone like you can find eternal peace after death? This humble monk. The monk's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, and said in a deep voice, the sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. If you, benefactor, let go sooner, perhaps there is still a chance. You're advising me to give up? The heavenly evil cult conquers the world, the heavenly Buddha temple enslaves all beings, and it's secretly spreading its roots to other temples. You taken root in the darkness, just like this heavenly Buddha temple hidden underground. Called heaven, but in reality, it can't even bear the light of day. With a flick of Chu Qing's blade, the monk's limbs were severed. Chu Qing tossed him aside, then kicked away a wooden stick, pitting him to the wall. Since your Buddha is so powerful, and you advise me to let go, why don't you let me see if you can let go of yourself? If you can let go of yourself, I will let go of my prejudices. How about that? The monk screamed in agony, wanting to convulse, yet daring not to move. He could only let out mournful howls. Turning back to the remaining 4 monks, do you have anything to say? You are so ruthless. Before he could finish, Chu Qing plunged a blade into his forehead, and with a flick of his wrist, his body was dragged far away by the blade. Each of you can leave a message, of course, those who are unwilling can simply die. Chu Qing turned back, and glanced at the shark-slaying blade in his hand. Even after all this fighting, not a single drop of blood had stained the blade. He felt increasingly satisfied. The 3 monks, however, looked at the scene around them, speechless for a moment. What? Not planning to leave any last words before you die? Chu Qing smiled, his blade flashing again, and another head fell to the ground, leaving only 2. He looked at the next monk and asked, "You won't say anything either?" The monk's clasped hands trembled uncontrollably. Life and death are supposed to be a split second, but they outnumbered him, and Chu Qing had to kill them one by one, infinitely prolonging what should have been a fleeting moment of life and death. They were forced to pause and gaze, confronted with the terror of death. A fear that hadn't existed before began to surface. The monk, hands clasped in prayer, seemed about to say something, but his lips trembled uncontrollably. Finally he spoke, "Spare me." The moment those 2 words left his lips, the entire Tianfu temple fell into an eerie silence. Chu Qing seemed slightly taken aback, then smiled. "You don't intend to save me?" No more." The monk hurriedly shook his head. "The mortal world is a sea of suffering. Who can transcend it except death? It's nothing but deceiving the masses, deceiving one's own heart. Living in the mortal world, yet claiming to be beyond the 5 elements, is this deceiving others or oneself? Only the one who uttered these words knows how utterly foolish they truly are." Chu Qing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Did your highness hear that?" Silence fell, and the Buddha King's face never reappeared in the sky. Chu Qing didn't care, he simply beheaded the monk with a casual stroke. He thought his words had pleased Chu Qing, and even though he couldn't escape death, he should at least be able to prolong his life for a while. He never expected Chu Qing's actions to be so decisive and ruthless. Even as the corpse fell to the ground, its eyes were filled with astonishment. The last monk trembled, his fear reaching its peak in that instant. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" He knelt on the ground, kowtowing and pleading. "I possess martial arts skills. I have cultivated them diligently for many years. I shouldn't die here. If it weren't for the Buddha's influence, I should have become famous throughout the world. How could I end up like this?" "So you hate him?" "I hate him," Chu Qing asked. 20 years ago, if he hadn't taken me away, I would have been assigned to the Wenqing Pavilion, or perhaps under one of the 4 great military lords. Although I would still be bound by rules, and constrained by righteousness. But at least, I wouldn't have to waste my life in this dark, God-forsaken place. They're all fake monks, so why should they be expected to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures? They observe the rules and precepts, yet they don't abstain from killing or lust. If that's the case, why not break them all? I lived in this God-forsaken place for 20 years. How can I not hate him?" Chu Qing nodded. "You have a reason to hate him. If someone had trapped me in this place for over 20 years, I would hate them too. Why don't you curse him?" "Ah." The monk was startled, looking up at Chu Qing, only to see Chu Qing smiling. But the smile didn't reach his eyes, revealing a coldness and falseness. The monk immediately reacted, pointing to the sky without thinking and cursing, "Buddha, you will die a horrible death. You are a despicable villain. Over the years, you have murdered countless people, and you are so eager for glory, having people carve Buddha statues. Do you think that can wipe the blood from your hands? Impossible. After you die, you will surely fall into the Avicii hell, never to be reborn." "Too flowery," Chu Qing said. "How about something more down to earth?" The monk racked his brains, seeing that Chu Qing was about to lose his patience, and finally burst out, "Buddha, you are a born of a mother but raised without one." "Ha ha ha." Chu Qing suddenly burst into laughter, then sighed. Even at this point, he still couldn't resist coming out to kill you. His cultivation level is extraordinary. Is he practicing the turtle technique? Or the old soft turtle skill? It was truly astonishing. "Get up, and I spare your life for now." The monk, who had been filled with anxiety, was now fighting for his life. Hearing Chu Qing's words, he felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the excruciating pain in his meridians. Chu Qing smiled and said, "I ask you, Did the Heavenly Evil Sect obtain a batch of items in the Heavenly Mystery Valley of the Southern Ridge? This batch of items was first sent to the Lesser Cold Valley, and then to the Heavenly Buddha Temple. Do you know where these things are now? I know. The monk immediately nodded. I take you there. Good. Chu Qing nodded. If you behave, I really can let you live. Yes, yes, I will definitely obey. The monk quickly revealed a rather ferocious smile, trying to reassure Chu Qing. But the next moment, shouts of killing suddenly rang out. The other monks, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly rushed out. Without a word, they unleashed deadly attacks. However, some of these attacks were aimed at Chu Qing, while others were aimed at the monk. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged. He simply thrust his knife into the ground, his inner energy surged, and the ancient zither immediately flew out of its case on his back, landing in his hand. He gripped the strings with his 5 fingers, pulled hard, and the instant he released his grip, the zither sound, like the clash of swords and the thunder of war, burst forth. Bang! 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 Wherever the music passed, the charging monks crumbled in an instant. The Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds left no survivors in its wake. Where the music flowed, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood followed. In just a few breaths, the surroundings had become a scene of carnage. Limbs and severed bodies were everywhere, blood flowing like rivers across the ground, forming a net-like pattern before finally converging into the irrigation canals. Chu Qing casually sheathed his zither, and with a flick of his wrist, the shark-slaying blade shot straight at Wan Chunhua. Wan Chunhua was still horrified that Chu Qing could kill with even playing the zither, when he saw the blade coming towards him. His heart skipped a beat, thinking that Chu Qing had gone on a killing spree, and was now intent on avenging the shepherd boy. But having witnessed Chu Qing's rampage, killing with his music in a mere instant, leaving a mountain of corpses around him in the blink of an eye, he truly had no will to fight Chu Qing. Just as he was about to close his eyes and await death, he heard a click, and the blade went back into its sheath. Wu Qianhuan's questioning voice still rang in his ears. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Sleeping standing up? Wan Chunhua snapped out of his daze, looked up, and saw Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Mudonger staring at him strangely. His face flushed instantly. No. I was just taking a nap. The others were skeptical, and Wan Chunhua couldn't explain further, so he quickly walked towards Chu Qing. In the previous battles, there had been no room for anyone else to intervene. Chu Qing's attacks were all one-sided massacres. Now, standing before Chu Qing, they realized that not only was not a single piece of his clothing torn, but not a single drop of blood was stained. How could a person's martial arts be so high? Mudonger also scrutinized Chu Qing from head to toe. Back in the Divine Blade Hall, you shouldn't have had this kind of skill. It hasn't been long, and you already become this terrifying. In a while, even my father might not be your match. Chu Qing glanced at the shepherd boy, suddenly becoming curious as well. What level has the Xian Emperor's martial arts reached? I don't know. The shepherd boy scratched his head. My martial arts are too poor, I can't even comprehend my father's prowess. But I once heard my master mention that the Sword Emperor Huangfu Changkong once disliked a mountain opposite his home, so he simply cleaved it in two with a single sword strike. I reckon my father could probably do something similar. Wan Chunhua, listen to this. Does this sound like human language? Cleaving a mountain in two with a wave of his hand? Is he human or immortal? Chu Qing nodded. Even the heavenly slaughtering soldier lord nearly cleaved immortal Cloud Mountain with a single sword strike. It's only natural that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would cleave a mountain. He turned to the monk. Lead the way. The monk quickly nodded and led the way. Wu Qianhuan glanced at Chu Qing, silently asking, Can you really believe it? Hard to say. What if it's true? Then let's take a gamble. Yeah, that's what I think too. The two were communicating telepathically when Wenru suddenly interjected, Third brother, even if he leads us there, and we really find what we're looking for, we can't let him live. Just from what happened to junior sister Meng Hui, it's clear how many people have died at Tianfu Temple over the years. Every monk here has blood on their hands. We absolutely cannot leave a single survivor. If you think it's wrong to kill him after going back on your word, then you can immobilize him and let me kill him. Chu Qing smiled wryly. I don't need you to do it. I should keep my promise to those who value their word. But why be so strict with yourself and lenient with others when facing a bunch of beasts in human skin? Chapter 458. The monk, injured by Chu Qing's heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all subjugated, naturally staggered as he walked. However, he didn't stop talking, constantly trying to make conversation with Chu Qing and the others. He tried his best to speak ill of the Buddha, hoping to gain Chu Qing's favor. When he got really worked up, even the heavenly evil sect wasn't spared his insults. In the end, he even verbally abused the heavenly evil sect's leader. To be honest, seeing him like this, Chu Qing almost didn't want to kill him. Based on what he had said today, even if Chu Qing didn't kill him, the heavenly evil sect would have torn him to pieces. Amidst the monks cursing, the group arrived at a courtyard. The monk opened the courtyard gate, and a small building came into view. Upstairs, there were words, Scripture Pavilion. With a creak, the doors of the Scripture Pavilion opened, and a monk in blue robes walked out with his hands clasped together. His steps were small, yet each one seemed perfectly measured. They landed lightly on people's hearts. His speed was not fast, yet it was as if he had shrunk the distance, covering most of the courtyard in just 2 steps, heading towards Chu Qing and the others. A faint golden light swirled behind him, and scriptures accompanied him with each movement. A semi-transparent Dharma image, barely visible, rose and fell behind him with his steps. A master? The shepherd boy's discerning eye was extraordinary. He immediately recognized that this monk was a master, far superior to those monks with the 18 Garuda protector formation. His every movement, every posture, exuded a divine aura. Though living in the mortal world, he seemed otherworldly, as if with a mere thought, he could transcend it all and ascend to immortality. Esteemed benefactor. The newcomer began slowly, his eyes gleaming. But before he could finish a word, a ray of light appeared, fleeting as the moon, clear and cold as a stream. The full moon set, and a blade flashed. Spanning 10,000 miles across the land, the blade's light was as cold as snow. Where could one hear the spring rain? With a snap, the blade was sheathed, and Wan Chunhua looked down in astonishment at his shark-slaying blade. Had Chu Qing borrowed his blade again? How did he draw the blade? And how did he sheath it? This blade is still his, but why does it feel like it's not his anymore? And what just happened? He was attracted by the monk's aura, and then it was as if he saw a ray of moonlight. Then the blade snapped. They fought? Who won? Let's go! Chu Qing had already passed the monk and walked directly into the courtyard. The others, as if waking from a dream, followed Chu Qing. She couldn't help but steal a glance back at the monk standing at the door. Having walked more than halfway through the courtyard, she finally saw the monk, whose bearing was extraordinary and whose skill was unparalleled, suddenly have a line of blood appear in the center of his body. The line of blood then magnified and spread, and his entire body was instantly cleaved in 2, dead on the spot. The shepherd girl's pupils contracted, her heart pounding wildly. It was that glimmer of light from before, or rather, she could only see that glimmer of light. As for how Chu Qing attacked, how he killed, she saw nothing. In fact, she even felt that glimmer of light only appeared afterward. That strike just now was far more terrifying than anything she could see. What kind of swordsmanship is this? How can it be so extreme? Terrifyingly powerful. Wan Chunhua was also an expert in swordsmanship, known in the martial arts world as the Lone Whale Blade, having slaughtered all 31 bandits of the flying stream with a single blade. But compared to Chu Qing, his own swordsmanship, which he was so proud of, was utterly insignificant. There wasn't even the slightest comparison. Whether it was the previous heaven and earth, ghosts and gods, all are subdued, or this blade that could only be seen with a faint glimmer of light, both were beyond his reach even after exhausting all his strength. This young man before him was indeed unfathomable. Doffing Tower by Etienne? He wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes, not to mention Moutonner and Wan Chunhua. Even Wu Qianhuan and Wenru were utterly astonished by Chu Qing's sword strike. Not to mention the monk, who had led them all the way here. Chu Qing and the others might not know the extent of the monk's power in the scripture pavilion, but his status was different from ordinary people, so he naturally knew very well just how skilled this monk was. He was second only to the Buddha in the entire heavenly Buddha temple. It was precisely because of his exceptional martial arts that he was entrusted with guarding the scripture pavilion. He brought Chu Qing here with his own selfish motives. Chu Qing was ruthless and merciless, killing without batting an eye. If he didn't comply with his wishes, he would surely die, and coincidentally, Chu Qing needed to find the items he had obtained from Heavenly Mystery Valley. Therefore, he made a decisive move and brought him here directly. As long as Chu Qing didn't kill him for the time being, once they arrived at the scripture pavilion and met this master there, the clash between these two masters would surely be earth-shattering. Then I will take the opportunity to escape. Leave this damned Tinfua temple, change my appearance, and never appear in the martial arts world again, or appear with another identity. With my martial arts skills, I can make a name for myself. In his fantasies, he had even reached the point of marrying, having children, and teaching them martial arts. But he never expected that when two masters met, The one from the scripture pavilion wouldn't even have time to make a single move before he was dead. What happened to the earth-shattering event? What happened to escaping in the chaos? Why was this one from the scripture pavilion so useless? He couldn't even withstand a single strike. If you can't withstand it, at least dodge it. Why did he die like that? Perhaps he hadn't cursed anyone in a long time, but today he broke his vow, and in a moment of rage, he mentally cursed the one from the scripture pavilion. Meanwhile, Chu Qing had already entered the scripture pavilion. The Earth Scroll was right in front of him, and he really didn't want anyone to start a fight. After all, with their martial arts skills, any fight they had would be incredibly powerful. A slight misstep could shatter the scripture pavilion, just like that high platform. The Mirage Pearl should be among the broken tiles, but there's no time to look for it right now. Besides, Chu Qing doesn't care whether he finds it or not. He's not interested in these kinds of things anyway. But the scripture pavilion is different. If the Earth Scroll is truly here, Chu Qing absolutely cannot allow this place to be lost. He traveled with Wenru from Tianwu City to Luoch Manor, fulfilling Wen Fuxing's request, traversing the southern ridge to the north ridge, and then from the north ridge to this Tianfu temple, all to find the Earth Scroll. Having traversed the entire southern region, how could he let all his efforts be wasted in a single battle? He simply unleashed a single divine blade slash, settling all grudges with one strike, and as it turns out, with his current cultivation level, the power of the divine blade slash is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. This strike, even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were facing him, Chu Qing was confident he could leave them half dead. Of course, confidence is one thing, whether it can be achieved remains to be seen until the battle is fought. His gaze swept around the scripture pavilion. Finding no one else there, he asked, "Where is the item?" The monk who had led the way seemed to snap out of his daze, feeling as if he'd been cursing inwardly for so long, his heart now tainted. Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, he didn't hesitate at all. This man before him was truly ruthless, more wicked than the evil path, more demonic than the demonic path. Called the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, he was in reality heartless and cruel. If he dared to hesitate even a moment, he knew his life would be in danger. He immediately went to the side of the scripture pavilion and twisted a candlestick. With a click, the bookshelf suddenly moved, revealing a secret chamber behind it. After passing through the doorway, the scene inside the secret chamber was clear. The space was considerable, filled with all sorts of things. These things all bore the resemblance to the heavenly secret grain. It seems the monk wasn't lying after all. These things really were moved from Tianji Valley, Chu Qing said telepathically. Wu Qianhuan asked curiously, "Why are they piled up here?" Chu Qing also wanted to know the answer, so she asked the monk. The monk replied, "The things from Tianji Valley were bestowed upon the Buddha by the sect leader. There are many things, and the Buddha was too lazy to sort them, so he simply piled them up here. He will only come to classify and dispose of them when he has time. The things you mentioned that you brought from Shaohan Valley are all here." Chu Qing nodded, said no more, and began searching. Wu Qianhuan and Wenru also came forward to help, and Mu Tonger couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for?" "I help you look too. The Book of Unchanging Heaven." Chu Qing glanced at her. The Earth Scroll was accidentally lost years ago, and ended up in the hands of the Celestial Mystery Hermit. The Celestial Mystery Hermit established Celestial Mystery Valley, which was then occupied by the Heavenly Evil Cult, who took everything away. I traveled a long way to finally find this place. "I see." The shepherd boy nodded and joined in the search. Wan Chunhua scratched his head. He came from the northern region and knew about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but he didn't know what the Book of Unchanging Heaven or the Celestial Mystery Hermit were. He wanted to ask, but seeing everyone busy, he figured they wouldn't have time for him, so he wisely kept quiet. He just stared at the monk. The monk was anxious. He felt that if he escaped now, Chu Qing wouldn't even care about him. But why was this man staring at him? Did he sense his thoughts? Was he the kind of person who seemed rough, but was actually incredibly shrewd? Damn it. The martial arts leader of Lingbei seemed shrewd, but he was actually a ruthless bully. Upon entering Tianfu Temple, he began a bloodbath without a word. His unfathomable martial arts skills were truly outrageous, and his actions were extremely reckless. The seemingly simple-minded man beside him was actually the most cunning. He must have sensed Wan Chunhua's intention to leave, so he was watching her closely. Any slight movement from her would surely attract the attention of the ruthless martial arts leader, resulting in her being beheaded in an instant. How hateful, truly hateful. Wan Chunhua, already utterly bored, glanced at the monk and discovered that the monk was also staring at her. When his gaze fell upon the monk's smile became completely insincere. Wan Chunhua touched his face in bewilderment. Was there something on his face that was attracting the monk's attention? However, since the monk had smiled at him, Wan Chunhua naturally wouldn't be indifferent. He nodded with a simple smile as well. Unfortunately, the monk didn't appreciate Wan Chunhua's kindness. Instead, he felt it was a mockery after seeing through him. For a moment, he felt utterly hopeless. Found it. Wu Qianhuan's voice drew Wan Chunhua's attention, and Chu Qing also turned his head sharply. He saw Wu Qianhuan holding a box. The box was clearly labeled with the 4 large characters, Unchanging Heavenly Book. Gently blinking, she asked through Chu Qing's telepathic connection, "With this, will I be able to smile? Didn't you already know how?" That was just an act. Chu Qing was speechless, yet a strange sense of emotion welled up within him. Not only could she laugh, but she also wouldn't die. Neither Chu Qing nor Wen Fuxing had told her much about Wenru. She only knew that her lack of emotion was due to her heavenly fragrance body. But she didn't know that those with heavenly fragrance body constitutions wouldn't live past 25. Seeing her indifferent expression now, Chu Qing couldn't help but gently pat her head. "Found it, that's great." Wenru looked up at Chu Qing and smiled. "Yes, from now on, my Tai sect has all 3 volumes of the Unchanging Heavenly Book." Chu Qing nodded. Wu Qianhuan then brought the box to Chu Qing. "Want to take a look?" "Okay." Chu Qing took the box and casually turned it around, facing outwards. The monk leading the way glanced around, suddenly realizing this was the perfect opportunity. All their attention was focused on the box. And they were inside the secret chamber. He only needed to step out of the chamber and close the door while they opened the box. Even if this mere secret chamber couldn't hold Chu Qing, it could at least stop him for a short while. By the time he emerged, he would have already escaped. Chu Qing and the others were indeed focused on the box. He subtly activated his inner energy and opened the lid. The monk leading the way stared intently, shouting inwardly, "Now!" He channeled his limited inner energy, and in a flash, he was at the door of the secret chamber. But at the same moment, a streak of black light suddenly flew out of the box. Chu Qing's box was positioned facing an empty, deserted area, right in front of the secret chamber's door. Normally, the flash of black light should have landed in an empty spot, but the monk who had led the way, unfortunately, was trying to escape at that moment, and was caught in the blast of black light. A piercing scream escaped the monk's lips. His body stiffened, and he staggered outwards, his flesh visibly withering away. In just 2 or 3 steps, he had completely dissolved into a pool of blood, leaving only his monk's robe on the ground, utterly dead. Not even a trace remained. Wan Chunhua stared blankly at the clothes on the ground. What just happened? Chu Qing's gaze shifted from the monk's clothes. There was a mechanism hidden in the box. Judging by the appearance, it should be some kind of deadly poison, right? Chu Qing never opened boxes or sealed containers with the opening facing him. He always opened them in a secluded place, or placed them far away and opened them using other methods. He was worried that someone might tamper with them. After all, he's seen similar scenarios countless times in TV dramas. Door opening kills, box opening kills, treasure chest monsters, the list goes on. Although 9 times out of 10 nothing bad would happen, any accident could be fatal. And now, this monk died so mysteriously. Chapter 459. Of course, even if the monk hadn't been killed by the mechanism in the box, Chu Qing hadn't intended for him to live. Now that he was dead, it was all over, and not worth worrying about. He tilted his head to look at the box, put it down, and then took out silken gloves from his robes and put them on. Only then did he take out the manual inside. Wan Chunhua coughed. "I go out and keep watch." Mu Tong'er followed, using the excuse that he was afraid Wan Chunhua would run away. Actually, there was nothing going on outside, and Wan Chunhua wouldn't run away. The entire Sutra Pavilion was under Chu Qing's surveillance. If anyone came, he would definitely notice. These 2 went out simply to avoid suspicion. After all, this was the Tai sect's most treasured technique. It was somewhat inappropriate for the 2 outsiders to be watching. Wu Qianhuan also wanted to go out, but Wenru held her back. Chu Qing carefully looked at the book. This book wasn't written on paper. Its material was likely the hide of some kind of animal, processed in various ways to make it incredibly light and thin, and imperishable over time. After glancing at the pages, Chu Qing wasn't sure about the accuracy of the content, as he never seen the Unchanging Heavenly Book scroll before. He asked Wenru to check if the book was correct. After a quick glance, Wenru said to Chu Qing, "It matches." Chu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally got it. Thank you, third brother." Wenru looked up at Chu Qing, her eyes still clear and pure. Chu Qing reached out and tapped her forehead. We've been through a lot together, and you helped me a great deal. I'm just helping you find a secret manual, there's no need for thanks. Wenru silently lowered her head. Chu Qing spoke lightly, but in reality, didn't she know just how difficult it was to find this manual? The Tai sect had been searching for it for years, yet to no avail. Chu Qing had traveled from the southern ridge to the northern ridge, traversing the lesser cold valley, reaching the Wanbao Pavilion, and finally arriving at this perilous Tianfu temple. Since setting foot here, he had fought his way through countless battles. No one else in his place would have survived to find this place. Even if when Fuxing himself had come, he would likely have ended up as a carved Buddha statue, hoping for eternal peace. How difficult it was to find this book was something others couldn't understand, but Wenru, who had followed Chu Qing all this way, certainly did. But she couldn't express these emotions. This isn't a place for training, Wu Qianhuan said. Nor is it a place for detailed research. We can study it properly after we leave. Chu Qing nodded. That's right, Qianhuan is right. However, since we're already here, why not take another prince's head? Wu Qianhuan glanced at Chu Qing, then pondered, I always feel that this Buddha prince's actions are somewhat inexplicable. I wonder if he's been playing the role of a deity for so long that he really thinks he's some omnipotent Buddha. Or does he have some reason to do this? I initially thought he didn't know your identity, but now it seems even that old monk who just died knew your identity. He couldn't possibly not know, yet he still let his subordinates die at your hands without doing anything himself. This seems somewhat illogical. Your feeling is correct. Chu Qing nodded and said, he has his reasons for not coming out. What reasons? Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing. Did you discover something I don't know about? I'm not quite sure yet. We have to wait and see. Chu Qing said, let's go. Although the script the Buddha King arranged for us is quite good, I don't intend to perform this play according to his script. Emerging from the secret chamber, they saw Mu Tong'er and Wan Chunhua standing on either side of the entrance, both silent. These two had a grudge against each other, and being alone together was too awkward. Seeing Chu Qing emerge, Mu Tong'er finally let out a sigh of relief. Although this place is the scripture pavilion, the atmosphere feels incredibly uncomfortable. If you hadn't come out, I would have run away. Wan Chunhua nodded repeatedly, extremely oppressive. Didn't you two look around? After all, this is the Sutra repository of Tianfu Temple. It has quite a collection of books, maybe even some rare treasures? Chu Qing asked with a smile. Wan Chunhua shook her head repeatedly. This godforsaken place, even sleeping here will leave you with more thoughts. How dare I look at the manuals here? Mental cultivation techniques are too unpredictable. Although I have some tricks taught to me by my father, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Mu Tong'er also refused. Looking at manuals from other places is one thing. Reading the manuals of Tianfu Temple, you might die a mysterious death. Chu Qing nodded upon hearing this, but he didn't have such concerns. He casually picked up a scripture and began to read. There were indeed some mysteries within. He also saw the tadpole-like characters found in the passageway on the book. The slightest carelessness could have affected him. Fortunately, Chu Qing's heaven-shattering strike technique was unfathomable, and coupled with his powerful internal energy protecting him, this mere trick couldn't affect him. However, after flipping through many scriptures, he found nothing of note. Apart from that one character, the scriptures contained only normal Buddhist texts. Chu Qing asked everyone to wait a moment, then went from the first floor to the third floor. Finally, in a hidden compartment on the third floor, he found a stone slab. Engraved on the stone slab was a single character, one that even Chu Qing felt for a moment of loss of control upon seeing. Even his heaven-shattering strike technique was almost disrupted by the character on the slab. Chu Qing silently activated his heaven-shattering strike technique, forcibly calming his mind, and stared at the character. The more he looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. It was just one character, yet it inexplicably contained countless meanings. After a few breaths, a character suddenly popped into Chu Qing's mind, a character similar to the tadpole script he had seen before. Chu Qing didn't understand the meaning of this character, but he knew that if he infused it with his inner strength and spirit while writing, it would have the power to disturb the mind. Could it be that all the secret texts within Tianfu Temple originated from the characters on this stone slab? But didn't that monk say that these characters all came from the Weeping God Iron? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Was that monk talking nonsense? Or is it that there aren't actually that many characters from the Weeping God Iron? Only one, and it's recorded on this stone slab. Later generations observed the stone slab, thus giving rise to countless secret texts. He felt that this last thought seemed correct. After observing the stone slab for a while, he felt that the heaven-shattering earth-striking great technique seemed to have become even more profound. This stone slab should have the effect of nurturing the spirit. But the premise is that one must not be misled by the stone slab. It is a good thing, but it can also cause great disaster. He turned the stone slab upside down so that Wu Qianhuan and the others wouldn't see it, and went to the secret room where the earth scroll had been stored before, found a box, and put the stone slab inside. This item was definitely a secret treasure, and Chu Qing planned to take it with him. He wouldn't let it circulate in the martial arts world, keeping it only by his side. Whether for observation or copying, it would likely have a great effect on the heaven-shattering, earth-striking great technique. After doing this, Chu Qing led everyone away from the scripture pavilion. He didn't continue to delve deeper into the heavenly Buddha temple. Chu Qing had said before that he didn't intend to perform according to the script given by the Buddha King. They went directly to the spot where the corpses had piled up like a mountain. They planned to see if they could find the Mirage Pearl among the bodies. After all, the shepherd boy had been longing for it for a long time. However, while searching, the shepherd boy was somewhat speechless at Chu Qing's relaxed attitude. This is, after all, the heavenly Buddha temple, and there's a Buddha King hiding somewhere who could suddenly attack us at any moment. Are you really okay being so relaxed? No problem, Chu Qing said. He won't attack us. Huh? He's a dead man? The shepherd boy asked again. Chu Qing didn't answer her, but rolled his eyes. You talk too much nonsense. Are you going to look for it or not? If not, are we leaving? Find it. Find it. Find it. The shepherd boy hurriedly said. Of course I find it. If I miss out on such a treasure, I regret it for the rest of my life. Then hurry up and find it. Chu Qing sat on the ruins, his hands crossed behind his head, his body slightly tilted, swaying gently, looking quite relaxed. Wenru, wearing the silk gloves Chu Qing had given her, was turning the pages of the earth scroll of the unchanging heavenly book. Chu Qing had already read through the entire manual once, confirming that the contents were correct, before handing it to her. On the other side, Wu Qianhuan occasionally covered her mouth and nose. The stench of blood here was too strong. Chu Qing's attacks were extremely ruthless. Under the heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds technique, he left them no chance of survival whatsoever. And the heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds technique itself was extremely ruthless. Ruthless in person, even more ruthless in martial arts, the result was naturally tragic. Even Wu Qianhuan, who was used to seeing many grand scenes, was somewhat unaccustomed to this chaotic scene. After searching for quite some time, the shepherd girl's excited voice suddenly rang out. Found it! Found it! She ran over excitedly, holding a blood-soaked bead in her hand. Look! Everyone glanced at it, and then Chu Qing said, It's all blood. Besides the bead, there's nothing special about it. The shepherd girl untied a water pouch from her waist, opened the lid, and began to rinse it. A moment later, a crystal-clear object appeared before Chu Qing and the others. Chu Qing reached out and took it. This glass ball, is it the mirage bead? A glass ball? The shepherd girl looked bewildered. What is glass? Chu Qing waved his hand. That's not important. He toyed with the bead in his hand, about the size of a child's fist, completely transparent, without a single impurity. In the center, there were some interestingly arranged patterns. Hexagons, arranged like a honeycomb. This was probably the main reason it could refract images. He casually tossed this glass ball. No, this mirage bead, to the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy was terrified, quickly catching it with both hands. Only after he had a firm grip did he breathe a sigh of relief, and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. You spendthrift. If you had smashed this, it would have been a terrible waste. This thing could easily be exchanged for a city. Chu Qing smiled. Then take it and exchange it. No way, the shepherd boy said. Even thieves have their code of honor. Those who find it share in it. I keep the Mirage Pearl. I give you other things as compensation later. Everyone will get one. Wan Chunhua was taken aback. Me too. Everyone who sees it gets one. Mu Tonger glanced at him. You killed my people, you shouldn't get one. However, since we're traveling together, I naturally can't be biased. But I will still take your life. Don't think I'd be merciful. But this compensation is yours. You can use it to finish some unfinished business. Wan Chunhua clasped his hands and said, Miss Zhang is kind and righteous. Of course. I'm clear about right and wrong. Do I need your praise? Humph. After Mu Tonger finished speaking, she looked at Chu Qing. What's next? Go find that Buddha King? No. Chu Qing said, since he's willing to hide, let him hide as much as he wants. Let's go. Ah? We're leaving already? The shepherd boy was startled. Chu Qing ignored her reaction and walked directly out of Tianfu Temple. The others could only follow. They had looted everything they entered, but their exit was much faster. Upon reaching the entrance hall, they saw a person covered in blood, kneeling on the ground. It was Meng Hui. Before him lay the skeleton of junior sister Jiang, and on the other side was the once tall monk. He was dead, almost all the flesh had been shaved off his body. Only his large skeleton could be used to identify him. He must have endured unimaginable torture before his death. The scene was extremely gruesome. Senior brother Meng? Chu Qing spoke. Meng Hui looked up at Chu Qing. You're back? Yes, the matter is settled, let's go. Okay. Meng Hui nodded, picked up junior sister Jiang's body, and followed the others, like a walking corpse. And so, following the path, they left Tianfu Temple and, along the narrow lane, arrived at the brazier at the entrance. Chu Qing stopped. Wait for me. Wu Qianhuan and Mu Tong immediately understood, and Wan Chunhua involuntarily tightened her grip on her knife. In that instant, they all realized what Chu Qing was about to do. Sure enough, Chu Qing swung his palms, one pushing and the other flowing. A soaring dragon's roar erupted, a powerful gust of wind causing the braziers on either side to crackle, and dragon-shaped energy surged forth, bearing its fangs and claws, crashing into the foundation pillars of Tianfu Temple. A violent shattering sound rang out, the entire Tianfu Temple shaken by the immense force, and panic cries could be heard, but it was too late. The stone pillars supporting Tianfu Temple crumbled like dominoes, inch by inch, dragging the entire temple down into the endless abyss. Chu Qing turned around, his gaze falling on Meng Hui. Meng Hui stared blankly at the falling Tianfu Temple, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Junior brother, impressive skill. Senior brother Meng. Chu Qing looked at him and said softly, Don't you have anything to say to me? Chapter 460. Say what? Meng Hui's face was stained with the monk's blood, making him look quite ferocious. His eyes were vacant, seemingly not understanding why Chu Qing asked such a question. Chu Qing glanced back at the Tianfu Temple, which had already fallen into the endless abyss, and suddenly smiled. Just a casual question. Since senior brother Meng has nothing to say to me, let's go. Okay. Meng Hui, carrying junior sister Jiang's body, took the lead. Wu Qianhuan spoke through the heavenly melody in her mind. You suspect him? No. Wu Qianhuan didn't ask further. This place didn't feel good, and Chu Qing had overturned a Tianfu Temple, yet the Buddha King hadn't shown up to fight Chu Qing. Then everything that could be done here was done. If nothing else happened, she could find a place to disassemble, and study the contents of the Earth Scroll of the unchanging heavenly book, and try to cultivate it properly. To help Wenru escape the life-or-death crisis as soon as possible. Having traversed the passage twice already, he knew it like the back of his hand. Meng Hui seemed utterly despondent, oblivious to his surroundings, and charged recklessly back to the entrance. Opening the secret passage at the entrance, Meng Hui was the first to dash out. He turned to leave. I need to find a place to bury my junior sister. Wait. Chu Qing spoke again. Meng Hui turned back, a hint of impatience already showing on his face. Junior brother, you're going to. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. Chu Qing suddenly thrust out a palm strike. This strike was completely unexpected, but its power was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Before the palm strike was even fully extended, the wind swirling around it shattered the enormous Buddha statues on either side. The force of the palm pushed forward, and where it reached, the ground crumbled, and everything in its path was destroyed. Chu Qing's palm strike seemed to harbor some deep-seated hatred for Meng Hui, as if he wanted to obliterate him completely. Faced with such a palm strike, Meng Hui was powerless to block it. He could do nothing but watch helplessly. Just when he thought he was doomed, the world before him suddenly became bizarre and surreal. The 10,000 Buddha forest vanished, replaced by complete darkness. Chu Qing's palm strike, imbued with immense power, seemed to have shattered some invisible barrier. A deafening roar echoed in his ears, but in the next instant, an expression of utter horror appeared on Meng Hui's face. Scenes flashed before his eyes. He saw himself leading his junior brothers and sisters, leaving the eastern region for the southern region to find their fellow disciples of the Su Hui sect. The journey was filled with beautiful scenery, yet he found himself trapped in Tianfu village. In a daze, he regained consciousness, trying to escape with his junior brothers and sisters. He saw his junior sister captured, and his junior brother beaten to death by the monks. He himself was taken away. He was escorted by the monks up a wide, golden staircase to the top. He saw the Buddha, then, he saw his own death. I'm dead? Meng Hui asked himself in confusion. He saw that the moment he saw the Buddha again, he was already dead. But for some reason, he stood up again, as if he were still alive, able to think, able to act, able to carve Buddha statues. How could a dead person do that? So either he wasn't dead, or someone had possessed his body. But when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. How could a dead person think? That means the person thinking now isn't him either. Then, who am I? A smile suddenly spread across his lips. He clasped his hands together, turned, and was already in midair. Golden light shone brightly, and Buddhist light shone everywhere. The Buddha's image floated in the void, pressing down with a palm, Amitabha. Within the 10,000 Buddha forest, Chu Qing suddenly looked up, while Meng Hui's body trembled slightly. As their eyes met, without any apparent action, all the Buddha statues within a 10-foot radius turned to dust. This scene was utterly abrupt. At least to Wu Qianhuan and the others, this scene was incredibly sudden. Emerging from the passageway, Meng Hui went first, followed closely by Chu Qing. The others had just come out when they saw the two standing opposite each other. Suddenly, they exchanged a glance, and all the Buddha statues within a 10-jong radius around them were instantly destroyed. Wu Qianhuan immediately spoke through celestial telepathy. You still say you didn't suspect him? No suspicion, I'm certain. Chu Qing's answer was simple and direct. Meng Hui suddenly sighed. Third young master truly lives up to his name. Even I didn't notice. How did you find out? Everything that passes leaves a trace. Chu Qing chuckled. You shouldn't have shown yourself before the 18 Garuda Guardian formation. I noticed then that the image you projected using the shadow transmission technique ultimately landed before the mountain gate. And there, only Meng Hui was there. If the Buddha King were here, Meng Hui would surely be dead. But Meng Hui isn't dead. Although this guess sounds somewhat bizarre. The possibility that Meng Hui is the Buddha King is no longer zero. Isn't that too hasty? Meng Hui frowned. Based on this alone, you acted rashly. It seems you are indeed ruthless. It's not just this. Chu Qing paced back and forth. I said before that some things are strange. I ask myself, in your heavenly evil cult, I am not an ordinary figure. Since I have come to your door, even if your highness is arrogant and doesn't believe that disaster is imminent, you would never avoid me. Unless, your highness has some reason not to see me. I went deep into the heavenly Buddha temple, and you ignored me. I went on a killing spree, slaughtering everyone in your heavenly Buddha temple, and you still ignored me. I took the unchanging heavenly book from Tianji Valley, and you still ignored me. Even if I plunged the entire Tianfu temple into an abyss, you remained silent. Does your highness think this is reasonable? To be honest, the most reasonable explanation is probably that your highness isn't actually in Tianfu temple. And just when I thought this was the truth, in front of the 18 Garuda Guardian formation, the Buddha Prince, who could have continued to feign deafness and muteness, suddenly appeared? I don't think these 18 people are important. So, could this be something your highness did on purpose? Trying to make me think that you're waiting for me in Tianfu temple? Unfortunately, the more you want me to know, the less likely it is to be true. Meng Hui sighed. You are indeed very clever. You're right. I did want you to believe that I was waiting for you in Tianfu temple. And if you make it all the way to the end, you will indeed see one of me. I see. Chu Qing nodded in realization. Then I will go through some twists and turns and kill this you. You want me to believe that you are in the heavenly Buddha temple, even to believe that I have already killed you. Naturally, I won't doubt that you are still alive in this world. The Buddha King will then go from the light to the shadows, disappearing from the martial world. But I don't understand, how exactly did you do it? And for what reason? Even though I considered this possibility, until I forced you to show yourself, I couldn't be sure that this conjecture was true. You actually took over Meng Hui's body? Upon hearing Chu Qing's words, Wu Qianhuan and the others all paled drastically. This was a possibility they had never considered. After all, how could someone take over another person's body? This was too unbelievable. Even the well-informed shepherd boy was speechless, feeling incredulous. Suddenly, Wan Chunhua remembered that back at Wan Beilu, he had seen Chu Qing, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun, in his spiritual world. He had also seen a Dharma image lurking within his own spiritual world. That image was annihilated by Chu Qing with a single strike. But what would have happened if Chu Qing hadn't destroyed that evil Dharma image, allowing it to remain in his spiritual world for so long? Thinking of this, Wan Chunhua felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Have you ever heard of possession? Meng Hui's expression was calm. He didn't react hysterically to Chu Qing, even though Chu Qing had just killed so many people from Tianfu temple, and even plunged the entire temple into an abyss. He could still chat with him calmly. Chu Qing nodded. But isn't this kind of technique divine magic? Divine magic. To ordinary people, what's the difference between a martial arts master's lightness skill and flying through the clouds? You also have some knowledge of the spiritual path, and your attainments are quite profound, otherwise, You wouldn't have come this far, entered my heavenly Buddha temple, and wouldn't have been able to enter as if it were empty. Therefore, you should understand what the word God truly means. As the Buddha said, the mortal world is a sea of suffering, the physical body is a boat. That which dwells in the physical body is the God. Which is more important, the boat or the God? The physical boat is not important. If it is damaged, one can change boats. Therefore, this martial art is called the boat-changing scripture. Meng Hui said softly, I am old and my boat is broken. Changing boats is inevitable. Even if it wasn't Meng Hui, it would have been someone else. The prince's methods are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Chu Qing couldn't help but sigh. At least before you appeared in the 18 Garuda's Protectorate formation, I never doubted your identity. That's because, at that time, I was just Meng Hui. Meng Hui smiled. Third young master, I ask you. What do you think death is? Losing everything, forever returning to darkness? Chu Qing tried to answer. The Buddha King shook his head. Death is unknown, beyond our comprehension. But I know that as long as you have even the slightest memory remaining in this world, you are not truly dead. A person's present is composed of the past. The past cannot be erased, and the present will not change. Therefore, I believe that living is carrying the past and present, and involuntarily rushing towards the future. If you still hold on to the past, even if the present is uncertain, you are still alive. Meng Hui was in such a state. He had forgotten his death, but he remembered his past. And he has no memory of me. Therefore, the one who appeared before you back then was actually Meng Hui. Chu Qing frowned. With such a complicated process, it seems your boat-changing scripture is not omnipotent. Of course the boat-changing scripture is not omnipotent, otherwise why would I be wasting my time in this heavenly Buddha temple? Meng Hui sighed softly. The physical body boat has an extremely strong personal imprint. Unless the user gives it up, how easy is it to seize someone else's body? Even if you succeed, it takes a long time to adapt, to gradually change your perception. If it weren't for the third young master's relentless pressure, forcing me to recall, it would have been a long time before we truly met again. Unfortunately, it's happened ahead of schedule now. To onlookers, the conversation between Chu Qing and Meng Hui sounded like a fantasy. They all knew the martial arts of the heavenly evil sect were unpredictable and mysterious, but to be this unpredictable was truly unique. Chu Qing paced back and forth, saying softly, the prince's actions don't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision. What aspect are you referring to? Meng Hui asked with a smile. The arrangement within the heavenly Buddha temple. Chu Qing said softly, a fake Buddha prince, a thoroughly satisfying massacre, a seemingly flawless victory. You used the change of boat sutra to possess Meng Hui? Wasn't that premeditated? Some of this was deliberate, some was coincidence, Meng Hui said with a smile. Meng Hui's was coincidence, and this whole thing started a long time ago. If there was a scheme, it was after you severed the spiritual suggestion within the lone whale blade at night. I knew you would come. So, I waited here for your arrival. Things were going smoothly. Shang Qiuyu's daughter arrived, another important bargaining chip. You came too, just as I expected. You found Tianfu Temple very easily. Rushing in, killing, searching for what you wanted. Smoothly, everything went smoothly. Unfortunately, I overdid it, adding unnecessary details, which allowed you to find a flaw. As for the fact that Meng Hui and you are from the same sect, that's unexpected. The third young master has roamed the martial world undefeated, and everyone wants to know his sect, but no one has been able to find out. It's actually the Suhui sect? I wonder what this small sect has that's so special about it. You don't need to know. Chu Qing said softly, my interest in talking today is exhausted. Thank you, Your Highness, for satisfying my curiosity. It's alright, it's alright. This old man is too old and bored, so he likes to tell stories to young people. Meng Hui said, then suddenly smiled. This old man not only likes to tell stories to young people, but also likes to perform magic tricks for them. Come, watch me perform one for you. As he finished speaking, he spread his arms, and with a whooshing sound, pieces of robe suddenly flew out from behind him, endless and blotting out the sky. In that instant, the sky itself was obscured by these robes. And what about Chu Qing and his group? The robe subduing demon technique? With a sharp hiss, a blade ripped through the sky. The entire world was instantly split in two, all the robes shredded by the blade. Chu Qing, holding the shark-slaying blade, looked up and saw that within the 10,000 Buddha forest, the stone-carved Buddha statues were actually standing up. Chapter 461. Even seated, these Buddha statues were already incredibly tall. Now standing, they appeared even more imposing. A Buddha wheel suddenly appeared, beams of golden light blotting out the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. In a trance, Buddha's scriptures seemed to emanate from all directions, and the rosy clouds on the horizon swirled, highlighting a great sun. Beneath the great sun, the Buddha's image sat cross-legged. Some arhats, with wrathful expressions, others with compassionate faces, stood or fell on clouds. In a trance, everyone seemed to have arrived in the Western paradise, at the great thunderclap temple, standing before the Buddha. A sense of powerlessness instantly arose within them. How could a human contend with a god? Wan Chunhua's face turned deathly pale, and his legs involuntarily buckled to his knees. This was an overwhelming power he could not resist, even though he knew in his heart that most of it was an illusion, a trick of the Buddha King, and not reality. Even knowing this, he couldn't resist. The shepherd boy was in the same predicament, but quick-witted, he immediately realized the danger and sat cross-legged, using his inner energy to resist all the illusions and realities around him. In comparison, Wu Qianhuan and Winra felt that while the scenes before them were indeed horrifying, they weren't as insurmountable as the previous ones. They couldn't help but feel a little strange, wondering why, despite the grand spectacle, the pressure emanating from the Buddha King's personal intervention seemed far less intense than that from the monks of the heavenly Buddha temple they had encountered before. As this confusion arose, Chu Qing's voice rang out. I knew it, the Buddha King wouldn't carve Buddha statues without a reason. So, this is the king's domain. Before the Buddha, who dares to speak? The colossal stone Buddha statue spoke in a human voice, its body trembling as it hurtled towards Chu Qing. But before it could even get close, the stone-carved statue shattered instantly, scattering fragments across the ground. Chu Qing made no move whatsoever. He simply walked forward step by step, undeterred by the Buddha statue blocking his path. Your martial art is quite interesting. It seems he had already conceived of this technique before even carving the statue. Borrowing the false for the true, recreating the Buddhist realm. This method is half true, half false. The Buddha statue is real, the Buddhist realm is false. The Buddha statue's attack is real, the Buddha statue standing is false. The Arhat's form is real, the swirling clouds are false. This mixture of truth and falsehood might fool others, but to try and deceive me is wishful thinking. I suspect you tampered with these Buddha statues when they were being carved, and now, by activating them, you gain the stone's assistance. Unfortunately, your Majesty underestimates me. How could such a mere trick deceive my senses? Though these stubborn stones are hard, what makes you think these broken stones can give you the upper hand? With that, Chu Qing stopped abruptly. He raised his eyes, gazing at the Buddha's image under the blazing sun, and softly uttered, "Break!" The word itself seemed perfectly natural, yet its reach was astonishing. Within the 10,000 Buddha forest, over the years, an immense space had been sculpted, where countless Buddha statues sat, hardened and steadfast by the passage of time. Chu Qing's single word, "break," enveloped the entire 10,000 Buddha forest. A sharp cracking sound came from the Buddha statue closest to him. A crack appeared on the Buddha statue's chest. Then, like a wildfire, it instantly spread across the entire statue. Without a doubt, the entire Buddha statue instantly turned into a pile of stone dust. This was only the first. The shattering was like a storm, sweeping across the entire 10,000 Buddha forest. The cracking sounds were initially sporadic, but like 1,000 rivers converging, countless sounds of shattering converged, like a monstrous wave. All the Buddha statues in the entire 10,000 Buddha forest crumbled, leaving not a single one behind. Dust filled the air, obscuring the sun, and stone dust was scattered by the wind, eventually disappearing completely. The roars of dragons and tigers echoed at this moment. Without even looking up, one could see a divine dragon sweeping in from the horizon, its head ferocious and extremely malevolent. A tiger, as large as a small mountain, leaped through the air, pouncing on Chu Qing. Chu Qing said nothing more, a flash of golden light around him, and he charged forward. Bang! 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 The first to collide with Chu Qing was the divine dragon, but the moment they touched, its head was shattered. Chu Qing continued his ascent, cracking the dragon's body inch by inch wherever he went. Just then, an Arhat statue appeared in midair, its 5 fingers grasping, seemingly intent on capturing Chu Qing. Coincidentally, the tiger arrived at the same time. Chu Qing reached out with one hand and grabbed the tiger's ankle. Although Chu Qing's hand was disproportionate to the enormous tiger, the difference in strength was exactly the opposite of their size. Chu Qing planted his foot firmly, spun on the ground, and flung the tiger in his hand, slamming it fiercely against the Arhat statue he had grabbed. The collision produced no dull thud. The tiger passed directly through the palm of the Arhat's Dharma image. There was a brief pause, then the Dharma image shattered. But immediately afterward, Another Arhat Dharma image pounced towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing lightly touched the ground with his feet, instantly rising into the air. Utilizing the profound power of his wind god leg technique, he could move and dart freely even in midair. All the Arhat Dharma images beneath the Buddha's Dharma image attacked simultaneously, but none could touch Chu Qing. He pressed forward, breaking through numerous barriers, until he reached the Buddha's Dharma image. With a single slash of his sword, he vanquished the evil Buddha. The Buddha's Dharma image was instantly cleaved in two by his blade. But the Dharma image remained intact, only the voice of Amitabha Buddha lingered around, both awe-inspiring and filled with endless allure. Chu Qing's figure froze slightly, as if the previous strike had exhausted him considerably. Even he was temporarily annihilated. All sorts of Dharma forms simultaneously attacked. Chu Qing ignored them, only raising his eyes to the great sun in midair. Found you. Boom! 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 The Dharma form's attacks landed, and Chu Qing's blade was already half hanging in the sky. The great sun slowly parted, and Meng Hui's body swayed, falling from midair. The Dharma forms that had struck Chu Qing left no mark. A streak of blood appeared between Meng Hui's brows. He fell heavily to the ground, his eyes darting around, staring at Chu Qing. His voice remained calm and composed, even in his severely injured state. You lied to me. Yes. Chu Qing nodded. I lied to you. The Buddha King's martial art is called 10,000 Buddha Kingdom, where a single thought can bring forth 10,000 Buddhas, emphasizing the transformation of one state of mind. Truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, are also revealed through sight. Seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing water as water. Seeing a mountain not as a mountain, seeing water not as water. Seeing a mountain as a mountain again, seeing water as water again. Song Chengdao once mentioned the primordial path to enlightenment scripture to Chu Qing, which emphasizes seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing water as water. What is seen is what is gained. It's a divine skill where, depending on individual comprehension, the gains differ. Calling it the first path to creation is somewhat exaggerated, but it is certainly extraordinary. The Buddha King's 10,000 Buddha Kingdom, and the phrase what is seen have some connection. However, what is seen is not oneself, but one's opponent. This method arises from the heart, is generated from internal energy, and all changes created by a single thought are seen as true by the opponent, and false by the opponent. Its brilliance lies not merely in deceiving the opponent with illusions, but in making the opponent deceive themselves. What the opponent believes to be real is real, what the opponent believes to be false is false. Faced with ordinary opponents, the mere appearance of the 10,000 Buddha Kingdom is enough to overwhelm them, even if they don't believe it. Take Wan Chunhua, for example. The reason Wu Qianhuan and Winner felt the Buddha King's methods were unremarkable was because his methods targeted different aspects. They didn't simply rely on secret techniques to bewitch, which was superficial. Furthermore, they believed that illusions and deceptions needed careful discernment. But this very act of discernment is the trap. The moment the thought of discernment arises, one implicitly accepts that some parts are real and some are false. Whether the guess is right or wrong is unimportant, because there is no inherent right or wrong. However, once one assumes there is truth and falsehood, one inevitably falls into a trap, thus being forced into a disadvantageous position or even death by the Buddha King's deceptive tactics. Furthermore, if one doubts their own discernment, they are more likely to fall into an endless nightmare, where even extraordinary abilities are insufficient to contend with the Buddha King. Others, like Chu Qing, possess extremely sophisticated methods. They can discern truth from falsehood at a glance, and have unwavering faith in themselves. In such cases, using the 10,000 Buddha's kingdom requires a direct confrontation with the opponent's abilities. Deception is extremely difficult. Like Chu Qing, who, upon first sight, identified what was true and what was false. But, in truth, Chu Qing's brilliance far surpasses the Buddha King's expectations. Deceiving the Buddha King while clearly discerning the truth at a glance. His claim that the Arhat was real and the rosy clouds were false was intentional. Since he made his move, only the carved Buddha statues and the stone-carved dragons and tigers have been real. Everything else is fake. The Arhats are fake, and even the Buddha's image is fake. So when he cleaved the Buddha's image in two with a single strike, the image remained unbroken. He was struck by countless Arhats, yet remained completely unharmed. That's because, in his eyes, the Arhats are fake, and naturally, they cannot harm him in the slightest. The Buddha's image is also fake. A fake image naturally won't shatter like a real one from an attack. The purpose of deceiving him was to find the true form of the Buddha King. The kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas must conceal the truth when making a move. If the truth isn't concealed, it's tantamount to exposing the answer to the opponent. No matter how many illusions and deceptions you present, at least you are standing here, and that must be real. Facing ordinary people, the Buddha King might not have been so cautious. But facing Chu Qing, he dared not be careless. The Buddha King believed Chu Qing couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, that the Arhat was real, and that the Buddha was real too. Therefore, Chu Qing overcame all difficulties, breaking through the Arhat's numerous obstacles, intending to shatter the Buddha's Dharma image with a single strike. The instant Chu Qing cleaved the Buddha's Dharma image, the Buddha King thought Chu Qing had fallen for a trap. Thus, he revealed a slight flaw. If everything Chu Qing displayed was as he said and acted, then he had indeed fallen for the Buddha King's trick. Under the attack of countless Dharma images, he would be severely injured, if not killed. Unfortunately, when the Buddha King thought he had been tricked, it was actually the Buddha King who had been tricked. The fake Arhat Dharma image couldn't kill Chu Qing. But that slight flaw he revealed allowed Chu Qing to find his Achilles heel. Chu Qing delivered a solid blow. All of this remained incomprehensible to outsiders. After all, martial arts involving the mind and spirit were like viewing flowers through a fog for those merely observing. Even those within the realm of such arts were like people in the mountains, who couldn't see the mountains themselves. Only Chu Qing, with his heaven-shattering, earth-shattering great technique, not only saw through all the illusions and truths, but could also transcend them, and interfere in their opposite. But while others didn't understand, how could the Buddha King not? Therefore, his first words were a complaint that Chu Qing had deceived him. However, these words sounded even more inexplicable to those around him. Meng Hui sighed. Even the 10,000 Buddha kingdom couldn't deceive you. Among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, you deserve a place. This praise, placed upon anyone in the martial world, would be enough to make their heart race. However, Chu Qing simply shook his head slightly. A while ago, hearing these words, I couldn't help but be moved. But now, thinking back, it seems it's nothing special. Besides, Buddha King, it's not that I look down on you, but with your martial arts, I'm afraid you're not qualified to comment on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, are you? You call yourself the Buddha, but you're just a fraud. Meng Hui paused, his tone slightly displeased. How dare you, a mere child, insult me like this? Isn't that so? Chu Qing said, you are human, not a Buddha, yet you call yourself the Buddha. Isn't this a fraud? Are the monks in the 10,000 Buddha temple truly devout Buddhists? You're not even a Buddhist, so how can your demons and monsters possibly be aligned with Buddhism? Isn't that a fraud? You single-handedly built Tianhua village. They were bewitched by scriptures, believing that faith would bring them a bright future, and that carving Buddha statues would guarantee eternal peace and tranquility. Isn't this all a lie? You used tricks to bewitch them, which is deception in itself, and then you painted an utterly unrealistic pie in the sky. Let them sink into their beautiful dreams. Isn't every single one of these things a lie? Even your final divine skill is a lie. If your mind were clear and not blinded by appearances, who could you possibly deceive? Meng Hui's pupils contracted slightly, then he suddenly laughed. You're right. I am indeed a lie. However, now that I'm about to die, I can't keep lying to you forever. Third young master, this move is for real. Crash, crash, strange sounds suddenly arose around them. Chu Qing's eyes flickered, and he saw that the Buddha statues he had shattered with his Vajra lion's roar, along with the scattered stones on the ground, all began to move. As if flowing water had gathered, from top to bottom, they formed a Buddha statue. The rubble was arranged behind its head, forming a huge Buddha wheel. The Buddha statue was as large as a mountain, the Buddha wheel as large as the sun. Then, this enormous, mountain-like Buddha statue raised its hand, removed the Buddha wheel from behind its head, and slammed it down fiercely towards Chu Qing. Chapter 462. Before the Buddha wheel even set, a powerful wind descended like a massive, towering cloud. Chu Qingren stood amidst the howling wind, his robes fluttering wildly. The shark-slaying blade emitted a faint glow, and its immense sword intent instantly surged forth. Piercing through the clouds and shattering the twilight, its boundless power was about to erupt. But just as this earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed, the enormous Buddha wheel in midair suddenly paused, then shattered back into countless fragments of stone. Even the Buddha statue, still gathering and not yet fully solidified, scattered, the fragments flowing like a waterfall. Chu Qingren raised an eyebrow, his figure instantly vanishing from his spot. He arrived beside Wu Qianhuan and the others, his figure swirling, taking them with him as they disappeared from the 10,000 Buddha forest. With a crash, the fragments of stone almost covered half of the 10,000 Buddha forest, leaving Meng Hui's corpse behind. Chu Qing and the others appeared on high ground, witnessing this scene unfold. Wu Qianhuan glanced at Chu Qing. What happened? Chu Qing was speechless, He wasn't planning to bury me with these rubble. He's exhausted, isn't he? He frowned slightly. Although he said that, something felt off. That attack just now should have been the Buddha King's all-out effort. The power was unprecedented. Even if he couldn't hold on, since death was imminent, even if he fought to the last breath, he should have made the Buddha wheel fall. But as his opponent, Chu Qing clearly felt that at the last moment, he himself had dissipated his strength. Although he didn't have much strength left, if he had truly fought to the death, he could have at least made the Buddha wheel fall another 10 feet. But why did he give up? Because he knew it was useless? No, that's not right. Even knowing it's futile to face death before your eyes, you should still give it your all. There's no reason to give up? The scripture of changing boats. Chu Qing murmured to himself, could it be that Meng Hui wasn't the first boat? You mean, the Buddha King isn't dead yet? Wu Qianhuan couldn't help but gasp. How could the people of the heavenly evil cult be so evil? That's to be expected. Chu Qing said softly, remember when I killed a Tomb King's body inside the Fallen Dust Manor? He also inhabited another body, using that body to fight me. No one knows where the real Tomb King is. Both the Buddha King and the Tomb King are top experts among the 12 holy kings, so it's understandable that their methods are somewhat similar. In that case, the Tomb King is even more terrifying. Wu Qianhuan said, you said his tomb bodies are ever-changing and countless, but the Buddha King only has one, Meng Hui. That's not necessarily true, Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, the Tomb King's tomb bodies couldn't have been created so casually. He must have gone through many trials and tribulations to be able to control them. But those tomb bodies aren't immortal, nor do they live on in this world like living people because of the Tomb King's arrival. Therefore, he must have been nurturing those tomb bodies in coffins using special methods. Thus, the Tomb King himself cannot die. Once he dies, the tomb bodies become mere corpses, devoid of any meaning. But the Buddha King can completely transfer himself into another body. This method must have other limitations, but even with a loud noise, it's terrifying enough. How do you know this method has limitations? Mu Tonger couldn't help but interject. What if it doesn't? If it doesn't, then the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are irrelevant in the current world. The leader of the heavenly evil sect wouldn't be the current one, but this Buddha King. Chu Qing said, if body swapping and soul seizing had no limitations, it would grant immortality. Judging from the battle just now, the internal energy would also be completely transferred. Imagine, hundreds or thousands of years of body swapping and soul seizing would create a terrifying monster? He would surely rule the world, with no rivals in the 4 regions and 1 state. But the fact is, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are still the top masters in the world. The leader of the heavenly evil sect is someone else. Mu Tonger thought for a moment and nodded, that's true. But body swapping and soul seizing is incredibly powerful. How did you manage that? You possess such profound knowledge of spiritual martial arts. I wonder if you could do something like this? I can't. Chu Qing shook his head decisively. Spiritual will isn't something to be trifled with. The Buddha King was able to do this because of the change of both scripture. To create such a martial art, one either needs a stroke of luck or, like martial emperor Li Juechen, it requires countless lives, countless drops of blood, and overcoming countless difficulties before it can be created. Such methods, even the slightest difference, can lead to worlds apart. It's not that simple. That's true. Never mind, whether he lives or dies, if fate allows, we meet again. The shepherd boy clapped his hands lightly. Shouldn't we divide the spoils now? Wan Chunhua grinned. I don't want this kind of fate. If he had known beforehand that such a monster was hiding in Tianfu Temple, he definitely wouldn't have come. Even knowing Chu Qing could protect him, he wouldn't have dared. It would be best if this Buddha King died just like that. Even if he were still alive, he hoped that he would never encounter this person again in his remaining years. Chu Qing glanced back in the direction of Tianfu village. Let's go, there are still some things to take care of. He wasn't the kind of chivalrous person who would kill the villains and then ignore the people he rescued. One must finish what one starts. One can't just do something halfway and then abandon it. The people in Tianfu village still needed his help to remove the hidden dangers from their spiritual worlds one by one. This was also a way of preventing the Buddha King from using the change of both sutra again. For regions in one province, a desolate land, atop the clouds and mist. Inside a magnificent building, a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s sat on the floor, staring blankly at a portrait. The portrait depicted a sword with simple strokes. The sword's momentum was unstoppable, soaring through the air. Although the spirit was extraordinary, the overall composition was remarkably simple. The young man was completely captivated. The sword in the painting seemed to surpass all the scenery in the world. Fine wine and beautiful women could not compare. Suddenly, the young man lowered his head, waved his hand, and heard a distant buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, a sword swept across the void, flying towards him. The young man's previously sharp gaze suddenly turned somewhat panicked when he saw the sword. No, the beginning is correct, but I haven't figured out what to do next. Go away. Don't come any closer. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sound rang out, and the sword pierced his shoulder. The young man silently looked down at the sword that had pierced his shoulder, blood dripping from it. After a long while, he sighed helplessly, and used his other hand to pull the sword out. The blood on the ground silently flowed back up, leaping onto his wound, which healed instantly, as if a zipper had been zipped up. Only the tear in his clothes remained. This is the new dress Sister Susu sewed for me, the young man sighed softly, his face full of heartache. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw a woman in palace attire slowly approaching. She bowed deeply, reporting to the master, "There's a strange noise coming from the Buddhist hall. It seems the old prince has awakened." "Grandpa Buddha has awakened?" The young man was overjoyed and jumped up from the ground. The woman in palace attire nodded, about to speak, when the young man suddenly tugged at her sleeve, gently shaking it. "Sister Susu, the clothes you sewed for me were ruined by that broken sword." "I sew them back for the master," the girl named Susu said softly. "That's wonderful. Sister Susu is so kind to me." The young man was overjoyed. He held up Susu's hand, gazing at it as if it were a precious treasure. "But why does Sister Susu have such skillful hands? Why don't I have them?" A flicker of fear suddenly appeared in Susu's eyes. She whispered, "My hands are not skillful. The master's hands are truly skillful." Although she tried her best to suppress it, her voice still trembled. "Sister Susu, don't try to fool me." The young man laughed and said, "My hands are so clumsy." "It's strange, we're both the same kind of hands. So why are yours so skillful while mine is so clumsy? What's the difference between them?" He took Susu's hand, made her spread her fingers, and then placed his hand against it. His eyes held a hint of longing. "I really want to cut open both of our hands, and see what's different inside." Susu's pupils suddenly contracted, and she could no longer suppress her fear. She was about to beg for mercy when the young man released her hand and let out a long breath. Come with me to see Grandpa Buddha." Since the commotion came from the Buddha hall, something must have happened at Tianfu Temple. Years ago, I wrote to him advising him that the Changing Boat Sutra is definitely not the true Dharma, and a slight mistake could lead to serious problems. But he didn't believe me. He hurriedly rushed out the door. But just as he reached the door, another person knelt before the hall, reporting to the master, "The old prince stormed out of the Buddhist hall, killing 77 of our sect's masters, and has gone down the mountain." "Oh!" The young man's tone carried a hint of disappointment. "He's gone mad." This wasn't a blame, but a statement. Turning around, although madness is possible, the change of boat scripture is still extraordinary, worthy of being ranked among the 7 secrets, 3 treasures, and 6 profound sects. By the way, where did he go? The southern region. The southern region. The young man sighed. Those old geezers can only protect a few places now. If I go to the southern region now, they definitely attack together, and that will be troublesome. Old hag, no sportsmanship at all. 2 of them could be my grandfathers combined. They even ganged up on a young man like me. Fine, I won't go then. Sister Susu, come with me quickly, let's go back to the room and discuss why our hands are so different. Susu, who had just calmed down a bit, paled upon hearing this. She tried to struggle but couldn't, and the young man led her directly into the room. A moment later, a piercing scream came from inside. Someone carried a tray into the room, and when they came out, the tray held a pair of hands, each finger stripped of flesh to the bone. Last carried out was a girl named Susu. She wasn't dead, but she had lost both hands. For Chu Qing, erasing the remnants in the minds of the villagers of Tianfu village wasn't difficult. It was just that there were many people, making the process rather tedious. Fortunately, he was patient, and by noon, he had dealt with almost everything that needed to be done. The villagers of Tianfu village, once they regained their senses, each remembered their identities. Most of them were skilled martial artists, many of them renowned figures. For example, De Mao and Air Mao were indeed brothers, known in the martial world as the twin heroes of the vast sea. Like Meng Hui, they had come from the eastern region to the southern region, only to find themselves trapped in Tianfu Temple. But some were truly ordinary people. They had stumbled into this place for various reasons, living a life of unreality, unaware of the passage of time. Upon learning that Chu Qing had saved them, they were all deeply grateful and filled with emotion. Night gradually fell, But Chu Qing, who hadn't rested in a long time, had no desire to sleep. He sat down on the rooftop, gazing up at the starry sky. Suddenly, he heard someone say, "Catch." Chu Qing casually took the item, then paused slightly, asking the shepherd boy, "Wine? Where did this wine come from?" The people of Tianfu Temple were vegetarians, chanting Buddhist scriptures and abstaining from meat and alcohol. Hee, I have my own clever plan. Do you really think these fake monks can keep the precepts? If they could, then they'd be real monks. The shepherd boy lightly touched the ground, instantly appearing beside Chu Qing. He plopped down, picked up his wine jug, and clinked it against Chu Qing's. "What are you thinking about?" So engrossed? Chu Qing didn't answer, but instead asked, "What are your plans next?" "No plans. I don't know where to go." The shepherd boy said, "Perhaps I could go to Nanling to see if my master's leg is better." Chu Qing turned and looked at her twice. "This time, seeing you feels very different from last time." The shepherd boy frowned at Chu Qing, then suddenly clasped his hands. "Last time, that was a fake identity, but since it's a certain identity, I naturally have to act well, so I'm not dressed very presentably. You wouldn't only remember things you shouldn't remember, would you?" "Huh?" Chu Qing was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The shepherd boy looked him over carefully, then sighed. "Nothing much. You saved my life. Do you know how I initially planned to repay you?" "How to repay you?" "By offering myself to you." "Don't joke." "It's not a joke." The shepherd boy counted on his fingers, saying, "You're good-looking, skilled in martial arts, have good character, and a good reputation in the martial arts world. From every angle, you're a perfect match. But I don't have that thought now. Offering myself to you is repayment, not revenge. You already have a good partner. If I did this, wouldn't I just be making things difficult for you? But let me ask you, are you planning to marry those two?" Chapter 463. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Qing coughed for a while, then frowned at the wine jug in his hand. "Where did you get this wine? It's so harsh on the throat. Are you beating around the bush? Are you feeling guilty?" The shepherd girl tilted her head to look at Chu Qing. "Tell me quickly, I won't gossip." Chu Qing squinted at her, shaking his head helplessly. "Why are you such a gossipy young lady?" "But my relationship with Wenru isn't what you think. What else could it be between a man and a woman?" The shepherd girl spread her hands and said, "We're not children anymore. Even if it's just playing house, it's pure friendship. I see they have a very good relationship. You might not be so bad at enjoying this double blessing. Besides, it's normal for a real man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But it seems a bit strange that I'm advising you like this. Let me tell you, I, the shepherd girl, am clear about love and hate. I just said I didn't mean it that way. Unless you provoke me again, I really don't mean it that way. It's not so you can take 2 more, and then conveniently take me in too. I, the daughter of the Xian Emperor, am not so shameless. You're overthinking it." Chu Qing shook his head helplessly. On one hand, he didn't see anything ambiguous in the shepherd girl's words. On the other hand, she genuinely didn't understand Wenru's situation. This girl is detached from worldly emotions. How would she know anything about love and romance? That's good, that's good. Come, come, let's drink." The shepherd girl clinked glasses with Chu Qing. "Drink today, for tomorrow we may die, lest we pluck a bare branch when the flowers are gone." Are these 2 lines connected? Could he be drunk? Chu Qing took 2 more sips of wine from the pot, and said to the shepherd boy, "All right, go and rest. We set off early tomorrow morning." The shepherd boy glanced at Chu Qing, his face flushed. "Speaking of which, what are your plans next?" "I'm packing up to go back to Nanling. He's attending the Tianyi Sect's martial arts tournament, and judging by the time, there are less than 2 months left. It'd be just in time to get back. He can also take Wenru home. And besides, he should see Chu Yunfei and the others. Tianwu City is too small." The shepherd girl glanced at Chu Qing. "You will surely soar through the heavens in the future. Don't let yourself have too many worries. Plan ahead and strategize to avoid being controlled by others." Chu Qing looked at her with some surprise, then clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for saving my life." The shepherd girl said, "Even without repaying me with your body, it's enough for me to look at you differently. As long as you don't harm me, I'm willing to agree to any conditions and consider everything for you. If you need my help with anything, just say the word." "Okay." Chu Qing agreed. The shepherd boy smiled. "Interesting. Can't you even refuse? I feel indebted, and it's also a knot in my heart. I'm not a saint. Why wouldn't I do something that benefits me? On one hand, it can help you untie your knot, and on the other hand, it can help me. Why not?" Insightful. The shepherd boy stood up. All right, I'm going back to sleep. The luminous pearl isn't a good thing. That thing might have come from somewhere else. Don't get yourself killed. Chu Qing watched her leap off the roof and added a word of advice. The shepherd boy waved without turning back and headed towards his temporary lodging for the night. Chu Qing shook his head slightly, unsure if the girl had listened. A luminous pearl was naturally a valuable item in this era. But whether it emitted radiation was anyone's guess. After all, people in this era didn't understand the dangers of radiation. They only saw it as a rare treasure because it could glow, and kept it in their rooms for daily radiation baths. Over time, death was inevitable. However, luminous pearls were not uncommon in this era, especially among wealthy families, who would often possess one or two. Yet, few had been heard of dying suddenly because of luminous pearls. Therefore, Chu Qing hadn't stopped the shepherd boy from taking the luminous pearl. Now, a word of advice was enough. If he said too much, people might think he coveted the luminous pearl and would give it all to him as a way of repaying his life-saving grace. Would he accept it or not? After finishing a pot of wine, Chu Qing felt refreshed. Just as he was about to return to the house, he saw a figure sneaking around in the darkness. He put down the wine jug, and in a flash, he was in front of the person. Ouch! Caught off guard, the person's forehead bumped directly into Chu Qing's chest. Grinning in pain, he rubbed his forehead, looked up, and blinked his clear, bright eyes. Third brother. Why are you sneaking around so late at night instead of sleeping? What are you doing? Chu Qing glanced at Wenru with some curiosity, but wasn't particularly surprised, just curious. Wenru hid her hands behind her back, her expression indifferent. Nothing. Really? Chu Qing tilted his head to look at her. Little Ruru, are you not close to third brother anymore? You started lying to me? Wenru glanced up at Chu Qing, her eyes clear, but inwardly surprised. Chu Qing seemed a little different tonight. She sniffed him. Third brother, have you been drinking? A little? Chu Qing nodded. This small amount of alcohol wouldn't affect him much, but to enjoy the slight buzz, he hadn't used his internal energy to clear the smell. His speech was also somewhat different from Chu Qing's usual self. After hesitating for a moment, Wenru took her hand out from behind her back and opened it, and there, perched in her palm, was a hamster? Chu Qing picked it up casually. The little creature had silver-white fur and jet-black eyes, struggling desperately between Chu Qing's two fingers, clumsy yet adorable. It hurts. Wenru pleaded for the little hamster. Chu Qing smiled. No, it's just a little scared. He placed it in his palm. The little creature, which had initially tried to run away, inexplicably stopped, curling up in Chu Qing's hand, motionless, just looking at him pitifully. Wenru also looked somewhat pitiful. Can I keep it? Where did you get it? Chu Qing asked instinctively, but immediately knew the answer. Sure enough, Wenru said, I found it. Chu Qing sighed. He hadn't experienced Wenru's innate scavenging ability for a long time. He thought it had lost its effectiveness. Turns out it had leveled up. In the past, she only found inanimate objects. Now, she's even finding animals, huh? He nodded and placed the little hamster in Wenru's hand. All right, if you want to keep it, go ahead, just don't hurt yourself. Wenru nodded repeatedly. Thank you, third brother, please give me your hand. Chu Qing held out his hand. Wenru held the little hamster in front of Chu Qing's palm. The hamster struggled desperately, but Wenru didn't care at all. Don't move. Third brother agreed to let you come with us. You have to show your appreciation. As she spoke, she pried open the hamster's mouth and gently squeezed its cheeks. Chu Qing was both amused and exasperated. Was she planning to give him some nuts? Just as he was about to pull his hand back, he heard a plop, and a red gemstone was spat out of the hamster's mouth. This hamster eats this? Chu Qing's eyes widened, then he heard another plop, and a yellow gemstone was spat out. Next, a piece of broken gold. The little hamster almost cried with heartache, and Wenru finally withdrew her hand. Isn't it amazing? It's like me, always finding strange things. No, you two are different. This little thing can find gems, find gold, only you find strange things. Chu Qing re-examined the little hamster, but couldn't see anything special about it. Could this be the legendary treasure-hunting hamster? The thought crossed Chu Qing's mind, but he chuckled. Whatever, if Wenru found it, it's hers. Why overthink it? He nodded gently. Indeed amazing. All right, go back and rest early. Okay. Wenru, holding the little hamster, left satisfied. Chu Qing glanced back at her, then shook his head and followed her back to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, no one came to Chu Qing's room, which puzzled him. Stepping outside, they found the group huddled around a table. A small hamster sat there, looking rather bored, observing the group of seemingly listless humans, and even appeared a little sleepy. So cute. Wu Qianhuan's eyes sparkled. She seemed almost melted by its cuteness. Mu Tong'er also exclaimed in admiration, "This little guy is naturally special. You can't judge him by ordinary standards. Where did you find it? Can you take me to find another one?" Wan Chunhua muttered softly from the side. However, Chu Qing heard her clearly. "What do you mean naturally special? It's just a born scoundrel. It came to my room early this morning to steal my shark-slaying knife. It's not even as big as the handle, yet it dares to dream of it. It's outrageous." Chu Qing almost burst out laughing, but it seemed this little creature did indeed have some tricks up its sleeve. Knowing the shark-slaying knife was a treasure, it actually wanted to possess it. He coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing Chu Qing, Wu Qianhuan quickly said, "Come quick. Ro found a little mouse. It's so cute." "I know." Chu Qing approached. "I saw it last night." Should we name it?" "Last night?" Mu Tong'er looked at Chu Qing, and Wen-ro in surprise. Wen-ro thought for a moment and said, "It ate a lot of rice cereal this morning. How about we call it rice cereal? Can hamsters eat rice cereal?" Chu Qing was a little confused, but this thing probably wasn't a real hamster, just looked like one. He immediately nodded. "Then let's call it rice cereal. Alright, take this little thing away. We should get going after we finish eating." Winter beckoned to the little millet porridge. The little guy was surprisingly intelligent. After just one night together, he had already become obedient. He slowly ran to Wenru, darted into her sleeve, found a good spot, and fell fast asleep. Before breakfast was even finished, the group of people rescued from Tianfu village arrived. They said they couldn't dispel the fog outside Tianfu temple. It seemed to be a strange formation. Many people had fallen into this formation, unknowingly entering Tianfu village. Chu Qing nodded. It was indeed a formation. And when he saw it, he felt it was very similar to the formation he had seen in Qingxi village. However, the formation in Qingxi village wasn't particularly powerful. The one around Tianfu temple was clearly much more complex. He glanced at Wan Chunhua. "Do you have a way to leave from here? I stumbled in by accident. I was confused when I came in, and I was confused when I left." Wan Chunhua scratched his head. "I know absolutely nothing about formations." "No problem, I understand." Mu Tong'er said with a smile. "If you don't even know formations, how can you be a master thief?" This statement was strangely reasonable. Chu Qing nodded. "Alright, then you try. If you can't, I do it." "You're also proficient in formations?" "No, I'm only proficient in breaking formations." Mu Tong'er was a little confused. What did that mean? He didn't understand formations, but he was proficient in breaking them? Could these two statements be connected? Fortunately, although Mu Tong'er didn't understand Chu Qing's meaning, formations were indeed not difficult for her. Leading Chu Qing and the others, they wandered around in the mist, destroying several piles of stones. The mist that had spread around them actually dissipated. Those trapped here could now clearly see the path. Some immediately recognized the surrounding terrain. They were local mountain people who had lost their way due to the fog obscuring their vision. Now that the fog had cleared, they were the most skilled guides in the mountains. As for the experts from other places, as long as the fog wasn't obstructing their view, this mere mountain path posed no challenge. The group was overjoyed and knelt before Chu Qing, saying, "Thank you so much for saving our lives. May we ask your esteemed name, benefactor? If needed in the future, we will repay your kindness tenfold. Your kindness is immense. We would gladly die for you." Chu Qing waved his hand, and before he could speak, Wan Chunhua stepped forward. "Let me let you all know that my young master is the leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance, known in the martial world as the Third Young Master. The Buddha King of the Zhitian evil cult, seeing this harming fellow martial artists, risked his life to rid the martial world of this scourge. So it's the Third Young Master. The leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance. I am from Lingbei myself. I never imagined that Lingbei would have an alliance leader now. What a righteous leader." The group expressed their gratitude one after another. Chu Qing glanced at Wan Chunhua with a hint of helplessness, then gently waved his hand. "Alright, now that you are safe, go home and let us know you are safe. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. The journey through the martial world is far. Take care. Take care, young master. May you enjoy longevity and boundless joy, young master. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We hope to meet again." After another round of flattery and blessings, these people dispersed. Before the Han Hai twin heroes left, Chu Qing asked them to deliver Meng Hui's token back to the Su Hui sect in the eastern region and relay the tragic news. The Han Hai twin heroes solemnly obeyed, taking it as their most important mission. Chapter 464. The night was slightly cool. Don't be hasty in the dark. Be careful with fire. The sound of the night watchman's drum grew louder as it approached, fading into the darkness. Several figures appeared silently on the streets of Tianwu City. There were 3 men and 1 woman in total, their eyes slightly arrogant. One of the men was pale, and he coughed lightly. Have you found out anything? Yes. A man holding a curved sword said softly, Brother, Tianwu City is just a small place. The city lord is named Wu Ganqi, and he is famous for his 49 forms of the Xingtian axe, but in the end, he's just a nobody. He lives in the city lord's mansion, his wife died early, and his daughter is not by his side. His whereabouts are unknown. Besides Wu Ganqi, the most noteworthy person in Tianwu City is Chu Yunfei of the Chu family. Chu Yunfei's family's secret techniques, the Ruoxu scripture and the Qingxi palm, are his forte, but to us, they're nothing special. He has 3 sons. His eldest son, Chu Tian, was supposedly killed by a monk named Ghost Lantern. But recently, he suddenly returned. He also brought back Chu's wife, who had been missing for almost 20 years. His second son is named Chu Fan, a disciple of the local small sect, Tai sect. He seems to be at home now. His third son is named Chu Qing, a good-for-nothing who ran away from home years ago and hasn't returned. He's probably long dead in the martial world. If we want to take Tianwu City, all we need to do is take down Wu Ganqi and destroy the Chu family, and that will be enough. Wu Ganqi has controlled Tianwu City for so many years, he's no easy opponent, and we can't be too careless. Second brother, third brother, you two come with me. Fourth brother, you go to the Chu family. The pale-faced man said slowly, if they know what's good for them, and are willing to submit, their lives can be spared. Having them do things for us will be much more convenient. But if they are unwilling, then kill them. Yes. Another lean man replied softly. Move. With the pale-faced man's words, the group immediately split into 2 groups. Their lightness skills were superb, slipping into the night with the wind, moving silently all the way. Even in the entire southern ridge, their lightness skills alone made them rare masters. However, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Chu family's gate was opened. Yawning, Chu Fan dragged the lean man, who was beaten to the point of near death, out of the house, and dragged him all the way to the city lord's mansion. Before they even reached it, the city lord's mansion's gate was already open. Chu Fan seemed to be used to this. Chan dragged the man through the door. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard. He listened intently. It's not over yet. Suddenly, a whoosh was heard, and a figure shot through the air, crashing into the opposite wall. The impact cracked the wall. The man landed, spitting out blood, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Tianwu City is just a tiny place. How can there be so many experts? A man with one hand clasped together walked out of the courtyard. He uttered Ba, then softly asked, will you continue fighting, benefactor? Fight my ass. The man on the ground was the pale-faced fellow. He struggled for a moment, but couldn't get up. Looking up again, he saw Chu Fan dragging the fourth brother he was talking about. He was utterly astonished. Fourth brother, how did you get here? The fourth brother, still dazed from the beating, barely opened his eyes after hearing his words and replied, the Chu family, there's a protective array. I was trapped as soon as I entered the courtyard. Then a woman came. She put me down. I saw she was dressed extraordinarily. She should be the mistress of the main family. So I thought of using her to threaten Chu Yunfei. But unexpectedly, just as this thought crossed my mind, a sound came from nowhere, like a morning bell. I was instantly knocked unconscious. The man with his hands clasped together glanced at Chu Fan upon hearing this. Was it the mistress who did it? After mother returned home, she was in a great mood, so happy that she couldn't sleep every day and liked to wander around the house. Then she ran into him and easily knocked him down. Chu Fan smiled helplessly. Wu Chan nodded slightly. The mistress of the Chu family was no ordinary person. Her martial arts were unfathomable. Even she was no match for her, let alone these people. Wu Ganqi's voice came from inside the courtyard at this moment. Is Fanner here? City Lord. Chu Fan clasped his hands in a fist salute. Wu Ganqi, carrying an axe, walked out of the courtyard, followed by 2 heavenly dance guards, and dragging along another man and woman. Seeing the person Chu Fan was holding, Wu Ganqi sighed helplessly. Right now, I'm clearly the easy target, but they're focusing all their attention on the city lord's mansion. choosing this kind of person to gnaw on the hard nut. Isn't this like throwing good money after bad? Chu Fan coughed. Sooner or later, Miss will marry my third brother. So, the city lord is scolding his own daughter in advance? Hey, you brat, are you asking for a beating? Wu Ganqi glared at Chu Fan, then frowned and said, I have a feeling something's off lately. These people aren't experts from the Southern Ridge martial arts world. I wonder where they came from. I said, where did you come from? The group had been beaten so badly their mouths and eyes were crooked. They thought it was just a small Tianwu city, the kind they could take down with a flick of their wrist. But in such a short time, they ended up like this. The pale-faced man gritted his teeth and said, my skills are inferior. I have nothing to say, but I am seriously injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Did I ask you that? Wu Ganqi casually twirled the giant axe in his hand, and with a whistling sound, it landed right in front of the pale-faced man's face. Speak, where did you come from? The West, Liuxiang City in the western regions. The man replied helplessly. As expected, it's the western regions again. Wu Ganqi took a deep breath. Recently, experts from the western regions have been frequently entering my southern ridge. What is their purpose? The pale-faced man remained silent for a long while before sighing. The western regions are now half fallen into the hands of the heavenly evil sect. Only a few sects, such as the Great Sumer Zen Temple, are still struggling to hold on, but their fall is only a matter of time. We are unwilling to submit to the heavenly evil sect, so naturally we must find another way out. Wu Ganqi frowned slightly. The wounds on your body, were they also inflicted by people from the heavenly evil sect? No. The man shook his head. In the martial world, disputes are inevitable. The heavenly evil sect is ruthless. If you encounter them, you have no chance of getting hurt. That's true. Even a random member of the heavenly evil sect is not someone an ordinary person can withstand. Wu Ganqi felt a slight tightness in his heart as he recalled a man named Chu Yin from that day. If Chu Qing hadn't been there that day, Tianwu City would have been destroyed long ago. The pale-faced man was slightly taken aback. You also know about the heavenly evil sect? Of course we know. Wu Ganqi said calmly. They plotted against my Tianwu City. Although they weren't big shots, they were the first in Tianwu City to discover the heavenly evil sect's traces in the entire southern ridge. That's impossible. The man shook his head decisively. With the strength of your heavenly dance city, we are certainly no match for you, but if it's the heavenly evil sect, you have absolutely no chance of survival. That's because you don't know. My southern ridge is full of experts and countless powerful figures. First, there was the Night Emperor, who appeared out of nowhere, then the third young master who roamed the world, killing the Tomb King in Heavenly Mystery Valley, breaking the Chess King's life and Death Chess formation in Ghost God Gorge, and even in Taihang Gate, he annihilated the Blood King with a single palm strike, leaving not even a trace. His actions along the way are nothing short of legendary. What's so special about the heavenly evil cult? What? The man stared at Wu Ganqi in astonishment. You're telling the truth? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? He's not one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? No. Does he truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Yes. I want to see him. I'm willing to serve him like a dog. I only ask that he lead me to overthrow the heavenly evil cult. The man's face was earnest. Wu Ganqi rolled his eyes. You are unworthy. You are severely injured. It is only natural that you seek refuge. But my heavenly dance city has no grudge against you, yet you dare to plot to seize my heavenly dance city. Repaying evil with kindness, only a fool would do that. Repaying kindness with kindness, and repaying evil with evil, that is the way of a true man. Guards, drag them all away and execute them. Several heavenly dance guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the men away. The pale-faced man was still shouting, my martial arts are superb, I will definitely be an asset. I know what I did tonight was wrong, but facing an existence like the heavenly evil cult, he will need me. His voice gradually faded into the distance, and with the falling of blades, he vanished without a trace. Qinger is rising higher and higher these days. Those wicked, heartless, and utterly useless trash, who can't even beat us are pointless to keep around. Wu Ganqi glanced back at Chu Fan. Why don't you stay at my city lord's mansion for a couple of days? If that doesn't work, I can stay at your Chu families for a few days. Recently, people from the western regions have been causing trouble in Tianwu City every few days. Who can stand it? We can handle the few who came today, but if too many come later, it'd be difficult to deal with. Chu Fan chuckled dryly. My parents have been separated for many years, and now that they're reunited, it's truly a joyous occasion. We, as their son and daughter-in-law, are blushing with embarrassment. You better not go and cause trouble. Your father is a scoundrel. He promised to grow old alone together, but he reconciled with his wife halfway through. Humph, what a piece of trash. Unbelievable. Wu Guanqi turned and left angrily. Wu Chan bowed to Chu Fan and turned to follow. Chu Fan pulled him back. Is there any news of my third brother? This? I really have no news of you, young master. Even if he had something to say, he would send a letter directly to the Chu family. How could it possibly reach this humble monk? That's true. Chu Fan sighed. I wonder how my third brother is doing now. I leave the city lord's mansion to you, master. Don't worry, second young master. This humble monk will do everything in his power. Wu Chan said solemnly. No need. If all else fails, just take him with you to the Chu family. With my mother there, these people, no matter how powerful, are no match for them. Chu Fan said, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Remember to tell City Lord Wu that the Tianyi sect martial arts tournament is on the 8th day of the 6th month. The Tai sect and Luochen Manor will both be there. My third brother will definitely be there. We go and join in the fun. Okay. Wu Chan nodded, then turned and left. It was May, and the weather had long since warmed up. The herbal tea stalls along the road were gradually starting to do business. Rice porridge, rice porridge. A voice called from a stall. Winra searched the ground, and with a whoosh, a palm-sized mouse jumped onto her shoulder, its cheeks bulging, seemingly filled with something. Winra breathed a sigh of relief, tapping its little head and scolding, Don't run around like that anymore. You have to come out right away when I call you, or I break your legs. Chu Qing watched from afar, observing Winra's expression and hearing her tone, and slowly exhaled. Chu Qing exchanged a glance with Wu Qianhuan, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. A month had passed since the battle at Tianfu Temple. After parting ways with Mu Tong'er and the others, Chu Qing took Wu Qianhuan, Wenru, and Wan Chunhua to Tianyin Mansion. They rested for a few days at Tianyin Mansion, enjoying some leisure time. At the same time, he helped Wenru comprehend the Earth Scroll of the Unchanging Heavenly Book. This was actually improper, since the Tai sect hadn't been destroyed yet, and Chu Qing's actions were somewhat suspicious of stealing another sect's martial arts. However, the 3 scrolls of the Unchanging Heavenly Book were consecutive. Without the human scroll, Chu Qing couldn't learn the Earth Scroll. Furthermore, who knew when Wenru would return to the Tai sect, and asked Cui Bu knew of the unyielding divine fist to teach her. Whether this item was even useful was still unknown. They couldn't keep delaying. Therefore, even though it was somewhat inappropriate, Chu Qing did it anyway. During this time, his cultivation progress had been quite remarkable, and his gentle emotions were now evident. It seemed that everything was developing in a positive direction. Now, the group embarked on their return journey. Passing this tea house, they would reach Tontian Ridge in less than 2 days, and then return to Nanling. However, an uninvited guest had joined their group. Lu Qingyan. She claimed to miss her aunt, and wanted to go with them to see her. As her cousin, could Chu Qing really stop her? He had no choice but to take her along. Pulling his thoughts back, he was about to deal with the cold tea on the table. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, and he looked back towards where he had come from. He saw a man dressed in black, carrying a sword, slowly approaching. His movements were like a sword, each step precise, as if measured with a ruler. His gaze was fixed on Chu Qing. With each step he took, the pressure on Chu Qing increased. Finally, the man in black stopped. You are the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Lingbei. He was clearly coming for him. Chu Qing smiled, indeed. Renbaiming, the heartless sword of the Eastern region, has come to challenge the leader's skills. Chapter 465. Eastern region? Challenge? Chu Qing picked up his teacup and took a small sip. A splashing sound rang out, and the tea drinkers in the tea house rose and moved away. But they didn't leave. They all looked at him with curiosity and a touch of awe. Chu Qing was speechless. He figured these people had all heard Renbaiming's words clearly. Knowing he was the leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance, and that a master had come to challenge him, they were worried about being caught in the crossfire, so they wanted to run. But running away was one thing, but running only a few steps. Clearly, they didn't want to be caught in the crossfire, but they also wanted to stay and watch the show. Since the battle at Xianyan Mountain, Chu Qing's name had already spread throughout Lingbei. It was only natural that these people knew about him. Now that they had seen him, curiosity was inevitable. Thinking this, he gently shook his head, his gaze falling on Renbaiming, his brows furrowing slightly. Since you are from the eastern region, why are you here? Renbaiming slowly raised his head to look at Chu Qing, and softly said, "The 7 Killings Master of the Heavenly Evil Sect, leading his disciples, has slaughtered the martial world of the Eastern region. They have successively destroyed the Taya sect, the Kuatian Path, the Weiyang Heavenly Palace, and many other sections. Those who refuse to submit to the Heavenly Evil Sect have all been killed. There are also some treacherous individuals who have abandoned the righteous path of the martial world and joined the Heavenly Evil Sect. Looking across the Eastern region, there is no longer a pure land. I, Ren, am unwilling to submit to the Heavenly Evil Sect and want to resist, but I am powerless. Therefore, I came to the southern region seeking a glimmer of hope. I have heard that you, sir, are the leader of the Martial World Alliance in Ling Bei, and once killed the 7 Killings Master in the Battle of Xianyun Mountain. Your martial arts are unparalleled, unmatched in the world, already rivaling the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Therefore, I have come to learn from you. If you are merely a fraud, then you shall surely die by my unintentional sword. If your reputation is truly as the rumors say, I am willing to serve under the Alliance leader and devote myself to your service." Wu Qianhuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chu Qing. This person intends to come and join us, but is somewhat unwilling, so he first needs to investigate the background of the person he is seeking refuge with. That's why he challenged. He came in the name of the sect. However, the Eastern region has already fallen to this extent, then, the Suhui sect? Chu Qing's expression also changed slightly. How could the Eastern region fall so easily? The Southern region still has the Ghost Emperor guarding the Ghost Emperor Palace. Although he was plotted against, he is indeed there. The Eastern region is definitely not without a guardian, but I don't know who is guarding the Eastern region? Why not show yourself and stop it? The one guarding the Eastern region is Martial Emperor Li Juechen from the Martial Emperor Palace. Ren Biming said softly. However, Emperor Wu never showed himself in battle from beginning to end. Perhaps he too was tricked by the Heavenly Evil Sect. Chu Qing tapped his finger lightly on the table. You mean, Emperor Wu, Li Juechen, is stationed in the Eastern region? Exactly. Ren Biming nodded, his expression showing not only indifference, but also a hint of sorrow. Since Emperor Wu took over the Eastern region, he established martial academies, wanting to strengthen the people and race, setting a precedent for all ages. Alas, his great undertaking was not completed. Now his fate is unknown, truly regrettable. Chu Qing smiled wryly, and shook his head slightly. Ren Biming was taken aback. Why are you laughing, Your Excellency? It's just that I heard some interesting things earlier, and after comparing them with your words, I found them even more interesting. Chu Qing poured himself another cup of tea. Not long ago, one Bailu opened a branch in Xiahiwen, southern region. In the Treasure Exchange Bureau on the 3rd floor, I heard a story. Someone stole the great Sumeru Zen Temple's most precious treasure, the Vairocana Jade Buddha, just to exchange for a life. Do you know who he wanted to kill? Ren Biming was genuinely curious. Who was it? Li Juechen. Outrageous. Ren Biming was furious. Why would he do such a thing? Could he be a member of the Heavenly Evil Cult? If he were a member of the Heavenly Evil Cult, why go to such lengths? Chu Qing said. Someone was also dissatisfied with this, and that person said, Emperor Li Juechen is ruthless. The martial arts academy he runs is like a pigsty and chicken coop, and the disciples within are like cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs. He takes things at will to test his newly created martial arts. How many disciples have died because of this? How many have suffered a fate worse than death? Though the man didn't say it explicitly, judging from his demeanor, he was likely one of those who had escaped the net. Therefore, I wanted to exchange the Vairocana Jade Buddha for Li Juechen's life, to end all this. Ren Biming slowly closed his eyes, calming the intense breath in his chest. He was a swordsman, he shouldn't be easily angered. The core meaning of the heartless sword is heartlessness. One without heart is naturally undisturbed. Nothing can affect one's true nature. Just as Bodhi has no tree, and the bright mirror is not a stand, originally there is nothing, so where can dust settle? Only with heartlessness and dustlessness can one unleash their greatest power. However, Chu Qing's words caused his emotions to fluctuate wildly. For a moment, he was unable to control himself. Seeing this, Chu Qing suddenly sighed, let's end today's battle here. You don't need to fight anymore. Ren Biming gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. I can still fight. How can someone without intention speak words of intention? Chu Qing smiled slightly, you have already lost. Ren Biming suddenly took a step back, his face filled with dejection. At this point, whether Chu Qing's story was true or false was no longer important for this battle. He had seen through his respect for the martial emperor, and used such words to shake his resolve. How did he realize that one state of mind had such a great influence on one's martial arts? Was it from when he revealed his origins and uttered the words heartless sword? He had said so much to him just to find his weakness? While using words to provoke is not a top-tier martial art, it is a common tactic in combat. Whether it's a duel or a life-or-death struggle, it can never be fully measured by the mere word superior martial arts skill. Renbiming gave a wry smile. Alliance leader, you are truly superior. Renbiming concedes defeat. Not convinced? Chu Qing asked. Completely convinced. Renbiming took a deep breath and said solemnly. Chu Qing nodded. At least you're not ungrateful. In that case, I grant you a sword strike. With that, he flicked his finger, aiming straight for Renbiming's brow. This finger strike had no sword energy whatsoever, no sharpness whatsoever, an unseen sword, an unseen intent. How could one dodge it? Renbiming was stunned for a moment, then felt a cool breeze on his brow. Following this was an extremely powerful sword strike that entered a void. The sword's edge traversed 80,000 miles, a single thought dividing life and death, a fleeting moment, yet it felt like eternity. Just as Renbiming awoke from his daze, Chu Qing had just set down his teacup. It clicked. Renbiming knelt on the ground with a thud. Thank you, Alliance leader, for your guidance and grace. Renbiming is willing to serve you. Where the Alliance leader sword points, Renbiming will die 1,000 deaths. Chu Qing waved his hand, and Renbiming involuntarily stood up. I am indeed in need of men now. Since you have come to serve, I will not turn you away. Come, sit down and have some tea. Yes, thank you, Alliance leader. From now on, you don't need to call me Alliance leader, just call me young master. Chu Qing gestured, and Renbiming obediently agreed, sitting on the other side of the table. He looked up at Chu Qing, his lips moving, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Chu Qing frowned slightly. You watched that sword strike for nothing? Yes. This subordinate knows his mistake. Renbiming understood that Chu Qing was pointing out the decisiveness of that sword strike. A strike without regret. How could he hesitate? He immediately asked. This subordinate wants to know, is what the Alliance leader said true or false? Is Li Juechen truly that kind of person? Whether it's true or false, we see one day. Chu Qing answered softly. If this is true? Renbiming's expression was complicated. Then kill him. Chu Qing took out silver from his sleeve, placed it on the table, and stood up. Those whose virtue doesn't match their position can be killed even by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Perhaps because Chu Qing's words were so powerful, Renbiming didn't recover for a long time. By the time he came to his senses, Chu Qing and the others had already gone far away. He hurriedly drew his sword and followed. He didn't know where Chu Qing was going. He found Chu Qing here because Chu Qing hadn't concealed his whereabouts. The phrase even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors can be killed still churned in his mind, leaving him deeply shaken. Then he realized his own heartless sword was indeed far inferior. Thoughts multiplied, becoming increasingly complex, until finally he simply dismissed them. It didn't matter where they were going, he just follow. Whether the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could be killed or not, he understand after seeing it. This world is full of troubles. How could he let them all weigh on his mind? It was nothing more than drawing his sword and moving forward, nothing more. Tontian Ridge. Tontian Manor. Returning to this familiar place, the manor was now deserted. Wan Chunhua and Renbiming emerged from the manor, one on each side. Young master, the manor is deserted. It's been empty for at least several months. Chu Qing remained silent. He had noticed this as soon as he arrived at the gate. However, he still allowed Wan Chunhua and Renbiming to go inside and take a look. Donglong Cho and Gu Linger were indeed no longer there. They must have left after he left that day. But did they return to the Ghost Emperor's palace? Or did they find another place? That was hard to say. Chu Qing hadn't returned here to reminisce with them. They didn't have that deep a relationship, and Chu Qing didn't intend to get involved in the Ghost Emperor's family's messy affairs. However, thinking of the Ghost Emperor's eldest disciple, Ning Wufang, and the speculation about the young lady that night, Chu Qing hesitated for a long time before finally raising his eyes. Let's go to the Ghost Emperor's palace. The Ghost Emperor's palace was located deep within Tontian Ridge. Finding it wasn't difficult, but very few dared to venture there. Wan Chunhua and Renbiming had both heard of the Ghost Emperor's name, but they had never imagined they would one day be able to so openly seek out the Ghost Emperor's palace. When they were still some distance from the palace, Chu Qing sensed people spying on them. Following the direction of the densest group of spying people, they walked for less than an hour before finally spotting a palace standing deep within Tontian Ridge. This palace was perched on a cliff edge, perfectly in keeping with the Ghost Emperor's style, gloomy and eerie, the entire structure seemingly emanating a ghostly aura. Wan Chanhua and Ren Baiming instinctively stopped, but Chu Qing didn't stop. Even Wu Qianhuan and Wenru behind him didn't pause for a moment. They headed straight for the entrance to the Ghost Emperor's palace. The next moment, the gates of the Ghost Emperor's palace burst open, and a stream of dark figures, like ghostly winds, filed out, instantly flanking Chu Qing and his companions. Chu Qing remained unmoved, simply speaking softly, "Come out." He was clearly referring not to those already out, but to those yet to appear. "Third young master, although you are a distinguished guest, this is still the Ghost Emperor's palace. Your rudeness belies your disrespect for the Ghost Emperor's palace." A figure stepped out from before the palace gates, standing atop the high steps, looking down at Chu Qing and his group. Chu Qing looked up at him. "You're still alive?" Bai Yushu chuckled. "Thank you for your concern, third young master. I'm doing quite well. I think you don't want to live too well." Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Bai Yushu was taken aback, then coughed. "Third young master, please don't misunderstand. They all come to welcome you to my Ghost Emperor Palace. Distinguished guests, please come in." He gestured with his arm, inviting Chu Qing and the others inside. Chu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he stepped inside. Wu Qianhuan's voice echoed in his mind. "The last time you saw Bai Yushu, you said he was temporarily acting as the head of the Ghost Emperor Palace. Why is he appearing in this way now? Could there be a trap?" "It's all right," Chu Qing replied softly. "Bai Yushu isn't a fool. He won't easily bring about his own destruction." His demeanor suggests another possibility. What possibility? The Ghost King Palace has a master. Gu Linger? Wu Qianhuan frowned slightly. Although Gu Linger is the Ghost Emperor's daughter, she's too young to shoulder such a responsibility. Bai Yushu might not be willing to be at her beck and call. Gong Yongqiu would be more like it. Perhaps it will be a surprise. Chu Qing's voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Wu Qianhuan was about to ask again when a gentle voice rang out. "Why did Mihu run away again? Did you notice?" "No." "Didn't see him?" The two responded simultaneously, followed by silence among the three. Bai Yushu led the way, climbing high steps and turning through courtyards. Finally, they arrived at the core building of the Ghost Emperor's Palace, the Hall of No Return. Chu Qing silently looked up at the three large characters of Wujin Hall. Bai Yushu couldn't help but speak up. "These are the words written by my master himself. What does the third young master think?" Before Chu Qing could answer, Wenru blurted out, "Too ugly." Bai Yushu's face couldn't possibly turn pale. Whose girl is so tactless? If she hadn't come with Chu Qing, those two words alone would have been enough to kill her hundreds of times over. Chu Qing nodded, not only ugly, but also unlucky. After saying that, he ignored Bai Yushu's dark face and stepped out of the hall. He saw a woman sitting on the 100 Ghosts throne. Her features were aloof, her eyes smiling. Her gaze towards Chu Qing was full of charm. Chu Qing's lips twitched. "Hua Jinyan, you were more handsome when you were a man." Chapter 466. As a man, I was handsome and dashing. As a woman, I was alluring and captivating. The woman on the throne of 100 Ghosts chuckled lightly. "But seeing me like this, aren't you even a little surprised? Ning Wufang has already revealed everything. Even a fool would know what's going on." Chu Qing stepped into the hall. "Besides, since you're here, you must have already met Ning Wufang. Where did he go?" "He colluded with the heavenly evil cult and harmed the Ghost Emperor Palace. Although it was for my sake, he still did wrong." Hua Jinyan said softly. "So he decided to imprison himself in the dungeon for 20 years to atone for his sins. At least, he has some sense of responsibility." Chu Qing nodded. "So what's your name?" "Just call me Hua Jinyan. I like this name very much. My mother's maiden name is Hua." Hua Jinyan answered softly, then looked at Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. "You two, it's been a long time." Wu Qianhuan took a deep breath. "It really is a woman." "Unexpected?" Wenru gazed at Hua Jinyan. "How did you do that?" The Wenru of the past wouldn't have asked such a question. Hua Jinyan was somewhat surprised, but didn't say much, only smiling as she said, "It's a martial art. As you know, the Ghost Emperor Palace's martial arts combine both righteous and evil paths. What I used is a demonic art passed down from the demonic sect of yesteryear. Its specific name is unknown, but it's known that this martial art allows one to transform into anyone, becoming anyone's appearance. Unfortunately, although this demonic art is powerful, most of it has been lost. From the few remaining fragments of information I gleaned, I combined some other methods to create this technique that can reshape the body using the I Ching. I call it heaven and earth transformation, altering yin and yang, reversing the universe. While it's impossible to completely change everything, at least I don't take off my clothes, so no one can tell my true condition from my appearance. Even our renowned third young master couldn't see through it. A fine heaven and earth transformation. Chu Qing sneered. Hua Jinyan gave a dry laugh. Don't be angry, you probably already know my situation. I had no choice but to do it. That person is blind and incompetent, unable to distinguish good from evil. I'm utterly disappointed in him. Since leaving the Ghost Emperor Palace, I haven't wanted to use its martial arts anymore. The transformation of heaven and earth is my own creation, not a technique of the Ghost Emperor's palace. The unique sword technique was obtained by chance, not a legacy of the Ghost Emperor's palace. I only want to rely on my own abilities, so he won't accuse me of using his martial arts to defy him. Humph, I just want him to know that even without his abilities, I can surpass him and avenge my mother. So you still hate him? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Hua Jinyan looked at Chu Qing with a strange expression. Do you think I should hate him? I have no right to interfere in your affairs. Chu Qing didn't intend to take sides in this matter. Hua Jinyan smiled. You always been cunning. I don't really understand you. I can see that you actually hate trouble. You try your best to avoid getting involved in things you can avoid, but sometimes, you insist on meddling in things you could just ignore. It's so perplexing. You asked if I still hate him? Yes. Of course I hate him. My mother died, though it wasn't that person who did it, she was a victim too. But that person is the mighty Ghost Emperor, yet he can't even tell if the person beside him is human or ghost. Shouldn't I hate him? After Ning Wufang told me what you said, I even thought, maybe that person doesn't love anyone. My mother died tragically, and he didn't seek the truth. My aunt was impersonated, they slept together every day, yet he couldn't tell the real one from the fake. You want to say he cared for them? I can't see it at all. If it really was my aunt who killed my mother, I would only hate him for his poor judgment or for protecting my aunt. But now? She let out a long sigh. Let's not talk about these sort of things. Today's reunion is a good thing. The Ghost Emperor's palace is hosting a banquet. Let's drink until we're drunk. Chu Qing gave Hua Jinyan a deep look and nodded gently, okay. Bai Yushu had already given the orders, and the banquet soon began. There weren't many people at the table, just Chu Qing's group, Hua Jinyan, and Bai Yushu. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Hua Jinyan's face flushed. Holding Wenru's hand, she said with a sorrowful expression, Wenru, I advise you, you must open your eyes and see clearly. Men are all the same. I thought he was deeply in love with you, but it turns out he really has a fiancé at home. He's a big liar. You mustn't be fooled. Look at my mother. She believed that man's lies, and that's why she met such a tragic end. Women should be strong. Never trust a scoundrel. Chu Qing's lips twitched. This girl, it was one thing to disguise herself as a man to deceive people in the past, but now that she's regained her original appearance, why is she acting crazy and spouting nonsense while drunk? So this is what she really thinks of me. No wonder Hua Jinyan's emotions seemed strange after her reunion with Wu Qianhuan. At first, she thought Hua Jinyan didn't know Wu Qianhuan's identity and was attracted by her charm, but after learning about her relationship with Wu Qianhuan, she was heartbroken. But it turns out, this is what happened. Wenru blinked her large, unblinking eyes at Hua Jinyan, her gaze clear and unfathomable. Wu Qianhuan poured a glass of wine and handed it to Hua Jinyan. Say less, drink more. Hua Jinyan nodded repeatedly, drink. She raised her glass and drank 3 glasses in one go before looking at Chu Qing. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, wanting to hear what else this scoundrel could possibly spout. Then she heard her say in a deep voice, I feel like I don't recognize him anymore. When I was young, I thought he was a hero. When I grew up, I thought he was a despicable heartless man. But now, he's neither a hero nor a heartless man. He seems to be someone I can't understand. He's said to be deeply in love, but his actions are completely unrelated to that. No matter how powerful the heavenly evil sex methods are, how could they possibly escape his notice? Do you know what I fear most now? Chu Qing raised her wine glass, gently bringing it forward, but didn't speak. Hua Jinyan downed her drink in one gulp. If that's truly the case, I'm afraid I really need to ask you to do something for me. Think it over before you speak. I understand. She paused slightly. I know the purpose of your return. We discuss this after this matter is resolved. All right. Chu Qing nodded. The joyous gathering ended on a so-called happy note. That night, they rested in the Ghost Emperor's palace. The next morning, Chu Qing intended to bid farewell to Hua Jinyan and travel from Tontian Ridge directly to Tianyi Gate. Although it was slightly early, It wasn't much different from the actual day. However, upon seeing Hua Jinyan, Chu Qing was taken aback. The alluring woman from yesterday was now a handsome man with delicate features. This guy, he's turned from a woman into a man again, holding a folding fan, she chuckled lightly. Young master, are you preparing to set off? Let's go! This shouldn't be a sudden whim. I made the decision a long time ago, so I've been waiting for you. Then why didn't you tell me yesterday? To give you a surprise. Thank you. Hua Jinyan planned to go with Chu Qing to the Tianyi Sect's martial arts tournament to rescue the Ghost Emperor. Chu Qing didn't intend to ask further about what would happen afterward. Last night, during a drunken conversation at the banquet, the two had reached a certain level of understanding. For now, they would stop there. With this true young lady of the Ghost Emperor's palace leading the way, they could move freely within Tontian Ridge. On the way, Chu Qing also inquired about Gong Cho and Gu Linger. Hua Jinyan gave Chu Qing a strange look. You suspect I killed them? You're not that kind of person. That's hard to say. Hua Jinyan let out a long sigh. When I hated him the most, I wanted to drag the entire Ghost Emperor palace down with me. But I definitely didn't kill Gong Cho and Gu Linger. They're gone. When I came back, I didn't see them. Hua Jinyan had no reason to lie, but Chu Qing was puzzled. Where could Gu Linger and Gong Cho have gone? Were they worried that Ning Wufeng, who had disguised himself as Bai Yushu, would return for revenge, so they left Tontian Ridge to seek another way of life? Or was there another reason? This question remained unanswered for the time being, so it was left for later. A few days later, Chu Qing and his group arrived at Tianyi Sect. As soon as they stepped out of Tontian Ridge, the venerable old Taoist priest, the sect leader of Tianyi Sect, quickly appeared before Chu Qing and the others. He bowed deeply, very politely, greetings, third young master, and everyone else. Senior is too kind. Chu Qing slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute. I was fortunate to have entered Tontian Ridge earlier thanks to your great kindness. Now that the Tianyi Sect Martial Arts Conference is about to begin, I have come here early to await the conference. Please forgive any inconvenience caused. Ha ha ha, third young master, you flatter me. The old sect leader said with a smile, young master is a distinguished guest whom we cannot invite even on ordinary days. Last time we parted hastily, and I have always felt regretful. This time, we must have a proper gathering at our Tianyi Sect. Speaking of which, young master, your arrival today is timely. The 8th day of the 6th month is just around the corner, and many friends from the martial world have been arriving at the Tianyi Sect one after another. I imagine some of your old acquaintances are among them. Oh! Chu Qing was taken aback. Then I should indeed meet them. May I ask which old acquaintances have come? Please follow me, everyone. The old Taoist priest turned and led Chu Qing and his group into the Tianyi Gate. Wu Qianhuan was worried about Shui Zhongqing. That was her beloved horse. Because it was difficult to navigate Tontian Ridge, and the roads were complex and difficult for horses to travel, she had entrusted Shui Zhongqing to the care of the Tianyi Gate when they passed through. The old Taoist priest explained Shui Zhongqing's current situation to Wu Qianhuan as they arrived at the main hall of Tianyi Gate. Before they even entered, a hearty laugh echoed from within the hall. However, his words were rather impolite. Ha ha ha, your blazing fire hall is indeed quite formidable. If you're not convinced, let's have another battle at Ghost God Gorge. Bullshit! If it weren't for young master saving you, how could the Iron Blood Hall be here arguing with us? Oh dear, when Master Beitang was beaten to the point of near death, he came to our Iron Blood Hall, and we treated him well. You don't appreciate this life-saving grace, and you're always stealing our business. It's outrageous. Who stole your business? Have you no shame? That's originally our Blazing Fire Hall's business. You're the ones who interfered. I don't care. If you don't give us some concessions, and you dare touch this business again, I chop off your claws. Chu Qing recognized one of the voices as Chung Tai's Han after a moment's thought. The other was even more familiar, a woman's voice. It had a bandit-like air about it. Could it be Nianqin or Nianan? These two young nuns, still practicing Buddhism, hadn't gone up the mountain to become bandits. Why were they here arguing with Chung Tai's Han? Thinking this, Chu Qing stepped across the threshold and saw a group of people gathered together. Startled, a quick glance revealed Tai Lingyun, Beitang Zun, Chung Tai's Han, Tai Chu Qing, Nianqin, and Nianan all present. A man, sweating profusely, was trying to mediate. We're all on the same side, so why don't you each take a step back and say less? Why make such a fuss over a few taels of silver? It was Chao Chiopu, the white horse golden sword. You guys are making quite a scene, Chu Qing coughed, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd turned to look, and the entire Tianyi main hall paused slightly. Immediately afterward, Beitang Zun jumped to his feet and knelt before Chu Qing, exclaiming, "Young master." Tai Lingyun also hurriedly rose, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Greetings, young master. Boss, you're finally back." Nianqin and Yanan, their faces beaming with joy, rushed forward. Nianqin pointed at Chung Taizhan. "He's bullying people." Chung Taizhan waved his hands haphazardly. I didn't. "Third, young master, with your current status and position, you can't spar with me. That would be murder for money." Chao Qiupu also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chu Qing. "Third brother, long time no see. How have you been?" Chu Qing couldn't help but smile. Having been away in Lingbei for so long, seeing these old friends from Nanling again felt like a lifetime had passed. The scenes he had experienced in Nanling inevitably surfaced in his mind. He spoke softly, "Gentlemen, it's been a long time." Just then, footsteps approached rapidly from outside, and a young Taoist priest rushed to the front of the Tianyi main hall. He was about to speak when he saw Chu Qing, and was immediately startled. "It's you?" Chu Qing was taken aback, having forgotten the young Taoist's identity. The young Taoist took 2 steps back, avoiding Chu Qing's gaze, and said to the Tianyi sect leader, "Sect leader, someone has forced their way into the Tianyi sect." Chapter 467. The old sect leader was slightly taken aback. The Tianyi sect held an extraordinary position in the southern ridge, and the 8th day of the 6th lunar month was only a few days away. Many skilled martial artists had already arrived at the Tianyi sect as guests, awaiting the martial arts tournament on the 8th day of the 6th lunar month. Under such circumstances, who would dare to rashly force their way into the Tianyi sect? He gently patted the young Taoist's shoulder. "You child, don't talk nonsense. Did some friends from another sect come to visit the Tianyi sect, and you got scared again?" As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Qing. Chu Qing was startled by the look. Earlier, he had noticed the young Taoist looking at him timidly, and now this venerable old Taoist was looking at him the same way. He scrutinized the young Taoist for a moment, then suddenly realized. Inside the Liehua Hall stronghold in Ghost God Gorge, Qing Guan of the Tianyi sect arrived with a young Taoist to deliver a hero's invitation. However, Qing Guan had misunderstood, believing that the Blazing Fire Hall had been taken over by the Heavenly Evil sect, hence his rude remarks. When Chu Qing intervened to resolve the matter, he startled the young Taoist priest. "Isn't this the one in front of him?" Could it be that their previous meeting had left the child with some kind of psychological trauma? For a moment, he found it somewhat amusing. The young Taoist priest shook his head repeatedly. "It's not like that." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qing suddenly looked up, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Indeed not, but it shouldn't be a forced entry into the Heavenly One gate." The old Taoist priest was taken aback and turned to look as well, only to see a figure suddenly burst through the air, but judging from his momentum, he didn't intend to land before the Heavenly One main hall. Instead, he seemed to be trying to bypass it. However, regardless of whether he intended to bypass the Heavenly One main hall or force his way into the Heavenly One gate, they couldn't let him succeed so easily. Otherwise, what would become of Tianyi sect's reputation? The old Taoist priest unfurled his blue robe. "Who are you, friend who graces my Tianyi sect with your presence? Please descend and speak." With that, he raised his hand and pointed. Chu Qing's eyes lit up slightly. With his current martial arts skills, ordinary techniques were no longer worth his attention. Chu Qing had seen Qing Guan use this move before. It was a unique technique from Tianyi sect's ultimate skill, soaring to the heavenly gate, called Immortal's Guidance. When Qing Guan used this move, it still retained a considerable amount of worldly power. However, this old Taoist priest's attack was like a gazelle leaping from a cliff, leaving no trace. Every movement was imbued with ethereal grace, truly like an immortal pointing a finger, opening the heavenly gate. The person in midair was also extraordinary, his figure changing 9 times in succession, each change possessing different mysteries. Only after 9 transformations did he completely evade the range of that finger strike. The old Taoist priest was taken aback. Although he had long been out of the martial world, his martial arts had improved rapidly over the years through dedicated training within the Tianyi sect. The Tianyi sect's ultimate technique, the 3 Pure Ones Enlightenment Scripture, was meant to be accumulated gradually, its power becoming purer with age. Having built a foundation throughout his life, by the time this old sect leader reached his age, his skill had truly advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing ordinary abilities. Yet, he hadn't expected that this Immortal's Guidance move hadn't completely struck the man. It was clear that the newcomer was no ordinary person. Seeing the man stop on one side of the courtyard, attempting to use the momentum to leap again, the old sect leader was about to strike when a shout rang out. "OM! Buzz, A burst of Buddhist light erupted, instantly filling the hall with golden light. The old Taoist priest, who had been calm and collected, remained unperturbed even when someone intruded before the Tianyi main hall, showing no sign of anger. But now, seeing the golden light suddenly appear, he flew into a rage. Whose bald monk dares to make a move on my territory? Good heavens! Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the old Taoist priest to look down on Buddhists so much. However, the person who made the move seemed to be using martial arts similar to Buddhist mantras. Using Buddhist methods before the Tianyi main hall was no wonder the old Taoist priest was furious. The old Taoist priest leaped forward, shouting angrily, "Who's bald monk? Get out here before me!" With that, he raised his hand, and a buzzing sound emanated from the 3 Pure One statues enshrined in the Tianyi main hall. On the offering table, a sword was also being offered. This sword was named Qinglian, Azure Lotus. This was the most prized treasure of the Tianyi sect, and the personal sword of its leader. However, the Tianyi sect leader was stationed at the sect year-round, rarely venturing into the martial world, so the sword was rarely used, and was simply enshrined before the statues of the 3 Pure Ones. Now, in a fit of anger, the old Taoist priest unsheathed the Azure Lotus sword with a hissing sound, flying from the main hall of the Tianyi sect and landing directly in his hand. The old Taoist priest turned the sword, and in an instant, wind and clouds surged. It was as if a true immortal was commanding the wind and rain. This martial arts skill exceeded Chu Qing's expectations. However, he was not entirely ignorant of this old leader of the Tianyi sect. The old leader was of high seniority, a master of the Tian generation among the Tian, Su, Qing, and Ling schools of the Tianyi sect. His Taoist name was Tian Fengzi. His martial arts skills were extremely formidable. 30 years ago, he was already known as the #1 martial artist in the Southern Ridge. He then inherited the position of sect leader, and never returned to the martial world. The martial world lost a master, and the Tianyi sect gained a reclusive old Taoist priest. However, no one expected that this seemingly calm and collected old Taoist priest would be so formidable when angered. He struck with his sword, still using the Immortal's guidance technique, but this time, using the sword as a weapon, it was different. The one who had previously dodged the Immortal's guidance technique with 9 consecutive changes of movement was struck and fell to the ground in a flash. The next moment, the old Taoist priest's sword turned and appeared. A young monk appeared in midair, his expression slightly changing, his hands forming a mudra, and he softly uttered, "Om." With this single word, his body trembled slightly, and a golden Dharma image appeared behind him. The old Taoist priest laughed loudly, "Om, you bastard." The monk was also enraged, his hands forming mudras rapidly, uttering the 6-syllable mantra in succession. Om Mani Padme Hum. With each syllable, the image behind him solidified a little more. After uttering all 6 syllables, the mantra was almost tangible, but Tian Fengzi ignored it, shouting angrily, "Get down here." His sword swept downwards, and with a whoosh, the image behind the monk shattered. In an instant, both the Taoist priest and the monk fell to the ground from midair. The monk stared in disbelief at the furious old Taoist priest before him, completely unprepared for his 6-syllable mantra to have failed to suppress the opponent's sword strike. Instead, he had been struck down by the opponent's sword. Chu Qing was also filled with surprise, not only because Tian Fengzi's martial arts were far superior to what he had imagined. Most importantly, this monk is Jiasha, then the person he was chasing, could it be? Chu Qing looked in the direction of the robe, and saw that the man was hidden beneath a black robe. However, the black robe was torn, revealing glimpses of armor underneath, and the damage appeared to be from finger and palm strikes. It must have been inflicted during Jiasha's pursuit. He had fled all the way here, hoping to use the Tianyi Gate to enter Tontian Ridge, but the old Taoist priest hadn't given him the chance. 2 moves of Immortal's guidance had stopped him. Although he was knocked down, he wasn't seriously injured. After all, if this man was truly as Chu Qing suspected, his armor must be extraordinary. Where did this little bald monk come from? Daring to cause trouble at my Tianyi Gate? Tian Fengzi was furious, his usual dignified and aloof demeanor completely gone, his beard bristling and eyes bulging, looking every bit like a bull-nosed old Taoist. Jiasha's face turned ashen. He was a holy monk of the great Sumeru Zen temple in the western regions. What a venerable status he held. When had he ever been addressed in such a manner? However, Tian Fengzi was highly skilled in martial arts, and even Jiasha was unwilling to offend him easily. He spoke in a deep voice, "This humble monk is Jiasha, from the great Sumeru Zen temple in the western regions." The great Sumeru Zen temple in the western regions? Upon hearing this, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. Some knew, some were not. Chao Qiupu, the white horse golden sword, was somewhat confused, but the knowledgeable Ling Fei, who had been by his side, explained in a low voice. After all, Ling Fei had once been a master on the 72 demon-slaying list of the Mirror of Karma. Her knowledge was to be expected. After hearing this, Tian Fengzi was even more astonished. What are you, a bald monk from the western regions, doing here in my southern region, trying to show off? A monk entering a Taoist temple without announcing his arrival? This is utterly outrageous. Jiasha wanted to explain, but firstly, he valued his status. A dignified holy monk couldn't act as recklessly as this old Taoist priest. Secondly, the matter involved the most precious treasure of the great Sumeru Zen temple, the Vairocana Jade Buddha. This object was of paramount importance and absolutely could not be lost. What if these people knew the details and harbored malicious intentions? Therefore, he stammered, unable to give a coherent explanation. Just then, the man being chased realized that Tian Fengzi's attention was entirely focused on Jiasha. His eyes, hidden beneath his black robe, darted around, and he prepared to take flight again. Stop! Jiasha was startled. This opponent's martial arts were ordinary, but his methods were quite strange. His figure flashed, and sometimes he couldn't find his trace. That's why he had been tracked all over the southern region. Having finally managed to block him, if he were to escape again, there'd be nowhere left to search. Still dares to act so arrogantly. Seeing that Jiasha was about to make a move at Tianyi Gate again, Tian Fengzi was even more unwilling. He drew his sword, ready to fight the monk. Jiasha was speechless, nearly spitting blood in anger. You are simply outrageous, utterly unreasonable. The black-robed man chuckled inwardly, about to seize the opportunity to escape. But at that moment, an immense pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The entire Tianyi main hall seemed to shake. But this was merely an illusion, a hallucination. The pressure was so great that it made people mistakenly believe the entire Tianyi main hall was shaking. However, the pressure undeniably affected everyone's hearts. Tian Fengzi turned back in surprise, while Jiasha abruptly looked up. The black-robed man, who had just reached midair and was about to take flight, suddenly plummeted to the ground, staring at Chu Qing with horrified disbelief. Who are you? Chu Qing stepped forward, and with that one step, the immense pressure that had gripped the entire Tianyi main hall vanished instantly. Tai Lingyun and the others exchanged glances, all feeling a chill run down their spines. It hadn't been long since they last met, and this man's martial arts had improved so much. Now it was almost beyond their comprehension. Jiasha clasped his hands together. So it's you here, benefactor. This humble monk has been impolite. Master Jiasha, it's been a long time. Since we parted at Wanbeilu, how have you been? Chu Qing smiled slightly, and returned the greeting with clasped hands. Jiasha gave a bitter smile. I dare not say it's good, I only hope that what I done will have a result. Chu Qing's gaze fell on the man in black robes, and he sighed softly. Hand it over, it originally belonged to someone else. Using this item to hire someone to kill, even if the matter succeeds, it's far from a solution for the person who takes it, or for yourself. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly contracted. Recalling Chu Qing's earlier words, he suddenly realized, you were also at the treasure exchange that night? Chu Qing nodded. Wan Chunhua suddenly slapped his forehead. Holy monk Jiasha, pursue. The Vairocana Jade Buddha. Jiasha abruptly looked up at Wan Chunhua, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Wan Chunhua quickly covered his mouth, knowing that these words would cause trouble. However, those present were all from the southern region, and their understanding of the great Sumeru Zen temple's treasures was limited. Therefore, contrary to expectations, their eyes didn't reveal greed, but rather a considerable amount of bewilderment. It's worth mentioning that there are differences between the southern ridge and the northern ridge. The situation in the northern ridge is peaceful. The structure of the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 clans has remained unchanged for a century. Internal strife has decreased, leading to outward expansion. The northern ridge once sent a delegation to the southern ridge for a grand gathering to evaluate the martial arts of the north and south. However, after that event, the southern ridge and the northern ridge have had very little contact. The southern ridge, on the other hand, is plagued by internal strife and heavy fighting, resulting in a far less comprehensive understanding of the outside world compared to the northern ridge. Therefore, the people of the northern ridge are generally more worldly and knowledgeable, while those in the southern ridge are more concerned with their own local territory. Those who are worldly and knowledgeable are aware of the major sects and forces in the other 4 regions and 1 state, but they don't take them seriously. After all, no matter how powerful they become, they're unlikely to travel thousands of miles to attack them. On the other hand, The two gangs right next to their sect might join forces to attack them at any time. Therefore, being vigilant about their own surroundings is the most important thing. Casa thought that revealing the Vairocana Jade Buddha would arouse covetousness, which was somewhat wishful thinking. In reality, after it was revealed, most people were confused, not knowing what it was. The man in black robes looked dejected and gritted his teeth, saying, Why did you stand up for them? You stole their things, so it's only natural that they come after you. Chu Qing stretched out his hand and said, Hand over the item, and I can guarantee your life. He then looked at Casa. What does the master think? Casa glanced at Tien Fengzi with some apprehension, frowned, and asked Chu Qing, What is your relationship with these people, benefactor? Can you guarantee they won't cause trouble for this humble monk? Chapter 468. After hearing their conversation, Tien Fengzi turned to Chu Qing. Does the third young master know this ball thief? We met once at Wanbeilu, Chu Qing said with a smile. Master Jiasha is the reincarnation of the great Sumeru Zen temple, a contemporary holy monk, with an extraordinary status. Tien Fengzi raised an eyebrow, knowing that Chu Qing was telling him that this monk's identity and status were not simple, and if he were really killed, there would be trouble afterwards. Now that he was mediating, whatever conflicts had occurred could be easily resolved. Otherwise, if something really happened to this monk here, Tiany's sect would likely face trouble later. Understanding Chu Qing's meaning, things became simpler. Tien Fengzi laughed heartily. So he's an old acquaintance of the third young master. Well, then it's a case of no fight, no friendship. Thief, little monk, reincarnation of the living Buddha, contemporary holy monk. Come, it's fate that we met. Why don't we come inside and talk? So you monk, when you enter the Taoist temple and see the three pure ones, do you bow or not? With Buddha in your heart, you pay homage to all directions. Jiasha clasped his hands together, no longer maintaining a facade, forcibly suppressing his dissatisfaction. Tien Fengzi raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Jiasha still displeased. However, since Chu Qing had spoken beforehand, he didn't provoke him excessively. But by this time, everyone's attention had been focused on the man in black robes. The man in black robes slumped, letting out a deep breath. Meeting you is my bad luck. I don't know why you're so nosy. As he spoke, he took out a bundle from his person. He glanced at Chu Qing, then suddenly held the bundle high. Jiasha's expression changed. Stop! Don't come any closer. The black-robed man immediately shouted, If you dare to make a move, I smash this treasure of the great Sumeru Zen temple to pieces. Jiasha, fearing the consequences, dared not move, and could only stand still. The black-robed man looked at Chu Qing. You say you can save my life? Can I believe you? Humph. Before Chu Qing could speak, Tai Lingyun had already taken a step forward. The third young master is renowned for his righteousness and integrity. How could he deceive a coward like you? Indeed, third brother is upright and keeps his word. He said he would save your life, and he would never break his promise. Chao Chiopu also chimed in. It seems you indeed hold an extraordinary position in Nanling. The man in black robes frowned, but after speaking for a while, he didn't take any further action. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. At this point, whether one believed it or not, there should be a conclusion, but the man in black robes seemed to have something left unsaid. Chu Qing chuckled lightly. Brother, I know what you're thinking. This matter isn't necessarily impossible. What did you say? The man in black robes suddenly looked up at Chu Qing, but then gently shook his head. No, this is impossible. Perhaps not. Chu Qing said, Do you know why we gathered at Tiany's sect? I heard about this matter. Tiany's sect is holding a heroes' assembly to jointly resist the heavenly evil cult. The man in black robes said, however, I also know that you are the leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance, and that you killed the heavenly slaughter master at Xianyan Mountain. The crisis of the heavenly evil cult in the southern region has been largely resolved. His words stirred up a storm once again. Tai Lingyun and Beitang Zun exchanged a glance, both gasping in shock. How could this person go to Lingbei and return as the martial arts leader of Lingbei? How did this magic trick work? Chao Chiopu, on the other hand, beamed with joy. As expected of third brother, truly remarkable. Ling Fei felt a pang of unease. After all, she had once considered killing Chu Qing. Now, this man's martial arts were increasingly formidable, and his power was extraordinary. Under these circumstances, if he harbored resentment, Chao Chiopu might not be able to protect him. The others also had their own complex thoughts, their gazes towards Chu Qing varying. Chu Qing said, You only know one side of the story, not the other. The Tiany sect held the heroes gathering to fight against the Tianxia sect. But this is a rare opportunity. and I also have something I wish to discuss with the heroes of the Southern Ridge Jianghu during this heroes gathering. This matter concerns rescuing the Ghost Emperor, who is trapped in the 10 deadly caves. Whom you wish to kill is none of my concern. If you exert yourself in this matter, and the Ghost Emperor is able to see the light of day again, I will give you a chance to plead your grievances before him and ask for his intervention. You might then achieve your goal. After he finished speaking, Hua Jinyan suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Not out of displeasure, but out of sudden realization. Unnoticed by anyone, she gently exhaled. This was perhaps the best arrangement. The man in black robes, however, was breathing rapidly. Such a thing actually happened? Are you serious? A gentleman's word is his bond. Chu Qing said softly, there are countless paths in this world, there's no reason to take such a risk. Using someone else's possessions to exchange for one's own benefit is ultimately not the right way. What you gain will inevitably be taken back. The man in black robes was silent for a moment, then suddenly flicked his wrist, tossing the Vairocana jade Buddha to Jiasha. Jiasha hurriedly caught it, and heard Chu Qing say, Master, could you examine it? Is there a problem? Jiasha was taken aback, instinctively unwilling to display it in front of everyone. But seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, he quickly understood Chu Qing's meaning. This item was currently wrapped in black cloth. If it wasn't examined, no one could explain the situation if complications arose later. On one hand, if the man in black robes deliberately gave him a fake, he would be the one who suffered. Similarly, they were also worried that if the jade Buddha was real, but he had switched it, and then caused trouble. Once entangled, some things simply wouldn't be clear. Only by seeing it clearly in person can one truly be at ease. Thinking this, Jiasha couldn't help but admire Chu Qing's thoughtfulness. After further consideration, he felt that although doing so wasn't particularly advantageous to him, it wasn't without its benefits either. Furthermore, Chu Qing's status was clearly different from these people. With him as his guarantor, these people wouldn't gang up on him and fight over the treasure. He immediately nodded and said, all right, since you say so, this humble monk will comply. As he spoke, he reached out and opened the black cloth, revealing the Vairocana jade Buddha to everyone. It was flawless, and under the light, a faint radiant glow emanated from the back of the jade Buddha. Everyone was momentarily captivated. Yanqing murmured, it's truly a treasure, I want it. You better not even think about it. Chu Qing turned and glared at her. Yanqing immediately smiled, isn't this what I wanted to offer to the big boss? Thank you. Chu Qing didn't bother to expose her little scheme. After examining it, Jiasha rewrapped the black cloth bag and said to Chu Qing, the jade Buddha is genuine. This matter is settled. This humble monk takes his leave. Wait. Chu Qing suddenly interjected, trying to persuade him to stay. Tai and Fengzi's eyes lit up. What? Was the third young master planning to leave this bald thief at Tiany's sect? Would Tiany's sect be willing to serve him? Jiasha was startled. Benefactor. What's wrong? Master, you heard what I said just now. The Tiany sect's grand gathering is on the 8th day of the 6th month. Since you already arrived, Master, why not stay a couple more days? Chu Qing said softly, the martial world is in turmoil these days. We must work together. Work together. Jiasha hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, since it's an invitation from you, benefactor, then this humble monk will accept. Tai and Fengzi was quite disappointed. He didn't have a good impression of Jiasha at all. However, since Chu Qing had said so, he couldn't refuse. With a flick of his wrist, the azure lotus sword returned to its sheath. Come, you are honored guests. Please come in and have a chat. The storm had thus been averted without a trace. Throughout this arrangement, Chu Qing had his own hidden purpose, to observe the subsequent effects. Afterwards, the group entered the main hall of Tiany and chatted. Chu Qing recounted his experiences during his trip to Lingbei, which drew repeated praise from Tai Lingyun and Bei Tangzun. Chu Qing had intended to briefly recount the battle at Xianyin Mountain. However, Wan Chanhua exaggerated the events she had heard, claiming that Chu Qing's battle with the Heavenly Slaughter Master had shattered half of Xianyin Mountain's peaks. The exaggeration was relentless. Tai Chu Qing, the young girl, had also been out of the public eye for some time, diligently cultivating at home, waiting to make a name for herself. She especially wanted to test her skills against Chu Qing. But after hearing Chu Qing's exploits, she lost all desire to compete. She felt the gap between them had widened from an initial abyss to a world of difference, making comparisons meaningless. After briefly recounting Chu Qing's situation, they discussed the martial arts landscape of Nanling. Nanling was in constant turmoil, with frequent conflicts between sects and factions. First and foremost, the Vajra sect was on the verge of being squeezed out of the top 5 sects. Since the battle at Taiyang sect, with Wu Dao's tragic death and Xingyi's disappearance, the entire Vajra sect had begun its decline. Some even dared to force their way into the Vajra gate, demanding the Nayuta Calamity Manual. Although they ultimately failed, the Vajra gate's reputation plummeted. Of the three halls, Ding'an Hall and Lianhua Hall are now almost integrated, and the reputation of Lan Shui, the thousand-thread soul-stabilizing hand, is rising ever higher. Since he became Chu Qing's disciple, and then took over from Lianhua Hall, both of their forces have greatly increased. If it weren't for the Iron Blood Hall's relationship with Chu Qing, which prevented them from actually engaging in a bloody battle despite some business rivalries, whether the Iron Blood Hall could have survived is still uncertain. When Chu Qing came earlier, he heard Cheng Taizhan and Nianqin arguing because of some friction in their business dealings. However, most of it was just verbal sparring, and it didn't really damage the harmony. On the contrary, there had been frequent conflicts between the two gangs and the three halls recently. The three halls had been bullying the two gangs, and as a result, the two gang status had declined significantly. Given more time, the two gangs might even be wiped out of the martial arts world. Looking at the entire Southern Ridge martial arts world, only Luochen Manor had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. To this day, it still guards its 128-mile territory, unshaken. Of course, in casual conversations, people didn't speak of the matter so explicitly. They often brought it up subtly, and only through indirect inquiries from others did the overall situation of the Southern Ridge martial arts world come together. In this process, Jiasha and the man in black robes also understood Chu Qing's position in the Southern Ridge martial arts world. Of the two gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor, 2 of the 3 halls were under Chu Qing's command. Although the Iron Blood Hall had never submitted to Chu Qing, Tai Lingyun held Chu Qing in high esteem, and would always follow Chu Qing's lead. In this way, he would control a significant portion of the power in Nanling. Combined with his martial arts skills, his high status in Nanling was evident. Now, with the title of leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the north of the ridge, unifying the southern region might be just around the corner. With such status and influence, it's no wonder he could resolve the conflict today. Who would dare disrespect such a local tyrant? Time flew by, and evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Chu Qing was sitting comfortably in his room when the door creaked open. Wu Qianhuan entered, easily sitting down beside Chu Qing and casually pouring him a cup of tea. Practicing martial arts tonight? Even these few words were spoken with considerable difficulty by Wu Qianhuan. Chu Qing picked up his teacup and took a sip. Still so shy? As Chu Qing's opponents grew increasingly formidable, Wu Qianhuan was no longer satisfied with the progress brought by the pointing at the moon profound skill. In the Wanbao Tower, her sword was easily knocked down by Lu Qingguan's casual finger. Within the Tianfu Temple, she didn't even have a chance to fight. She was increasingly becoming like an ornament beside Chu Qing. Wu Qianhuan, who had always been competitive, couldn't accept this version of herself. Therefore, after the battle at Tianfu Temple, she reflected deeply and finally decided to pursue both simultaneously. She diligently cultivated the pointing at the moon profound skill, while also practicing the Tianming sword technique with Chu Qing every night. The Tianming sword technique could be considered a dual cultivation technique, and since they were already engaged, they weren't afraid of practicing together. However, each time they practiced, they found themselves unable to control their emotions. It wasn't that Wu Qianhuan was unwilling, nor that Chu Qing didn't want to, it was just that they still lacked a formal title. Chu Qing didn't want to wrong Wu Qianhuan, and Wu Qianhuan didn't want Chu Qing to suffer every day, which made her somewhat awkward before each practice session. But after saying those words tonight, it seemed something had touched a nerve with Wu Qianhuan. She suddenly grabbed Chu Qing's hand, and went directly from the table to the bedside. With an unprecedented domineering force, she pushed him against the headboard. Chu Qing stared in disbelief. But Wu Qianhuan had already reached out and ripped off her sash, her red robe tumbling down. She straddled Chu Qing's waist, pinning him to the bed. Qianhuan, don't rush. Chu Qing looked up, but Wu Qianhuan grabbed his chin. Shut up. Chu Qing's eyes widened. Do you think you're the only one suffering? Wu Qianhuan placed a hand on Chu Qing's chest, pushing him down until he was pressed against the bed. Only then did she grab his collar with both hands and yank it hard. I teach you to be so indecisive and wishy-washy. She lowered her head, and only sobs escaped Chu Qing's lips. What? Chapter 469. A single encounter of golden wind and jade dew surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. Sometimes, when we become accustomed to persistence, it often becomes commonplace. But once persistence is broken, the hidden torrent can no longer be contained. Truly, it's like a thunderbolt striking the earth. At first, It was still early, the moon high in the willow branches. By the time the wind and waves subsided, dawn was almost breaking. Wu Qianhuan nestled in Chu Qing's arms, teasing his nose with her finger. Chu Qing, annoyed, grabbed her mischievous hand and gently bit it. "Stop it, aren't you tired?" Wu Qianhuan pursed her lips, a playful glint in her eyes. "Are you tired?" "Huh?" This question was too provocative. How could a person so proud endure such humiliation? Chu Qing instantly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing no trace of fatigue, only a dangerous glint. Wu Qianhuan's heart skipped a beat. She knew this joke was dangerous, and could easily cost her life. She quickly pulled back under the covers, saying, "Don't be silly. I was just joking." "I don't think so." Chu Qing was somewhat aggressive. Wu Qianhuan nestled shyly into his arms, saying, all right, stop fooling around. It's almost dawn, let me rest a bit. Luckily my martial arts are pretty good, otherwise I'd probably be dead." Chu Qing seemed satisfied at this, pulling her back down to lie down. "Want to sleep a little longer?" "Yes." Wu Qianhuan nodded, lying on top of Chu Qing, but she couldn't fall asleep. She whispered, "You recently took in Renbaiming, and yesterday you mediated the conflict between Jiasha and that man in black robes. Are you trying to strengthen your own power?" Judging from the information we received recently, although the heavenly evil sect's actions in the southern region were unsuccessful, they have achieved resounding victories elsewhere. Chu Qing let out a soft breath. The martial world is divided into 4 regions and 1 state. In the past, my abilities were limited, I could only watch over my own small territory, and I was even being hunted by the Mirror of Karma. Now, the Mirror of Karma poses no threat to me. I'm just waiting for the 5th day of the 10th month to see if I can resolve this once and for all. However, whether it's dealing with the Mirror of Karma or fighting against the heavenly evil sect, the more people, the better. The more people, the greater the chance of success. So you're right, I am indeed trying to strengthen my own power." "You don't trust the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors?" Wu Qianhuan suddenly spoke. "Why do you say that?" Chu Qing asked with a smile. Wu Qianhuan drew circles on Chu Qing's body with one hand, saying, "In the past, it wasn't that your abilities were limited. You just felt that if the sky fell, someone taller would hold it up. Now, although your martial arts are getting higher and higher, your responsibilities in the martial world are also getting heavier. But you're not the kind of person who feels responsible for the fate of the nation. At least in my opinion, if conditions allowed, you rather roam the martial world freely than become a martial arts leader. Unless you think that those who can hold the sky up are untrustworthy. They can't. In that case, the heavenly evil sect's affairs won't just be a matter for the entire martial world anymore. It'd still be your affairs. They threaten everyone around us. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact, so you want to prepare early?" Chu Qing scratched his nose. "You really know me inside and out, you know everything I'm thinking." Wu Qianhuan blushed slightly. "Don't say such mushy things." "You're right," Chu Qing said. "The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are renowned. I always felt that no matter how much the heavenly evil sect tries to cause trouble, they ultimately can't escape the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' influence. Therefore, I didn't have any intention of actively confronting the heavenly evil sect. Although I would eliminate them whenever I saw them, I had no motivation to actively seek them out. But the situation was different in Lingbei. On one hand, the Ghost Emperor was betrayed by the heavenly evil sect. If the Lingbei martial arts world were to fall, Nanling would also find it difficult to remain unscathed. Our home is in Nanling, and we can't ignore this matter. So after the battle at Tianjin Prefecture, I exerted my strength to promote the martial arts conference, which allowed me to take the position of martial arts alliance leader. Combining our forces, we had the battle against the heavenly evil sect at Xianin Mountain. And along the way, my understanding of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has become increasingly profound. Only then did I realize that they weren't as virtuous and noble as I had imagined. While I can't say Li Juechen's situation is a done deal, it's pretty close. The Ghost Emperor was trapped in the 10 deadly caves. I initially thought it was a scheme by the heavenly evil sect, but now, thinking back, there are some discordant elements. 2 days ago, Hua Jinyan reminded me in the Ghost Emperor's palace. What kind of person is the Ghost Emperor? His bedmate has changed, and he knew nothing about it? Is that really reasonable? Chu Qing's words caused Wu Qianhuan's expression to change slightly, and she subconsciously snuggled closer to Chu Qing. "You mean? I don't know." Chu Qing shook his head. "It's too early to draw any conclusions now. Whether it's the Ghost Emperor or the Martial Emperor, we need to observe carefully." "So you say that man in black robes?" Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing. You wanted to use Li Jueqin's matter to see what the Ghost Emperor's attitude was? Chu Qing nodded. But he might not take the bait. Wu Qianhuan's finger traced the outline of Chu Qing's lips, moving from his chest to his lips. Chu Qing opened his mouth to bite her, but she quickly pulled away. Then she leaned in again, eager to try, seemingly enjoying herself immensely. Amidst her laughter, Chu Qing's gaze sharpened. I'm afraid he won't have a choice then. Scheming against the Ghost Emperor, you're getting a bit too bold, aren't you? Wu Qianhuan propped herself up, shifting to a more comfortable position. But with his beloved wife in his arms, his heart hardened like iron. He simply rolled over and pressed her down, speaking softly, you said it yourself, the higher one's martial arts, the heavier one's responsibilities in the martial world. If we can't rely on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, at least we can't let them hold us back. At the very least, no matter what method we use, I must make them an asset. This asset could be working together to fight the heavenly evil cult. But it could also be making them my mission targets, ultimately turning them into rewards, to improve my martial arts, and become a force to crush the heavenly evil cult. Whatever the case, there has to be a result. Wu Qianhuan wanted to say more, but she could no longer speak. The muffled sounds were words stuck in her throat. The bed curtain swayed, the creaking sounds gradually increasing until they converged like a raging storm. Sister Wu, what's wrong? Early in the morning, Winter's gaze towards Wu Qianhuan seemed a little off. Her gait remained unchanged, though she occasionally clutched her lower back, seemingly aching. This was thanks to the remarkable progress she had recently made in cultivating the unchanging heavenly book, otherwise, she would never have dared to ask such a question. Lu Qinyan, standing beside her, also looked puzzled. Although the conditions at Tianyi sect aren't as good as our Tianyi mansion, and Taoist temples emphasize quiet cultivation, it shouldn't be this uncomfortable, right? Come and sit down. I'm fine. Wu Qianhuan forced herself to remain calm, and sat down to eat. Looking up, she saw Chu Qishan arriving late. The two had agreed to arrive one after the other to avoid arousing suspicion. Although this was none of anyone else's business, the two were engaged, their feelings were mutual, and it was perfectly natural. However, she still felt a little embarrassed. But for a man and woman who had tasted the sweetness of love, the atmosphere changed with their intertwined gazes. Chu Qing had just sat down and glanced at Wu Qianhuan when Hua Jinyan gave him a scrutinizing look, ending with a soft snort. She didn't say anything. Chu Qing felt a little guilty under her gaze, coughed, and pointed to the steamed buns on the table. Why are you staring at me instead of eating properly? Do I have steamed buns on my face? No steamed buns, just peach blossoms. Hua Jinyan broke off a piece of steamed bun, stuffed it into her mouth, and ate it with the congee and side dishes, enjoying it quite heartily. Third brother. Chao Qiupu also came over with Ling Fei at this time, and after seeing Chu Qing, he came over to sit down with him. The two hadn't had a proper conversation since their reunion, so they chatted while eating. Since Chu Qing left, Chao Qiupu had followed his suggestion, using the Iron Blood Hall to gather the relatives and friends of those harmed by the Mirror of Retribution. When the Iron Blood Hall first started, they used the map provided by Chu Qing to wipe out the branch of the Mirror of Calamity. Later, Chao Qiupu's forces gradually grew stronger and began to expand beyond the Iron Blood Hall's borders. They encountered some resistance along the way, but it had little impact. To date, while they can't say they completely eradicated the Mirror of Calamity in the entire southern ridge, they eliminated most of them. Of course, the Mirror of Calamity hated them for this. They organized several assassination attempts, but none succeeded. Sometimes, they were discovered as soon as they entered Iron Blood Hall territory. They were ambushed beforehand, ensuring their deaths. Other times, they were caught off guard, escaping after a perilous ordeal. However, the continuous battles honed Chao Qiupu's martial arts skills to a new level. His white horse, Bai Gu, also became increasingly magnificent. Chu Qing thought of the horse, and then of horse meat dumplings, and then of its past, stealing people's undergarments to exchange for wine. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Before they finished eating and drinking, they overheard Tianyi sect disciples passing by outside talking. Who's coming this time? Did Master Qingwan personally go to greet them? You probably haven't heard of them. This sect isn't exactly famous, but the person who came is quite renowned. This person is known in the martial arts world as the Unangry Fist, surnamed Cui Unangry. The two with him are his eldest and second disciples. Gentle, who was concerned about Wu Qianhuan's health, sniffed upon hearing this and turned to look at Chu Qing. Chu Qing immediately stood up. Let's go. Wu Qianhuan understood what was going on and quickly got up, but she did so a little too quickly and couldn't help rubbing her waist. Finally, she glared fiercely at Chu Qing. It's all that bull's fault. If it weren't for the approaching dawn and his continued antics, I wouldn't be suffering like this. This guy's martial arts are too high, his stamina too strong, and driven by the yin and yang energies within him, he's like a perpetual motion machine. Who could withstand that? Ling Fei, being an experienced woman, glanced at the two of them, and then secretly said to Chu Qing, "Young master, you should be more considerate of her." Cough, cough, cough. Chu Qing coughed dryly. Yes, it's my fault. Chao Qiupu asked curiously, "What's wrong, third brother?" "You idiot, it's none of your business, mind your own business." Ling Fei glared at him. The group left the dining hall and followed Wenru, traveling a short distance until they arrived at the main hall of Tianyi. Inside the hall, people were talking. Wenru peeked in from the doorway. She saw a large, burly man sitting at the head of the table on the left. His face was calm and composed, exuding an imposing aura without anger. He sat there like a mountain, his demeanor extremely composed and unhurried. Behind him stood two others. One was a young man dressed in a light blue outfit, his eyes seemingly filled with a natural smile, his posture relaxed. The other was dressed in white, a sword at his waist, hands behind his back, standing with an air of aloofness. Like a proud sword, outstanding and unparalleled, even the peaks would bow before him. Gently peeking inside, she met the eyes of the man in blue. The man in blue's eyes immediately lit up. "Junior sister." "Shut up." The middle-aged man sitting in the chair frowned slightly. "How can you be so unruly in front of your senior Qingwan? Your junior sister was abducted to Lingbei. How did she end up at Tianyi sect?" "But, it really is junior sister, master. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. She's right at the door, peeking around like she's trying to steal someone's silver." Bian Chung quickly interjected, tugging at Mo Duxing's clothes. "Senior brother, look too, I didn't say anything wrong." Mo Duxing snorted and flung his hand away. "Don't ruin my sword intent." "Sword my ass." Cui Bunu had a curse in his throat, but he swallowed the rest. He felt his chest heaving. Compared to his second disciple's nonsense, he hated Mo Duxing's rambling even more. He had never taught him swordsmanship in his entire life, so where did he get sword intent from? However, hearing Bian Cheng's confident assertion, he still turned to look at the doorway. Then he saw a head peeking out from outside, a pair of clear eyes blinking. Cui Bunu jumped to his feet. "Wenru?" Wenru grinned. "It's not her." Cui Bunu sat down again. "You're all mistaken. Your junior sister doesn't smile." "But that's clearly your junior sister," Bian Chung said doubtfully. "Could it really be that people look alike?" Just as they were filled with doubt, Chu Qing walked to the door, took Wenru's wrist, and led her inside. "What are you looking at the door?" "Master Qingguan, it's been a long time." Master Qingguan had a very deep impression of Chu Qing, and knew that he had come to Tianyi sect yesterday. He immediately stood up. "Greetings, third young master." Wenru knelt down obediently. "Wenru greets master." After saying that, she respectfully kowtowed. Cui Bunu jumped up as if his pants were on fire. "It really is Wenru. Am I seeing things? This child can smile." Chapter 470. Compared to Cui Bu and Bian Cheng's overreaction, Mo Duxing was much calmer. He lightly flicked his sleeve and spoke casually, most likely possessed by a ghost. A vein throbbed on Cui Bu's forehead. "Traitorous disciple, take this." With that, he punched Mo Duxing on the head. Mo Duxing winced in pain, but didn't forget to tidy his hair to avoid looking undignified. Cui Bu stepped forward and helped Wenru up. Good child, get up quickly. Let your teacher see. You've grown up after a year away from home." Bian Chung then turned his gaze to Chu Qing, smiling as he said, "Third young master, long time no see. Brother Bian, how have you been?" Chu Qing slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute, then bowed to Cui Bu. "Greetings, Senior Cui." Cui Bu looked at Chu Qing with a thoughtful expression. "You're the third young master? I heard when Fusheng mentioned you. You're indeed a formidable young man. However, why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Chu Qing smiled. "This is our first meeting, senior." Cui Bu thought for a moment, and felt that it seemed so, but for some reason, Chu Qing looked somewhat familiar. Wenru took out a small notebook from her bosom, and handed it to Cui Bu. "Master, this is for you." Before taking it, Cui Bu glanced at Mo Duxing. Then he opened it and nodded. "Your eldest brother has gotten into trouble again? I seem to remember you having your second brother bring back a book. Later, you separated from your eldest and second brothers, and today is the last time you met, right? Where did the contents of this notebook come from?" "I deduced them. the disciple replied gently and seriously. I accompanied my third brother to Lingbei, fearing that my eldest and second senior brothers might go astray. Knowing their personalities, I suspected they would do many outrageous things, so I wrote them down, waiting to present them to our master for judgment. At that moment, even the composed Mo Duxing's eyes widened. This is outrageous. We haven't seen each other for so long, and you already imagine my and your second senior brother's mistakes? Bian Chung was also amused and exasperated. Master, you're not planning to punish us with this, are you? Cui Bu squinted at the two of them. It's unlikely. Do you think your junior sister is wrong? Huh? You two rebellious disciples. If your junior sister were even slightly less troublesome, I wouldn't need to burn calming incense every night to fall asleep. I think your junior sister is right. You two deserve a beating. Rebellious disciple, take this. Mo Duxing was calm and collected, already mentally prepared to be beaten. Bian Chung tugged at his sleeve and ran away. You idiot, master's going to hit you. Why aren't you running? A swordsman would rather break than bend. Mo Duxing's words were harder than his sword. Cui Bu Nu was even angrier. I show you would rather break than bend. I see if you bend or not. Mo Duxing didn't dare to waste words, only urging, take me away quickly, master's gone mad. Mo Duxing and Bian Chung ran out of the Tianyi main hall, but didn't go far, lingering at the entrance. Cui Bu Nu couldn't really beat his two disciples until they screamed like ghosts right there at the Tianyi gate. After making a show of it, he chatted idly with Wen Rou. Wu Qianhuan and the others entered and greeted Cui Bu Nu and Daoist Qinghuan. Upon hearing Wu Qianhuan introduce herself, Cui Bu Nu paused slightly. Young miss of Tianwu City? So you and Fanner must be old acquaintances. Yes. Wu Qianhuan nodded. Second brother Chu, naturally, we're childhood friends. Cui Bu Nu looked at Wu Qianhuan, then at Chu Qing, and suddenly clapped his hands. Oh dear, could it be? Chu Qing smiled. Senior Cui, just as you suspected, but please don't publicize this matter. Cui Bu Nu was stunned. He was a seasoned veteran of the martial world. Chu Qing's words were cryptic, clearly indicating he didn't want anyone to know. There must be some unspeakable reason. After recovering, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, 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 I see, then I understand. Ah, good, very good. Master, there's something even better. Winter then took out the unchanging heavenly book. Earth scroll manual from her bosom and handed it to Cui Bu Nu. Master, please take a look at this. Cui Bu Nu glanced at it, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at Chu Qing and Wenru. After a long while, he calmly put the manual away. So, little rower, the reason you smiled was because of this? Yes. Wenru nodded. Although I'm a beginner, I've benefited greatly. Cui Bu Nu nodded, then said to Chu Qing, when Fuxing told me that you were going to Lingbei Shaohan Valley to find this item. However, the situation in Lingbei is different from that in Nanling, and the heavenly evil sect is committing evil deeds, making this journey extremely dangerous. But I never expected that you would actually find it. This is Xiao Roer's good fortune, and also thanks to the third young master's hard work. This journey must have been difficult, right? It certainly wasn't. Wenru nodded. We went from Shaohan Valley to Tianyin Mansion, then from Tianyin Mansion to Yao Ai Sect, then to Wanbao Tower, and finally to Tianfu Temple. There's an old monk in Tianfu Temple who's no good. He can even steal other people's bodies, something called possession. If it weren't for third brother's intelligence, he might have followed us all the way to Tianyi Gate. Her words were extremely brief, yet they still sent chills down everyone's spines. Even Lu Qingyan and the others were unaware of what had happened inside the Heavenly Buddha Temple, let alone Chao Qiupu and the others. They were all filled with curiosity. Chu Qing then recounted the events in detail. So, the one hidden inside the Heavenly Buddha Temple is the Buddha King, one of the 12 holy kings of the Heavenly Evil Cult? The method of possession is called the bow-changing scripture? Indeed, terrifying. Cui Bu Nu listened with great delight. Back in his days, he was a powerful figure in the martial world, renowned for his Bu Nu divine fist, a master of righteous indignation, and unparalleled in his fame. However, compared to Chu Qing's experiences, his own were insignificant. If it were him at Chu Qing's age, he would have been dead countless times, let alone obtain the unchanging heavenly book. This man had encountered far too many dangers on his journey, yet thankfully, he had always survived, turning misfortune into good fortune. Thinking of this, Cui Bu Nu said solemnly to Chu Qing, this manual is the foundation of our Tai sect, and it has been lost for many years. Now that it's been found, it's not only of great use to Xiao Roer, but it's also a life-saving grace for my Tai sect. He trailed off, somewhat dejected. His initial intention was that since Chu Qing had helped retrieve the manual, the Tai sect should certainly repay him. However, Upon reflection, he realized that Chu Qing's martial arts were unparalleled, and the Tai sect wouldn't be of any use to him. Even if they were used, the effect on Chu Qing would be negligible. Under these circumstances, why should the Tai sect make such a boastful promise of repayment? Chu Qing smiled and said, "We're family, no need for formalities. Senior Cui, please don't stand on ceremony with me. This is my second brother's mentor, one of his closest confidants." Chu Qing naturally felt a certain fondness for him, and didn't care about repaying him. Of course, while he could say that, Cui Bunu couldn't. Just as he was racking his brains for the best way to repay Chu Qing said, "Speaking of which, there's something I'd like to ask Senior Cui about. Would Senior Cui be so kind as to allow us a private conversation?" Cui Bunu glanced around at everyone and finally nodded. "All right, let's find a quiet place to talk." The two immediately left the Tianyi main hall. As they passed Biancheng and Mo Duxing in front of the gate, Cui Bu kicked each of them. Chu Qing figured it wasn't really a punishment, it seemed like he simply didn't like them, and wanted to beat them up for fun. However, even while being beaten, Mo Duxing maintained that calm and collected demeanor of a peerless swordsman, a skill Chu Qing knew he couldn't match. A moment later, Chu Qing and Cui Bu arrived at a quiet room. The young Taoist boy served tea, and then withdrew. The room was now empty except for the two of them. Cui Bu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and frowned. "No matter how long I drink it, I just can't get used to it." "Why force yourself if you can't get used to it?" Chu Qing also picked up his teacup. "Calm down," Cui Bu said. "When I was young, I was fiery and impulsive. To put it nicely, I hated evil. To put it bluntly, I was reckless and thoughtless. That almost led me to a terrible disaster. Luckily, I pulled back from the brink, before things got out of control. But one lesson I learned has stayed with me for life. I never dare to act recklessly again, and I'm determined to control my temper to avoid repeating the same mistake. They say drinking tea and practicing calligraphy can temper one's spirit, so I tried it for over 10 years. If it weren't for that rebellious disciple constantly irritating me, I imagine it would have been quite effective." Chu Qing chuckled. "Brother Mo is indeed unconventional. Let's not talk about him." Cui Bu looked at Chu Qing. "I never imagined that the renowned third young master of the martial world was actually the third son of the Chu family. Thanner has been a disciple for so many years, and you always been a knot in his heart. I truly feel I let down my second brother, and the others." Chu Qing said softly, "Fortunately, my second brother and I have already recognized each other. No matter what happened before, the future is long." "Yes, the future is long, and the future is promising." Cui Bu nodded. "Moreover, with your current achievements, let alone the southern ridge, even the entire southern region probably can't hide your true dragon. The future is limitless. However, I have a piece of advice for you. Senior has something to say, and I am all ears. Do not challenge the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Cui Bu said in a deep voice, "The higher your martial arts skills, the greater your ambition will inevitably become. It is only natural for people to strive for higher positions. But the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are different. They hold a revered position, high above all others. They are both the pillars of the martial world and taboos that must never be touched. Senior Cui, do you know something?" Chu Qing picked up the teapot and poured him another cup of tea. "Your reaction makes me feel that you seem to know something as well." Cui Bu was somewhat surprised. But Chu Qing was actually even more surprised. During the battle at Immortal Cloud Mountain, he learned some unknown aspects of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors from the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier Master. However, the Tai sect had long since declined. While Cui Bu's title of Unangered Divine Fist carried some weight in the southern ridge, it was nothing in the southern region. His statement that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were taboos suggested there was another secret. Chu Qing looked up, and the two exchanged a glance. Cui Bu looked away first, picking up his teacup. "Our Tai sect's founder was a prodigy. His achievements in his time far surpassed those of us younger disciples. He left behind some precepts, which we disciples must strictly adhere to. The words I'm telling you come from our founder's precepts." Chu Qing tapped his finger slightly. "I see. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Cui. I noted it down." "Good. What did you want to discuss with me privately?" Mo Duxing. Chu Qing uttered 3 words softly. Cui Bu was immediately taken aback. "This kid's caused trouble again?" Chu Qing shook his head and said softly, "Wenru mentioned earlier that we went to Wanbeilu. Before Wanbeilu, I met someone. That person's surname was Huangfu, and his given name was Ishiu. He was the son of the current Sword Emperor, Huangfu Chankong. Chui Bunu frowned slightly. So he's the son of the Sword Emperor. But what does this have to do with Imo Duxing? Senior, please listen to me slowly. Chu Qing recounted his acquaintance with Huang Fuixiao, ending at one Bailu, where Huang Fuixiao mentioned he was searching for his brother. Only then did Chui Bunu's expression change. Then, the events involved Jiangli, so Chu Qing didn't go into detail. He subtly mentioned that he learned from one Bailu that Imo Duxing was Huang Fuchangkong's son. Chu Qing told Chui Bunu all this not for any other reason. The Tai sect and the Chu family had countless connections. They were practically outsiders. Imo Duxing was the son of the Sword Emperor, yet Chui Bunu knew nothing about it. This couldn't be kept secret forever. Chu Qing had to let Chui Bunu know the truth. It would be good to prepare in advance. Of course, if we could figure out how the monk actually managed to get Imo Duxing out of Huang Fuchangkong's hands back then, that would be a good thing. Putting everything else aside, this is always a juicy story. After hearing this, Chui Bunu was stunned. Is that really true? Could it be that I've been delaying him all these years? Chu Qing smiled wryly. Things happen by chance, and you couldn't possibly know that much. What I'm more curious about is how you met Brother Imo back then, and how you took him as your disciple. Chui Bunu thought for a moment and said, even now, it doesn't seem particularly special. Bandits robbed a mountain village, leaving no one alive except for the child, barely alive amidst a pile of corpses. I happened to be passing by and rescued him. I took him back to Tai sect to recover, and then took him as my disciple. Chapter 471. After listening to Chui Bu's words, Chu Qing asked for some more details. For example, what were Imo Duxing's clothes like, his condition, and the severity of his injuries at the time? However, due to the passage of time, Chui Bu couldn't remember everything. Based on his faded and yellowed memories, he replied, he was dressed like any other ordinary child in the village, nothing special. Given his serious injuries, there was nothing unusual about him. As for his injuries, he suffered internal injuries. Perhaps the thief struck him, thinking he was dead, but in reality, he hadn't ended his life. Chu Qing picked up the teapot and poured Chui Bu another cup of tea. Senior, what do you think of the martial arts skills of those who slaughtered the entire village back then? Chui Bu pondered for a moment, his expression becoming slightly grave. Martial arts skills are hard to judge, they vary greatly. But roughly speaking, there were indeed one or two extraordinary individuals. I examined each corpse at the time, and it seems the perpetrator wasn't just one person. Some died swiftly and cleanly, while others died a grueling death. This is likely due to the difference in martial arts skill levels. Then, Senior, do you think there's a possibility that they actually died at the hands of one person? The reason some died quickly and others suffered so much was perhaps a deliberate illusion created by this person? Chui Bu thought for a moment. That's also possible. A vague method, making it difficult to trace their true nature. Actually, after this incident, I did investigate the surrounding area for a long time, but I still couldn't find the murderer. He initially thought the murderer was a group of people, and based on that information, his search ultimately yielded nothing. Hearing Chu Qing's words now, it suddenly seemed reasonable that they hadn't found him. If the murderer wasn't a group, but just one person, how could they possibly be found? If this person possessed such martial arts skills, and wanted to kill a young child, why would they have spared his life? Chu Qing said softly, it wasn't the monk who abducted Imo Duxing and traveled all the way back to Nanling. What he encountered during the journey is unknown to us. But it must have been extremely difficult. And under such circumstances, how could someone he risked his life to obtain end up in a mountain village? There's probably some unspeakable mystery involved. Chui Bu suddenly said, are you suggesting that the person who placed Imo Duxing in that village was the monk? He killed everyone in the village, specifically to ambush me? That's unknown. Chu Qing shook his head. To find an answer to this matter, we have to wait until we find out he wasn't the monk. However, the monk's whereabouts are now a mystery, no one knows him. Chui Bu sighed, took another sip of tea, and suppressed the anger surging in his chest. No matter the reason, such murder is truly unforgivable. Moreover, this matter involves Sword Emperor Huang Fuchangkong. The schemes involved are likely quite grand. What does Senior Chui think? Chu Qing looked up at Chui Bu. Chui Bu was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. My name is Unfury Divine Fist, not Undying Divine Fist. This matter involves the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What can I do? Instead of wasting your time on this, you should consider how to tell Imo Duxing about this. You're planning to tell him? It was one thing not knowing before. But now that I know, I can't hide it from him. Why shouldn't he know about his background? Chui Bu said softly, if he's willing, he can leave and find his biological father and brother. If he wants to stay, although he's achieved nothing in martial arts, raising a disciple won't be a serious loss for me. Chu Qing raised his teacup. Senior is absolutely right. Such a choice was no small matter. Cui Bu knew, being Mo Duxing's master and having raised him, did not conceal anything or make the decision for him. Instead, he intended to explain the situation and let Mo Duxing make the decision himself. This alone was enough to prove that Cui Bu knew was worthy of being a master. Cui Bu knew and Chu Qing lightly clinked their cups before he drank the tea in one gulp, as if it were wine. Afterwards, they chatted for a few more minutes before leaving. The Tianyi sect was now filled with old friends and acquaintances, so the atmosphere was quite pleasant. For several days in a row, everyone was either chatting and laughing. They were just gathering to discuss martial arts. Now that Hua Jinyan was dressed as a man, her Qingquan transformation was truly deceptive. No one could detect anything amiss. Even her speech and mannerisms were identical to a man's. Chu Qing still felt a chill run down his spine whenever he thought about it. He was thankful he hadn't asked her to urinate with him, otherwise he would have been utterly ashamed. The matter of Mo Duxing would be left at that for now. Cui Bu planned to relay what Chu Qing had said to him after the Tianyi sect's martial arts tournament. As for the decision, that was up to Mo Duxing himself. Time passed day by day, and 5 days of June had already gone by in the blink of an eye. During this time, people from the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor frequently visited, including Lan Shuyi from the Dingen Hall. Compared to their previous meeting, Lan Shuyi was now much more composed. Upon seeing Chu Qing, she immediately bowed deeply, almost catching Chu Qing off guard. When Fusheng arrived the previous night, this was extremely rare for him. As the master of Luochen Manor, the 128 li of territory was not only an impregnable defense, but also somewhat like a self-imposed prison. If he, as the master, were to leave, he would always worry about someone attacking Luochen Manor. Therefore, after receiving the invitation to the martial arts tournament from the sect that day, he was somewhat reluctant to come. He had been struggling with this decision for a while. In the end, Tai Lingyun used the channels of the Iron Blood Hall, the Blazing Fire Hall, and the Dingen Hall to quickly send him a letter informing him that Wenru had returned from Lingbei. The old man couldn't sit still any longer and used his lightness skill to rush over. Upon seeing Wenru, tears streamed down his face. His tear ducts were so well developed that even Chu Qing was shocked. Then he started asking his daughter all sorts of questions, not even glancing at Chu Qing once. Chu Qing's lips twitched. He thought to himself that this old man was completely ungrateful. This morning, at least he showed some manners, waiting in the courtyard early in the morning. But as soon as he saw Chu Qing, he glared at him. "Why are you living in the same courtyard as my daughter?" Chu Qing suppressed the urge to kick him out and took a deep breath, saying, "Do you know that along our journey, we sometimes stayed in more than one courtyard?" When Fusheng's face darkened, "Then where are you all still living together?" Chu Qing didn't answer him, rolling her eyes. "Don't try to trap me, little fox." When Fusheng gritted his teeth, "Even if you don't say it, I know. I'm telling you, you have to give my daughter an explanation." "An explanation?" Chu Qing's eyes widened. "Master One, what kind of new tactic is this? Crossing the river and burning the bridge? I come all this way, I worked hard, haven't I? You haven't mentioned it at all, not a single word of gratitude, and you come up to me demanding an explanation. What do you want?" Chu Qing's words were rather impolite, but when Fusheng didn't care, just grinned. "I already heard about the hardships you endured along the way from Roer. It's true you worked hard and made great contributions. However, you two, a lone man and a woman, have traveled this far, and my daughter's reputation. Even if you don't say anything, can you really cover it up? Putting everything else aside, even if I held a martial arts tournament in Nanling to choose a husband for Roer, tell me, how many people would dare to come?" Chu Qing silently looked at Wen Fusheng. "It's good that Wenru isn't like you. So shameless. A man with a bad reputation will have no son-in-law. I advise you to think this over carefully. I'm not trying to force you. It's not about forcing Roer either. The matter is what it is. It has to be dealt with. Can we just ignore it and not care? Have you asked Wenru?" Chu Qing glanced at him. "What do you mean? As long as Roer nods, you agree?" Wen Fusheng jumped up. Wait. What nonsense! When did I say that?" Chu Qing quickly pulled him back down. "What I mean is, although Wenru has started cultivating the unchanging heavenly book, things are starting to look good. She's beginning to express her emotions and desires, so don't rush things. Give her some time. Don't play matchmaker here. Once she can express herself normally, You have to ask for her opinion before coming to me for an explanation. Otherwise, if we're both innocent, what explanation do I have for you? When Fuxing pondered for a moment, why do I feel like you got me hooked? Chu Qing smiled. It's not that I got you hooked, it's just that what I said makes sense. After all, if you don't ask the person involved, isn't that like the emperor not being worried, but the eunuch being anxious? When Fuxing nodded, that makes sense. What a load of rubbish. Are you insulting me? The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. Chu Qing tried to soothe him. Speaking of which, Master One, it's been a long time since we last met. Why ask such an important question right away? Can't we catch up properly? When Fuxing squinted at Chu Qing and asked, so, how are you and your fiancé doing? Very well. I shouldn't have asked you. When Fuxing stood up, forget it, the more I talk to you, the more heartbroken I feel. Anyway, no matter what you say, some things are just as they are, you can't avoid them. I'm helpless against you, I can't beat you in a fight, and I can't win an argument with you. But if you break my roar's heart, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you get away with it. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. How did things veer back to the same point again? After when Fuxing finished speaking, he left. Chu Qing sat alone in the courtyard for a while before Wu Qianhuan came out of the room. She glanced at the doorway twice, then sat down next to Chu Qing. Your second father-in-law is here to demand an explanation. Chu Qing almost spat out his tea onto Wu Qianhuan's face. Why are you talking nonsense too? What do you mean by second father-in-law? My first father-in-law is my father, Xiao Rourou's father. So you have to call him second father-in-law? Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing with a half-smile. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Are you angry? Chu Qing didn't grin, he gently took Wu Qianhuan's hand. Wu Qianhuan shook her head. I really like Xiao Rourou. If it were someone else, I might not be able to accept it, but if it's her, as long as you're willing, I won't object. What are you saying? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't have any possessive thoughts about me at all? Yes. Wu Qianhuan nodded. But what if I can't bear to see Xiao Rourou sad? Where did you get that idea? You're a grown man, so naturally you're clueless, but I can see that Xiao Rourou feels differently about you. Wu Qianhuan said softly. We've been together for so long, and our feelings for each other are deep. If Xiao Rourou doesn't reciprocate your feelings, then so be it. But now, Xiao Rourou has begun cultivating the unchanging heavenly book. Once she can fully express her thoughts, if you both feel the same way, I have absolutely no objection. Conversely, I won't force any marriage on you. Anyway, that's my attitude. I'm telling you this mainly, so you won't have to worry about me. Chu Qing didn't know whether to be happy or sad. She reached out and tapped Wu Qianhuan's forehead with a hint of annoyance. You're just being ridiculous. You should be secretly happy. Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes at him. The blessing of having multiple wives isn't so easy to enjoy, but at least it can relieve some of my burden. Huh? Chu Qing was taken aback. What did you say? Nothing. Wu Qianhuan realized her slip of the tongue and quickly shut her mouth. Chu Qing wanted to ask more, but suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door. It wasn't appropriate to ask in front of outsiders, so he turned to look outside. He saw several young Taoist priests from the Tianyi sect approaching the door. Young master, our friends from Tianwu City were attacked en route. Our Tianyi sect disciples are on their way to rescue them. The sect leader summoned me. Before they could finish speaking, a gust of wind swept past, and when he looked up again, Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan were gone. He was immediately stunned. Where are they? He searched the courtyard and surrounding area twice, but couldn't find them. He almost thought he was seeing things. Were the two people he had just seen an illusion? Little did he know, Chu Qing had already taken Wu Qianhuan. They soared through the air, searching for the people of Tianwu City along the path. Although they didn't know their exact location, they had a direction. Sure enough, after traveling only 10 miles, a resounding voice echoed in all directions. Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan exchanged a glance. Its supreme heavenly sound. This was Lu Xiaohua's ultimate technique. The fact that the newcomer could provoke Lu Xiaohua to attack showed that their skill was extraordinary. They immediately focused their eyesight, looking in that direction. Thanks to their elevated position, they were indeed able to see the fighting across the 10-mile distance. They saw Lu Xiaohua surrounded by a surge of qi, and opposite her was a malevolent Buddha image. Although the distance was still considerable, they could still feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from it. With a thought, Wu Qianhuan's sword, the wounded hidden blade, was suddenly drawn and placed in Chu Qing's hand. The next instant, a magnificent sword aura shot out, spanning over 10 miles, and slashed fiercely at the malevolent Buddha image. Chapter 472. Sword intent spans 80,000 miles, piercing the other shore in a single thought. While this statement is undoubtedly exaggerated, the sword energy that traversed the ground, stirring up towering waves, and instantly spanned over 10 miles, was still terrifying enough. Where the sword's edge passed, the ground cracked, and rocks turned to dust. Lu Xiaohua's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of sword energy was this? And who had made the move? He dared not think further, and quickly withdrew. The evil Buddha image opposite him suddenly emitted a strange sound, neither crying nor laughing. The image vanished abruptly, only to reappear abruptly. The sword swept across, leaving a sword mark 10 feet wide in front of them. Lu Xiaohua was still shaken when the evil Buddha image suddenly shattered. Immediately afterward, a figure leaped up, laughing strangely, and flew away in an extremely bizarre manner. Lu Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the terrifying sword mark before her, her heart, which hadn't quite settled, jumped again. Looking across the world, only someone with such skill and swordsmanship could compare. Could it be the Sword Emperor Huangfu Changkong? But why would he be in the southern region? Without time to think further, she clasped her hands in a fist salute. Thank you, senior. Before she could finish, she felt a gust of wind approach, and in a blur, two figures appeared before her. Lu Xiaohua didn't dare look up. Thank you for saving me, senior. Senior? Chu Qing was taken aback. Where did this senior come from? Lu Xiaohua recognized the voice and subconsciously looked up. Qing'er. Xian Huan. Is that you? Then the sword energy just now. Chu Qing frowned slightly. We were still far away then. This sword strike was intended to save someone, but it failed to capture him. It's you? Lu Xiaohua gasped. Chu Qing nodded, and seeing Lu Xiaohua about to say something more, she waved her hand to interrupt. Let's not talk about that now. Are you all right? Have my father and the others arrived? I only heard from the Tianyi sect that the people of Tianwu City were attacked. I thought it was City Lord Wu who had arrived. City Lord Wu did come. Lu Xiaohua said, however, he was injured by that crazy old man in a single encounter. This wasn't the place to reminisce. Lu Xiaohua quickly led Chu Qing and Wu Qinhuan to find the others. She intended to explain what had happened to Chu Qing on the way, but before she could speak, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw Chu Yunfei stumbling towards her, blood still at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care. He simply pulled Lu Xiaohua into his arms. Don't leave me again. His voice trembled with barely concealed fear. Lu Xiaohua had initially felt embarrassed to be so affectionate with her husband in front of her son and daughter-in-law, but hearing his words, her heart softened. She gently patted his back. Don't worry, I never abandon you again. Chu Yunfei finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Lu Xiaohua. Just now, you really scared me. Promise me, from now on, whether in life or death, we'd be together and never be separated again. Although we endured so many years, you just returned to my side. If you leave again, I really can't bear it. Okay, I understand. Lu Xiaohua softly comforted him. Chu Qing and Wu Qinhuan felt that the two of them standing there were somewhat superfluous. Although his parents' love was beautiful, it was also awkward. He coughed and said, Dad, are you sure you can't see us standing here? Who? Chu Yunfei was taken aback. Why are you calling me your father? He looked around as he spoke, and then saw Chu Qing. He was stunned for a moment, and this stunned moment lasted quite a while, a good 2 or 3 breaths, before he quickly released Lu Xiaohua, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tidied his hair, and straightened his clothes. From the pitiful old man abandoned by his wife just now, he had become a proper old man. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Qing. Qing'er, what are you doing here? Don't think that just because you pretend nothing happened, I forget what I just saw. Chu Qing wasn't buying it. Chu Yunfei's face flushed red. You child. How can you still be so insensible? Even if you see through something, you shouldn't say it. I have my pride too. Lu Xiaohua put her arm around his and said with a smile, yes, you're the most concerned about your reputation. You embarrassed yourself in front of your son by spouting nonsense. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chu Yunfei complained softly. Before Lu Xiaohua could speak, Chu Qing quickly interjected, It's clearly you who's arrogant. Qianhuan and I are 2 grown men standing here, and when you rushed over, you treated us like wooden blocks, completely disregarding us. Why are you blaming others now? Alright, say less. Chu Yunfei waved his hand, feeling utterly ashamed. But at this point, there was nowhere to run. They could only stand there, continuing their sojourn. Chu Qing didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, Is anything wrong with the others? What happened? That person was too far away, I couldn't see clearly. And who was he? At this, Chu Yunfei finally seemed to revive. He shook his head and said, "We don't know who that person is." We were walking along peacefully when he suddenly rushed out. We thought he was just a passing beggar, and were even planning to give him some money. But we didn't expect him to be a hidden master, attacking without warning. In the blink of an eye, we were all injured. Your mother used supreme heavenly sound to attract his attention and lure him away. Hearing this, Chu Qing looked at Lu Xiaohua, who said, "That person's martial arts are far superior to mine. If he hadn't acted so erratically, seemingly with ulterior motives, I wouldn't have been able to withstand him. As for his identity, I don't know. The martial arts he used seemed to be Buddhist, yet somewhat different, in short, very strange, unfathomable." She paused slightly, then seemed to remember something. "Right, when he fought me, he kept muttering, repeating the same phrase over and over again. 'Where is my boat?' The boat." Wu Qianhuan suddenly looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing nodded slightly. "It should be him." "You know who it is?" Lu Xiaohua asked, somewhat surprised. Chu Qing nodded. "This is a long story. But for him to appear here, what kind of obsession is that? Let's go, let's find the others." I explained the situation as we walk. Chu Yunfei and Lu Xiaohua naturally had no objections, while Chu Qing recounted his experience at Tianfu Temple and his encounter with the Buddha King. Chu Yunfei and Lu Xiaohua listened with trepidation. The Buddha King's martial arts, whether the change of both scripture or the 10,000 Buddha Kingdom, were unparalleled and unmatched techniques. Especially the change of both scripture's ability to possess others. Just thinking about it instilled a chilling fear. However, when they heard that Chu Qing had ultimately killed him, Chu Yunfei and Lu Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. "But I suspect the Buddha King isn't dead," Chu Qing said. "The change of both scripture is extraordinary, breaking the conventions of martial arts. Although I feel that such martial arts must have unimaginable limitations, it is still unpredictable, and cannot be judged by common sense. So I suspected at the time that the Buddha King might have a backup plan. Mother just said that man kept muttering about where my boat is, which makes me suspect he might be another Buddha prince. If he is the Buddha prince, what will we do now that he's escaped?" Lu Xiaohua said, "You and he have a blood feud. He's probably here for you." Chu Qing nodded. "That's certainly possible, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's not aimed at you, and he's just looking for me. I can kill him once, and I can kill him a second time. Besides, although that sword strike was only to save someone, giving him a chance to escape, he will inevitably be injured by the sword energy. He might not show himself for a while." Lu Xiaohua recalled Chu Qing's astonishing sword strike, and couldn't help but nod. That sword strike was indeed terrifying. "Qinger, where did you learn it?" "This sword is called One Sword Across Worlds, a creation I made by combining the strengths of various schools." Chu Qing's words weren't entirely unfounded. The current One Sword Across Worlds was almost a completely different martial art from the original one he possessed. The initial version was crude, simple, and direct. Its power, while considerable, remained virtually unchanged. But the current One Sword Across Worlds not only possessed power increased several times over, but also underwent countless variations. Chu Qing was certain he could injure his opponent with that sword strike precisely because of these variations. Otherwise, dodging it would have been a mistake. He couldn't allow his opponent to escape wounded. Lu Xiaohua and Chu Yunfei exchanged a glance, feeling utterly shocked. Chu Qing was only 19 years old, yet his martial arts had already reached such a level. The power of his sword was almost comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Furthermore, he could create his own unique techniques, making him a martial arts grandmaster. As the years to come unfold, no one can predict the extent of his eventual achievements. "The ancestral graves of my Chu family are truly emitting auspicious smoke," Chu Yunfei remarked with emotion. He then glanced at Chu Qing. "With your current martial arts skills, you are no longer afraid of the mirror of karma. Do you still need to conceal your identity?" Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "For now, I keep it a little hidden. I don't mind myself, but I'm afraid." The unspoken meaning was clear to those who understood. Chu Yunfei felt somewhat ashamed. "It's my fault for dragging you down." Chu Qing smiled. "That's not how it works. I've been traveling the martial world all this time, hoping to resolve these troubles and return to my parents' side to fulfill my filial duties. Father, you mustn't underestimate yourself. To have given birth to a child like me, you already surpass 99% of the people in this martial world." Chu Yunfei was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. That makes perfect sense. He truly felt much better, not only because of Chu Qing's words, but also because this time, upon meeting Chu Qing, There was no trace of distance between them. The previous meeting in Tianwu City was a reunion after Chu Qing had been away from home for many years. The boy had grown into a young man, his martial arts skills were superb, and his achievements were extraordinary. But for some reason, Chu Yunfei felt that the boy wasn't close to him. He thought it was due to the years of separation, and while he wanted to make amends, he felt powerless. Afterwards, when Chu Qing traveled the martial world, he would occasionally receive a letter. The letters never contained a trace of a son's longing for his father. They were all about practical matters, or various martial arts techniques. There was closeness, but the distance remained, and it seemed to have grown stronger. Chu Yunfei often felt regretful about this, feeling that even if Chu Qing finished his business and returned, father and son could never return to how they were before. But now, he inexplicably felt that the original distance had disappeared. Chu Qing was able to naturally display his childlike side in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, this was because Chu Qing, through the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique, had merged his missing memories, integrating everything from his 2 lifetimes. He now knew that Chu Qing was indeed Chu Qing, not someone who had usurped his place. He was truly himself from beginning to end. Those memories he had previously disliked and refused to acknowledge were all his own. Facing Chu Yunfei again, his mindset was naturally different. The group chatted casually, but their feet didn't stop, and they soon arrived at the group from Tianwu City. Wu Qianhuan immediately saw Wu Ganqi, who was surrounded by people, and looked somewhat pale, and couldn't help but call out, "Father." Wu Ganqi was startled, almost thinking he misheard. Looking up, he saw Wu Qianhuan running towards him, confirming his suspicions. It really was Wu Qianhuan. He immediately pushed through the crowd and hugged his daughter tightly. "Is that Qianhuan? Didn't you say you were going to Lingbei in your last letter? How come you're here? That was so long ago." Wu Qianhuan stepped out of her father's arms, laughing and crying at the same time. "We already returned from Lingbei." "Returned?" Wu Ganqi nodded. "That's good." But as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw Chu Qing walking towards them with Chu Yunfei and Lu Xiaoyan. He glared at him, annoyed. "You brat." Now it was Chu Qing's turn to feel awkward. The last time they met was at the city lord's mansion in Tianwu City. Back then, his identity was unknown, and he and Wu Qianhuan had behaved very properly. Now, he completely taken advantage of her. Upon suddenly seeing his father-in-law, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Chu Tian and Chu Fan, however, rushed forward to greet Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan. Fortunately, Chu Yunfei gestured with his eyes, preventing them from calling out third brother aloud. Chu Qing didn't have time for pleasantries. He first checked their injuries. After examining them thoroughly, he breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries were all similar. The attacker clearly looked down on everyone present, their internal energy spreading in the same direction. Although they were injured but not killed, and the reason for this was unknown, for Chu Qing, it was ultimately a stroke of luck. Just then, reinforcements from the Tianyi sect arrived, so the group decided to return to the Tianyi sect first. Chapter 473. Compared to behemoths like Luochen Manor, Iron Blood Hall, and Blazing Fire Hall, Tianwu City was truly just a small local power. Their arrival didn't cause much of a stir. However, some people knew that Wu Qianhuan was the daughter of Wu Ganqi of Tianwu City, so they didn't dare underestimate her. Especially Tai Lingyun and the others, watching Chu Qing lead Wu Ganqi and the Chu family into Tianyi Gate, couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Wu Qianhuan didn't hide her identity. Her relationship with Chu Qing was obvious to everyone. A little investigation revealed that the daughter of the Tianwu City Lord had long been betrothed to the third son of the Chu family. But now she was seen with Chu Qing. Although Bai Tangzun and Lan Shuyi were all leaders of their own forces, they still felt somewhat embarrassed watching their boss so blatantly steal someone else's partner. However, it must be said that they all admired Chu Qing. Not only did he successfully steal her away, but his composure in the face of her parents was truly remarkable. His cultivation was far from ordinary. Inside the main hall of Tianyi sect, Tai and Fengzi shouldn't have shown up. After all, Tianwu City wasn't influential enough for him to intervene. Even Cui Bunu of the Tai sect was only received by Daoist Qinghuan. However, after the incident in Tianwu City, Chu Qing and Wu Qianhuan personally intervened and brought him over. Tai and Fengzi immediately dared not underestimate them, and thus also arrived to meet everyone. Everyone took their seats according to their status as host and guest, but the seating arrangement was somewhat awkward. In terms of standing in the martial arts world, Tai and Fengzi was the head of the Tianyi sect, so it was only natural that he sat in the head seat. Afterwards, seating was arranged according to rank, with the left side being the most honored. The most senior seat on the left was reserved for the most distinguished guest. The seating arrangement after that might involve one person on the left and one on the right, or it might be arranged directly from left to right, filling the left side first before moving to the right. Therefore, normally, no one would object to Chu Qing sitting in the first seat on the left. However, his parents and father-in-law were present. They wanted Chu Yunfei or Wu Guanqi to sit at the head of the left, but neither dared to. They felt the position was too awkward. Chu Qing thought about it and realized it made sense, but it didn't make sense for him to sit at the head of the table while his elder sat below. However, since their status hadn't been explicitly stated, it wasn't appropriate to force the issue. Tai Lingyun strongly insisted that Chu Qing sit at the head of the table. Chu Qing felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he sat down. After Chu Yunfei and Wu Guanqi sat down and turned around, they saw Chu Qing sitting there with an air of swagger, his presence no less imposing than any of the powerful figures present. For a moment, a complex mix of emotions welled up within them. However, this complex feeling took on a different meaning in the eyes of Bai Tangzun and the others. They especially felt sorry for Chu Yunfei. Not only had his daughter-in-law been stolen away, but he also dared not speak out against it. Now, gathered in the main hall, they were still discussing the attack on the people of Tianwu City. After showing concern, Tai and Fengzi began to inquire about the details. After Chu Yunfei and Lu Xiaohua gave a general account of the events, Chu Qing shared his speculation. Tai and Fengzi raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, Buddha?" Chu Qing nodded. However, City Lord Wu and the others said that the person who attacked them seems to be a madman. The man was acting erratically, muttering incantations. But the Buddha King I knew wasn't like that. I suspect that when I killed the Buddha King at the Heavenly Buddha Temple, I damaged his change of boat scripture technique. This caused a backlash in his technique. His current condition is hard to say, since I haven't seen him. But if my guess is correct, he's most likely after me. The heavenly evil cult is ambitious and treacherous. Regardless of their motives, we must ensure they don't leave alive. Tian Fengzi said in a deep voice. However, judging from his actions, although he's mad, he hasn't completely become an idiot. He didn't directly rush into Tianyi Gate to attack. However, I don't understand why he made this move. He didn't actually harm any of the comrades in Tianwu City, and he even exposed his whereabouts. From both a logical and emotional standpoint, it seemed somewhat inexplicable. Tai Lingyun and the others exchanged glances, then saw Lan Shui stand up and say to Chu Qing, "Young master, may I say something?" Wu Guanqi was speechless. Chu Qing had introduced them when they met earlier. He knew this was Lan Shui, the current head of Dingen Hall, the leader of one of the most powerful forces in the Southern Ridge, with 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor. To speak in this setting, he actually had to ask Chu Qing if he could speak. Although the name of the third young master was already renowned in the martial arts world, seeing him in person, it was still unimaginable that the mischievous child of yesteryear had achieved such success. Chu Qing glanced at Lan Shui and smiled. "Brother Lan, please speak freely." Lan Shui then said, "Young master said earlier that this person did not look like this when he was at Tianfu Temple. Now that he's appeared, he's acting like a madman. In my opinion, there are only 2 possibilities. First, they weren't the same person at all. Second, as you said, he was harmed by the change of boat scripture. Since the change of boat scripture possesses the ability to seize another's body, it must have a profound understanding of the mind. If it backfires, going mad would be quite reasonable." Everyone nodded in agreement. Tai Fengzi asked, "Don't we already know all this?" "Yes," Lan Shui said with a smile, "but if it's a madman, how can we determine his motives? A madman is mad precisely because his behavior is inexplicable, erratic, and inconsistent. How could we possibly figure anything out?" Chu Qing chuckled and nodded. The others exchanged glances. Tai Fengzi sighed. "This is a wake-up call. If we can understand a madman's intentions, then we're not far from becoming madmen ourselves." Chu Qing then said, "In any case, the area around Tianyi sect needs to be more heavily guarded. Since he can make a move once, he might make a move again. I couldn't stop him this time, but if there's a next time, let's try to nip this variable in the bud before the martial arts tournament." Tai Fengzi immediately nodded. "All right, I will give the order to report back to you immediately if anything is discovered." "It's settled then." Chu Qing picked up his teacup and took a sip. Tai Fengzi then looked at Wu Guanqi and Chu Yunfei. "You all had a long and tiring journey, so please rest early. I already arranged for rooms to be prepared for you." "All right, thank you, sect leader." Chu Yunfei and Wu Guanqi stood up respectfully to express their gratitude. Tian Fengzi, not daring to be presumptuous, also stood up. Seeing them all up, Chu Qing followed suit. "I go with them and chat a bit more." Alright. Tian Fengzi had someone lead the group to the guest rooms. Once they were out of sight of everyone, Wu Ganqi wiped the sweat from his brow. Chu Yunfei glanced at him, pathetic. Wu Ganqi glared. Don't you even know who these people are? Iron Blood Hall Master Tailingyun, just how vast is your territory? How large an area of the southern ridge does he occupy? He has over a dozen cities, each 2 or 3 times the size of Tianwu City. Although I absorb the power of Wanya Valley and become much stronger, compared to such a behemoth, I'm still nothing. And what's more, there's the Blazing Fire Hall, the Steadfast Peace Hall. He paused, glancing at Chu Qing. So, the Steadfast Peace Hall and the Blazing Fire Hall are completely obedient to you? Chu Qing chuckled. They're somewhat obedient. Wu Ganqi suddenly sighed, turning to Wu Qianhuan on the other side. Maybe we shouldn't marry him. This kid is getting more and more powerful. I'm afraid that if you suffer after marrying him, your father won't be able to protect you. Wu Qianhuan blushed. Father, please don't talk nonsense. What nonsense? Wu Ganqi glanced at Chu Qing, then turned back to Wu Qianhuan. Has this kid already abandoned me after starting something? I'm innocent. Chu Qing quickly protested. Wu Qianhuan smiled. He's very good to me. Father, please don't talk nonsense. Wu Ganqi thought for a moment, nodded, and then sighed. The marriage between the 2 families had been arranged long ago and remained unchanged over the years. Now that Chu Qing had soared to great heights, his martial arts prowess and influence reaching the pinnacle of the martial world, the small city of Tianwu was utterly insignificant to him. Although the 2 had a good relationship, as a father, he worried about his child meticulously, concerning himself with every little detail. The group arrived at the accommodations arranged for them by the Tianyi sect, where Lu Xiaohua and the others had already settled in. Many people had accompanied them this time, including not only Chu Yunfei, Lu Xiaohua, and Wu Ganqi. Chu Tian, Chu Fan, Qin Yuqi, and Zhou Miao had all come. Of course, Wu Chan was also there. Qin Yuqi was somewhat surprised to see Chu Qing had come along again. She and Chu Qing had met once before, and found themselves quite compatible, but she never expected that their paths would diverge so drastically after their last meeting. What she couldn't understand was why Wu Qianhuan was by his side. Not only did she come to rescue people, but now that they were back at Tianyi sect, she had come along too. Wasn't this a bit too forward? Wu Qianhuan was promised to the Chu family. She waved to Wu Qianhuan, her pregnant belly protruding, and looked at Chu Qing with wary eyes. Watching him chat with Chu Yunfei and the others, she found it increasingly strange. Only after the Tianyi sect members left did Chu Qing look at her, somewhat puzzled. Why did you come along, sister-in-law? She should be giving birth soon, right? What's it to you, brother? Qin Yuqi was speechless, about to retort, when Chu Tian said, Tianwu City isn't safe. Recently, the Tianxia sect in the western regions has gained the upper hand. I heard that apart from the great Sumeru Zen temple, most of the other Jianghu forces have already fallen. Therefore, many experts from the western regions have gone to Tianwu City to challenge them. Of course, open challenges are fine, but there are always those who make moves in secret. This Tianyi sect martial arts tournament is extraordinary, and we all plan to come and find out. We can't leave her alone. What if something happens to her? Qin Yuqi looked at Chu Tian in astonishment. Why did you explain it so clearly? Chu Tian was taken aback, then suddenly realized what he meant, and gently tapped her forehead. You still don't understand? Understand what? Qin Yuqi looked at Chu Tian in confusion. Chu Tian asked, Did you hear what he called you just now? He called me. What did he call me again? Qin Yuqi was bewildered, then annoyed. You know that my mind hasn't been as sharp since I got pregnant, and my memory isn't very good either, yet you still ask me these questions. Okay. Chu Tian quickly calmed the agitated Qin Yuqi down. He called you sister-in-law just now. This is my 3rd son. 3rd son? Qin Yuqi suddenly looked at Chu Qing, who had already stood up and bowed respectfully. Chu Qing greeted sister-in-law. I was previously entangled in various matters and troubles, so I concealed my identity. Please don't take offense, sister-in-law. Qin Yuqi suddenly realized, and then gasped. Chu Tian quickly said, Don't gasp, you freeze my son. Qin Yuqi pinched him playfully, then looked at Chu Qing with an incredulous expression. So, the world-renowned 3rd young master, the master of both the Blazing Fire Hall and the Dingen Hall, the one who caused a sensation in the battle at Luochen Manor, is actually my brother-in-law? You're quite good at hiding it. Sister-in-law, Wu Qianhuan said with a smile. He's not just known by that title anymore. Now he has another title. What title? Everyone couldn't help but look at Wu Qianhuan. Even Lu Xiaohua was full of curiosity. Wu Qianhuan said softly, He is now the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Lingbei. The 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 clans, except for those that were destroyed, all obey his orders. The temperature in the room rose several degrees immediately. Lu Xiaohua grabbed Chu Qing's hand. Is what Qianhuan said true? You really became the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Lingbei? Chu Qing nodded. Mother, don't get excited. I was going to tell you this anyway. It's perfect that our family is reunited now, especially my sister-in-law, who even came along despite being heavily pregnant. I have something I want to discuss with you. Still reeling from the shock of Chu Qing becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, the crowd nodded absently upon hearing his words. Chu Qing continued, the heavenly evil cult is currently wreaking havoc in the martial world, and both the western and eastern regions have suffered greatly. The situation in the northern region is unclear, while the southern region, for now, is still considered a relatively peaceful place. However, the heavenly evil cult's power is immense, and a full-scale invasion is inevitable. As the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in the Lingbei region, I also enjoy considerable prestige in the southern mountains. In this battle, I will inevitably have to lead from the front. If it were just me alone, I would have no worries. But you are my family, so your safety is of paramount importance to me. Therefore, I intend to relocate Tianwu City to the Lingbei region for protection. What do you think? Chapter 474. After Chu Qing finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. Only Lu Xiaohua's eyes flickered slightly, but after glancing at Chu Yunfei, she remained silent. Chu Qing's gaze swept over everyone, and he said softly, please don't feel embarrassed, everyone. I understand the difficulty of leaving one's homeland. Tianwu City is the culmination of Uncle Wu and my father's years of hard work. Its development to its current state has been no easy feat. I understand if you have objections. So, these words were simply offering a possibility. Everyone can discuss it. Please feel free to speak your mind. Wu Ganqi and Chu Yunfei exchanged a glance, then winked at him. Chu Yunfei rolled his eyes at him helplessly before turning to Chu Qing and asking, what will you do if we insist on staying? Then there's nothing I can do, Chu Qing said helplessly. I will try my best to relocate the forces of the Blazing Fire Hall and the Dingen Hall to the outskirts of Tianwu City. I will do everything possible to strengthen Tianwu City's defenses in case of unforeseen circumstances. Do you think that will be effective? Chu Yunfei asked. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say, and to be honest, if I really become a thorn in the side of the heavenly evil sect, even if I bring you all to Lingbei, it's not guaranteed to be completely safe. As for the heavenly evil sect's methods, I'm not afraid of a large-scale attack, but if they break into smaller groups, and each of them is highly skilled in martial arts, it's truly difficult to defend against and unpredictable. But you still suggested that we go to Lingbei. Do you think Lingbei is safer than Nanling? Chu Yunfei smiled. Even so, there's no guarantee of complete safety. So, if we continue to stay in Tianwu City, there's almost no doubt we eventually become a burden to you. Wu Ganqi was taken aback by his words. Old Chu, what do you mean? Nothing. Chu Yunfei sighed. The child has grown up. He has his own career and foundation. I, as his father, haven't been able to help him in the past. Am I supposed to drag him down and hold him back in the future? What if I insist on my own way, get captured, and he uses my life to threaten me? Wu Ganqi sighed. How could he not understand this? In the turbulent world of martial arts, once a fight breaks out, no means are too cruel. If Chu Qing's identity hadn't been exposed, things would be alright, but now his reputation is growing, and some things can't be hidden forever. Then the day will inevitably come when it's revealed. When that day comes, they will all be his Achilles' heel. But Chu Qing is right, it's hard to leave one's homeland, especially the place where one has struggled for so many years. Both men fell silent. This choice had nothing to do with anything else, they could only follow their hearts. Whatever they chose, there would be a reasonable explanation. This matter isn't urgent, Chu Qing said. It's not too late to give an answer after the Tianyi Sect's martial arts tournament. Wu Ganqi waved his hand, no need. Why wait until then? I can give you the answer now. Chu Yunfei looked at Wu Ganqi, who then said, let's go to Lingbei. Father. Although Wu Qianhuan knew Wu Ganqi might give this answer, she was still somewhat surprised to hear him actually say it. Wu Ganqi was somewhat stubborn, or rather, most people who achieve great things have a stubborn streak hidden in their character. Without stubbornness and perseverance, how can one succeed? She hadn't expected Wu Ganqi to make a decision so easily. Wu Ganqi smiled and patted Wu Qianhuan's hand, saying softly, it's indeed hard to leave our homeland, but aren't these extraordinary times? The heavenly evil sect is wreaking havoc in the martial world, We can't become a burden to Qing'er. However, after this battle with the heavenly evil sect is over, if we still want to return to Tianwu City, you mustn't stop us. Of course. Hearing Wu Ganqi say this, Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As for Chu Yunfei's attitude, it had already been expressed. This matter was now settled. However, Wu Ganqi was still curious. You arranged for us to be in Lingbei. Where will we stay? We definitely stay in Tianjin Prefecture, Lu Xiaohua said with a smile. Tianjin Prefecture is very large, with many cities. We find an even larger city, so that your title of City Lord won't be meaningless. That's great. Wu Ganqi laughed heartily. I have to trouble you then, sister-in-law? Lu Xiaohua was about to nod when Chu Qing said, let's forget about Tianjin Prefecture. Lu Xiaohua was taken aback. Qing'er, what do you mean? Chu Qing said, I destroyed the Han family of Liexing Prefecture. Their power is currently controlled by Liaoyuan and Tianjin Prefectures. After you and father arrive, you can move directly to Liexing Prefecture. Control all the forces left behind by Han Qiujuan of the Han family. What? Wu Ganqi quickly waved his hand upon hearing this. That won't do. With my abilities, I simply cannot control such a large force. Although he didn't know what the Han family of Liexing Prefecture represented, the 3 prefectures, 3 sects, and 3 clans divided the entire Lingbei region into 9 parts. Liexing Prefecture occupied one of them. That's 1/9 of the world. What merit do I possess to control such a large force? Chu Yunfei also said, with our martial arts and reputation, we can't defend it. Chu Qing said, it's not defending it with your reputation, but with mine. I incorporated Liexing Prefecture into my own domain, but I simply don't have time to manage it. As I just said, Tianjin Prefecture and Liaoyuan Prefecture are currently managing it on my behalf. But it's ultimately our own territory. How can we trouble others with everything? Therefore, I beg Uncle Wu and Father, please lend me a hand. Wu Ganqi and Chu Yunfei's names are just ordinary in the southern ridge, and maybe even more unknown in the northern ridge. But while their names aren't enough, Chu Qing's name can suppress the martial world. Hearing Chu Qing say this, Lu Xiaohua nodded repeatedly. Good, 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 even better. This is to help your son and son-in-law protect the family business. Our whole family is together, old Wu. You don't need to worry about this kid bullying your daughter. If he dares to bully Qianhuan, I have his father beat him up. Heh, would he really be willing? Wu Ganqi rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaohua, then thought seriously for a moment. That's indeed feasible, but then, after the chaos of the heavenly evil sect ends, won't I be reluctant to go back? After all, a city is nothing compared to a powerful force. Enjoying a life of high rank and power doesn't necessarily mean one would want to return to their hometown. You kid, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Ahem. Chu Qing coughed. Uncle Wu, you're overthinking it. Never mind. Wu Ganqi said, anyway, you're right. We can't help you deal with the heavenly evil cult. But we can't hold you back. By the way, kid, I have something to ask you. Uncle Wu, please speak. When do you plan to marry Qianhuan? Wu Ganqi looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing glanced at Wu Qianhuan, whose face flushed red, and she hid behind Qin Yuqi. After a slight hesitation, Chu Qing said, in my opinion, the sooner the better. However, the threat of the heavenly evil cult hasn't been eliminated yet, and I still have a lot to do. Besides, there's still no resolution regarding the mirror of karma. So I plan to settle all these matters before proposing to Qianhuan, seeking a fulfilling life together. Good. Wu Ganqi said, I know these things you're talking about aren't easy, but I believe you can definitely do them. I wait for your tea ceremony. Yes. Chu Qing nodded solemnly. Chu Yunfei then said, if things drag on and become troublesome, don't get bogged down in those trivial details. Get married and have children sooner rather than later. While your mother and I are still in good health, we can help you take care of the children. Chu Qing felt this conversation was a bit too down to earth. Where was the air of a martial arts family? Just like casual conversation at home, joking with the younger generation, urging them to get married, have children, and so on. After chatting for a while, leaving Wu Qianhuan there to keep her sister-in-law Qin Yuqi company, Chu Qing returned to his own courtyard. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw Beitang Zun. Chu Qing didn't speak, but went straight in, with Beitang Zun following behind him. After sitting down inside, Chu Qing casually poured himself a cup of tea, while Beitang Zun knelt on one knee, presenting a booklet to Chu Qing with both hands. Chu Qing glanced at him and smiled. I've been waiting for this booklet for quite a while. This is the first time I handed things over to you, and I strive for perfection, which is why it took so long. Please forgive me, young master, Beitang Zun said honestly. Chu Qing casually took the booklet and began to flip through it. It contained detailed information about the intelligence organization Beitang Zun had established, as well as some currently noteworthy intelligence. From the list of key personnel to the overall structure and the channels for information transfer, everything was meticulously detailed. Everything was written down clearly and plainly. Chu Qing read it through from top to bottom, and saw some familiar names. For example, Xiao Wenshuang. As Chu Qing had said, she ran a shop in Shindao City. Her life was very peaceful, and on the surface, nothing seemed amiss, but in reality, she was one of the intelligence agents within the organization. This was intentional on Chu Qing's part. After all, she was originally a pawn he had placed in Shindao City. Although it was originally to get rid of trouble, now that it could be used, so be it. However, when Chu Qing saw Zhou Yi's name, he was somewhat taken aback. This person, what's going on? He's the owner of a grain and oil shop in Tianwu City, Beitang Zun said. This man is a bit strange. It seemed like he was already watching him before our people even noticed him. But several tests didn't reveal anything wrong with him. After some time, we brought him into the organization. Chu Qing grinned. You didn't even notice his strangeness? Beitang Zun was taken aback. Young master, you know this person? Chu Qing thought for a moment, then sighed slowly. I gave him the name Zhou Yi. He's one of my men, but we haven't been in contact for a long time. His joining shows you're still not careful enough. You were actually fooled by an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts. This? Beitang Zun's heart tightened, and he simply knelt down. It's my incompetence. Chu Qing shook his head and said softly, when we parted ways years ago, I made a promise with him. Find a trustworthy person and go to him. The code is rain at 3:45 a.m., he reply acquaintance, then ask you kill at 1:15 a.m., and you have your person reply rain. He believe your person. Bring him to me then. Yes, your majesty. Beitang Zun nodded in agreement. Chu Qing continued reading the booklet, especially the few messages Beitang Zun had noted down. He was hoping to find some suitable deals. After all, he hadn't done assassinations in a long time. He hadn't seen any system notifications in a long time either. The last time he saw a system notification was when the black-robed man who stole the Virokana Jade Buddha recounted Li Juechen's various crimes. However, the deal with Li Juechen had to be postponed, and Chu Qing couldn't do it in the short term. Moreover, facing the current martial emperor, Chu Qing wasn't entirely confident he could succeed with his current martial arts skills. He needed to complete more missions to improve his strength, to avoid any mishaps that could lead to a complete disaster. But after reviewing the information, all the noteworthy pieces of information from Beitang Zun were about the heavenly evil sect. Chu Qing didn't want much. Beitang Zun glanced at Chu Qing's expression, noticing his unpleasant look and the beads of sweat on his forehead. After a while, Chu Qing put down the booklet and looked at Beitang Zun. Well done. Beitang Zun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chu Qing said, being able to gather this information means the framework is mature. The next step is to spread our roots. It's not just about expanding into the southern ridge, but also penetrating deep into the northern ridge, spreading across the 4 regions and 1 state. The scope of our intelligence gathering isn't limited to major events and important matters. It can also encompass cases of injustice involving the loss of life. Beitang Zun listened attentively. Although he didn't understand why Chu Qing wanted to gather information on such matters, he accepted the order. Instantly, he thought of something and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chu Qing, saying, Young master, speaking of injustices, there's been a recent incident that's caused quite a stir. Oh! Chu Qing looked at Beitang Zun. Tell me about it. About a month ago, a woman suddenly appeared in the martial world, claiming she wanted to kill not a monk. Not a monk? Chu Qing was slightly taken aback. Why? That woman claimed to be the wife of a fugitive scholar who was murdered by not a monk. She wanted to kill not a monk to avenge her husband. Chapter 475. Beitang Zun's words were simple, but they contained a great deal of information. Chu Qing was momentarily confused. Huh? It's just... Beitang Zun was about to repeat himself. Chu Qing quickly waved his hand. That woman really claims to be the wife of the escaped scholar? That's right. Beitang Zun said, however, no one has seen her, nor heard of the escaped scholar ever having a wife, so it seems unbelievable. If you want to know the truth, I will have someone investigate. Chu Qing tapped his fingers lightly twice on the table. Investigate, find out clearly, and also find out where the monk is now. Yes. Beitang Zun clasped his hands in agreement. Does young master have any other instructions? Chu Qing didn't speak, but pondered in his heart. He and the fleeing scholar had only met twice. They weren't exactly acquainted. However, he happened to know that the deathly scholar did indeed have a wife. And this wife seemed to have encountered some problem, causing her to forget the deathly scholar. Not only did she not remember that the deathly scholar was her husband, but she even regarded him as an enemy. The fleeing part of the fleeing scholar's name originated from this. Every time he appeared, he was in a hurry because his wife was chasing him from behind. Now that the fleeing scholar had encountered an accident, his wife insisted that it was the monk who did it. Could it be that his wife's illness was cured? Or perhaps, that person wasn't the fleeing scholar's wife at all? Chu Qing glanced at Bai Tongzuan. Find the fleeing scholar's wife, protect her, and bring her to me. Go. Yes. Bai Tongzuan then stood up and turned to give instructions. Chu Qing gently pinched her brow, sensing something strange about the situation. It wasn't that monk Not So Si had left Nanling long ago. Back when Prince Mu of Luochen Manor caused trouble, someone said monk Not So Si had crossed Tontian Ridge and gone north. This was true. At least Chu Qing had seen monk Not So Si at Wanbeilu. After the Wanbeilu gathering, monk Not So Si disappeared without a trace. Could he have returned to Nanling, and incidentally, killed the fleeing scholar? But what grudge did these two have that warranted such a ruthless act? Moreover, if he could kill the fleeing scholar, how did the scholar's wife escape unharmed? Thinking of this, Chu Qing went to find Hua Jinyan. Going straight to the point, Hua Jinyan asked, during your time at the Ghost Emperor's palace, you must know who passed through Tontian Ridge. Were any of them not monks? No, Hua Jinyan shook his head decisively. None of them were monks. None of them ever showed up at Tontian Ridge. Why are you suddenly asking this? Chu Qing sat down, and Hua Jinyan poured him a cup of tea. He took a sip and said softly, is there anyone who can pass through Tontian Ridge without being detected by the Ghost Emperor's palace? Yes, Hua Jinyan said immediately. But it's not easy. As you know, directions are chaotic within Tontian Ridge. The forests are dense, and compasses are useless. Once you lose your way, you'd be lost among the giant trees. With good luck, you might not be unable to find your way out. But if you're unlucky, you might be stuck in the forest forever. This process, without an exceptionally strong will, can easily drive one mad. The Ghost Emperor Palace was built on Tontian Ridge, also taking advantage of this characteristic of the forest. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, before continuing, although, on the surface, Tontian Ridge has no normal roads, nature's creations are not without clues. Even where there seems to be no path, there are hidden currents. After many attempts, we discovered that although the directions are chaotic, the path remains constant. Thus, we pieced together a crucial route from the south ridge to the north. There are 3 locations along this route that are impossible to bypass, each secretly guarded by members of my Ghost Emperor Palace. This allows us to detect every traveler attempting to cross Tontian Ridge. And to avoid being discovered, they need an understanding of Tontian Ridge superior to that of my Ghost Emperor Palace. Thus, they can find a 4th path that our Ghost Emperor Palace has not yet discovered. Achieving this isn't easy. Chu Qing had been listening quietly. He picked up his teacup and gently stirred the floating tea leaves. As far as I know, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors each had their own lineage. Even your father didn't rise to power alone. The 4 regions and 1 state of the world are governed by the 5 emperors in rotation. Yes and no, it all depends on personal choice. Hua Jinyan nodded. That person once told me that if I wanted, I could live in one place indefinitely, but if I didn't want to, I could settle in the 5 emperors' city of the central state. That's where the 5 emperors will always have a place. So, the Ghost Emperor, or rather, the Tontian Ridge of the southern region, doesn't have only one master. Chu Qing glanced at Hua Jinyan. Before the Ghost Emperor, there were other powerful figures, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, residing in the Ghost Emperor's palace. That's not accurate. Hua Jinyan smiled. To be precise, they resided in the Tontian Ridge, not the Ghost Emperor's palace. But you're right, there really was someone. She paused, then suddenly realized, you mean, we haven't discovered the 3rd location, but our predecessors did? But they didn't tell us? Now someone is using this path we don't know about, quietly crossing the Tontian Ridge without our Ghost Emperor's palace noticing? Is that possible? Yes. Hua Jinyan couldn't deny it, but her eyes became serious. But I don't understand. Why? Naturally, they must be doing something underhanded. Chu Qing slowly exhaled. Do you know who the previous person who lived in Tontian Ridge in the southern region was? Hua Jinyan nodded. It was the Sword Emperor, but not the current Huangfu Changkong, but his father, the previous Sword Emperor, Huangfu Chengren. That name. It's a bit ominous. Chu Qing chuckled, but his expression changed. Are you sure it was the Sword Emperor? Absolutely. Hua Jinyan said. For ordinary martial artists, this is probably a secret they never uncover. But in the Ghost Emperor Palace, it's not a secret at all. Many people know. Chu Qing gently pinched his brow, feeling that this mess had become even more complicated, and at the same time, he felt that what he had already glimpsed had been severed by Huang Fuqiren's sword, leaving the beginning and end disconnected. A master is indeed a master. Even in death, his swordsmanship remains masterful. Chu Qing finished his tea and placed it on the table. You suddenly asked all this. What did you find out? Hua Jinyan asked curiously. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then smiled and said, It's none of your business. All right, the tea was good. I'd be going now. He then stood up and left. Hua Jinyan was furious. This guy had inexplicably come over and chatted with him, leaving him completely confused. This dead man wouldn't explain, truly infuriating. After leaving Hua Jinyan's residence, Chu Qing mentally processed the situation. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. It wasn't that the monk was currently in a mess. Although Huang Fuixia had temporarily returned to Zhongzhou because of the Wan Beilu incident, with his abilities, he might already be nearing Nanling by now. Why would the old monk bother killing a fleeing scholar instead of hiding somewhere? His elaborate scheme couldn't have been without purpose. Furthermore, while Hua Jinyan's words didn't provide much useful information, they did make Chu Qing understand something. Firstly, to cross the Tontian Ridge without alerting the Ghost Emperor, they needed to know about the possible fourth path. Judging from the current situation, it's highly likely the old monk knew about this path. And initially, the one who governed the southern region wasn't the Ghost Emperor, but the Sword Emperor. Where did the old monk get his information about this fourth path? Frankly, if Hua Jinyan had said that the one who governed the southern region back then was the Martial Emperor, Chu Qing would have had a sudden realization. But there's no reason for the Sword Emperor to have Mo Duxing kidnapped. This matter is strange and inexplicable. Chu Qing has a feeling there's more to it than meets the eye. Unfortunately, even Chu Qing, with the monk's whereabouts uncertain, can't grasp all the details in such a short time. Forget it, I won't think about things I can't understand for now. The martial arts tournament is about to begin, I consider it, after the Ghost Emperor is rescued. There are still 3 days left. At this point, even if one wanted to investigate something, it would be difficult to succeed. Chu Qing had originally planned to stay at Tianyi's sect and wait patiently for the martial arts tournament to begin. However, unexpectedly, Beitang Zun suddenly appeared that very evening. And it wasn't just him. He was accompanied by a woman, dressed in black, her face haggard. Chu Qing recognized her immediately. It was the wife of the fugitive scholar. It's you? Chu Qing looked at Beitang Zun with some surprise. His efficiency was impressive. He just left during the day and brought her back that very night. Beitang Zun replied, It wasn't that I found her, rather, she came to Tianyi's sect and found me. To be precise, she's looking for you. You're looking for me? Chu Qing stepped aside. Come in and let's talk. The three entered the room, and Chu Qing gestured with his arm. Please sit. The woman nodded and sat down, her face slightly pale as she looked at Chu Qing. Third young master, this isn't our first meeting. Chu Qing nodded. Indeed, we met a few times. The first time they met was at the inn, where she clumsily poisoned someone. As an assassin, Chu Qing was truly furious at her incompetence and had been inwardly criticizing her for a long time. She saw him a few more times afterward, but each time it was fleeting. The woman smiled slightly, then sighed. My past is hazy, my mind is sometimes clear, sometimes confused. When I can't see him, I always miss him. But the more I miss him, the more I feel I must kill him. Now that he's truly dead, I only just woken from my dream, recalling the past. Sigh. Beitang Zun frowned slightly. He finally seen Chu Qing, so why was she suddenly talking about these trivial things? He was about to interrupt when Chu Qing waved her hand. Beitang Zun didn't understand, but Chu Qing did. This woman was dying. Her condition was terrible. She was exhausted, clinging to life by sheer willpower. She likely had serious injuries, but the extent wasn't apparent from her eyes alone. And in her eyes, there was no longer any will to live. Her eyes were filled with death. Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, then poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one towards her. You can tell me whatever you want to say. Have a sip of tea to moisten your throat, then speak slowly. Thank you, third young master. She picked up her teacup and took a small sip before speaking. He and I were classmates in our youth. He was ambitious, and I was attracted to his spirit. We were engaged before we even reached adulthood, and after our coming-of-age ceremony, we couldn't wait to marry. In the years after our marriage, he pursued his ambitions, and I followed him to every corner of the land. We traveled to all 4 regions, and 1 province of the world. But the more we traveled, the more we saw, the worse his condition became. The world is too vast. The southern region is just one region, yet it has already witnessed countless horrific tragedies. Compared to the southern region, the other 3 regions are even more terrifying. We've seen it in the eastern region. People are treated like animals, fighting tooth and nail for a meager meal. Mutual affection between men and women is a luxury. Men don't ask if women are willing. If they can overpower someone, they forcibly abduct them. If someone tries to stop them, the strongest wins. The world is like a livestock pen, but sometimes, people are even worse off than animals. The northern region is vast, rife with bandits. Though large, it's barren. We've seen bandits plunder villages, then hang the corpses of young women and children on flagpoles and run around. Over time, the corpses turn into dried meat, which the bandits can then use to stave off hunger and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The western region is the same. Of the 4 regions and 1 state in the world, even the central state is likely not immune. This cannibalistic world is something no one can change, this tragic world. And changing all of this was his lifelong ideal. But he knew he was powerless, utterly unable to change anything, so he remained silent, dejected, and dejected. Until one day several years ago, he suddenly shook off his dejection and told me he had discovered something. This event could potentially change the global. She spoke in one breath, most of the content unrelated to the main point. Chu Qing wasn't impatient, and upon hearing this, she didn't ask what the fleeing scholar had discovered. She simply waited quietly. The woman then said, "It was a very peaceful night, and then he left again. It wasn't until midnight that I heard any movement, and I thought it was him returning. But it wasn't. I saw 2 people, one was a monk, and the other was a middle-aged man. At that time, I didn't know he wasn't a monk. Seeing strangers, I was naturally wary, but I never expected them to attack me without a word. My martial arts skills were far inferior to theirs. I was defeated in just a few moves." Then the man untied the blindfold, revealing eyes as bright as the starry sky. Just one glance, and I lost everything. He always thought I was sick, but I wasn't sick, I was murdered. The last thing the attacker said was, "I have important business to attend to tonight, and cannot stay long. If I leave her here, he won't survive." Chapter 476. Recalling the past, her face showed little complexity. Perhaps all memories could no longer stir any emotion within her. A person with a dead heart wouldn't care about anything else. Chu Qing finally spoke, "So, after that, you fell ill and began relentlessly pursuing the fleeing scholar?" "Yes." The woman opposite her nodded. "It's a rather hazy memory. Sometimes I regain my senses, but that clarity would be followed by intense pain. Then I fall into a state of confusion again. And in that confusion, besides killing him, I couldn't remember anything else. Until, when the monk found us again. A month ago? About a month ago. In a daze, I was captured by the monk. He still had that compassionate look about him, which left a deep impression on me. But how the 2 of them fought, I can't quite remember. I only remember." Her voice suddenly lowered, the sorrow and pain in her eyes almost tangible. "When he was critically wounded and dying, I was actually happy. Years of grudges finally paid off, and I felt a sense of liberation. But this liberation instantly turned into excruciating pain. Memories of the past flashed before my eyes, like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. The monk, with a compassionate expression, told me that this was not his wish, but he had no choice. I wanted to die with him, but my martial arts were far inferior. In the end, he knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, the monk was gone, leaving only his body lying there, all alone. A scene of utter desolation. She seemed to have exhausted all her strength by this point. She sat slumped down, her body supported by bones, yet all her energy and spirit seemed drained. Chu Qing asked softly, "Do you know what the scholar who fled for his life discovered back then? Something that could change the course of the world?" "I don't know." The woman shook her head. Chu Qing asked again, "If it wasn't the monk who killed him, what was the reason?" "I don't know either." The woman sighed, "My knowledge is very limited. I only know whether the monk killed him or not. And this matter, if the monk wasn't involved, it's unlikely to be honorable. I also know, with my own abilities, I could never avenge him in this lifetime. I don't have such abilities, but you, young master. He has never harmed anyone in his life, bearing the name of one of the 3 immortals of leisure, yet because of me, He hasn't had a single good day. When faced with trouble, whether it's within his power or not, he will always step forward. A man like him shouldn't die like this. So, I can only beg the third young master to avenge my husband. Kill the monk who isn't a monk. Chu Qing remained silent. Whether or not to kill the monk who isn't a monk was another matter. He was very interested in what the fugitive scholar had discovered. And who was that man in the story, whose eyes shone like stars? Back then, he had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay long, so he used a trick on the fugitive scholar's wife, causing her to lose herself, forget her past, and repeatedly hunt down the fugitive scholar. He thought he could use this to kill the fugitive scholar, but unexpectedly, not only did the fugitive scholar not die, but he also ended up escaping. But all these years have passed, and where has that person gone? His wish couldn't be fulfilled, so why didn't he act personally? The woman opposite seemed to have thought of something. She took a book from her bosom, placed it on the table, and gently pushed it towards Chu Qing. I know, it's unreasonable to ask someone to do something for nothing. This was what she had learned in her life, called the way of the gentleman, a supreme skill she had comprehended from the books of sages. Although your martial arts are unparalleled, young master, you may not even look favorably upon this martial art. However, this is the most valuable thing I can offer. Please, third young master, have mercy. She looked up at Chu Qing, her eyes showing a cautious glint for the first time. Triggered request. Assassinate not a monk. Accept? The way of the gentleman. Chu Qing reached for the manual, flipped through its contents, and then silently nodded. The escaped scholar truly lives up to his name. A fine way of the gentleman. I grant your request, madam. After speaking, he accepted the request. Regardless, not a monk was now within Chu Qing's sights. Whatever his motives, based on Chu Qing's somewhat superficial impression of the escaped scholar, this man certainly shouldn't have been killed. Not to mention, not a monk had ulterior motives. Chu Qing would expose the person behind him. This old monk was due to die a natural death. The woman finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face suddenly turning pale. She stumbled to her feet and bowed deeply to Chu Qing. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness, young master. I will take my leave now. Your injuries. Chu Qing began. The woman waved her hand dismissively. A heartless person cannot live. Chu Qing fell silent again. He wanted to say that with his abilities, if he wanted to save her, she could survive. But this woman refused to be saved by Chu Qing. Can a person without a heart live? A heartless person cannot live. With a dead heart, there is no will or thought to live. She is now a heartless person, therefore, she cannot live. Even if Chu Qing could save her life this time, she would still die. She staggered out of the room, walking along the path of Tanny Gate. She walked with great difficulty, each step feeling like she was enduring 1,000 cuts, yet her steps were light, as if something she had longed for, or someone, was waiting for her ahead. Just 2 more steps, and she could rush into that person's arms, and make a vow for 3 lifetimes. She walked out of Tanny Gate, and into the desolate, untouched mountain path. Finally, she came to a cliff edge, sat down, the starry sky above her, and held a memorial tablet in her hand. She gently stroked it, tears streaming down her face. She hummed an unknown tune, then leaned against the tablet, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. If the road is too dark, wait for me. We walk together." With that, her head slumped, and she died. At that moment, the night was dark, the evening wind silent, only a desolate chill lingered. Beitang Zun came to her side, reached out tentatively, then turned to Chu Qing. She's dead. Given her injuries, she wouldn't have died if she wanted to. Chu Qing slowly stepped forward. Unfortunately, she was determined to die, something no human could change. Even with overwhelming power, you can't save someone who wants to die. Never mind, never mind. Find someone to collect the body. Then take it to be buried with the fleeing scholar. To share a bed in life and a grave in death, so that their sincere love won't be in vain. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Bei Tongzhuan nodded and began to clean up the mess. Inside Tianny Gate, Chu Qing went directly to Wu Qianhuan's room. It was still early, and Wu Qianhuan's room was empty. She was chatting with Lu Xiaohua and Qin Yuqi, the 3 of them getting along very well. Chu Qing sat quietly by the bed, waiting, recalling the fleeing scholar's wife's expression before her death. Her face radiated a sense of relief, rather than fear of death. Chu Qing gently shook his head, but this scene wouldn't leave his mind. After waiting for about half an hour, Wu Qianhuan returned to her room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Chu Qing sitting there, and was immediately startled. She quickly turned around, peeking around cautiously to make sure no one was there before locking the door. Looking up at Chu Qing, her eyebrows shot up. Where did this lecherous fellow come from, sneaking in at night? Perhaps you taken a liking to my beauty and intend to steal my charm? Hearing her words, Chu Qing snapped out of his daze, a smile playing on his lips. He swiftly grabbed her, and Wu Qianhuan cried out as she was pulled into his arms. What you say is true, young lady. From the first moment I saw you, I was captivated by your unparalleled beauty. I can't sleep, tossing and turning, only wanting to kiss you. You lecherous scoundrel, your lust knows no bounds. Today, I, this young lady, will rid the martial world of this scourge. Wu Qianhuan jerked her arm, breaking free from his embrace, her fingers like a sword aimed at his heart. But Chu Qing seized the sword tip, pulling and dragging Wu Qianhuan down onto his lap. Chu Qing bent his leg, arching Wu Qianhuan's body, and then slammed his palm down, a loud cracking sound heard. Wu Qianhuan immediately let out a whimper, her eyes filled with tears as she looked back at Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled, and casually lowered the bed curtains. 2 hours later, it was already late at night. Wu Qianhuan, looking weary, huddled under the covers. What's wrong? You seem preoccupied. Chu Qing gently sniffed a strand of her hair, paused briefly, and then said, Qianhuan, if one day something happens to me. What will you do? Wu Qianhuan was startled. She looked up, snatched the strand of hair from Chu Qing's hand, and stared at him with a serious expression. Don't talk nonsense. Spit it out. It might bring good luck, not bad luck. Chu Qing had no choice but to comply. Wu Qianhuan breathed a sigh of relief, but was still angry, her lips pouting. How old are you? Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? We're enjoying our time together right now, so please don't overthink things. Has something happened? Chu Qing nodded and recounted the events of the evening. Wu Qianhuan was stunned. Is the escapee scholar dead? Before she met up with Chu Qing, she had joined forces with the escapee scholar, the drunken man in green robes, Zhou Rui, and others to kill Chu Huifeng. That same night, she saw Chu Qing again. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Chu Qing nodded. It wasn't the monk who killed her. Just now, the fleeing scholar's wife also died. Although she was injured, she wasn't fatal. The reason she died was because she didn't want to live anymore. So, Qianhuan, if anything happens to me one day, you must never follow this person's example. Chu Qing spoke solemnly, and the playful expression on Wu Qianhuan's face vanished. She looked at Chu Qing with a serious expression. No. I will never agree to that. Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing, and as their eyes met, resolute words came from her mouth. If you die in an accident, I will immediately commit suicide to go to the Yellow Springs with you. Chu Qing, remember this. No matter where you are, you won't get rid of me. Chu Qing stared into her eyes for a long time, his gaze filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Then he exhaled and said with a smile, So you're going to stick with me for life? What? You taken advantage of me, and now you're not going to take responsibility? Wu Qianhuan rolled her eyes, her once dashing features now replaced by a captivating charm. Of course not. Chu Qing pulled her into his arms. Wu Qianhuan's muffled voice came from his embrace. So, if you don't want me to die, you better live well. Live a long and happy life, live a life of perfect happiness. But no matter life or death, I will follow you, no matter what. All right. Chu Qing sighed softly. Then let us be together through life and death. No words were spoken that night, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 8th day of the 6th month, a grand gathering was held in front of Tianyi Gate, in the southern ridge. 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor, along with numerous experts, gathered together. Today, Chu Qing was dressed by Wu Qianhuan like a groom, in a full red robe. Wu Qianhuan herself also liked wearing red, but when choosing, she also picked out an outfit for Wenru. The 3 of them appearing in such attire was indeed a sight to behold. Besides the many experts from various parts of southern ridge below, there were also seats on the high platform. Given Chu Qing's current status, he naturally had a place on the high platform. The experts from the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor present couldn't help but show various expressions. Some were wary, some solemn, and some admiring. Tian Fengzi began with the usual platitudes, explaining the actions of the heavenly evil sect since its appearance in the martial world. He bluntly told everyone that the purpose of this martial arts conference was to fight against the heavenly evil sect. However, this statement was met with a cold snort. Sect leader Tian Fengzi, isn't that an exaggeration? The heavenly evil sect is so powerful in your mouths, Yet, why have we never seen them? Chu Qing looked in the direction of the voice and heard Lan Shuyi remind him. He is Bai Fang-jun, the leader of the #1 gang in the world, the Tianshui gang. Tian Fengzi raised an eyebrow. Is gang leader by implying that I'm exaggerating? Bai Fang-jun smiled faintly. Daoist Tian Fengzi, of course, wouldn't exaggerate so easily. I'm just afraid I might be instigated by someone and become someone else's stepping stone. Otherwise, why is everything I heard about the heavenly evil sect related to this person? Chu Qing chuckled. Although the words weren't clear, it seemed to be directed at him. Sure enough, the next moment, Bai Fang-jun looked at Chu Qing. Third young master, is there really such a thing as the heavenly evil sect in the martial world? Chu Qing was about to speak when suddenly the sound of wind breaking abruptly arose, and figures appeared from all directions, numerous and powerful, their momentum overwhelming. Bai Fang-jun's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look around, cursing inwardly. Could it be that the heavenly evil sect couldn't withstand being talked about? They came as soon as it was mentioned? Chapter 477. Bai Fang-jun didn't disbelieve in the existence of the heavenly evil cult in the martial world. After all, there were too many incidents. Even if the heavenly evil cult hadn't approached them, they couldn't simply ignore it. The reason he spoke those words on this occasion was, ultimately, out of desperation. As everyone knows, the power structure in the Southern Ridge has always been chaotic. The seemingly stable structure of 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor is actually prone to change at any moment. However, overall, it's still difficult for any single entity to rise above the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor. No one knows the secrets behind this. All that's known is that whenever such a force does emerge, it's weakened for various reasons. Ultimately, it dies from the combined encroachment of numerous other forces. But since the Blazing Fire Hall and the Steadfast Peace Hall changed hands, everything changed. The combined power of 2 of the 3 halls, along with the Iron Blood Hall, made the 3 halls as close as family, and their power occupied half of the Southern Ridge. This is possible because gangs and sects are different. Sects typically occupy a mountain stronghold, and once they reach a certain level of power, they stop expanding outwards. But gangs are different. They originate from the common people. The larger their territory, the bigger their business, and the greater their power, making their expansion unstoppable. Therefore, the Iron Blood Hall alone can occupy a vast territory, and with the addition of the Blazing Fire Hall and the Steadfast Peace Hall, among the 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 sects, and 1 manor, they can be considered the dominant force. Meanwhile, Bai Fang-jun's Tianshui gang and another gang among the 2, the Changhe gang, both deal in waterway trade. However, as the 3 halls grow stronger, their waterway business is being eroded, and the entire gang is being suppressed. Originally, the entire Nanling region was vast, with extensive waterways. The 2 gangs divided the waterways in 2, each controlling half of the territory. They had never had any dealings with the 3 halls, 5 gates, or 1 manor. However, the problem was that after the 3 halls grew powerful, they were content with this situation. Why should they be allowed to do business on the waterways? Why should they have to pay them for transporting goods by water? This was utterly absurd. The 3 halls' power was at its zenith. How could they be so subservient? Therefore, the 3 gangs joined forces to seize control of the waterways. Initially, the 2 gangs hoped to compete on their own. But they hadn't expected the 3 gangs to exert their full strength. Even the combined forces of the 2 gangs were no match for them, let alone any one of them. After several defeats, their power was waning, and only then did they think of joining forces. But it was too late. The 3 halls' influence was everywhere, and the 2 gangs could only passively take the blows, now completely exhausted. If things continue like this, it won't be long before both gangs are wiped out of the martial arts world. Bai Fang-jun appears normal, but in reality, he's at his wit's end. Therefore, at this moment, participating in the Tianyi sect's martial arts conference, he absolutely cannot acknowledge the so-called heavenly evil sect. Because once he acknowledges the existence of the heavenly evil sect, Tian Fengzi will inevitably propose and elect a master whose martial arts skills and reputation are enough to convince the masses to become the leader of the martial arts alliance. Bai Fang-jun knows he absolutely cannot sit in that position, and looking at the turmoil of the Southern Ridge martial arts world over the past century, only the culprit, who has risen to prominence in the last year, driving both gangs to a dead end, the third young master, is a possibility. But if this were to happen, given the current state of the 2 gangs and the 3 halls, could they really expect him to be fair and impartial? Could they expect him to side with the 2 gangs instead of the 3 halls? Bai Fang-jun was no 3-year-old child, and he certainly didn't believe Chu Qing would be so selfless. On the contrary, by using the 3 halls to eliminate the 2 gangs and completely seize control of all waterways in the southern ridge, he could truly control the region. Of the remaining 5 sects, the Vidra sect was insignificant, and the Taihang sect was even less so. After Chu Qing's rampage, no one in the Taihang sect dared to oppose him. The remaining 3 sects, the Tianyi sect, the Shaoyan sect, and the Jin sect, while perhaps not without members who could rival Chu Qing, were far inferior in power. As for the Zhuang, well, that was even less of a concern. As long as Chu Qing didn't interfere with those 128 li, they were deaf and blind, completely oblivious to the changes in the martial world. Therefore, even if Bai Fangjun gritted his teeth and risked offending Tian Fengzi, he absolutely could not allow things to proceed smoothly. As for the heavenly evil cult, it was indeed a tremendous threat. However, compared to the imminent death, he chose the threat that was slightly further away. He would deal with the immediate crisis first, and then deal with the bigger picture later. But he never dreamed that the heavenly evil cult members would appear precisely when he questioned them. Was this a prearranged meeting with the third young master, a planned joint attack to humiliate him? He felt a surge of anger and fear. But looking around, he sensed something was amiss. Many people had arrived, and their aura was truly extraordinary, but they seemed quite different from the legendary heavenly evil cult. This group was clearly divided into several factions, obviously from powerful families or sects in the martial arts world. But when did such a group appear in Nanling? Just as they were wondering, a middle-aged man stepped forward, chuckling, and said, Lu Zhaoyan, the lord of the Tianyin mansion in Lingbei, has come to participate in the Nanling Martial Arts Conference on the orders of the Alliance leader, to jointly resist the heavenly evil cult. Lingbei Tianyin Mansion. The hearts of the people from Nanling present skipped a beat. Some felt their hearts race, while others suddenly understood. So it turned out to be a master from Lingbei. But what did this person just say? By order of the Alliance leader, I have come to participate in the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Conference. This? What Alliance leader? When did Lingbei get an Alliance leader? Just as they were wondering what was going on, a series of voices rang out. Ouyang Tianqiu, lord of the Liaoyuan prefecture of Lingbei, by order of the Alliance leader, has come to participate in the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Conference to fight against the heavenly evil cult. Ji Yeshua, sect leader of the Yaotai sect of Lingbei, by order of the Alliance leader, has come to participate in the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Conference to fight against the heavenly evil cult. Sikong Yijian, sect leader of the Supreme Sword sect of Lingbei, by order of the Alliance leader, has come to participate in the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Conference to fight against the heavenly evil cult. Sect leader of the Xuanji sect of Lingbei. Each speaker was a leader of a powerful force, each possessing extraordinary internal strength. Their words were clearly audible to everyone present, stirring up waves of emotion within them. This only increased their curiosity about their so-called Alliance leader. Although some well-informed individuals already knew who the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Lingbei was, most remained puzzled. They simply felt that these people, in terms of both power and martial arts skills, were all extraordinary. They were all here on the orders of that unknown Alliance leader to participate in the Martial Arts Conference and jointly resist the evil cult. What kind of deity is this Alliance leader? How could he command such reverence from these people? Tian Fengzi, his hair and beard bristling, was utterly astonished. The holy monk Jiasha, however, fixed his gaze on Chu Qing, dressed in red, and sighed softly. He felt that the Wan Bailin knew far too little about Chu Qing. Only now did he truly understand what the title Alliance leader of the Lingbei Martial Arts Alliance meant. It meant a vast power capable of sweeping across the entire world. Even the centuries-old foundation of the great Sumeru Zen temple was insufficient to contend with it. This unassuming young man was truly terrifying. So you are fellow martial artists from Lingbei. May I ask where your Alliance leader is now, and whether he has come? Someone inquired. Lu Zhaoyan, Ouyang Tianqiu, Sikong Yijian, Ji Yeshua, and many other experts leaped up. They arrived directly on the high platform where Tian Fengzi stood. Tian Fengzi subconsciously raised his eyebrows, only to see that the group of people didn't even glance at him, the old Taoist priest, and went straight to Chu Qing, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. The first shout came from the leaders present, the second from all the martial arts masters from Lingbei who had come to Nanling for the martial arts tournament. The sound was deafening, soaring into the sky. Instantly, the entire arena fell silent. When Fuxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't help but look at Wenru, his eyes full of questions. When he saw Wenru earlier, he had asked almost everything he could, but all his questions were about finding the unchanging heavenly book. He hadn't cared much about what Chu Qing had done in Lingbei. The problem was, even if he hadn't asked, his daughter should have told him about something so serious. Why was she keeping it all quiet? Was she trying to scare him to death? Wenren noticed her father's gaze, and winked at him, her eyes still innocent. When Fuxing suddenly realized it wasn't his daughter's fault. That brat was definitely deliberately keeping her from telling him to scare him. That rascal was wicked, he scared him to death. Without a father to protect his daughter, wouldn't she be at his mercy? He'd take advantage of her and then abandon her, leaving the poor child homeless. What would he do? Although he knew Chu Qing wasn't that kind of person, it was inevitable that he assumed the worst of a pampered flower encountering such a pig. Tai Lingyun and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Lan Shui, on the other hand, was breathing rapidly, feeling incredibly wise of herself. Following Chu Qing was the best decision she ever made. He not only wielded immense power in the Southern Ridge, but had also quietly become the leader of the martial arts alliance in the Northern Ridge. Would Dingenhall then expand into the Northern Ridge? Or perhaps, from now on, the Southern Ridge and the Northern Ridge would be one family? Various thoughts raced through his mind. He even began to consider how to conquer and how to expand. Although Lan Shui's martial arts skills weren't high, he was a military genius. He wasn't afraid of war, on the contrary, the mere thought of it made him tremble with excitement. The people of Tianwu City, due to their limited power, weren't qualified to sit on the platform. Standing among the crowd, watching the skilled martial artists of the Northern Ridge, and seeing those masters with varying degrees of composure, arrogance, or ethereal grace kneeling before Chu Qing in worship, he felt as if he were witnessing a bizarre and fantastical myth. Lu Xiaohua muttered under her breath, "That brat, making his uncle kneel before him." Though she said this, her face was filled with pride. This was the child she had carried for 10 months, enduring immense suffering to give birth to. 20 years had passed since they last met, a period that had filled her with guilt. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of power, and the excitement in her heart was indescribable. She couldn't help but grip Chu Yunfei's hand tightly. Chu Yunfei turned to look at her, and both of them noticed the other's radiant face. Leaving them aside, although Chu Tian and Chu Fan already knew that Chu Qing was the martial arts leader of Lingbei, hearing and seeing were two completely different concepts. Such overwhelming power. Chu Tian exclaimed in admiration, his eyes filled with joy. Chu Fan laughed heartily. That's how it should be. That's how he should be. However, even if he weren't, it wouldn't matter. But I'm happier for him now. Qing Yuqi touched her belly and tugged at Chu Tian's sleeve. You said you let the child become your apprentice in the future? Would your uncle be willing to teach him? Huh? Chu Tian was taken aback, then nodded decisively. Yes, definitely. If he's not willing, I'd beat him up. Get lost. Qing Yuqi was both amused and exasperated. If you had even a single peanut, you wouldn't be this drunk. What? He dares to hit me. Chu Tian smiled. I changed the brat's diapers back then. If he dared to hit me, that would be defying the heavens. Fine, fine, you're the best, okay? Qing Yuqi quickly stopped him, telling him to keep his voice down. Speaking like that in this situation, whether people believed him or not didn't matter, it could easily cause trouble. We have to rely on Chu Qing to solve this then. However, Chu Tian wasn't entirely without discretion. He deliberately lowered his voice, and everyone around him was absorbed in the group of guests from Lingbei, paying no attention to the couple's private conversation. Wu Ganqi, on the other hand, felt increasingly conflicted. If his earlier worries about Wu Qianhuan being mistreated after marrying Chu Qing, and his inability to help, were somewhat unfounded, then now, he genuinely felt it was a possibility. But the two were truly in love. As long as their feelings were strong, there was no need to worry about the future. But what if Wu Qianhuan grew older, her beauty faded, and her love waned? He pondered this, thinking that he really needed to have a good talk with Chu Qing when he had the time. When the group of people from the Lingbei martial arts world appeared, the entire area in front of Tianyi sect descended into chaos. Amidst the chaos, Chu Qing slightly raised his head and extended his hand. Please rise, everyone. He then stood up. Then, Chu Qing glanced at Tian Fengzi, who chuckled and took a step back. Only then did Chu Qing step forward and slowly speak. Chief Bai said, "You never seen the heavenly evil sect with your own eyes. All you heard is from your ears." That's true. Even today, with fellow martial artists from Lingbei here, all I can do is let you hear it. Let you hear what happened in Lingbei. What did the heavenly slaughter master and the heavenly evil sect do? What does it mean to annihilate an entire sect overnight? What does it mean to massacre a city? Of course, Chief Bai can choose not to believe it, but it's good for Chief Bai to know. With that, he stood before Bai Fangjun. His aura was restrained, and his voice was soft, Yet Bai Fangjun felt as if the man before him was a rising mountain. Just looking at him instilled fear, made him lose his balance, and made him want to prostrate himself on the ground. Given your status, Bai Fangjun, you're not worth me uniting the entire Lingbei region and colluding with numerous forces in Nanling to deceive you. What do you think? Chapter 478. The moment the words "how" left his lips, Bai Fangjun felt a deafening roar in his mind. He knew Chu Qing was using his power to intimidate him, forcing him to submit. But if he truly yielded to Chu Qing's aura, the Tianshui gang would be reduced to ashes. Even if he didn't meet such a tragic end, a towering mountain would forever hang over his head, so he wanted to resist. He refused to accept defeat. A martial artist who had cultivated their skills for a lifetime, who would willingly submit to someone else. But the stronger his resolve, the louder the roar in his mind grew. His blood surged, and the veins on his forehead throbbed wildly. Suddenly, with a pft, Bai Fangjun spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to his knees before Chu Qing. The roar in his mind vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. He looked up at Chu Qing, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Third young master, you are absolutely right." He was startled by his own words, but instantly understood. In that moment of clarity, he suddenly realized something. The martial world was in chaos, a time of great strife. He lacked the ability to protect the Tianshui gang's position in this conflict, so he needed to find a stronghold. Even if it wasn't the third young master before him, it would be the heavenly evil sect later. His choices were few, whether he could continue depended on his pragmatism. And considering the current situation, and comparing the third young master's and the heavenly evil sect's actions, the third young master before him was far more reliable. All the things he had previously struggled with became crystal clear in that brief instant. For a moment, Bai Fangjun felt a sudden, profound realization. "Chief Bai, you?" Luo Qingming, the leader of the Tianhe gang, stared at Bai Fangjun in disbelief, utterly astonished. Bai Fangjun's words were different from what they had agreed upon before coming here. He then looked at Chu Qing, his expression shifting between light and shadow. Chu Qing reached out to help Bai Fangjun up. "Chief Bai, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Bai Fangjun quickly shook his head. "I was blinded by my own perspective earlier. Please don't take my words to heart, third young master. The heavenly evil sect is a formidable enemy of the righteous path of the martial world. We will fight them to the death." Chu Qing sighed upon hearing this. The heavenly evil sect is powerful. As far as I know, among the 4 regions and 1 state, only the situation in the northern region is currently unclear. The eastern and western regions have almost entirely fallen to the heavenly evil sect slaughter. The southern region also has the heavenly slaughter lord causing chaos, but fortunately, I have already slain this fiend at Immortal Cloud Mountain, preventing further damage. Tian Fengzi stepped forward and said, "Gentlemen, in recent days, our Tianyi sect has received much news about the heavenly evil sect. I know that many of you have never dealt with this heavenly evil sect and think it's alarmist talk. But that's not the case. Since the Fallen Dust Manor incident, every major event in the martial world has been orchestrated by this heavenly evil sect. Even our Tianyi sect has been infiltrated by spies from the heavenly evil sect, but fortunately, we discovered them in time, preventing a major disaster. I believe that the heavenly evil sect is a formidable enemy for all ages, which is why I invited you all to Tianyi sect for this gathering of heroes. The purpose is to elect a peerless hero, possessing both virtue and talent, and unparalleled martial arts prowess, to become the leader of the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Alliance. He will lead us in resisting the evil cult." He paused slightly, then continued, "In the past, electing this martial arts alliance leader would have required considerable effort. It would have necessitated a martial arts contest, where one must use superior skills to suppress all rivals before becoming the leader. But now, the third young master, the leader of the Northern Ridge Martial Arts Alliance, is right before us. And the third young master hails from Southern Ridge. Therefore, I believe that it is better to have only one master and dare to invite the third young master to assume the position of the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Alliance leader, to uphold the righteous path of the martial world and preside over the overall situation." These words immediately caused an uproar. Most of these voices were in agreement, mainly because Chu Qing, as the third young master, had done many things that were too virtuous and righteous. The battle at Luochen Manor saved countless figures in the martial arts world. After being publicized for so long, the reputation of the third young master's unparalleled righteousness and martial arts prowess had spread far and wide. Now, seeing even the powerful leaders of Lingbei bowing before Chu Qing, they were increasingly in agreement with Tian Fengzi's assessment. Those who disagreed had various reasons. Some believed that the election of the martial arts alliance leader shouldn't be predetermined, At least a chance should be given, otherwise, wouldn't it be a regret? Others felt that whoever became the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Nanling shouldn't be Chu Qing. After all, he was already the leader of Lingbei. If he became the leader of Nanling, who could rival his power? Such absolute dominance, with no one daring to provoke them, and the honor and disgrace of the martial world resting on their shoulders, was certainly not a good thing. However, the dissenting voices were slightly smaller, almost drowned out by those in favor. Until someone loudly proclaimed, "I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept him as the leader of the Southern Ridge Alliance." Who is it? What is there to object to? This is utterly absurd. The third young master's martial arts are unparalleled, his character is noble, and his righteousness is boundless. It is perfectly reasonable for him to be the leader of the Southern Ridge Alliance. I agree. The voices gradually became noisy, even threatening to escalate into a dispute. Chu Qing coughed slightly, and his voice returned to everyone's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Chu Qing slowly lower one hand, and the commotion subsided. Chu Qing's gaze shifted, landing on a disheveled man. Was it you who spoke just now? What, can't I speak? The man seemed nonchalant, smiling faintly. If third young master can't stand the truth, he better go deaf. Otherwise, even if you can shut me up, you can't shut up the opinions of everyone else. Ridiculous. Chu Qing shook his head slightly, then suddenly hooked his fingers. The man was startled, and before he could react, he was already on the arena. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, then Chu Qing said, "If you're not convinced, let's have a fight." "Fight then. Who's afraid of you?" The newcomer was bold enough. After saying that, he threw a punch. But the next moment, his fist had to stop, because Chu Qing had caught it. With a surge of internal energy, the man's figure suddenly leaped into the air, spinning 7 or 8 times before crashing to the ground. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, the pain causing him to see stars and his mouth to twist crooked. Then Chu Qing asked, "Do you submit or not?" "No, no." Tears welled in the man's eyes, but he still gritted his teeth, refusing to submit. Chu Qing almost laughed out of exasperation. "Oh? You couldn't even withstand one of my moves, and you're still not convinced?" "Not convinced. I just am not convinced. Even if you beat me to death, I won't submit." "Fine, get off the stage." Chu Qing kicked him off the platform, slightly clasped his hands, and said, "I am young and inexperienced, and should not hold this position. However, the martial world is in turmoil, and as members of the righteous path, how can we allow evil to run rampant and remain indifferent? Therefore, even knowing my own limitations, I have no choice but to accept this position. I know some of you will be dissatisfied. No problem. Today, right here, if anyone is dissatisfied, whether it's a one-on-one duel or a group attack, I accept it all. After this matter is over, I discuss the rest with you all in detail." As soon as Chu Qing finished speaking, someone leaped into the air. "When Shuang Sword Marquis Xue, I'd like to test my skills." The sword was already at his face, the attack fierce, and the sword energy unparalleled. But the next moment, Chu Qing caught the sword with 2 fingers, flicked it, and struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward and landing off the stage. Just as this person fell, another person flew in from the side, but without saying a word, he raised his hand to strike. Chu Qing didn't even glance at him, letting the person strike his back. Before the man's face could even light up with joy, he felt a tremendous force surge from Chu Qing, sending him flying and spitting out blood. Before he even landed, another man rushed onto the stage. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, masters from all sides had taken to the stage, but whether they were sword masters or fist experts, without exception, they were all defeated by Chu Qing in a single move and knocked off the stage. At first, people thought it was just a spectacle, but the more they watched, the more terrified they became. It seemed that Chu Qing's martial arts were from a completely different world compared to the martial arts of everyone present. Therefore, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, no one dared to step onto the stage again. Another cup of tea passed, and Chu Qing stood with his hands behind his back, the entire arena completely silent. 10 more breaths passed, and Chu Qing remained alone on the stage. Chu Qing finally spoke, "Gentlemen, is there anyone still who objects?" Silence fell over the entire hall. No one uttered a sound. Chu Qing then searched the crowd and, sure enough, found the first culprit. He discovered that the young man wasn't unwilling to speak, but rather that someone had covered his mouth when he tried to. Chu Qing chuckled at this and said, "Since none of you have any objections, from this day forward, I am the leader of the Southern Ridge Martial Arts Alliance. Greetings, Alliance leader." Bei Tongxuan and Lan Shuyi immediately knelt down. As their master, they naturally had to set an example. Tai Lingyun also laughed heartily and bowed to the ground. Greetings, Alliance Leader. The leaders of the 3 halls, the 5 sects, and the 1 manor all followed suit. However, when Fusheng couldn't kneel before Chu Qing, a slight bow was enough to express his respect. The members of the Tianshui gang and Changhe gang exchanged glances, and then obediently accepted reality. Lu Xiaoyan watched this scene unfold, his heart filled with excitement. He immediately waved his hand. Bring up the Alliance Leader's throne. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback by his words, turning his head to see a group of Tianyin Mansion disciples carrying a huge golden chair to them. This is... Chu Qing looked at Lu Xiaoyan in astonishment. This chair, golden and gleaming, was carved with dragons and phoenixes and inlaid with gemstones of various colors. It looked remarkably like the dragon throne of the great Qian dynasty. Before Lu Xiaoyan could speak, Ouyang Tianxiu laughed. Alliance Leader, you may not know, but the Tianxia sect is incredibly powerful, and the Alliance Leader cannot appear weak. Therefore, we discussed it and decided to present you with a gift, this Alliance Leader's throne. This is a throne we studied, crafted for you from the dragon throne of the great Qian dynasty emperor, using vast amounts of gold and jewels. Indeed, today you ascend to the pinnacle of the Southern Ridge martial world. From this day forward, the southern region is united, and the north and south are no longer separated. This time, it was Dai Zongming, the sect leader of the Qinhua sect, who spoke. Chu Qing smiled wryly upon hearing this. If this throne were still in power, bringing it out would have resulted in the execution of 9 generations of his family. Now, it seemed to matter. As the throne was set down, Chu Qing turned and sat down. In an instant, almost simultaneously, Southern Ridge martial arts masters including Tian Fengzi, as well as Northern Ridge martial arts masters such as Lu Xiaoyan and Ouyang Tianxiu, knelt down and shouted, Greetings, Alliance Leader. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Greetings, Alliance Leader. The voices gradually shook the heavens, echoing in all directions. Chu Qing reached out and stroked the armrest of the chair. The dragon carvings were uneven to the touch, and the gold was cool to the touch. Its feel rather ordinary. He chuckled softly, then said, Please rise, everyone. The crowd rose to their feet. Chu Qing continued, Now that I have assumed the position of Alliance Leader, I will naturally prevent the heavenly evil sect from harming the martial world. Now, we have 3 matters to discuss. First, as I mentioned before, the eastern and western regions have been heavily attacked by the heavenly evil sect disciples. The current situation is still unclear. Someone needs to go to the eastern and western regions to investigate and gather information, so that we can plan and prepare to prevent the heavenly evil sect from entering our southern region. Second, to quell external threats, we must first secure internal stability. The heavenly evil sect has infiltrated our southern region's martial world in countless disguises, silently and stealthily. Each faction must conduct its own investigation and screening, eliminating any heavenly evil sect spies hidden within our southern region. This matter is of utmost importance and requires careful handling. Afterwards, I will invite the leaders of all factions to a detailed discussion. As for the third matter, it is currently the most urgent matter. The Ghost Emperor Moto has been missing for some time, but I have obtained definite intelligence and know his whereabouts. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are renowned throughout the martial world, reigning supreme. We can lead our best warriors to welcome back the Ghost Emperor, thus strengthening the prestige of our righteous path. We obey the Alliance Leader's command. We obey the Alliance Leader's command. We obey the Alliance Leader's command. Chu Qing's words floated lightly into everyone's ears. The words reached his ears, and the response echoed throughout the mountains and seas, reverberating in all directions. The sheer scale of the sound was unparalleled. Chu Qing nodded, about to speak, when suddenly he looked up and saw a ferocious Buddha image rise up in the sky, occupying half the heavens. A voice rang out, You dare sit on the dragon throne? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths, and your entire family will be exterminated. As the words fell, the Buddha's enormous hand crashed down, as if triggering divine wrath, ready to annihilate the world. Chapter 479. The attacker's strike was truly terrifying. A colossal Dharma image occupied half the sky, and with a single palm strike, it seemed as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The heavens were crumbling. Who could withstand such an attack? A horrified cry echoed through the crowd, and chaos erupted. Some tried to flee, some desperately attempted to defend themselves, and others didn't even have time to react, unable to distinguish whether the figure before them was a god or a Buddha. Chu Tian and Chu Fan's eyes were bloodshot with rage, while Chu Yunfei instinctively shielded Lu Xiaohua behind him, completely forgetting that his martial arts were far inferior to his wife's. The leaders of various sects on the high platform also rose to their feet. Tianfengzi's gaze darkened, and the azure lotus sword enshrined in the Tianyi main hall resonated with a long, mournful sound. When Fuxing instinctively reached for Wenru, wanting to protect his daughter. Turning his head, he saw Wenru pull out a small trinket from somewhere, fiddle with it a couple of times, and with a gentle shake, it transformed into a small stool. She was placing it on the ground, seemingly intending to watch the show, when Fuxing's head was buzzing. Had this child gone mad? Ren Baiming, the heartless swordsman, was ashen-faced. This palm strike was clearly aimed at Chu Qing. He had sworn to serve Chu Qing, and now, having just mustered his spirits, he was about to be killed. A surge of emotions welled up within him, but he forcibly suppressed them. His sword hummed, ready to be drawn at any moment. Lu Xiaoyan, Ouyang Tianxu, Ji Yeshua, and other Lingbei experts were also slightly taken aback. But they had no intention of intervening. They didn't know if they could stop such a display. In any case, if Chu Qing couldn't handle it, their intervention would be futile. They simply stepped aside to avoid interfering with Chu Qing's performance. On the throne of the alliance leader, Chu Qing raised his eyes, and suddenly sneered, "You really gone mad. You have a path to heaven, but choose not to, you chosen the gates of hell. Today, I use you as a sacrifice." Wu Qianhuan felt her hand go empty. Looking down, she saw that Shang Yin was indeed in Chu Qing's grasp. The next moment, the sword suddenly rose. A sword that could cleave through worlds. The sword's edge shone like stars, its sharpness vast and boundless. A massive sword suddenly shot straight into the sky. Just looking at it, one could feel the terrifying power contained within its light, as if it could tear apart one's spirit and soul. The sword energy stretched for 80,000 miles, its sharpness cleaving through 9 heavens. Buzz! The evil Buddha's palm was pierced by the sword energy in a mere instant, completely without any resistance. The sword's momentum was inexhaustible, soaring straight into the heavens. In an instant, the sword pierced the evil Buddha's brow. Even after penetrating the entire head of the Dharma image, its sharpness persisted. The sky was clear and bright today, though not entirely cloudless. Wisps of cloud dotted the horizon. But in that instant, the sword's edge dispersed them, making the already clear sky as bright as a mirror. Whoosh! The gale dissipated, sweeping through the Tianyi sect and spreading for nearly 10 miles around. There were also civilians around the Tianyi sect. Unaware of the mystery, they only felt a chilling, malevolent wind. In the sweltering summer heat, it was exceptionally refreshing. Fortunately, this was merely a ripple, not containing Chu Qing's sword intent. Otherwise, in this single battle, countless people present would have been injured. From top to bottom, the entire Tianyi sect remained silent for a moment. It was truly terrifying. Only now did some people realize that Chu Qing had been joking with everyone on the arena earlier. With his cultivation level, he could easily crush all those who came to challenge him with a flick of his finger. They were only able to act so arrogantly because of everyone's leniency and generosity. One sword cleaves the sea of clouds. One sword startles the 9 heavens. Someone murmured these words, which instantly resonated in everyone's hearts. They truly captured the essence of Chu Qing's sword strike. The alliance leader is mighty. Another voice rang out, this time immediately drawing a huge response. The cries of the alliance leader is mighty filled the air. The martial artist who had previously refused to submit, even if beaten to death, muttered to himself, I'm convinced. I'm truly convinced. The Chu family father and sons, true to their blood ties, rubbed their eyes simultaneously. They felt the scene they had just witnessed was too dreamlike. Lu Xiaohua rolled her eyes at them. You're all so pathetic. But Qing'er's martial arts are indeed getting better and better. Compared to that day at Tianyi Mansion, he's a completely different person now. Wu Ganqi gritted his teeth, put his axe away again, and let out a long breath, hoping that Chu Qing would have some conscience. Otherwise, with his martial arts skills, even without his current power, if he really bullied Wu Qianhuan, he, as her father, would be helpless. Amidst the majestic voices of the alliance leaders, someone looked up at the alliance leader's throne. But what they saw there left them dumbfounded. Where did the alliance leader go? Everyone was shouting, wow, the alliance leader is mighty. When someone overheard where did the alliance leader go? And somehow, it got distorted, with the entire arena now chanting where did the alliance leader go. Only then did everyone gaze at the alliance leader's throne, and sure enough, after that sword strike, Chu Qing had vanished without a trace. Now, everyone, including Tianfengzi, was a little confused. They began searching around. But they couldn't find the alliance leader. Then, with a whooshing sound, a figure, like lightning, slammed heavily onto the high platform. Dust billowed up instantly. Someone exclaimed, "Who is this expert?" But when the dust settled, they found the expert disheveled, unkempt, with a scraggly beard and unkempt appearance. Lying on the arena, his mouth and eyes were crooked, and a scar ran from his brow. The scar was mottled, spreading outwards from his brow, making him look extremely wretched. Seeing his appearance, everyone suddenly realized that his lightning-fast movements weren't due to his own lightest skill. He had been thrown onto the arena. Just as they were wondering who had done this, a figure flashed, and Chu Qing appeared on the arena almost without warning, stepping directly onto the man's head. With a slight force, a loud bang resounded, and the entire arena shook. The man beneath his foot coughed up blood, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, filled with madness. Seeing this, everyone suddenly understood. The evil Buddha image that had appeared in the sky was created by this man on the ground. Chu Qing had just struck with his sword, severely injuring him, and then disappeared to find him. Now it's a piece of cake. Are you really crazy? Chu Qing stepped on the old man's head, looking down at his face. Deserving of death, your entire family will be exterminated. The old man on the ground muttered incoherently, coughing up blood while still managing to speak. It was unclear how he could keep up. Chu Qing chuckled. You want to exterminate my entire family? On what grounds? On what grounds? You dare to dream of sitting on the dragon throne. You harbor rebellious intentions. You must die. Do you know who I am? The man looked at Chu Qing with a ferocious yet bizarre expression. Chu Qing shook his head helplessly. His question was, with his abilities, why would he want to exterminate his entire clan? It seemed the other party had misunderstood. Judging by your demeanor, you're quite mysterious, Chu Qing asked with a smile. Then who are you? This king is the current emperor's uncle. The man on the ground suddenly showed a satisfied expression. Do you know what that means? His Majesty's father, the late emperor. Call me uncle. Even His Majesty now has to call me Buddha. I am of noble status, wielding immense power, second only to the emperor, holding absolute authority, life and death in my hands. Who dares to step on my head? You brat, so audacious, kill, kill, kill. His crazed voice, accompanied by his inner energy, reverberated in all directions. In an instant, the entire Tanny sect erupted in commotion. Where did this madman come from? He actually calls himself uncle? It's utterly baffling. Holding immense power over the court? Ha ha, what dynasty did he live in? Such a powerful person, yet he's a madman. It's truly pathetic and lamentable. Alliance leader, who is this person? A murmur of discussion arose around them, with some directly inquiring about the old man Chu Qing's identity. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled softly. So that everyone here may know, this person is none other than the Buddha King, one of the 12 holy kings of the heavenly evil sect. He was originally hiding in the heavenly Buddha temple, but not long ago, I went to the heavenly Buddha temple to search for something, and incidentally, I wrecked that filthy place. That's why he went mad, seeking revenge against me. Today, we gather here at the Heavenly One sect to discuss important matters. You all have elected me as the leader of the Southern Region Alliance to fight against the heavenly evil cult. I was just worried about not having a sacrifice to consecrate the flag. But unexpectedly, this mad Buddha King has appeared here. That's perfect. Today, we use this opportunity to consecrate the flag. What do you all think? Consecrate the flag. Consecrate the flag. These words caused another uproar. And this time was different from before. Although Chu Qing was also elected as the leader before, many people just shouted slogans along with everyone else, but their hearts. Whether the Chinese were truly convinced of Chu Qing's abilities was still debatable. However, the appearance of the Buddha King, who attacked in the guise of a wicked Buddhist monk, had made them realize the terrifying nature of their opponent, and Chu Qing's sword strike, which shook the heavens, filled them with awe. For such a person to become the leader of the martial arts world at this time was truly a blessing for the martial arts community. Therefore, their agreement at this moment seemed exceptionally sincere. Especially those like Bai Fang Jun, who had never seen the heavenly evil cult before, were utterly terrified by the Buddha King's appearance. If it weren't for Chu Qing, none of them knew they could have withstood that palm strike. At this point, they were naturally convinced of his superiority. Seeing the unwavering resolve of the group, Chu Qing nodded, then suddenly exerted force with his feet. A loud thud was heard, and the Buddha King's head jolted before he lost consciousness. He walked past the Buddha King and returned to the Alliance leader's throne. Take the body away and place it somewhere safe. Everyone, the rest of you may disperse. Leaders of each sect and independent martial artist, please select representatives to stay. We will now discuss the details. The attendees readily agreed. Some left the venue to wander around, others awaited orders outside, and still others returned to their rooms to rest. A considerable number remained. If Lingbei was a pile of loose sand, it was at least loose sand that had been moistened somewhat. Nanling, on the other hand, was completely fragmented. The number of sects was like a swarm of locusts crossing a river. Chu Qing knew that it was impossible to unite this disorganized group in a short time. Therefore, he could only make do for now. Chu Qing had just mentioned 3 important matters, and the next point of discussion would focus on these. Select suitable personnel to travel to the eastern and western regions. What kind of people to choose, what effects to achieve, how to transmit messages along the way, and so on. Then comes the internal screening, requiring the development of different plans for various scenarios. However, Chu Qing didn't go into too much detail about this, as he couldn't guarantee that none of those present today were spies from the heavenly evil cult. Therefore, precautions still need to be taken. The main idea, however, is to develop multiple different plans, using different methods for different environments to screen for spies, and the procedures for dealing with spies discovered, etc. The final item was rescuing the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor was trapped in the 10 deadly caves. This time, a large and elite force was chosen for the mission. The more experts, the better, because this time, they would likely face a considerable number of opponents. The Tomb King and the Chess King were among them. It was hard to say whether there were others. If there were a large number of members of the heavenly evil cult, Chu Qing alone was not afraid, but he worried about the Ghost Emperor's safety. The meeting was meticulously planned and executed for a full day, only concluding as dusk fell. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chu Qing returned to his room. Upon entering, he saw Wu Qianhuan and Wenru, one on each side, staring at the Buddha King lying on the ground. Around them were Ren Baiming, Wan Chunhua, Hua Jinyan, Lu Qingyan, and others. Has he woken up? Chu Qing asked softly, glancing at the Buddha King on the ground. He woke up once, but your sword strike crippled his martial arts, so he couldn't cause any trouble. You easily knocked him unconscious. Wu Qianhuan said, we agreed on a flag-raising ceremony. Why did you use a trick? There are some things I want to ask this madman. Chu Qing sat down at the table, flicked his wrist, and a surge of internal energy swept over the Buddha Prince. He shuddered and opened his eyes. Ren Baiming, listening to Chu Qing's words, felt something was amiss. Then Lu Qingyan said, you said he's a madman. Do you think he'd tell you anything? Ren Baiming immediately nodded frantically. That was the problem. Sometimes, madmen are much more sincere than normal people. Chu Qing said, for example, today, if it were a normal Lord of War, or those people from the Wenqing Pavilion, how could they possibly come here alone to cause trouble? The group thought about it and agreed. Chu Qing then looked at the Buddha Prince. Old man, I'm asking you, what dynasty are you talking about? What dynasty? Upon hearing this, the Buddha Prince seemed to wake from a dream, and then proudly declared, the Great Qian Dynasty. Chapter 480. The Great Qian Dynasty. These 4 words, upon reaching everyone's ears, caused a complex mix of expressions. They couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Lu Qingyan was the first to speak. This madman, is he talking nonsense? It's definitely nonsense. Wan Chunhua hurriedly said, the Great Qian Dynasty has been gone for 300 years. How could they possibly be the Great Qian Dynasty? This doesn't make sense. Chu Qing picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and moistened his throat. He'd been in meetings all day, discussing follow-up matters. His throat was terribly dry. After finishing his tea, he toyed with the teacup in his hand and said, old man, are you saying you're a prince of the Great Qian Dynasty? And the current leader of the heavenly evil cult is the emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty. The Buddha Prince tilted his head, staring intently at Chu Qing's face, his gaze shifting to the other side. As his eyes darted around, he murmured, my boat is broken. I need a new boat. A new boat. You, who can give me one? There are so many boats here. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his palm, reaching out to grab Chu Qing. But after his withered hand extended, nothing happened. Chu Qing's sword strike, though not at full power, was still extraordinary. Even though the Buddha King's martial arts ranked among the top of the 12 holy kings, he was no match for Chu Qing in his current state. This sword strike shattered all of his meridians, crippling his martial arts. As for his spirit, he had been backfired by the change of both scripture, his spiritual cultivation becoming a blade aimed at himself, wreaking havoc in his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone mad. Now, Trying to use the boat-changing scripture would naturally be futile. Chu Qing kicked it away, placed the teacup on the table, and said softly, "Looks like he's gone mad again. I think he's always been a madman." Hua Jinyan clicked his tongue. After all, if he weren't a madman, how could he consider himself part of the great Qian dynasty? Actually, it's not impossible. Chu Qing suddenly said something startling. "Ever since the first time I crossed the Tontian Ridge and experienced the battle at Tontian Manor, I actually been wondering about something." "The first time you crossed the Tontian Ridge?" Wu Qianhuan looked at Chu Qing. "Back then, when we first learned of the existence of the Lord of War, what did you doubt?" "You doubted the existence of the heavenly evil cult." Chu Qing glanced at her. "I remember back then, that young general, what was his name again? It's been too long, I don't remember his name. But I do remember what he said. I forget if he explicitly said it, but his meaning was clear. The 12 holy kings were above the Lord of War. However, the Lord of War might not respect the 12 holy kings. The power structure within martial arts sects and gangs is very clear. It rises layer by layer, ultimately converging in the hands of one person. We won't create a prestigious but empty title within a gang that's meaningless. And it seems only royal relatives and nobles." The usually taciturn Winters suddenly uttered these 4 words. But those 4 words sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Chu Qing glanced in Winters' direction. The girl had set up a small stool and was sitting beside him. He reached out and ruffled Winters' hair. Coming to his senses, he realized there were quite a few people around. Chu Qing looked at his hand. How had it become such a habit? Winter herself didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with this interaction. Wan Chunhua, as if her reaction time had just caught up, suddenly gasped. "The 12 holy kings, princes, their status is extraordinary, they are royalty. Then what is a lord of war? In the great Qian dynasty, there's probably a term. General, or marshal. The 4 great generals, the 4 great marshals, the 4 lords of war." Chu Qing tapped his finger lightly on the table. "They wield significant military power. In the court, they naturally hold high positions and great authority, but even they can't surpass a prince. You all remember, well, Ren Baiming and Wan Chunhua don't, but the others do. At that time, the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier attacked 2 major sects in Lingbei, and then ordered the massacre of the city. Logically speaking, given the style of martial arts sects, they wouldn't do such a thing. Martial artists, unless they are from a demonic sect practicing demonic arts, often feel superior to ordinary people. Bullying the weak is despicable, let alone massacring a city. We are neither worried that these people will be able to resist, nor do we need to create a bad reputation for ourselves. Even if we wanted to plunder the city's resources, there was no need to commit such a massacre. Although, judging from the heavenly evil sect style of operation and the murder scripture learned by the Heavenly Slaughter Soldier's men, massacring cities would allow his soldiers to improve at the fastest speed. But the ease with which they can do this makes me feel that our way of thinking is completely different from theirs. If we're thinking about dominating the martial world, they're thinking about unifying the entire land. It all seems to make sense. They don't care about a single city or territory, much less the lives of the people in a few cities. When we truly unify the world and the people live in peace and prosperity, all the past pain will become a thing of the past. If we really consider it this way, then what about the Wenqing Pavilion that appeared in Wanbeilu? Wu Qianhuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Civil officials? Civil officials. The 6 ministries. Chu Qing chuckled. Civil officials, military generals, princes, almost all of them are here. I remember Prince Mei once said that there was a holy maiden in the heavenly evil sect. What is that? A princess? Chu Qing blinked. Or a concubine? No, he also said there was a holy son. I found it strange at the time. What holy son still in swaddling clothes? But if the heavenly evil sect status is equivalent to the emperor's, then his child, regardless of age, is a prince. Even in swaddling clothes, this status cannot be taken away. After these words, everyone in the room couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Lu Qinyan turned to look at the Buddha king lying on the ground, still muttering about looking for Zhou, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the heavenly evil sect is the royal bloodline of the great Qian dynasty? They concealed their identities, quietly developed their power, and now they want to wipe out the entire martial world and restore the rule of the great Qian dynasty. Once this news gets out. That's why I pretended to kill the Buddha prince. Chu Qing said, his words spoken in public during the day, because of his madness, could still be concealed. Even if someone were to investigate seriously, it would be difficult to uncover any details. After all, even we are only speculating now. Why worry about the news leaking? Wan Chunhua wondered, this news is frightening, but even if it gets out, what can happen? Under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king, on the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. Hua Jinyan flicked his folding fan and grinned. Although the Great Qian dynasty has been gone for 300 years, if there are truly descendants of the Great Qian dynasty now, standing up and calling for change, it will inevitably affect the martial arts world. After all, they wear a skin called orthodoxy. Who would accept that? Wan Chunhua shook her head repeatedly. Besides, if this explanation worked, why doesn't the heavenly evil sect use it? This facade isn't for the heavenly evil sect. Chu Qing tapped her fingertip lightly on the table twice. If our guess is true, the heavenly evil sect clearly doesn't intend to restore itself in a normal way. They act ruthlessly, using extremely cruel and vicious martial arts to bolster their power. Their goal is to wipe out the martial world and unify the world. This orthodox facade might have some effect among ordinary people. After all, even after 300 years, the chaotic martial world has never erased the teachings of sages. The doctrines of heaven, earth, ruler, parents, and teachers still exist, it's just that the Great Qian dynasty is gone, and the people now serve only the local power leaders. But if the heavenly evil cult suddenly appeared under this guise, these people would inevitably waver. The more difficult their lives, the more they would want someone to take charge. After all, with various factions governing themselves, the good and the bad are mixed, which inevitably makes people waver. And martial arts masters, who have power and wealth, are hard to sway. Like us, they won't change their minds just because the people of the Great Qian dynasty appear. Unless what we currently receive is still insufficient, and those we are loyal to cannot offer more, we will consider seeking another ruler. But the loyalty of ordinary people is meaningless to the heavenly evil cult. It only adds to their burden. Not only is it a burden on the people, but also an opportunity for various heroes in the martial arts world to exploit the situation. I know the answer to this question. Lu Qingyan smiled, using the emperor to command the princes. But this emperor is not so easy to control. After all, the current leader of the heavenly evil cult is said to have martial arts skills surpassing even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Wu Qianhuan said with a smile. Exactly. Chu Qing nodded. But besides using the emperor to command the nobles, some will seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. Under the guise of loyalty and the cloak of orthodoxy, they will annex other forces and disrupt the established order of the martial world. Some will also rebel, using the opportunity to expand. The final variables are too numerous. Even the heavenly evil sect cannot completely control them. Furthermore, if a force claims loyalty but then amasses its own power, should the heavenly evil sect kill them or not? Kill them, and they sworn allegiance, only to die at the hands of the heavenly evil sect. Not kill them, and that's like raising a tiger to threaten your own future. Not to mention, there are figures like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. While the leader of the heavenly evil cult may be invincible, conquering the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is by no means an easy task. Controlling people's hearts is far more difficult than killing. Therefore, the heavenly evil cult will not spread this news, lest it cause unrest in the martial world. Their initial goal was to conquer the entire martial world with overwhelming power. Those who submit will prosper, those who oppose will perish. Even if we have deduced this possibility, we cannot leak this news. What the heavenly evil cult cannot control, we also cannot control. Now that the southern region has just formed an alliance, it is impossible for this to cause chaos. This is too complicated. Wan Chunhua's mind raced. I roam the martial world, thinking only of swift justice and revenge. I really don't know what those people are thinking. The martial world may be filled with swordplay and vengeance, but for them, it's all about weighing the pros and cons. Chu Qing shook his head slightly. Wu Qianhuan said, actually, in the end, the exposure of the heavenly evil sect will likely have a greater impact on them. After all, given their style of doing things, the Great Qian dynasty would definitely not want to easily take the blame for such a thing. Chu Qing nodded. I reckon that if everything is as we think, then they probably want to slowly reveal their true identity to the world after the overall situation is settled. To transform themselves from an evil cult into an orthodox one in one fell swoop. At that time, the martial arts world will be gone, the court will be unified, and with diligent governance, it won't be difficult to win the hearts of the people and restore their former glory. They might even drag a few scapegoats out to take the blame for the heavenly evil sect's actions. In short, this news isn't entirely meaningless to us, but at this stage, no one can divulge it. Everyone nodded, indicating they would absolutely not leak a single word. Chu Qing glanced at the Buddha King again, thought for a moment, and said, it's a bit of a pity. I thought I could get more information from him. With that, he pointed a finger, and the Buddha King's body trembled, dying on the spot. He had done this after much deliberation. Using the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique might have a chance to restore the Buddha King's sanity, but the process would be extremely dangerous. After all, the Buddha King's current state was due to the boat-changing scripture, and no one had ever experienced the terrifying backlash caused by this evil martial art. Forcibly trying to help him sort things out could very well cost him his life. With powerful enemies surrounding them, Chu Qing absolutely could not risk his life in such a way. As for directly searching his memories, the risks would be even greater. It wasn't worth it. Rather than keeping him as a nuisance, it's better to deal with him directly. I wonder what the people from the heavenly evil sect think of this old geezer running over like a madman. How about we take the Buddha King's corpse to the 10 deadly caves later? A grand gift for them? Chu Qing's lips curled into a wicked smile, but he shook his head, stood up, and said, Renbiming, take his body away and burn it. To avoid him playing some kind of resurrection trick again. I'll only be truly at ease if he's reduced to ashes. Old one, you go with Renbiming. The rest of you should go back and rest. Stay another night at Tianyi Gate. We already discussed it with them today. Tomorrow morning, we set off directly to the 10 deadly caves to welcome back the Ghost Emperor. Hua Jinyang glanced at Chu Qing and chuckled, truly insane.